overseas and report it. Zhou Yang's opinion, everyone thinks it can be implemented. After Ruth Yao agreed, they implemented it in accordance with this policy. When the meeting is over, everyone else leaves, and Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao are left indoors. Ruth Yao asked him, the tractor can be sold for 1 to 2 years. After that, when are you going to start building a car? Zhou Yang knew that Lu Xiao was a kind of thought to build a car. When he thought about it, he said, from this year to autumn, I will produce a few more commonly used agricultural machinery. After farmers have cheap and easy to use agricultural machinery, they can produce cars. Well, it is tentative to start producing cars at the beginning of next year. I can look forward to it, Ruth Yao said with a smile. Zhou Yang nodded and said, is about that time. At that time, funds will accumulate almost, and the production of cars is not just a drawing. Okay, then my designers don't have to be too well known, but it's up to you, comrade Zhou Yang. Ruth Yao also believed in Zhou Yang's magical ability. Anyway, he could always get very advanced drawings from his foreign friend. Ruth Yao sometimes wants to ask, is the friend he said, is it himself? But now is not the time to ask. Lu Xiao did not break the casserole and ask in the end. The two talked a few words every day, and Ruth Yao suddenly remembered something, and said, I look at the internet, as if it is very trivial to your pharmaceutical factory. Zhou Yang nodded, and of course he knew about it, the new spray point of the little black man online. Before, the sales of the woman tractors were not good, and they sneered. When this rescue happened, they slapped them, and the blacks were naturally dark. So they transferred their positions and saw that the sales of medicines in Jiankang Pharmaceuticals were very small, and they began to spray Zhou Yang investment failed, but they were not proud. Anyway, as long as Zhou Yang is frustrated, they will be happy, which is really a villain's mentality. However, this time the blacks are black. Although the medicines for Jiankang are cheap, the sales are very small. After all, if people are not sick, they are rarely bought, and they are also bought by the White Emperor's iron powder. Instead, some older people think that such a cheap medicine must be fake medicine, and never buy it. Ruth Yao then said, I know the leaders of several hospitals, or I treat you, let you know and try to open the drug sales. No need, I am hoarding medicine temporarily. Zhou Yang refused. His batch of medicines was prepared to deal with the peak of wholesale fever when the epidemic resistance was completely liberalized. This is not the time. But this is inconvenient to tell others, so Zhou Yang concealed it. Well, just tell me when you need it. Lu Xiao is still very good. Although she didn't meet at all times, she was very opinionated about Zhou Yang, complaining that this straight steel man didn't understand her mind, and never came to her after work. Unit was like a mallet. But when she met, she forgot everything and just wanted to chat with Zhou Yang more. Even if you don't chat, it's good for the two to sit together and brush their phones. Of course, Zhou Yang rarely brushes his mobile phone. He feels that his work is always too busy, so after the meeting, he went back to the office and started to handle various affairs. Lu Xiao was restless in his office, and he always felt uncomfortable sitting in his office. In the end, she made an excuse to take a document to Su Yang's office. After 3 or 2 sentences were resolved, she didn't leave, but sat in Su Yang's office and swiped her phone. Sure enough, in the same room as Zhou Yang, she was inexplicably at ease and was very happy to do anything. She wanted to move the table over and face Zhou Yang face to face. Of course, she, a Miss Qianjin, can't do such a proactive behavior, and she can only find excuses to rely on here. Zhou Yang is also hers, as long as he does not delay his work. He was operating a computer on the surface, and in private, he was looking at the systems drawing supermarket. Baidu has not launched a new product for a long time. He intends to make a cheap appliance and is choosing a commodity. After the goods are ready, it happens to be publicized with the opening ceremony of his high-tech park. I believe there will be a good chain effect. Before, Baidu fans had relatively high-profile appliances, such as computers, game hosts, etc. Many of these components depended on imports, the price could not be suppressed, and Zhou Yang did not want to do it. At least until his high-tech park is established, those chips and storage can be done by themselves, then a computer or game console that is cheap to explode can be made. Zhou Yang is currently looking at the new product, which is a large kitchen appliance. After all, the Grantum electrons of Xiao's small circuit are in production, and he is not easy to grab her business. When Zhou Yang was planning whether to make an integrated stove or an oil hood, Lu Xiao sitting on the couch's sofa suddenly laughed at the beckoning, "Ha, Zhou Yang, come and see," and finally the results of the investigation. Zhou Yang put down the mouse and walked over to check. It turned out that Ruth Yao let Zhou Yang see the investigation report of the interception of anti-epidemic materials in Dali City. This happened a year ago, and now the official investigation has been around for a long time, and finally the result is out. The briefing was very long, and the two sat side by side, and used Ruth Yao's mobile phone to see it together. After investigation, many public officials in Dali City violated the discipline of integrity, favoritism, and illegally intercepted and sold anti-epidemic materials in other provinces and cities. They were in a hurry with illegal businessmen. For serious discipline, 13 disciplinary offenders were expelled. Public office punishment, collection of its illegal proceeds of disciplinary violations, transfer of its suspected criminal issues to the Procuratorate for review and prosecution in accordance with law. After reading the briefing, the two talents knew that this interception was really greasy. After intercepting the materials, the local area did not use this part of the materials for the people, but sold them to the masks opened by their relatives to produce masks, and then sold them at high prices. They could all get the money. This is too much, and this black sheep should be dealt with seriously. However, in this case, it is finally a bad breath to Lu Sayao. Let those corrupt people stretch out their hands indiscriminately, and reach out and give their criminal claws to chop. After reading the briefing, both of them felt very happy and deserved a drink. But both of them have a shadow over drinking, and the wine is free. The two poured a Coke in the goblet and touched it. Cheers! Lu Sayao guyed, and then the two drank. Then the atmosphere of their chat was easier, and Lu Sayao asked him, and immediately spring flowers bloomed. What plan did he have? Zhou Yang gave a serious answer. He will make a new electrical appliance, plus publicize the high-tech park to be started. Ruth Yaoxiao was speechless, so he said besides work? Zhou Yan wrinkled his eyebrows and fell into contemplation because he seemed to have nothing more than work. Speaking of important things, he is going to prepare the next stage of boycotting the products of Takaha. There is also a gold drawing before, which will be used to make a product that is caught in the explosion. Until crying, Lu Sayao was so depressed when she saw Zhou Yang like this. She thought to herself that her partner is a workaholic. Is there no personal leisure time at all? In the future, he will only be busy with his career. Regardless of his private life, his girlfriend must often have conflicts with him. When the quarrel is over, the girlfriend will say whether it is work or me. Thinking of this, Ruth Yao was suddenly surprised. Wait, why would I care about this issue? It was Ruth Yao's turn to go down, and the two sat on the sofa together and were silent. At this time, Ruth Yao's personal assistant Pan Tao came over and wanted to knock on the door. Suddenly, he saw the two bosses sitting very close from the door, and it seemed very intimate. My goodness, I haven't seen you for a few days. Has their relationship developed so fast? Sitting so close, has you pulled your hands in private? Pantotten was anxious like ant on a hot pot. Compared to watching those unnutritional Love Idol plays, or the actual CP nibbling, she was particularly concerned about whether her two bosses could come together, so she observed secretly from the door. Lu Sayao first broke free from the messy ideas and felt a bit feverish on her face. The thoughts just made her very shy. She had to pretend to look at the phone casually, and accidentally turned to a news, which made her very angry. This foreigner is too pretentious, Lu Sayao said dissatisfied. What's going on? Zhou Yan also woke up and came to see her mobile phone and found it to be a short video. Michael, a foreign white man in his 30s, has a bad coffee in the vomiting country. I'm not targeting anyone, I mean all coffee machines in China are rubbish. The coffee made is so bad. This kind of coffee, used to feed pigs, is considered an animal cruelty in our country. This Michael, in a half-cooked tone, is criticizing the domestic coffee machine, saying that the coffee made is bad, and the coffee machine he brought from abroad is the best, and the coffee fragrance made is very strong. Originally evaluating a product, no one would care, but Michael didn't know if he wanted to attract attention. He deliberately even took the country, which made many people unhappy. Domestic products, like their own children, can be scolded by themselves, but letting you a foreigner spray so I can't bear it. In the video comment area, someone started spraying Michael. You bought that coffee machine only more than 600, and you compare with more than 6,000 products abroad? Your coffee abroad is delicious. What do you do if you don't return to China? Earn money in our China, scold us, go back to China to spend money, you really don't want a face. You are garbage, get out of China. Because there were too many people who scolded him, this video was brought on fire and on the short video hot search list. Later, Michael issued a video to clarify that he did not disparage China, but he did not speak home and said that he was ambiguous. He was only dissatisfied with the coffee machine in this country and did not target the Chinese people. However, his apology was pale and powerless, and Ruth Yao had the most say in this. She studied abroad and knew how arrogant foreigners are. The common people are okay, and all the elite and white people who have a position look down on all other races. Even though Ruth Yao was not in dispute abroad, he was repeatedly scolded by foreigners and rolled back to China too. So Lu Sayao returned to China as soon as she graduated. In that kind of place, she really couldn't stay for a moment. This time she saw the arrogance in her bones from this Michael, just like the group of foreigners who scolded her. So she was so angry. I still play the set of national superiority in China, I really don't know where he came from. This incident was so troublesome that someone picked it out. This Michael is a foreign teacher at a college with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands. The school provides housing and scooters, and even intends to arrange college girls and him to make friends. The name of the United States is to avoid foreign education homesickers. But this friend is not an ordinary friend. The female student and Michael go in pairs every day and stay in the teacher's dormitory. They have been spitting by students in the same school for a long time. And he will change a girl in half a year, which is really outrageous, just like choosing a concubine. Someone reflected the matter to the school, but no one was in charge. This Michael will definitely not be homesick. He has high salaries in China, has housing provided by schools, and a female student with hotbed. It is really a good job for a fairy. This time the school became popular. Everyone found the official micro-account number of their school online to spit on it. The school was so charming, no wonder it found such an arrogant foreigner. The school panicked, and even Busy said it was a misunderstanding. It was a personal act for the female students to talk to Michael about friends. The school never took the initiative to match. However, this does not make sense. The school does not allow teachers and students to fall in love. The male teachers who have been expelled before have been expelled for this reason. How come there is no such rule here? This is not a double sign? Isn't it Chongyang Mei? Now, I couldn't sit still at the school, so I said that after research and decision, I would cancel the appointment contract with Michael in the near future, and want to calm down the public outrage. However, the public outrage is not so calm. Everyone rushed to college online, to Michael, and expressed their dissatisfaction. As a result, Michael seemed to be angry because of this. In the latest video, he exposed the true face. He angrily accused China of all kinds of bad things, especially coffee machines. To quote him, "It was terrible, pig products produced by pigs." Now Michael is completely collapsed. His account is blocked by a short video. In the future, he will not be able to collect gold, and he can only roll back to his country. Although things are handled by the hearts of the people, Lu Xiao can't understand the hatred of his head. I think this is still a college. Why is it so soft bones? Anyway, her domestic company does not have a foreign employee. Although some foreigners are still better, she does not want to run into luck. Zhou Yang saw this series of videos, and it was also a heartlessness. After all, the situation was even more serious when he was in high school. At that time, many girls were proud of marrying foreigners, even if the other party was a poor man living in a grass house in his hometown. Some people think that going abroad to brush dishes, pedicures, and manicures also feels that foreign countries are sweeter than domestic air. Zhou Yang was powerless against this phenomenon at the time, but now he has some strength and thinks he has to do something. He has no jurisdiction over colleges and universities, but he is an expert in electrical appliances. Since this foreigner says that domestic coffee machines are not good, he will make a coffee machine to make this Michael speechless. Ding! Face-to-face task, make a super coffee machine, and shut up the arrogant foreigner. Zhou Yang received the system task at the same time, so he has more reasons to shoot. I decided, I want to make a coffee machine and hit Michael's face. Zhou Yang suddenly stood up from the sofa, clanging powerfully. Okay, I support you. Ruth Yao also stood up. What do you need? I cooperate fully. Ruth Yao felt that Zhou Yang at this moment was so handsome, and he was quite angry with the crown. However, he is not red face here, that is to rush to the crown for national dignity. At this time, Pan Tao found out that the two bosses were not holding hands, and were disappointed. At the same time, she was afraid of being found and hurried away. I'm going back to Beatty, where you will stay a little more. Zhou Yang said. Okay, leave it to me here, although you are busy. Ruth Yao deserves it. Zhou Yang couldn't sit still, and went downstairs after packing things. Lu Xiao personally sent Zhou Yang downstairs and watched him drive away. When she looked at the departing van and waved her farewell, she suddenly froze. How could this scene be a bit like the scene of an ancient woman sending her lover expedition? This in turn reminded her of Lu Yang's classic song word Yulin Bell Han Cicada miserable. The chicks were miserable, and they were late for the long pavilion. The gate account is clueless, nostalgia, Lan Zhou is on the verge. Looking at each other's tears, he was speechless. Read it, thousands of miles of smoke, twilight and grand. Euthanasia has been separated from ancient injuries, even more so, cold and clear. Wait, why am I reading the word again? Lu Xiao felt that he was a bit abnormal. When he returned to the office a little muddy, he found out that it was Su Yang's office when he reached out and took things. Now she thinks that she is a big deal of disease, she is still ill, and she returns to her office under the entanglement. In the seat, she raised her cheeks with one hand, her thoughts were far away, and she didn't know what she was thinking. At this time, Pan Tao came in to send the documents, and Lu Xiao stopped her. Ah! Pan Tao panicked and thought it was something he peeked at. Did you say that I have changed recently? Ruth Yao Yao asked. Pan Tao knew that the boss was suffering and lost, so she slapped her eyes, the skin became better. I didn't say this. Ruth Yao was slightly irritable to ask, is it my job, is there a change? Well, it has become more temperamental and more gentle. Pan Tao must have picked it up. Lu Xiao knew she could not ask anything from Pan Tao's mouth, so she let her out. Pan Tao looked at her boss in his 20s, but he looked like he was in love at the age of 16 or 7, and couldn't help but want to use her thinking to wake her up. Boss, although I don't know what happened, we are young and have something to try bravely, even if it fails, we will have experience in the future. Pan Tao wanted to suggest that no one would talk about love for the first time. She was also talking about 3 boyfriends. For the 4th time, she came to see her parents get engaged. The probability of first love will end in failure. Nothing, I will talk about it next time. So she wanted the boss to try it bravely, and it would be good, if not, there would be a better man in the future. After Pan Tao left, Ruth Yao was a little confused, and tried bravely. Did she want her to chase? Give gifts and red envelopes every New Year? Booing and asking warm every day makes him drink more hot water? To lick the dog for that big wood as a woman? Her character can't do it at all. Forget it, join it if you can't beat it. These messy things are not what I am good at. I'm just a workaholic, so I don't have to think about it when I work. Ruth Yao was struggling to be strong, turned on the computer, and started to work, and used the office to paralyze himself. I have to say that in a sense, the two are really in tune. Soon, Zhou Yang returned to Beatty. He was in the office and began to draw drawings of the coffee machine. At first glance, the points requirements of the coffee machine are not too expensive, and the average dozens of points are enough, but if it is better, it needs 1 or 200 cents, and more than 3 or 400 cents, it is very good. Existed. Just when Zhou Yang picked the coffee machine, he opened the backstage of the computer and successively issued a message tone of ding dong, and he opened the Beatty official account to see who was frequently find him. By D should have shot, some foreigners looked down on our domestic appliances. It turned out to be a fan at Zhou Yang. This is Michael's incident. This post will soon have more than 100,000 praises, which has just passed more than an hour, showing how much influence this time is. Most netizens want Zhou Yang to take action. After all, there is currently only BYD in China, which will launch an electrical product in a short time, and it is capable of overwhelming the population regardless of price or quality. Everyone is angry now, and the first electrical brand I thought of was BYD, which also made Zhou Yang feel very glorious. Netizens' wishes and systems are consistent. That week, Yang was obliged. He was still responding to this netizen. When he must fulfill his wishes, many people spoke below. This group of people said that it is not so cheap for foreigners. There are very few people who use coffee machines in China, and they make good products. Basically, foreigners are buying them. Their domestic users will not be able to enjoy it. Beatty has not launched new products for a long time. New products should be taken care of first by domestic users. After all, everyone wants to use BYD's new products. Most people are not used to drinking coffee, so this part of the iron powder says that if BYD really comes out of the coffee machine, they can't support it. They can't buy it back at home. Eat gray. If you want to do it, make a soy milk machine so that everyone can use it. This part of the iron powder made a suggestion, and suddenly gained the support of tens of thousands of netizens. The netizens who supported these two opinions quarreled in the comment area and wanted Zhou Yang to listen to themselves. Zhou Yang thought about it. Both netizens made sense. They can't be thin. Now they have flesh on their backs. So many netizens are arguing in his official net. Of course, his master is going to come forward. So Zhou Yang locked the scolding post and opened a separate post, saying that the demands of both parties could be met at the same time. Okay, both sides are satisfied now, and it seems that Zhou Yang wanted to launch both a coffee machine and a soybean pulp machine, and no one net friend would suffer. Now the problem is simple. Zhou Yang needs to make 2 appliances, and then he chose 2 advanced drawings in the drawings supermarket. Advanced Italian fully automatic coffee machine, household coffee machine, sale price 220 points. Fully automated household pulp blending machine, multifunctional soy milk, sale price 45 points. Both are good products. Look at the introduction. It is easier to use than the average equipment on the market. But this score gap is a bit outrageous. It's almost the same in principle, breaking the beans and turning them into juice, after filtering, for users to drink. But the coffee machine requires a lot more points than the soybean pulp machine, and there is no room for it. Then Zhou Yang will use these 2 drawings to edit the product. Ding! Trigger new functions. At this time, the system suddenly came to remind Zhou Yang to be one of them. He hurriedly checked what function it was. Ding! Exchange two similar drawings to trigger the fusion function. The two drawings can be combined into one to make a new appliance. The new function of the system is actually fusion. Zhou Yang froze, and suddenly felt that this fusion idea was great. Coffee machine, mainly grinding coffee beans into coffee blisters. The soybean slurry machine is to grind soybeans into soy milk. The principle is to grind beans, and the finished products are also liquid drinks. The similarity is extremely high, and there is indeed a basis for fusion. Zhou Yang asked the system, if it is a freezer and oven, can this appliance fuse? System answer, you have given me a problem, which can theoretically be integrated, but you can get a hugely high humidifier. Zhou Yang was laughed at after listening, isn't that the case? The refrigerator produces air conditioning, and the oven produces hot air. The cold and hot encounter will produce condensed water vapor. This is the principle of rain, and a humidifier will really appear. It's just that the power consumption of this humidifier should be quite appalling. This forced fusion must be a failed product. If you want a humidifier, you still have to exchange serious drawings. Zhou Yang stopped joking about the system. He now uses new functions to merge, combining two drawings into one. System, the new drawings are successfully integrated to form unnamed new products. Please edit the function and name the new appliances. Zhou Yang started the editing process and began to delete the drawings. The main body of this 2-in-1 appliance is the blender, filter extractor, temperature control device, control panel, etc. There is no high-tech content in it, and Zhou Yang understood the principle at a glance. In fact, it was changed to electricity from ancient mills, and the beans were quickly grinded, and water was added. After filtration, it was soy milk or coffee. So it's still the old rule. Foreign parts are replaced with domestic products, some expensive alloy shells, replaced with cheaper materials, and the original AAI Smart Voice module will make the cost of the whole machine more than $200. Necessary, other advanced fully automatic coffee machines and soybean pulp machines do not have a WISE module, and they are also used in the same way. These electrical appliances are designed to be affordable to ordinary people, so the selling price is an important consideration, so all non-essential parts are deleted. After the design is completed, there is still an optimized number of times, which can now be strengthened in directions such as grinding speed, quality of coffee or soy milk, taste, noise, etc. Zhou Yang is thinking about the grinding speed, and other advanced equipment is not fast. If you want to keep your drink taste delicate, you must grind it carefully, so the time cannot be reduced too much, so you don't think about it. In terms of noise, this machine has a relatively small noise due to a high-end coffee machine that has been born in more than 200 points. It is already better than its peers, so there is no need to add money to the cake. Then the remaining areas that need to be optimized and strengthened are the most essential areas of this appliance, that is, the taste and quality of the drink. Only when the made coffee or soy milk is delicious can this device complete his system task, which is to hit Michael's face. I choose to optimize the taste. After Zhou Yang finished speaking, the system followed suit, and then reminded him to complete the optimization, and it was time to name the equipment. This device is actually a combination of soy milk machines and coffee machines, a new type of kitchen appliance, which is simply called the Beatty Bean Coffee Machine. System, the name of the Beatty Duka machine is successful, the drawing is completed, please sign for it. Zhou Yang got the equipment drawings, and then he was going to install the parts, and then he could determine the cost and selling price of the product. Zhou Yang just wanted to pick up the phone to find Uncle Lu. He thought about it and put the phone down again. Now he is not alone, but has a powerful man, Tang Lan. The company has new products, and the general manager must be the first to know. If he keeps silent and does everything well, Tang Lan estimates that she is excluded, and she is not notified of such important things, obviously outside. As an excellent leader, you cannot just consider how to make money, and the ability to lead teams is also an important ability. The human heart is the most difficult to figure out. To make employees willing to serve the company, it is necessary to pay attention to the methods. For example, the same emergency order requires employees to work overtime overnight to complete. The general leader may say that this task must be completed tonight, otherwise you will not use it tomorrow. And the smarter boss will put cash in front of the employees, saying that as long as it can be done tonight, these are yours, or you can take paid leave after the promise is completed. I believe that ordinary employees will be allowed to work. The more senior boss will treat the employees like brothers and sisters with different surnames. Without his command, the employees will consciously complete the overtime work, and letting the employees take the factory as their home is the ultimate pursuit of management. Zhou Yang's current level is in the second stage, he is working hard towards the third stage, and now is a good opportunity. So he called Tang Lan and showed her the drawings of the new product, asking her opinions. New product drawings. Bean coffee machine. I didn't expect Tang Lan to look at it, but I was very interested. It turns out that in her house, there are bean paste machines and coffee machines at the same time. Because she loves to drink coffee, and her daughter likes to drink soy milk, she needs two kinds of appliances at home, which account for a lot of places, and the price is also very high. Hundreds of dollars, and the coffee machine cost her more than 8,000 yuan. It is indeed a bit expensive. If her own company produces this bean curd machine early, then she doesn't have to be an injustice and spend so much money to buy two kinds of appliances. Is this appliance very creative, or is it a drawing from your friend's design room? Tang Lan asked. Zhou Yang has always said to the outside world that his mysterious drawings were provided by friends in a foreign mysterious institute, and Tang Lan also knew about this stock. Zhou Yang said, yes, this is also provided by him. If you are responsible for the promotion work, I will get the raw materials. Also, this product will be listed quickly, just for the Michael incident, you know. Okay, let me do it. Tang Lan immediately took the drawings out. She had to study them first, and then she had to meet with the production department to convey the boss's spiritual intentions. At this time, Zhou Yang went to contact Uncle Lu. He made a list and the other party sent samples for selection. Systematic help. Screened, and quickly selected cheap and durable parts. With the quotation, the cost of the product is calculated. This high-power soy coffee machine is aimed at a foreign coffee machine with a selling price of 89,000 yuan, but the cost he calculated was only 412 yuan. After deducting R&D costs and brand premiums, as well as publicity costs, the cost of this bean coffee machine is so low. This is still a lot cheaper if the internal steel is used with stainless steel. However, the people who can use the bean curry machine in Chinese families are generally urban users. They are still more pursuing quality. The equipment is too rough and may affect sales. After all, mountain users who do not care about the appearance of their products have little contact with coffee. Even soy milk. There are generally tofu in the village. By the way, soy milk is sold, and soy milk machines are not needed. Therefore, this bean coffee machine is specially made for the urban crowd, so the appearance is still guaranteed. It is mainly based on the dark coffee and white collision appearance, which symbolizes the combination of coffee and soy milk. Since the cost is determined at the beginning of the word for, the final selling price is naturally set at 499 yuan. The profit of this appliance is higher, but there may not be too much profit in practice. After all, it is necessary to find a generation factory to cooperate in the early stage to cope with the possible surging order wave. Furthermore, storage and service sites have been established, and the cost of logistics and services has been increased. At present, this part is still under investment, so there is no accurate expenditure statistics. Zhou Yang can only roughly estimate. Anyway, selling such a bean curry machine, making the 60 or 70 yuan should still be relatively stable. Now that the pricing is determined, Zhou Yan will go to Tang Lan, and he will have a meeting for the production department. I think everyone knows the Michael incident. He scolded us that there is no good coffee machine in our country, and it degrades our country and nation. Can this be tolerated? At the meeting, Zhou Yang screamed at the backbone of Baidi's management. Of course you can't bear it. Uncle Songde and Zhou Yang have been cooperating for a long time, and the spirit is highly unified. He immediately stood up to echo. Other managers are filled with indignation one by one, and resentment is endless. Foreigners think that the domestic coffee machine is not good. That is, they did not shoot. Now that the White Emperor is about to shoot, it is not the turn of the old foreign finger. In addition, this device also has soy milk functions that benefit domestic users, and it can not only make soy milk, but also feed on babies such as rice paste or the elderly. It has many uses. This will also be the White Emperor and will be used to impact the market. New sharp products. The next specific arrangement is communicated by President Tang. Zhou Yang doesn't have to do it himself now. He is responsible for mobilizing morale, and then Tang Lan gives a specific plan. Zhou Yang is like a marshal who directs thousands of troops, and Tang Lan is his number one general, attacking the city for him. Tang Lan then arranged the production department to free up some workshops with a small order volume, giving way to the bean coffee machine, and injecting the process. All the capacity of 70 should be taken out to make the shell of the bean coffee machine. In addition, she will also contact the generation factory to produce bean coffee machines for them. This press conference will be held on Sunday 5 days later, so that everyone will rest, and there should be more people watching the live broadcast. And this time it is necessary to connect with the opening ceremony of the high-tech industrial park to expand the influence. Tang Lan also arranged for the office's sister Ma and others to be responsible for arranging the live broadcast of the auditorium. Zhou Yang was really comfortable to hear such a detailed arrangement, and the salary of 2 million years is really not white. This Tang Lan can make a bizarre move, help the company open the overseas power market, and make the detailed work arrangements well organized. Give him too much energy left, and he can also free up more time to complete the high-end plan of the Baidai's future. After Tang Lan arranged here, he asked Zhou Yang's opinion. Mr. Tang's mission is very good. I haven't added it. Everyone will do what President Tang said. Zhou Yang subsequently announced the adjournment of the meeting, and the personnel of all departments went to work step by step. With the general manager, the company's production and operation gradually got on track, and no small things happened. They had to come to Zhou Yang to deal with it. Zhou Yang clearly felt that the company's efficiency had improved, and he was also idle. This also illustrates the value of Tang Lan. Zhou Yang feels that this is his most valuable recruitment this year. Then he will act according to Tang Lan's arrangement. In the early morning of Sunday, he and Tang Lan rushed to the high-tech park to hold a simple start ceremony. The leader who invited to visit the ceremony this time was Director Li of the Deep Town Business Development Office visited by Beatty. He has been paying attention to Baidi and awarded some awards to Baidi. He also has a good impression of Zhou Yang, so he happily went to the appointment as soon as Zhou Yang invited. After all, the start of such a large industrial park has definitely played an important role in the development of Deep Town business. The leader of his business sector, who is duty-bound, will also follow up, focusing on the construction and operation here. The start ceremony began. First of all, Director Li spoke. For reasons of prevention and control, there was no large fanfare to invite others to the scene this time, only some news media in the city, but this is the material of the news to go to the city and the province, and the media people also attach great importance to it. Then came Zhou Yang, Tang Lan and Li Masters together to fill the project with a shovel, and then the engineering machinery in the rear row started. Zhou Yang invested 300 million high-tech industrial park projects in the early stage, which will be officially launched today. Of course, 300 million is only the cost of laying the foundation and building infrastructure in the early stage. Follow-up, all kinds of plants and renovations, dust-free rooms, and equipment must be included. Baidi hasn't had so much money yet, so he can only build one of them first. Director Li is optimistic about Zhou Yang's ability. After inspecting the industrial park, he feels that the plan is very reasonable, so he has to take the initiative to help Zhou Yang apply for a low-interest loan from the bank, which can be used to build the base. Thank you so much, Director Li. Zhou Yang was very happy and quietly invited Director Li to enjoy the light at night and have a meal together. Although Zhou Yang has little social experience, he still knows the rituals and talents based on some social knowledge passed on by his father. Director Li helped him, so of course he said. Li laughed and said, "No, this is a mistake, no more to say. I help you, not to let you invite me to dinner. If you really appreciate me, you will make more women products and let the domestic manufacturing industry stand in the forest of the world. I help Baidi just want to see this scene." Zhou Yang was deeply touched after listening. He solemnly nodded. Director Li is a good official. He really can't let him make mistakes. He will repay him with actual actions in the future. After the construction ceremony was held here, Zhou Yang and Tang Lan rushed back to Baidi Company at noon. After lunch, they came to the auditorium at 1 p.m. and began to prepare new products for release. In the past 5 days, they have produced the first batch of thousands of bean curd machines, and the products have been tested by Zhou Yang and Tang Lan, and the results are amazing. According to Tang Lan's feedback, this is more authentic than the coffee made by more than 8,000 fully automatic coffee machines in her family, and even has the taste of manual coffee. So Tang Lan used a little power to move the tested machine home, and she was going to be the first product experience officer. Zhou Yang didn't know about coffee, but he liked to drink soy milk, and he tried the soy milk function. As a result, the soy milk made by this bean coffee machine has a very good taste, no bean smell, and after adding sugar, it is very sweet, which is in line with the Chinese taste. So the two functions of this bean coffee machine are very good, far beyond the same products on the market. Even if thousands of coffee machines are easily crushed, let alone hundreds of soybean pulp machines. So before the press conference opened, Tang Lan determined that this bean coffee machine was definitely a money burst. The new product promotion officially began, and this time it still adopted an online live broadcast without an audience. Zhou Yang first came to power and said hello to everyone. He was the spiritual symbol of the White Emperor. As soon as he appeared, a massive projectile appeared in the inter-broadcast projectile. Whether you like Baidi or people who hate Baidi, you cannot deny that Zhou Yang is a very attractive young entrepreneur. As soon as he appears, he can unconsciously focus on him. Hello everyone, today our Baidi, to introduce our general manager Ms. Tang Lan. Today's press conference is also mainly hosted by her. This time Zhou Yang pushed Tang Lan to the public. She has a good image and good temperament. The beauty of the company is responsible. The attractiveness of the press conference should not be worse than Zhou Yang himself, so Zhou Yang wants to give her fame. If he has no time in the future, Tang Lan himself can host a new product conference. Hello everyone, I am the general manager of Beatty Appliances, Tang Lan. When Tang Lan finished speaking, she bowed deeply, and at the same time she covered her neckline in her hand, otherwise the deep career line would be exposed and indecent. I'm going, the general manager of Beatty is so beautiful? Sister you, the type I like, Bai D is so big, oh wrong, Bai D is really. Let Tang Mei come up early, and Bai D gets angry early. There are many LSPS in the netizens. The audience started talking about Tang Lan's appearance. Tang Lan started talking ridiculously. She came to reveal to everyone that this time the new concept and new product, Bai D Bean Coffee Machine. I solemnly introduce Beatty's new product, Beatty Bean Cafe. Tang Lan uncovered the red silk and exposed the new product below. This is already a fixed unveiling step for Bai D's products. The audience in front of the screen saw this deep coffee and white colliding device. Isn't this the coffee machine? What is a bean coffee machine? Everyone heard the term for the first time, so they asked what it was in the curtain. As the name implies, the soybean coffee machine is a combination of soy milk machine and coffee machine. Our soybean machine can make soy milk and make coffee. Tang Lan is introducing to you, this netizen is even more curious. As long as people who have used these two appliances know that although both appliances are beans, the coffee machine has more steps, and the two things are done at the same time. Doesn't this taste? I know what everyone is worried about. If it's normal, it's recommended to make only one drink. If you want to make coffee and drink soy milk, then press the cleaning function in the middle, clean the interior, and then make another one. Drinks, otherwise you can drink soy milk flavored coffee, or coffee flavored soy milk. Tang Lan made a joke. Of course, this is a shortcoming of the equipment. If the cost can be increased, 2 grinding systems can be made, 2 feeders. At that time, 2 drinks can be done at the same time, without affecting each other. However, the number of people who drink 2 drinks at the same time is a minority, so for cost considerations, a set of grinding subjects is produced, and another drink needs to be done, which requires internal cleaning and takes a little effort. However, other coffee machines or soy milk machines must be properly cleaned when they are used up, so users should also get used to it. Tang Lan then began to demonstrate function to everyone. Because the production of soy milk is simpler, it is demonstrated once. After adding the beans, she presses the button and the equipment will grind with low noise, so that there will be no dilemma for the disturbed people to find the door by their neighbors. Tang Lan tested it with a decibeler, with less than 50 decibels at work, and the vibration was very small. Basically, it would not affect the rest of family members or relatives and friends. This is more than those hundreds of dollars. The light bean paste machine is much better and overcomes the shortcomings of many similar products. The soy milk here is made, the color is white and there is no impurities, plus a little sugar. Tang Lan and Zhou Yang drank on stage. This is also a reserved program for the Beatty press conference. When I was a water purifier before, Zhou Yang also tasted it on site. This is self-confidence in his products. Good taste. The two commented unanimously, but because of the screen, if you want to experience the taste of soy milk made by the bean curler, you need to go home and try it yourself. Then came the coffee function of the highlight. This bean coffee machine supports 2 raw materials, beans and soybean powder. First, use coffee beans to put into the material tank of another device, and then Tang Lan presses down the switch and the machine starts to grind. The machine has 2 outlets, and it has the functions of pulling flours, grinding induction, dynamic extraction, etc., and milk foam production is not a problem. When grinding, you can use the LED screen button to accurately set various parameters, including powder control, extraction temperature, pressure control, can easily grasp the production process, provide high-end users with the need for custom coffee. Let this fully automatic device make a cup of favorite coffee for users. Of course, for some efficiency users, one-stop coffee can also be produced. The most commonly used coffee modes have been preset in the equipment. And there are 2 outlets, at most 2 cups of coffee of different styles can be produced at the same time, which is convenient for home users. In the time introduced to you, the coffee has been made, and there is a flour pulling process. The flour pulling process that only skilled workers can master in the cafe can be easily made in their machines. Tang Lan made a loving-shaped pull here. She suggested that after inviting the girl or boy she likes to go home, she would make a cup of loving coffee, which is equivalent to a disguised confession. Look at the other party's meaning. This will not be embarrassing even if the confession fails. This application scene is very good. At that time, some people in the curtain said that this is good, and they plan to buy one to confess. The soybean machine can actually be used for confession, which is a use not envisaged before Zhou Yang. Of course, in addition to making drinks such as Italian cappuccino, American coffee can also be made, and cold coffee is added to ice cubes to allow free coffee in summer. This leads to the mixing system, which can add ice cubes, sugar, and even soy sauce. When doing so, the family doesn't have to quarrel for the sweet salted soy milk, and the soybean pulp machine gives the taste it automatically wants. In the demonstration, Tanglan made various demonstrations, and everyone felt good after watching. Basically, people are only responsible for plugging in electricity, putting water in beans for 3 steps, and then waiting for a while to taste the sweet soy milk. Even people who have not been in contact with soy milk machines and coffee machines before feel that this equipment is good. Counting, if you like to drink soy milk, go out and buy soy milk. A cup costs about 2 yuan. The family may have 10 yuan, and 10 yuan is enough to buy a few pounds of beans. It is very costly to make soy milk by yourself. It is the only choice for the family. This gives the bean coffee machine an application base and attracts some people who did not need these 2 devices before. The degree of automation is so high, and the sound is fast, it also makes people who need to drink coffee feel pretty good. Coffee enthusiasts certainly know the goods. For these advanced functions, foreign coffee machines can buy at least 8,000 yuan, at some design or brand name products, and the price will be tens of thousands after import. Now there is no problem with the performance of Beatty bean coffee, it depends on the selling price. The following is the link to announce the price. Tanglan let Zhou Yang come. This is also the Beatty's reservation program. Our bean coffee machine price is 499 yuan. When Zhou Yang shouted this price, there was a sound of wow in the projectile in the live room. Those who like coffee know how to do it know that the device is almost cheap to burst. More than 3,000 coffee machines I bought at home are a scum compared to this one. I will order another one now. Yes, my family has been buying soy milk before, or soy milk powder to soak, and now many technologies and hard work, still buy a soy milk machine to go home and make soy milk safe and hygienic. However, it was also pointed out that this price is a bit expensive, 499 yuan. Many soybean pulp machines are cheaper than this, and some more than 200 can buy one. Then you go to buy cheap ones. Electrical appliances are purchased on demand. You have no high requirements. The cheap ones are indeed usable, but I am sure I would rather spend 1 or 200 more and buy Beatty bean curds. It's worth it even if you don't drink coffee for a while. Yes, I have at least 1 cup of coffee every day, even if I go to Ruxing. 1 cup is not a lot of money. With this self-made coffee, the price is saved. I can drink it at any time, no need to go to the store or order takeaway Starbucks. Anyway, most of the netizens in the curtain area feel that the Beatty bean coffee machine is good, and comparing thousands of coffee machines, this price can be regarded as a deflection strike. At a price of 499, to target thousands of equipment, this will definitely cause an earthquake in the industry. Of course, the press conference is not over yet. Zhou Yang next took the microphone and said the main reason for making this bean coffee machine, that is for Michael. Everyone knows a foreign friend who was dismissed from a college. He commented that our domestic coffee machine is not good. I was very uncomfortable after hearing it. So Beatty designed the bean curry machine, and now I ask him to use our electric device to compare the foreign coffee machine he uses to see if it is good or bad. Of course, there is a difference in population taste. Perhaps foreign friends like foreign products, so I would like to ask all netizens to comment on whether the coffee made by our domestic bean coffee machine is delicious. Of course it's delicious, we believe in Beatty. Many iron powders shouted together in the curtain. Zhou Yang is really just right, don't give foreign friends face at all. From this demonstration experience and performance configuration, the Beatty bean coffee machine is far better than the foreign coffee machine that Michael once tried. The face is definitely set. Tang Lansui said, our new product promotion, users give a coffee cup or soybean cup, a limited number, first come first served. Although the gift is not worth much, it is still worth looking forward to when Beatty rarely gives the gift. At the end of the press conference, Zhou Yang directly showed everyone the big screen. The screen is a video of the start of the morning Beatty High-Tech Park. There are also aerial photographs of drones. You can see a very large area, and fences have been erected. After knowing that this is Beatty's new factory area, the audience is screaming lying trough. They all know that Beatty has money and sells products every day, but they didn't expect to be so rich. How much does this industrial park cost to build? There was also a concept short film of a high-tech park, which looked at the high-tech equipment such as chips, computers, aerospace, and navigation, and even satellites and space stations. This is the true portrayal of the turtle catching in the next 9 days, and the scene where the Beatty will struggle in the future. In the end, there was a picture of a space war like a grand scene of game CG. A cool-looking space fighter jet passed by quickly, blowing up an enemy battleship. Then the fighter came with a close-up, and several large words popped on the picture, by D Sky Fighter. This is the next-generation aviation fighter named after Beatty, and also the concept product of Beatty, meaning that Beatty will work hard to make this fighter. I'm going, right? BYD is so ambitious that he wants to build a sky fighter. A civilian enterprise that wants to build a military worker? Can this work? The line is good. Without weapons, it is possible to be a civil spacecraft, but the difficulty is too great. How can a civil enterprise have such financial and strength? Zhou Yang is not the richest man in the world. Netizens do not believe that BYD will have such capabilities. Someone said it once, "You are too real, it's just a promotional video, are you serious?" When you think about it, maybe it's just a big cake that Zhou Yang painted for everyone. So after the show is broadcast, everyone asks him, "What is going on with this promotional video?" The question and answer in the curtain was very enthusiastic. Zhou Yang is very satisfied with the current heat, and he deserves to spend tens of thousands of promotional animations. Zhou Yang promised everyone that although this is a science fiction short film, it is not a reality, but there are indeed several products that the White Emperor wants to make in the future. Can you guess which one? Computer, you said you want to build a computer. It won't be an empty fighter, only that one is more handsome. Everyone talked. Everyone looked at it. I think 5 years later, at least a few products above will be realized by Beatty. And I will make an empty fighter in the near future, and then it will be the Emperor's logo. Zhou Yang suddenly announced. It must be a model, don't fool us. Everyone ridiculed. It was mainly the Beatty who produced home appliances and suddenly turned to military workers. No one believed. Zhou Yang smiled mysteriously and did not answer, and then he bowed and thanked Tang Lan together, ending the press conference. After the press conference, the staff began to clean up the scene, and Tang Lan asked Zhou Yang, "Is he planning to be a model of a space fighter?" Yes. Zhou Yang felt that Tang Lan was too smart, and he could guess his ideas. He said he wanted to build a 1:1 metal fighter model, which will stand at the gate of BYD's high-tech park in the future. Good. Tang Lan also felt that this idea was good. The metal statue of a BYD sky fighter will play a role in spurring, and the entire group will work in that direction. Zhou Yang was very confident. He decided to spend 5 years fighting to create a real sky fighter. After thinking about the future, it is time to pay attention to reality, and their bean coffee machines are on the whole line. Within an hour, there was an amazing sales volume, 7,000. I bought 7,000 in an hour to compare with other Beatty's breaking products. This is considered to be the same as the street, but it also needs to be compared with who? Compared with the Beatty One mobile phone, a product that everyone needs to use, a small kitchen appliance such as a bean coffee machine, the demand audience must not have a high mobile phone. But this number is placed in soybean pulp machines and coffee machines, but it is the rolling level. For an hour, without advertising, there can be this sales, whether it is placed in a soybean pulp machine or a coffee machine, which is a ceiling level. Coffee machines sold in major electricians now, thousands of yuan. Below, the function is incomparable to Beatty's bean current, one in the sky and one underground. Friendly products have semi-automatic, small capacity, low function, single drinks, poor taste and other shortcomings, and the Beatty bean coffee machine has greatly improved these shortcomings. As for those high-end coffee machines above 5,000 yuan, it is possible to barely break the wrist with the Beatty coffee machine, but it is not as good as it is. If the soy milk machine is based on the 3 advantages of fast and silent, and good taste, it is enough to kill a group of people in seconds. The more important thing is the price, 499 yuan, which has crushed all coffee machines under 5,000 yuan, high-end coffee machines, and only close to 10,000 yuan can compete with the bean coffee machine. But it's all 10,000 yuan. It's enough to buy 20 White Emperor bean current machines. As long as the brain is normal, you know what to choose. Because this Michael incident was still a hotspot, after the press conference, the bean coffee machine still had a lot of media to report without advertising. Whether it is a cheap and practical bean curd machine, a very large-scale high-tech park in Beatty, or a short concept film comparable to science fiction movies, it is worth talking about. After the news was published, it caused hot discussion online. Now everyone is more concerned about this bean coffee machine, whether it can hit Michael's face better than the coffee machine abroad. The flow brought by this wave of heat has caused netizens to talk, which has saved Beatty a huge advertising fee. Many people have bought a bean coffee machine, and we need to evaluate it to verify everyone's attention. The White Emperor bean coffee machine will not work. Cute female digital blogger Aksu, start the machine for the first time to make a evaluation. Dear friends, how are you? I am Axie. Avarices on the show, saying hello to her raccoon powder. Then she took out the appliance to be tested in this show, that is the Baby Bean coffee machine. This appliance is now being discussed online, mainly not around its performance, but whether it can hit Michael's face. Logging in, I have another product. Axe came up with another important product, that is, the Chanel coffee machine imported abroad, which is the kind used by Michael. Michael once made the domestic coffee machine useless in the video, so Axie will take a test today. Although she is gentle and cute, there is also a patriotic heart. Some people dare to discredit domestic appliances, so she is certainly uncomfortable. For character reasons, she would not use nationalist to spray Michael like other male bloggers. She only expressed it by action. My preferences for coffee can only be said to be average. I occasionally go shopping with my friends and go to the cafe to sit, but I don't particularly want to drink coffee. My parents have a coffee machine at home, which is mainly for guests, and my new home is not yet ready. Today, I took this opportunity to see Beatty's new coffee machine. Oh wrong, it's a new bean coffee machine. How is it? After introducing the opening remarks, Axie started to unpack. At the same time, she also said that all the products of this issue came from online shopping, and there was no proper meal. Please watch it with confidence. The first is the appearance. Axie gave a high score. This appearance belongs to the top 3 in all Beatty products, and she likes this design very much. The design taste of Beatty has really come up recently. It is estimated that a large designer has been invited. You can see Beatty's early tablet, TV, and washing machine. The aesthetics are hard to say, and now the sweeping robot and this being the coffee machine is very design collectionate. When Axe said the names of those appliances, a picture was attached to the later stage, giving the audience a more intuitive feeling. Indeed, the original by DTV, mobile phone, washing machine, etc. were indeed very earthy, and at that time they were not criticized by netizens. Now Baidi's products are still cheap, but the design is full of praise, commendable. In fact, Avon blamed Baidi. Baidi asked the designer, but the responsibility is limited. The key is the drawings recently used by Zhou Yang. They are all premium goods, and aesthetics are naturally up. In the past, in pursuit of extreme costs, the cheapest shell was used because the price was cheap. After gradually getting the funds, Baidi's equipment must have both aesthetics and practicality. Aksu continued her evaluation. She unpacked both appliances and discharged them. From the appearance point of view, the Mini Dragon coffee machine abroad, in accordance with the rules, Axie gave 8 points, while Beatty's Bean Cafe machine, she scored 9 points on the appearance and was slightly better. Then after power was powered, the water source was added, and Avyu prepared the same coffee beans, set it into the same mode, and then started to make it. Axe is very professional, took out the decibel instrument and the stopwatch, and started testing. The first is the sound. The Beatty Bean coffee machine worked more than 40 decibels, while the Mini Dragon worked more than 50 decibels. It was still a bit noisy. Beatty won a fight. Then, compared to the spelling speed, Beatty is still more than 10 seconds faster, and the time for a full cup is also better than similar products overseas. The White Emperor also won in this regard. The most important thing is the taste of coffee. For the sake of fairness, Axie poured coffee into a one-time paper cup and gave it to the 5 invited guests to evaluate it. These 5 experts are all friends of Avyu, with men and women. There are professionals who open cafes, coffee lovers, 2 people who like coffee, and 1 person who does not drink coffee. Axie just wanted them to taste it, to see how various people rate the coffee made by the 2 coffee machines. Coffee number 2 is obviously more delicate and fragrant, a level better than coffee number 1. The boss who opened the coffee shop, first comment. I think number 2 is better. I also think number 2 is good. I think number 1 fits my taste. I don't like it, it's really bad. As a result, 3 of these 5 people felt that coffee number 2 was delicious, 1 person felt that coffee number 1 was delicious, and the person who never drank coffee seemed to hate coffee. Then now it is 3-1, and coffee number 2 wins. The answer reveals that coffee number 2 is the coffee made by Beatty Bean coffee machine. Of course, the 5 guests did not cheat, and they were all true comments. When they learned that it was a national product brand, those who were all interested in the Beatty Decca machine also had to go back and buy one to try. Especially the cafe owner, he felt that this quality was not much worse than his commercial coffee machine of tens of thousands of yuan. He immediately asked the buddy to order online and experiment when he went back. If this Beidi equipment is really easy to use, then when he opens a branch, his investment in equipment will be too small, and one will save tens of thousands of dollars. For some cafes with small demand, this Beatty Bean coffee machine is an artifact. Then the video was published with her thoughts. I found 5 friends to evaluate separately. 3 of them thought it was a delicious drink made by the Beatty Bean coffee machine. I also tasted it myself, and I think the taste of Beatty is better. Of course, the taste is thousands of flavors, the subjective consciousness is too strong, and it may not be standard. The right should give you a reference, and the specific taste should also prevail. Anyway, as far as the taste is concerned, Axie voted the victory vote for the Beatty Bean coffee machine. Then there is the cleaning aspect. The cleaning process of both machines is similar. However, it is the performance stage of the Beatty Duca machine. Foreign Mini Dragon coffee machines can only make coffee, and soybean coffee machines can be made soy milk after cleaning. This show, Axie was divided into several days to record. For the first time, she made soy milk alone. She is qualified to comment on soy milk, because from small to large, Beatty soy milk is really delicious, better than the soy milk of many breakfast stalls, and even reaches the taste of finished soy milk drinks processed on the market. Very delicate, without impurities and bean smell, it is very convenient to drink, and sugar or soy sauce can be added to the ingredients box, and the sweet party no longer needs to quarrel. Therefore, in the evaluation of soy milk taste, the bean coffee machine won with absolute advantage. The Chanel coffee machine, Axie also joined the soybean for a try. As a result, the soil was not convinced. Although the soy milk could be made, it had a bean smell. Good extraction is clean. It seems that the Beatty Bean coffee machine still has something in it. The local product has a special process for soy milk. The rough assessment is basically over here, but after all, Axie is Axie, with first-rate living ability. She suddenly wondered what it would be like if she didn't do cleaning and then made coffee. So she put coffee beans and made a new drink without cleaning the equipment. This time Axie tried this new coffee in front of the camera. After drinking it for the first time, it became an old Subway man. JPG, it feels a bit strange. In the coffee, there is a taste of soy milk. A raccoon who tasted this taste for the first time was a bit unacceptable. But it didn't take long for her to let go. She actually missed this taste a bit, felt it was not bad, and continued to drink a bit, even though she felt more unique. After all, for more than 20 years in life, she was the first to taste soy milk flavored coffee. To be honest, it is not suitable for everyone, but I think it is okay. Axie came up with a genius idea again. Since there is soy milk flavored coffee, what is the coffee flavored soy milk like? So she basically grinded the coffee beans in the machine, and once again added soybeans without cleaning, and started making soy milk. This time it was made with a new brown soy milk. After a sip, the kind of coffee smell that is a bit above invades the taste buds. Because the coffee tastes strong, the taste of soy milk cannot be concealed, and the taste is quite unique. I think it's not bad. Interested friends, you can try coffee flavored soy milk and soy milk flavored coffee. After the rectification, the show was over here, but the editor-in-chief girl in Axie's studio suddenly mentioned, what would it mean to have coffee in soybean sorrel? Now that Avon opened the new continent again, she conducted another experiment. For the accuracy of the experiment this time, Axie completely cleaned the bean coffee machine, and then added half of the coffee beans, and waited for the grinding, and then added the other half of the soybeans, and put them together for grinding. Let's see what the taste is in the bean coffee drink at 1:1. After finishing, Axie also used the flour pulling process, using the characteristics of the two feeders, to set the left outlet into coffee, and the right outlet into soy milk, so that the soybean paste can be used to pull flours. Acting is milk. As a result, the world's first recorded coffee pulp drink was made. Come try it? Axe is asking about the little partner behind the camera. Dare not. The cameraman shook his head, and this thing looked up. He didn't want to drink. The editor-in-chief also shook her head with a smile. She was afraid of poisoning. Oops, it seems that my friends are too timid, only I tried it myself. Axe started to taste this novel drink. After a sip, most of it is the taste of coffee. Only after the taste is the taste of soy milk. It is very fresh and strange. In general, the main taste of drinking is coffee. After drinking, I felt a little bit stamina, and I felt pretty good, so Axie took another half a drink. It seems pretty good. If you are interested, you can give it a try. Avu actually likes this taste more. She joked that this is the correct usage of the bean coffee machine, and she also gave this Tudok drink named Bean Cafe, which is very consistent with the name of the device and is very representative. Okay, this is the evaluation of the bean coffee machine in this issue. What do the friends think? Anyway, I think that the Beatty Bean coffee machine is better than the Minced Dragon coffee machine. If it is not good, the bean curry machine can also make soy milk and rice paste. The practicality in the country is full, and the key is cheap. The price of a dozen of the other party, if it is bought, do you know which one to buy? At the end of the video, Axie also reminded me that everyone must try bean coffee drinks, which is really good. Then she sent out this video clip. Then her fans received the promotion of the video site. The correct approach for bean coffee? Isn't Howie the digital blogger? When was it changed to a food show? Many fans looked at the title and it was strange to click in and look at it, which turned out to be an evaluation of the Beatty Bean coffee machine. It's okay in front, and when I look at her, she suddenly wants to make bean coffee drinks, and she laughs out one by one. Really talented. How did you think of replacing milk with soy milk to pull flowers? The collision of pure plant drinks is the new style of coffee. I want to give it a try and it feels fun. The netizens have been isolated at home recently, and they are all suffocating. They are thinking about something fun. Now they see the opportunity to just put their suffocating youth. So they all bought Beatty Bean coffee machines, and by the way, they bought coffee beans and soybeans to make this kind of bean coffee drink. In fact, as long as it is a person who can bear coffee, they can basically taste bean curds. The pulp smells light, and they can only taste a little bit when mixed together. Unless it is the kind of fundamentalist, no changes to coffee are allowed. But coffee is imported, and most people can accept the mixed taste of soy milk and coffee at the same time. Many people who have not tasted coffee also want to try it. So in this special period, because of a video of AdView, the Beatty Bean coffee machine was set on fire. By the way, the entire coffee and soy milk industry has been driven. Raw materials have been sold a lot, and there is a special drink bean cafe on the market. Many people record in short videos that they are making bean curds. This kind of video is available online for a while, forming a trend. After all, it was just a continuation of the Michael incident. Some people simply wanted to see if Beatty's bean curler could hit Michael's face and buy it for use. So this makes the Beatty Bean coffee machine the hottest household appliance in the world. Many coffee shops hurriedly followed up, and also used this traffic to start launching bean coffee drinks. Even developed various variants, such as customers ordering a cup of bean curds, the waiter will ask, how many blooms? They have 4, 6, 3, 7, and 2 or 8, and even those with milk and honey inside. Played with flowers for this bean curd. Because this matter was all the rage, netizens called Axie the mother of beans, meaning she invented it. The Beatty Bean coffee machine also followed the fire. While the public is busy dazzling bean coffee, some coffee specialists have also commented on the Beatty Bean coffee machine. They are basically an evaluation, that is, the coffee taste made by the Beatty Bean coffee machine is very good, which is slightly better than the Dragon products abroad. This is already a consensus. There are also many foreign students who have personally commented that Beatty's Bean coffee machine is a drink made by the best coffee equipment they have tasted. So far, it is basically qualitative. The Beatty Bean coffee machine is better than the domestic mini-long coffee machine with a price of more than 6,000 yuan. It seems that it can hit Michael's face. After being dismissed because of this incident, Michael left China. In foreign media, he abused the country and treated him unfairly, and foreign media was willing to speculate on this matter, often asking him to do programs. However, in a show, someone asked him the Beatty Bean coffee machine, which is better than the Mini Dragon. Michael refused to answer. He said he would never use Chinese products. But this statement was quickly beaten because he was discovered, still using the iPhone assembled in the country, and foreign netizens were photographed with drones. At Michael's home, there are domestic TVs and even water purification machines. It is a JX brand, which is the water purification machine, which is actually the vest of the Beatty water purification machine abroad. The most funny thing is that he was also photographed by a reporter who visited his house. The coffee machine used in his kitchen was actually the Beatty Bean coffee machine, which replaced the chanted coffee machine he had exaggerated before. This is simply the model of the king's real fragrance. He clearly criticized China for making it, and as a result, all Chinese products were used at home, which Michael was so cheeky. Later, a domestic netizen came out to explain that he sent Michael a Beatty Bean coffee machine just to hit his face and let him look at the domestic bean coffee machine, which is better than the foreign coffee machine. Obviously, this netizen succeeded. Michael did not agree with domestic products on the surface, but secretly replaced his original coffee machine with a Beatty Bean coffee machine, which can only be said that the performance of the Beatty Bean coffee machine conquered him. Then the invisible slap has been heavily pumped on Michael's face, which means he was talking about it before. When the matter was reported in China, everyone laughed, which is really the best funny foreigner of the year. Many netizens also felt frowning and exhaling, without the bird gas brought by this Michael. At this point, Youyang's face-fighting task is completed. After all, people across the country know that Michael's house has used a Beatty Bean coffee machine, and the parties have made his choice. So Zhou Yan received the system reward. The facelifting task was completed. The foreigner recognized his shallowness and ignorance, and rewarded Prussian white sodium-ion battery complete production process and patent technology. Lithium battery? No, it's a sodium battery. Zhou Yan was surprised when he saw this production process drawings. Because this is not an ordinary battery, It is a next-generation product that exceeds the current lithium battery, sodium-ion battery. Zhou Yang did not understand this latest technology, so immediately checked the instructions attached to the patent. Prussian white belongs to the Prussian blue compound. Because it contains high sodium and appears white, it is called Prussian white. It is currently the most promising sodium-ion battery-positive material with low cost and high theoretical energy density. At present, the Prussian sodium-ion battery is in the primary research and development stage in other scientific research institutions, and it is estimated that there are several years before normal commercial use. Unexpectedly, the system is now directly given to Zhou Yang's full set of mature production plans, so with this plan, Zhou Yang can immediately become the hegemon of the global battery industry. Zhou Yang also tasted the pain of lithium batteries, because the batteries are too expensive, causing some of his appliances to remain in high prices. Sometimes in order to control costs, only low-capacity, low-speed charged batteries can be used. The user experience is poor and easy fire, the safety is low, and the Prussian sodium-ion battery has overcome its purpose. These shortcomings of the lithium batteries that were previously sold, and according to the drawings, this cost is only 1/3 to 1/4 of ordinary lithium batteries. If this is applied, it is enough to cause a revolution in the lithium battery world. The price of the electrical equipment of lithium batteries can be reduced to a certain extent, benefiting the people. Haha, I will have my own battery in the future, and I will never have to buy a battery at a high price. Zhou Yang was very happy and wanted to produce this battery for the first time, but found that the process and equipment required for this battery are very high-end and need to be customized because there is no such process on the market at this stage. The equipment and equipment manufacturers cooperate with the research and development, so they cannot be put into production immediately. In addition, the production of this kind of battery is not a pure manual labor force. It requires a group of professional talents such as molecular chemistry, and then it needs to be recruited at the counterpart. After Zhou Yang's research, it was concluded that this battery factory, from preparation to commissioning, will take at least a few months and is not suitable for the existing plant in Beatty. This high-tech production line must of course be stationed in high-tech parks area. So Zhou Yang decided that the second plant in the high-tech park was the sodium battery production workshop. The lithium battery industry around the world is surging under invisible circumstances, and it will soon change due to the existence of the Beatty. Zhou Yang obtained the production process of the new sodium battery, of course itchy and eager to produce it. He wanted to shock the industry and let all the battery-related electrical prices in China be beaten down. By the way, the domestic high-end industry pushed to a new height. However, the meal needs to be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be taken step by step. This matter must be prepared slowly. First, Zhou Yang found the battery equipment manufacturer, and according to the requirements of the drawing process, told the other party the size and specifications of the equipment, and requested to customize a special production line. This unconventional production line must be reopened and customized, so the price is much more expensive than normal. According to Zhou Yang's requirements for production capacity, such a production line is expected to invest more than 200 million. It contains more than 100 sets of production equipment, various special laboratories, ventilation systems, hydropower systems. In short, equipment manufacturers will be responsible for installing the production line until they can carry the package production. A customized production line is so expensive that even manufacturers are marveling. Zhou Yang, what battery is this to produce? And this scale is enough to supply the whole of Asia? This requirement is obviously not a conventional lithium battery, but must be a brand new battery product. The equipment manufacturer also wanted to make a name, so Zhou Yang gave a discount, and finally the transaction price was 198 million. This is also a considerable investment, and it takes at least 5 months for the equipment to be customized to deliver. The plant in Zhou Yang's high-tech park has just begun to be built, so don't worry, let the other party have the first quality, and there must be no problems. In nearly 200 million big businesses, funds have become a burden. Although there is some money on the book, there are many places where the BID spends money. It is said that the investment in the high-tech park under construction is all about 100 million. At least hundreds of millions of dollars are needed to establish the framework. In addition, the logistics storage system under construction, as well as service points across the country, the expanding plant and recruited workers in the plant area, all require financial support. BID makes money fast and spends more money, so that it has to take out 200 million to customize the battery production line within 5 months, which is also a huge burden on it. So Zhou Yang discussed with Tang Lan to coordinate the funding requirements. Now he wants to use large amounts of funds and must discuss with the general manager. Tang Lan reviewed the financial statements and said, the previous deposit is 30 million, which can be paid. waiting for 2 payments in the medium and later periods. Each of the final payment should be able to make up 200 million in 5 months. However, at that time, our book may be very tight, so we must find a way to raise funds in advance. Zhou Yang nodded. It seems that domestic products are sold out, and it is impossible to fill the massive investment in this C volume. It is necessary to find ways to continue to generate income. The domestic market is currently relatively stable. From the beginning of Baidi's construction of the factory, at least half of the profits were provided by foreign markets, so to make money, you still have to make a business. Zhou Yang discussed the export with Tang Lan. At present, export business is relatively stable, such as water purification machines, mechanical keyboards, power supply, etc. Among them, power products only provide parts and components. This piece is also on the rise, but there will be no explosive growth in the short term. If you want to make some quick money within 5 months to make up for the shortfall in funds, it can only be the latest being curator. Foreign countries are no better than Baidi's domestic popularity. Domestic spontaneous propaganda can be used. To open sales abroad, foreign countries must invest funds in publicity. I plan to invest 10 million yuan in the early stage, focusing on the European and American markets. Can you see it? This is my plan. Tang Lan handed Zhou Yang an analysis report that clarified where her propaganda will invest, how much money she will invest, what effect she will have, and so on. This report is very detailed and well-founded, as well as various charts and economic formulas for analysis and evidence, and is written in full accordance with the format of the paper. Zhou Yang was so sighing to see such a neat report, and his own graduation thesis could not be written so well. And this gave the company a good head, and no longer the following people have suggestions, and they will go to the brainless to execute. After Tang Lan took office, he gradually established various effective normative systems. For example, this time, Tang Lan made a detailed report before he came to ask him for advice, so that after a look at Zhou Yang, he can probably know the contribution, benefits, and precautions of this plan. It is quite intuitive. Other regular companies do this. Okay, just follow your method. Zhou Yang agreed. According to this investment plan, they paid about 10 million renminbi, and in the next year, at least 100 to 200 million RMB in return profits are quite cost-effective. Then the bean coffee machine will have an overseas version pricing, which requires Zhou Yang to win. It's still 6 times. Zhou Yang waved a lot and tied a hook on the option of 3,000 yuan. The unit is RMB. According to the most recent US dollar 6.88:1 exchange rate, which is the retail price of $435.80, plus various taxes and fees, the retail price of the bean coffee machine abroad is about $450. This price compares several of the most sold coffee machines abroad, which are still nearly half cheaper, and the coffee produced has a slightly better taste than similar products abroad. As long as the promotion is in place, it should not be sold. Zhou Yang added, when you go back, you need to notify the workshop that the overseas version and the domestic version should be distinguished. All equipment out of the factory is defaulted to the coffee model so that the foreigner can use it. Packing boxes, instructions, and warranty policies. All must comply with local regulations. Okay, I will arrange it, Tang Lan said. Then the matter was discussed, and then Tang Lan began to implement it. Zhou Yang pays more attention to the construction of high-tech parks, and has to take a look at the production progress every day. The requested engineering team is at the national headline and the construction is very standardized. There are hundreds of workers and dozens of equipment in the entire area under construction at the same time, and the scale is quite large. Projects of this scale are definitely considered to be large projects, so the other party also attaches great importance to it, and intends to use this project as their demonstration project in the future. Zhou Yang had no doubt about the construction, but only told him to add a metal Beatty fighter model to him at the door, which is his dream. No problem, Wu Zhaizhong, the head of the park wearing a hard hat, said. Zhou Yang inspected the construction site, and when he was driving the van back, he received a call from Tang Lan. Mr. Zhou, there is a big event. The representative of the Stick Kingdom Yuxing Group has just contacted my company and wants to visit. Oh, Yuxing Company? Zhou Yang was moving in his heart. Such a world-renowned company giant suddenly came to visit Baidi. It seems that the comers are not good. Zhou Yang knew the cruelty in this mall, especially for foreign capital companies. The so-called night owls came to the door and nothing happened. The stars must have a purpose. However, the soldiers came to cover up the water, and Zhou Yang was not afraid of them. He immediately returned to Baidi Company to find Tang Lan for details. It turned out that the person in charge of the Star Country District contacted Tang Lan by phone and they wanted to visit and communicate. Do you want to refuse? Tang Lan is also a business elite. Of course it's okay to know that the other party is here. No, it's a guest from afar. How can I drive the guests out? I just take a look at what they are going to do. Zhou Yang was very calm, let Tang Lan inform them. Finally agreed, the next day, 5 people will come over. Zhou Yang is also ready to meet. 2 days later, the tour group of Yuxing came. The other party is led by a deputy manager of the national district. Bai Di is here to meet at the door, which is also considered equal. The other party's team has 5 people, 4 of whom are Chinese, including the deputy manager of Yuxikuo district, but they are all accompanying and respectful to the assistant from a base country headquarters. The people sent by the headquarters of Yuxing belong to the Chincha minister. The other 4 people are bowed down and walk first. Manager Tang, we are here to disturb. This is a special assistant for Parky at our star headquarters. The deputy manager of Yuxing highlighted the Chincha minister, who was the head of the investigation team. Tang Lan smiled and shook hands with the other party, and then took the other party into Beatty. Tang Lan politely said, "You are a guest from afar, go for a cup of tea first. Our Zhou is always waiting for a few." So all the stars followed Tang Lan to the reception hall. Zhou Yang greeted several guests who came from afar. After the two sides met the politeness, the deputy manager of Yuxing sat aside, and the sofa master gave Park one night's assistant. Park said to Zhou Yang one night, "Hello boss Zhou, I have long heard of your name. Recently, Baidi's name is like Lei Guaner. I have heard about it in China." Unexpectedly, this assistant Park is still a Chinese pass. He speaks Mandarin very slipperily and can't listen to it at all. Since the other party is polite, Zhou Yang will compliment the other party, is too polite. Bai Di is just a little famous, and it is impossible to compare with a large group like Yuxing. Unless the business is a pure enemy, the first meeting will not be overwhelming, so under the mutual blow of business, the atmosphere between the two sides is still relatively pleasant. After talking, Zhou Yang was investigating the purpose of the other party. Park said one night that Yuxing wanted to cooperate with Bai Di, but had to visit the factory in advance. This request is normal, but Zhou Yang felt that the matter was not so simple, so he asked Tang Lan to take these people to the workshop. Most of Baidi's workshops are open to the outside world. The media, iron powder, and even local officials often organize people to visit and inspect, so Baidi employees are used to it, and are also required to see guests to be polite. After all, those who come to visit belong to the guests do not require first-line employees to take the initiative to say hello, but when they meet, at least they have to smile. This one is much better than many sweatshops in China, and the atmosphere of the visit is much better. The employees of the sweatshop have resentment one by one, while the employees of Baidi meet each other with a smile, which feels too strong. The visiting group of Yuxing saw it, and it was also surprising. At the same time, the management of the White Emperor is in order, the materials are placed neatly, and the employees are dressed uniformly. It is one thing different from other companies. The employees here are generally middle-aged. This is also a feature of the White Emperor's recruitment. When the 5 people visited, they were whispering. Because of the restrictions on taking pictures, the assistant Park recorded something on the paper, which really seemed to be investigating. 5 of them visited the workshop for more than half, and it was noon. According to the plan, Tang Lan was in the small box of the cafeteria and asked them to have a lunch. After eating, the 5 people continued to visit the remaining workshops in the afternoon. After the visit, the other party made a statement in the afternoon. "Thanks to President Tang and Zhou for their hospitality, we will communicate the scene we have seen back." After one night's Park, Yuxing said politely, he took his hands and left without talking about cooperation. After Tang Lan smiled and sent them away, he put away his smile. When she returned to the office, Zhou Yang asked her how. Tang Lan said, "They have insufficient cooperation sincerity, more like investigating the size and output value of our factory, rather than launching a specific cooperation. They may want to acquire Baidi." Zhou Yang guyed, and he guessed the same. Yuxing has gradually lost the domestic market in recent years. The original mobile phones, monitors, televisions, etc. of Yuxing are synonymous with high-end in China. However, after a series of fatal acts such as mobile phone bomb doors and backdoors, the domestic market share of the stars has shrunk. If it is not expected, the stars want to make a comeback, and rebuilding the monument is a long and huge investment process, and it may not necessarily be effective. Then after finding a domestic local brand, it is much easier to change skin into the domestic market. Baidi has recently risen in the country, and his qualifications are relatively shallow, and the market value is not high. He was targeted by the other party. After this inspection, he hurriedly left. It is estimated that they are evaluating their market value. However, their abacus is a white fight, and Zhou Yang will not sell his own property, but this is his father's family property. Although it was a bit pit when it was handed over to him, Zhou Yang could not sell Yi Tian without any distress. Besides, he was also ambitious, but he would not sell his property at a low price. In the future, the Beatty realized its plan to become the world's strongest technology company. Any star must bow down under the Beatty command. At that time, it was Zhou Yang who bought the stars. After the people of the stars left, Zhou Yang didn't pay attention to them. What is more important recently is the propaganda of the Beatty Bean coffee machine overseas. Under the huge publicity costs, many places overseas have put advertisements for bean coffee machines, and there are many promotional discounts. That is, they have taken a fancy to the prospect of bean coffee machines. Baidu Duka machine has set up heat in the domestic network, and it has spread to foreign countries through the developed network. In addition to this preferential new product promotion activity, many well-minded foreign bloggers have chosen to make this bean coffee machine. Comment: after buying it, the coffee made is actually very delicious. Foreign oil pipe bloggers will basically recommend this cheap coffee machine. Abroad, coffee is comparable to the status of tea in the country. It basically entertains guests, or is a company's standing welfare, and there is a coffee supply, which is a daily drink. The prevalence of coffee has made coffee machines a very common appliance abroad, and coffee machines are also very marketable. However, at present, the coffee machines abroad are mainly medium and high-end. After all, the coffee machines of thousands of dollars are regarded as just need for everyone's electricity at home. It is indispensable. Generally, when a new house is renovated, a family will buy one. At this time, the Beatty coffee machine was born horizontally, and half of the price of other brand-name coffee machines was of extremely high quality. The first batch of foreign people who bought it soon was well received and recommended to relatives and friends. In addition to this publicity and promotion, the Beatty Bean coffee machine has also started to sell fiery abroad. Because of the need for publicity, in foreign countries, the Beatty Bean coffee machine was renamed as a BD coffee machine, but in the manual, the functions of making soy milk and rice paste were added, which is not a feature of foreign coffee machines. Many functions are also cheap. It is simply a foreigner's dream love machine, all of which are desperate to buy. After the spontaneous propaganda of the first wave of internet bloggers, Baidu also found a batch of foreign bonuses to bring goods to them. It also promotes the drinking method of domestic bean coffee drinks, which is a brand new experience. Foreigners who have the courage to try also feel incredible. Chinese people have such a strange way of drinking. They also want to try it. The taste of bean curds cannot be liked by everyone. Some people don't like it. It's good to drink coffee in the future. People who like bean curds will say cool and try to recommend bean curd drinks to others. Because of the propaganda of the blogger, foreigners also know that this coffee machine, as well as the function of making soy milk and rice paste, don't worry about putting the beans in. It's convenient to taste delicious coffee at that time. Other Baoma are also pursuing. They need this machine to cook rice paste for their children. In short, the overseas version of the BD coffee machine is very good after listing. Although the price is high, there are still very good cost-effectiveness in front of those high-priced coffee machines abroad. They are respected by civilians and are actively purchased. This has led to a queuing phenomenon outside the few Beatty Bean coffee machine sales points. When foreign media discovered it, they went to interview. Why are these people so keen to buy a Chinese-made coffee machine? This lady, why do you want to buy this BD coffee machine? Foreign reporters randomly interviewed outside the shop of the crowd. A foreign old lady in her 50s said, because it is cheap and easy to use, the coffee made by this coffee machine has been tasted in the neighbor's house, the taste is pure, my old-fashioned coffee pot, thinking about the retirement. It seems that this BD coffee machine was chosen for economic reasons, and the reporter asked a young lady again. The foreign lady said, I want to try the latest popular oriental coffee flavor on the internet, called bean coffee. Now only this coffee machine can be produced, so I bought it. It seems that the woman is a young man chasing the trend. The reporter then chose a foreign middle-aged man to ask him why he wanted to buy a BD coffee machine. My daughter and I passed by a coffee shop, and the clerk used this coffee machine to make coffee for us. Both my daughter and I thought the taste was wonderful. I wanted to buy it myself and his price was suitable. We will treat this coffee machine. Express recognition. The reporter interviewed for a lap, and everyone had different reasons. He also saw those who bought the BD coffee machine happy. The reporter felt that it might be time to change the coffee machine. Soon, buying the Beatty coffee machine has become a hot topic after some foreign residents have eaten after tea. The high heat will trigger more audiences. Some overseas students have published an article on Facebook. He told everyone that it is not necessary to buy a Beatty Bean coffee machine in China for $100, even if it is mailed. With postage and customs duties, there is only $100 in the beginning, which is much cheaper than buying directly in an overseas store. Oh, God, they are all the same products, so cheap? Many foreigners have moved their hearts and have asked this boy how to buy cheap coffee machines. Students abroad also have a business mind, receive orders directly, and contract subscription services to profit from them. Who knows, the business is not bad. In just a few days, there are dozens of orders. So the overseas substitute business of Baity Duka machine began to flourish in China. However, the cheap picture is costly. It is similar to the purchase of water and water mobile phones in our country. It can only be sent abroad for warranty. It is even more troublesome to return the goods. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. Because substitutions have shortcomings, many foreigners are unbalanced. They say that BD is a differential treatment. They also want to buy cheap coffee machines in their own country. It is generally cheap for foreign equipment, which is expensive to sell to China, but now the other way around. This matter is very new. Soon, domestic media discovered it, and an interview request was issued to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang found that this was a good opportunity to promote his own products, so he changed this interview to a live broadcast. Many reporters joined the live room at the same time, and everyone asked questions together. May I ask Zhou Yang, what do you think of foreign friends asking for foreign selling prices like domestic ones? After a reporter in the live room asked, Zhou Yang smiled slightly and said, this is a Baity product globalization strategy. The country is a welfare zone. Baity products are preferential promotional prices. As long as they live in our country, no matter what nationality can enjoy this benefit, just like the district in Steam. How many small partners have not been spiritual Argentines? However, due to the relatively high operating cost of foreign products, the selling price will be relatively high. Please also understand from foreign friends. Zhou Yang's meaning is obvious, that is, he will not adjust the selling price, and if he wants to be cheap, he will buy it domestically. A media reporter also asked that many international students are now looking for relatives and friends to buy Baity bean coffee machines and transport them abroad in logistics to earn a price difference. How to deal with Baity? Do you want to increase the selling price? Or restrict purchase? Regarding this issue, the netizens who watched the live broadcast were very concerned, fearing that Zhou Yang would be excited by foreigners, and force domestic prices to be raised as much as foreign countries. Domestic companies that benefit the country like Baity and the US Emperor's conscience think are still rare, but don't be broken. Zhou Yang said, according to the survey, this part of sales accounts for a small proportion of domestic sales, and there is no need to specifically restrict it. I think that Baity products can allow students with access and minds to earn some pocket money, which is also good. Then the audience in the live room issued a complimentary expression package. Zhou Yang's pattern is great. The people use the Baity products to make money without interfering. Unlike some companies, when they find that the product is resold, they immediately block the loophole. Make all the money by yourself. Baiti's pattern is much higher. Many questions about the bean coffee machine have been asked, and reporters are concerned about what the next new product of Baity is. This time, the audience in the live room raised their ears to listen. Now every time the Baity releases new products, it has attracted much attention, because many people are afraid to buy appliances of other brands. As a result, Baity will pay a cheap, ups and downs, and the customer will cry without tears. In order to avoid backstabbing, everyone is trying to inquire about Baiti's new product, so that they can plan their purchase intentions in advance. In addition, there is a group of people in the live room, which are the spies installed by various electrical manufacturers. They also want to get the development trend of Baity in advance, so they can make plans early. Therefore, this issue has received much attention as soon as it is raised. Well, it should be related to the personal computer industry. Zhou Yang currently only reveals vague content. It's not that he wants to hide it deliberately, but because he does what product, he doesn't know, either according to the task choice or get a good drawing. However, there has been a boycott task recently, that is, to boycott the computer products with good skills. Basically, the next electrical appliance is for computer products with good skills. In addition, he has newly obtained sodium battery drawings. However, batteries are generally not sold alone, but all products containing batteries under the flag can be profitable. Not only has the storage capacity and charging speed increased significantly, but the most critical thing is the price. That is equivalent to the previous cost reduction, so you can properly do a wave of promotion. The price reduction will not drop, because the profit space is not large, and a little gift can be delivered at that time, so that the netizens will not be overwhelmed by the goods of Baity, and there will be no gifts. What about your pharmaceutical factory? Did you launch new products? The previous medicine couldn't be sold at all. At this time, there was a strange question in the curtain area. Zhou Yang's newly opened pharmaceutical factory has oblique sales on the internet. Most of the products are backlogged in the warehouse. Many Baiti's little blacks took this for black and mentioned it in the live room. Zhou Yang laughed lightly, and these birds knew their ambitions. After a year, it was estimated that they would cry and shout to buy his cold antipyretic medicine. Since there was a discordant voice in the live room, Zhou Yang ended the live interview. In the next 2 days, the Beatty Duca machine still sells at home and abroad, which has brought great profits to the company. In a short period of time, it has already earned the propaganda expenses invested in advance. There are few domestic coffee machine companies, so the impact is not great, but for foreign coffee machine companies, the impact of the BD Bean coffee machine is too great. Their sales have dropped sharply, and they have tasted the difficulties of the power industry before. So these coffee machine companies immediately united to discuss coping strategies. In a hotel in Magnesia, a group of foreign businessmen are gathering together to talk about the Beatty Bean coffee machine. Damn, the Chinese BD coffee machine, why the price is so low and so easy to use, I want to buy it home. Ghosts know that their domestic selling price is less than $100. How is this possible? We can't even make such a low price as materials. They are the bosses of some well-known coffee machine manufacturers, and now their business is facing a serious threat. If they are not handled well, they will all go bankrupt. Is there no way? One of the dark-skinned foreigners asked. I have a genius idea. One of the foreigners stood up and looked proud, because he thought of a way to counter the BD coffee machine. Everyone let him say it quickly. That's our usual trick, mental brainwashing. After reminding, other bosses instantly realized that, there was no positive competition, so they started from a wonderful perspective, such as retro and nostalgia. The way they thought of was to start drinking coffee in a TV show with nostalgic taste. Because foreign coffee machines have a very long history, because of the technical limitations in the past, the coffee made by coffee machines is always one grade worse than manual coffee. There is a special mechanical taste, which is a disadvantage, and the BD coffee machine no longer has this shortcoming. The coffee made is almost the same as the handmade. However, these coffee machines have more or less the mechanical taste. Either these businessmen's minds are so easy to use, actually upside down, and began to advocate mechanical flavor as retro, which is nostalgia. They regarded this shortcoming as a selling point. So next, in the whole magnesium-fired program, various reviewers attended in turns and began to promote mechanical flavor as the authentic coffee. After all, it is the so-called tradition. Without the BD coffee machine of mechanical, it is naturally not authentic. At the same time, the concept of ethnic enterprises is also used, saying that only their coffee machine companies in magnesium state can understand the taste of the Chinese. A Chinese brand that understands AP coffee. The BD coffee machine can also make soy milk to prove that the coffee machine is not pure. In short, the program clearly praises and depreciates, praises their product's mechanical taste, and devalues the BD coffee machine's approximate artisanal coffee taste, are actually reversing history. This question looks a bit silly, but there are really foreigners who believe that some of their elderly people miss the mechanical smell of the past and prohibit their children from buying new BD coffee machines. In fact, these old people miss their youths, not the kind of unpleasant, suspected rusty mechanical flavor. This practice was passed back to the country by sales staff. After Zhou Yan looked at it, he lamented. The practice of counterattacks by foreign counterparts is really gentle. If they are placed in the country, they have already deliberately stepped on them, put cockroaches or rat shit in the coffee machine to frame them, or send spies to play infernal tract. In terms of conspiracy, domestic peers with rich experience in infighting are even better, and foreign peers are still a bit worse. The opponent's public opinion war cannot affect the overall situation, and can only flicker some old stubborn, as long as the smart-minded and tongue-minded person knows which coffee machine to choose. However, if left unchecked, it will definitely affect the sales of the coffee machine, then it must be countered in public opinion. Zhou Yan called someone from the advertising department to meet together to study how to make an advertisement to fight back. This advertising department was also recently established under the auspices of Tanglong. Now Baidi's industry is getting bigger and bigger, and there must be professional people to share professional things, so Baidi's departments are now gradually establishing from scratch. In general, the current work is indeed much smoother. If it was put on hold, Zhou Yan wanted to do advertising back, and could only outsource the advertising to a third-party company, because Baidi had no such talent. Now, they have several employees with rich advertising experience here, and they are also slowly strengthening Baidi's advertising investment. Advertisements on traditional TV and the internet are rarely involved. Baidi currently prefers to make some cultural shirts, shopping bags, and other gifts, so that the promotion effect is also good. Traditional advertising, the current focus of the advertising department, is still mainly on overseas markets. To fight back the advertisements of foreign counterparts, the advertising department is required to take action. One of them proposed that they can do the opposite. It is to promote BD's manual grinding of the flavor, which is orthodox. But Zhou Yang felt almost interesting. This plan is temporarily listed as an alternative plan, and think about other good plans. Just as they discussed, Zhou Yang's mobile phone suddenly rang, from Lucio Yeo. Zhou Yang left the advertising department office and went outside to answer. The road is always good. Say hello at the beginning of Zhou Yang. Now because the business of the new car is very hot, and the benefits far exceed the macro electronics and macro foreign trade under her own jurisdiction, she is now based in Guangguan City, and the two have not met for more than half a month. Your recent business is good. This bean coffee machine is called Fire all over the country. I also use it when you send it to me. It has become one of my most commonly used appliances. Ruth Yao rushed Zhou Yang up and boasted. They have formed a habit. What new products are there? And they will be used by each other for the first time. Zhou Yang's current hair dryers, razors, air fryers, etc. were all sent by Ruth Yao, and his bean coffee machine was delivered to Ruth Yao before going public. Please ask her to learn. Lu Xiao likes to drink coffee. Maybe there is a psychological filter. She gave the bean coffee machine a full score of 10 points. Ruth Yao loves to use it. She drinks 2 cups of coffee every day. Before, she bought more than 10,000 coffee machines in the company for public use. Only the Beatty bean coffee machine is her own private equipment. The purpose of her call this time was to hear about the bean coffee machine's obstruction abroad, and she couldn't help but come to give it. Foreigners have unique thinking and are different from the Chinese. If you want to fight back, I have a suggestion. Ruth Yao then said her suggestion. Zhou Yang listened to the big joy, and shouted straight to the road. With her suggestion, his bean coffee machine would definitely win in the competition of public opinion. Thank you, please have dinner next time you meet. Zhou Yan was very happy, and then went to the office and said Ruth Yao's suggestion. When the subordinates listened, they felt feasible, so they began to implement according to this plan. Soon after the old magnesium people opened the TikTok, many people swiped in a creative advertisement. This advertisement is a modern background, but the people inside are traveling in a carriage, greeting each other with letters, typing with mechanical typewriters, kata. One child questioned why they have cars, telephones and keyboards. Why do they have to use such original tools? The child's father said with a long focus, because it is nostalgic and traditional. Then the camera turned, and a woman had a hard time giving birth to a baby, and she could be sent to the hospital for a cesarean section. As a result, the mother-in-law at home invited a midwife, but only heard the woman's heartfelt screams, but she still couldn't give birth. At this time, the woman's husband asked anxiously, why not go to the hospital? The mother-in-law said, because this is tradition, this is old-fashioned, and change is the original sin. At this time, the picture was suspended, and when a little white brother came out, he said the reverse advertising word, times are progressive, completely nostalgic, but not a smart choice. Then the little brother waved his hand and everything changed. The woman went to the hospital and gave birth to twins. People rushed to use cars and planes, and to communicate with each other to make a phone call, video chat was enough, and everything was back on track. The last advertisement only played a picture of the BD coffee machine, and said that this product is the product of the progress of the times, and the pace of pursuing excellence has not stopped. The advertisement is over, which is a strong response to the nostalgic strategy of foreign coffee machine manufacturers. It is clear that you can enjoy the advancement of technology, and you can make a taste similar to handmade coffee with a coffee machine, but only those manufacturers confuse customers to buy the backward mechanical taste at a high price, which is a bit of a conscience. This Bitey's advertisement came from Ruth Yeo's advice. Foreigners are not stupid. They have a unique sense of humor. This advertisement is to enter the countryside and follow the customs, which is in line with their cognition. If the advertisement is flat and straightforward, it is good to say that the BD coffee machine is so general, it is like the teacher talking about boring content in the class, and there are fewer people listening to it. But if you add the same humorous content as in the advertisement, the effect will be different. It's like when the teacher was speaking, the student was drowsy. As a result, the teacher told a story about her target, so the student's eyes must be staring like a copper bell, with no sleepiness. This is the way of advertising that has become popular in the countryside and attracted the attention of foreigners. Once this advertisement was broadcast, it caused a laughter. After everyone laughed, they also learned about the grievances of the BD coffee machine and the major coffee machine manufacturers. Now they have to think about it. Is the ad of the BD coffee machine right? Follow the progress of the times, drink manual wind-flavored mechanism coffee, or drink mechanical old-fashioned coffee that has been running for decades? So there is no doubt that according to the command of the taste buds, young people generally choose the BD coffee machine. Only some elderly people will miss the mechanical smell, just like many people like to collect classic cars, which becomes a kind of memory. has nothing to do with the taste. So the platform whereby D chose to put the advertisement was TikTok, because it was all used by young people, and this advertisement was also shown to young people. This advertisement was extremely successful. When foreigners smiled, they also remembered the name of the BD coffee machine. They all automatically abandoned the expensive and mechanical traditional coffee machine. This has led to another wave of BD coffee machine sales. The competition for new and old coffee machines directly determines the result. Good products will not be buried. BD coffee machines are quickly occupying European and American families. According to the latest statistics, the ownership rate of the BD coffee machine has occupied 6 in European and American households. You know, this is a new coffee machine brand that has only been on the market for about a month. With this sales, it is already a phenomenon level. If you give the BD coffee machine time, I believe that half of the entire coffee machine market will be BD in the future, and a large number of coffee machine companies will be closed. This is indeed the case. 1 week after the advertisement was broadcast, 2 more well-known coffee machine manufacturers have declared bankruptcy, and more manufacturers have chosen to reduce production or switch jobs. It can only be said that the business community is also a new generation of old products. Products that cannot keep up with the times and lack competitiveness are destined to be replaced by new products. By D set off and ended another field. If there is no special feature in the future, he will not be able to gain a foothold in the coffee machine industry. This has also played a role in promoting the evolution of the industry. The BD coffee machine, after being sold domestically, killed the quartet abroad, bringing high profits to the White Emperor. Looking at Zhou Yang in the financial statements in the office, he was very satisfied. Now the money in his battery production line fell. Inside, the efforts of Tang Lon cannot be separated. Of course, Ruth Yao also plays a vital role. Without her advertising creativity, the battle between the BD coffee machine and the traditional coffee machine would be delayed for at least months or even years. It was she who let the confrontation process be completed in a short time. So on the day of Zhou Yang, he drove to Meng Xian's car. He hasn't come for many days. Come and see the company's situation today. By the way, thank you, partner. When I arrived at the company, Zhou Yang went to the workshop first and saw that all the people in the workshop were producing women tractors. As for the previously hot mask machine, there is only one production line to do, and it will not produce a few in a day. The reason for this is that their masks are sold out, and more than 100,000 units are sold at home and abroad, distributed to every city in the country, and I wish there were several. Because the production speed of fully automatic mask machines is too fast, the tight masks will become sufficient in a short time. Most of the months ago, people no longer have to buy masks at a price. The masks have been bought casually in pharmacies and supermarkets. Everyone uses masks and even protects the stronger N95, which has become everyone's choice. With the efforts of the White Emperor, the domestic mask gap was finally resolved in a short period of time, which can be described as a lack of merit. The surplus of masks is a good thing for the public, but it is a disaster for the owners of those masks. They found that after rushing to buy equipment into the pit, they did not have the previous huge profits, and the masks could not be sold because there were too many colleagues. Large factories have hygiene regulations, can produce export standard masks, and still make money. Small factories are miserable. Orders are not available. A group of people have begun to lose money in clothes. Even 1 month after the construction of the masks factory, they declared bankruptcy. The mask market is too saturated, which has caused the sales of mask machines to drop sharply, and now it is impossible to sell a few in a day. This mask machine, from the most tight equipment in the world to the rotten street, only took 3 months, which is awkward. Fortunately, Zhou Yang made the layout in advance. They were already produced according to the order, and the order was only started, so there was no product backlog. The other mask manufacturers were miserable, and the goods stored in a large warehouse could not be sold, as anxious as ants on the hot pot. This is also caused indirectly by the health card mask machine, so Meng Xian Cars, or Zhou Yang, offended a group of people. This group of people is the owner of the masked factory who entered the office later. They bought equipment but did not order money. Another group of people it is the owner of the mask machine, all because the mask machine of the new car is disrupted, so they have no money to make money. These people angered Zhou Yang about the reason for their loss of money and attacked him online. The king of electronic waste, Floating Street, Jiao Mao, 1,000 Knives, scolding him for everything. So on the internet, Zhou Yang recently suffered a cyberstorm. However, Zhou Yang didn't care. He was usually scolded a lot, and there were more enemies in the electrical ring than in the masked machine industry. Nuxiuyu Linfen will destroy it. It is mediocre not to be jealous. It is done so well in a certain industry, and it is destined to be such a result. Zhou Yang was only sad for the group of people, and he was destined to develop little without looking for reasons in himself. After visiting the workshop, Zhou Yang went to the office to visit Lu Xiao. As soon as he entered the door, Ruth Yao was surprised to see him shine in front of him. "Sit down." Lu Xiao sent Zhou Yang a cup of coffee, made by the Beatty Bean coffee machine. The two sat side by side on the sofa, while having a delicious fragrant coffee, chatting about life. "This time, how many days are you going to live?" Ruth Yao laughed at the question. Zhou Yang took a bite of coffee and said, "This is not necessarily true. It depends on whether there is anything over the construction site. It is estimated that it will always be needed for a week." "So are you still sleeping in the office at night?" Ruth Yao was asking with big eyes blinking. Obviously there was something in the words. "Yes, I am too lazy to go to the hotel to stay and have a place to sleep," Zhou Yang said unintentionally. "How does this work? In the bath is inconvenient. I will find you a place." She said she put a bunch of keys, and she allowed Zhou Yang to live at night, not too far from their company. "Is this the company's house?" Zhou Yang was wondering. "No, I just bought it," Lu Xiao said. Do you live here too?" Zhou Yang wanted to say that if the two live together, it is a bit inappropriate. Lu Xiao blushed, and immediately said, "What do you think, of course, is not a joint house. My house is next door. I bought 2 sets of doors, hardcover rooms, which have been scattered for more than half a year." "Oh, it's not appropriate for me to live in the new house you bought." Zhou Yang is still a bit tweeted. Lu Xiao said, "What's wrong with this, a house, and in that community, many of our company's employees have bought it, the demand is strong, and the house price will definitely rise. Just as I invested in advance, the property is gone. Even if you live, after you can't stop, it's convenient for me to sell or rent in the future." "Well, I will thank the president of the road." Zhou Yang took the key happily. With the two people's net worth, there is really no need to tangle too much. After talking about private matters, the two began to talk about business, and Ruth Yao came in advance to get angry. "Recently, many people on the internet are scolding our masks, and you are scolding you. The unpleasant one said that we are cheating money." She went on to say, "We didn't force them to buy, we didn't have the vision to invest, and we didn't make money to buy back masks. Blame us for selling machines?" Ruth Yao was angry. Zhou Yang laughed and comforted, "Come, just get used to it. You can't expect those people to scold themselves for being stupid. They always have a vent point. Our mask machine is unfortunately backed. Recently, it's enough to go online." Zhou Yang's strategy is to see no worries. He rarely goes to short videos recently, and only goes to their White Emperor official network. There are administrators on the internet. I have seen discordant posts that have been processed, and they are basically fans speaking, so it is still very harmonious. Zhou Yang is also willing to communicate with fans in the official website. Despite this, the little black men on the internet are really annoying. They are attacking the new car, by D, and Zhou Yang, and even Ruth Yao have been scolded for various unpleasant words. Zhou Yang can only continue to comfort this situation. As long as they make an achievement, then these blacks will disappear, and he will promise Lu Xiao. This situation will improve for at least 3 months and at most half a year. When the spring farming is over, they can produce other farming equipment. By then, the mask machine will be discontinued, and there will not be a few people. Zhou Yang didn't expect his word to be settled. This opportunity came so fast. In the afternoon of the same day, he received a call from Deputy Secretary Pei, inviting Zhou Yang to participate in the Agricultural Development Promotion Conference in Beijing 3 days later. This was the Deputy Director's personal name for Zhou Yang to pass. "Okay, I will pass on time." Zhou Yang agreed. It seems that this should be a good thing. This kind of agricultural meeting, he will definitely gain something on behalf of the new car in the past. At the moment, Zhou Yang said to invite Lu Xiao to dinner at night. One is to thank her for giving advertising ideas before, and to celebrate this time to go to the agricultural conference, which is the glory of both of them. Okay. Ruth Yao readily agreed that it would become a problem if he didn't eat it in the past. For reasons of prevention and control, most of the restaurants in the city are now closed. If they are not closed, they are not allowed to eat. Zhou Yang is embarrassed. "How can I treat you?" Ruth Yao didn't care. She proposed that she just make it at home and eat a house feast more fragrantly. "The good idea is that you don't dislike me for poor cooking." Zhou Yang laughed. "That won't. I will only make a little simple food. You will cook, and it will already exceed 90. The two made an appointment, so before get off work, Ruth Yao asked assistant Pan Tao to buy food for them and send it home. This night, after get off work, the two drove out of the company together. Within 5 minutes of driving, the two came to the community where they lived. This is a high-end community, and the security guards are young people. Seeing Ruth Yao's license plate number, it is released automatically, but Zhou Yang is the first time to come and requires a guest card to be registered. Lu Xiao directly set Zhou Yang's identity as a friend, so that he will belong to the owner in the future, and he can enter and exit casually, as well as underground parking spaces. After the two of them stopped the car, they took the elevator upstairs together. The floor bought by Ruth Yao is on the 16th floor, 2 households on 1 ladder. After the two come in, Zhou Yang's room is on the left, and Ruth Yao's is on the right. I will change clothes first and I will find you later. Ruth Yao entered her own house when she said. Zhou Yang opened the door with the key. He was here for the first time. As soon as he entered the door, he found that it was refined, followed by a luxury style, and looked at the upper atmosphere. He found that the ingredients bought by Pan Tao were already in the room, and all kinds of fish, shrimp, and vegetables were there. Zhou Yang briefly glanced at the pattern of 3 rooms and 1 guard in the room. The area is estimated to be more than 130 flat, with a north-south penetration and a large balcony, in really good conditions. But living alone is a bit empty. This area is suitable for a family. Since it is free to live, Zhou Yang will not pick anything, which is 100 times better than living in a company. He then took off his coat, then washed his hands, and carried the ingredients into the kitchen. All kinds of kitchen utensils are available in the kitchen. Zhou Yang first soaked some fans, wood ears and other dry goods, and then treated fish and shrimp. Zhou Yang's mother died early, and his father would not do housework, so Zhou Yang practiced a culinary technique. Although she was not a cook, she could still cook some home-cooked food. He treated the fish here, picked the shrimp thread, and the dishes were cut well. Some meat lined up first, then stewed into the pressure cooker, and the dishes were made. When Zhou Yang was in the spoon, he heard the doorbell ringing. The door had already opened before he put down the pot to open the door. The person who came was Ruth Yao. The 2 houses she bought were high-end locks with facial recognition. They could be opened with keys, or they could swipe their faces directly, so she could get in and out. Ruth Yao came with a bottle of luxurious big champagne, which is the drink they want to drink tonight. Wow, so fragrant. After Ruth Yao came in, he stood at the kitchen door to praise. At the same time, she was amazed when she saw Zhou Yang in the spoon. Unexpectedly, such a good young entrepreneur actually had such cooking skills. With this skewership technique, it was already a chef level. Have you ever been to the New East? Ruth Yao asked funny. No, at that time, if you don't have any food, you can only do it yourself. Follow the master in the factory to learn a few hands and practice more. Zhou Yang said. Do you need my help? Ruth Yao loose sleeves asked. No, just wait for a while, you go to watch TV. Zhou Yang said. Ruth Yao nodded and went to the living room sofa, turned on the TV, and turned on for a while and felt bored. Because most of the TVs are idle love dramas, the poor life depicted there is actually the days that Lu Xiao usually lived in. Living in a big house in the city center, eating sunset, wearing Chanel, holding Hermes, but the identity in the play is a newly graduated student. Ordinary people feel that such a plot is so longing, but Ruth Yao turned off the TV directly, and it was like a clumsy realistic drama to her. It was very fake and boring to watch. She had money, and she was not as extravagant and forged as the female masters in the play. After all, she doesn't care about any brand, and some more than 100 clothes can be worn, rather than a famous brand. The meal is ready. At this time, Zhou Yang came out of the kitchen with the dishes, and the house was full of fragrance. The dinner table is full of fragrant meals, and the dinner between them has officially started. Delicious, really good, your craft is qualified to go out and open a restaurant. After Ruth Yao tasted Zhou Yang's cooking, he extended his thumb. It may be incomparable to the plate, the beauty and the food in the hotel, but the taste is definitely not bad. Lu Xiao ordered a big praise. You just like to eat. Zhou Yang smiled generously, and then pushed the cooked chicken wings in front of the guests. I can't just eat and taste this, it's my collection. Ruth Yao took out the champagne she brought and prepared to open it. But the lid is too strong, she opened it very hard. I'm coming. Zhou Yang took over and opened it with a corkscrew, and found that the cap was not simple, and pinched it with his hands, which seemed to be gilded. This champagne is quite expensive. Zhou Yang asked. Lu Xiao said, is okay, and Princess Louis's, it's more than 10,000 bottles. Awesome. Zhou Yang should have thumbs up this time. In the end, it is the rich family's gold. He is reluctant to drink more than 10,000 champagne and drink it. After all, it is impossible for a owner who is still driving a used van to drink tens of thousands of champagne. But Zhou Yang invested without blinking. The 200 million production line said that he would vote. His consumption view is not stingy. Ruth Yao poured a glass of champagne for Zhou Yang, with a slight orange in the goblet, and a lot of bubbles. Cheers! Ruth Yao picked up the wine glass, touched one with him, and began to taste. Zhou Yang took a sip and didn't feel the difference, that is, the taste is a bit fruitful, and the champagne I have drank before, it seems that there is no high level. How about, is it delicious? Ruth Yaeji's question. Well, it's delicious. Zhou Yang didn't taste any approval of this 10,000 yuan champagne, but it was the kindness of others. Zhou Yang laughed and praised. He looked at this luxurious wine bottle again, and he could only sigh that he was a mountain pig and could not eat fine bran. This wine should not taste, but enjoy its style. After that, the two talked and laughed, and soon finished a meal. After the meal, Lu Xiao came to help Zhou Yang clean up the table, and he told Lu Xiao not to do it, he would do it himself. Don't think of me as a princess with a good reputation. Well, I'm doing housework at home. Lu Xiao said it was true. Their passers-by are a bit traditional, patriarchal, and her brother can do whatever he wants to be rich for 2 generations, but Lu Xiao is not spoiled. Although housework is not often done, it is by no means a young lady who does not touch the sun. Good. Zhou Yang was hers. The two went to the kitchen together, threw the chopsticks into the dishwasher, pressed the switch, and lived together. Ruth Yao remembered when she saw the dishwasher, and she asked, "Does Beatty want to get out of the dishwasher? If you don't come out, I'm going out." "Come out, I have no plans to do dishwashers recently." Zhou Yang nodded. Ruth Yao said in a joke tone, "That's good, I'm out of the dishwasher. Let's talk first. Within 2 years, you can't come to demolish my station." "Rest assured, the gentleman's words are hard to chase," Zhou Yang replied. During their housework, the two decided on a major change in the dishwasher industry in the future. No one can imagine this. The dishwasher made by Hungtu Electron must be close to the fine and high-end aspects, and let by D come to the dishwasher. That will definitely drive the price directly and allow the dishwasher to enter thousands of households. The concepts of the two companies are very different. However, the dishwasher is not the main direction of Zhou Yang's efforts. He is now ready to work hard and enter the high-tech field. After eating, the two sat on the sofa and chatted for a while. Ruth Yao made a speech before the time. "Okay, come to the door when you have time." Zhou Yang sent her to the door and said, "Well, bye." Lu Xiao smiled sweetly and went back to the next room. Zhou Yang went back to the bathroom and came to the bedroom with a wash. The bedding has been prepared in the bedroom, and it is still brand new and unsealed. Ruth Yao prepared it in advance for him. It is really considerate. Such a rich girl can have such a thought, and it also makes Zhou Yang a little moved. Zhou Yang logged into his mobile phone before going to bed and watched a video that was disgusting. The video criticized Zhou Yang for losing his first heart, and actually made the product of the woman tractor, which costs up to 40,000 yuan. According to the idea of the Beatty, a tractor of 999 yuan should be made, which is what farmers need. Affordable products. Seeing the comment area below this video, there are still many people who support his statement, making Zhou Yang speechless. Low-end farmers have many drawbacks. If a tractor of 999 yuan is given, the material is estimated to shrink to the extreme. The volume is similar to that of a cart, and farmers simply cannot use it. Baidi's idea is to make low-cost products for the benefit of the people, but the first premise is that the products should be usable and not at a loss. According to the price of steel, 999 yuan and 1 ton of steel can't be bought. Is this a mini tractor? Besides, the performance of the low-end tractor is estimated to be better driven by cattle and tricycles, and there is no need to go out. If Zhou Yang wants to do it, it will do what is not available on the market, which will also make people in need more comfortable to use. No matter how good a product is, some people will be dissatisfied. Take the most commonly used mobile phone products as an example. Apple Huawei's mobile phone performance and experience are very good, but some people will think that they are too expensive. IQ tax. Hundreds of mobile phones are not unable to answer the phone. If you make a Nokia old age machine, you can buy one for 200 pieces, but the sales volume will still not be high, because many software is not available and the functions are limited. One product has a fixed audience, and it is impossible for one product to meet the needs of global users. Even if it is grain rice, some people don't like to eat it, not to mention electronic products. Zhou Yang's products are cheap. Users who need high-end business experience will also spray it as electronic waste. So Zhou Yang's products, no matter how much they are priced, will be sprayed. Like this woman tractor, the price is 39,900, which clearly compares similar products to Burst, but it still makes many price-sensitive users feel difficult to buy, then they will feel the price is high. These truths don't make sense to some people. The more you say, the more they feel you are quibbling, so Zhou Yang is too lazy to reply, as long as most people understand him. 2 days later, Zhou Yang took the high-speed rail and came to Beijing. Some personnel from the agricultural department came to pick up the station and arranged for him to stay in the hotel. Turning to the sky, it was the Agricultural Development Promotion Conference. Zhou Yang received a guest card and sat in the first row under the conference. Zhou Yang was a little flattered. The first row of people was led by leaders of some well-known enterprises, as well as some model peasant soldiers. I don't know how he, the owner of the agricultural machine who only produced 2 agricultural tools, would sit in such a shining position. The conference began, and Deputy Director Pei was still in the final position on the stage. This time, the big leaders of agriculture were presiding over the conference. It can be seen that the level of this conference is high. The leaders of the meeting spoke first, then in the recognition session, and the guests in the first row came to power to receive the award. When introducing the deeds, a warm applause broke out under the stage. The later stage of the conference is the new year of agricultural development planning, which will affect hundreds of millions of farmers, so it is of great importance. This time Deputy Director Pei made a speech. Zhou Yang did not expect that Deputy Director Pei's propaganda content was actually related to the women tractor. This year our company will focus on launching arable land expansion plan, which will provide key reclamation support for some steep slopes and scattered cultivated land, with the aim of increasing the total crop yield. Here is a grand introduction to a machine, which is produced by Mensin Motors Company, Limited, a Huifun brand tractor. This tractor believes everyone has heard before, that is, the machine used to rescue the female donkey. Deputy Director Pei said that when he came here, a slight argument sounded from under the stage. Everyone suddenly realized that the machine recommended this time was actually the Cyber Red tractor. Our department will allocate 200 million yuan in financial support to each household who purchases ex-grainus tractors for farmers in remote farmland reclamation. Each will receive an economic subsidy of 10,000 yuan, which will subsidize more than 20,000 farmers. We expect that this year, without destroying forest and grass resources, 2 million acres of farmland are added nationwide. In this way, a warm applause immediately sounded under the stage. It turns out that the normal annual arable land adds about 1 million acres, and this time the goal of suddenly doubling, then it must be relying on the woman tractor. It was not good to reclaim the wasteland in the corner, and it was impossible to apply large machinery. Now that there is a women tractor, the problems are solved. The horsepower and the off-road capabilities of the multi-terrain can facilitate reclamation and harvesting and will solve problems for farmers. Farmland has increased, output has increased, farmers' income has also increased, and my country's food reserves have also increased. This is equivalent to a win-win situation. At this time, Deputy Director Pei also introduced Zhou Yang, the owner of the new car, and then the camera turned to Zhou Yang, and everyone around him looked at him and applauded. Unexpectedly, a business owner with such an honor is actually so young. Zhou Yang stood up and saluted the people around him. At a moment, he had a happy pride in his heart. This agricultural change actually has his credit. Deputy Director Pei, they must have seen the potential of the Huanong tractor and the low selling price before they had this plan. This will play a very large role in promoting the extension of the Huanong tractor. There are at least 20,000 preferential places, which is equivalent to having a Huifun tractor with only 29,900. This price is simply fragrant. It seems that the company needs to increase production. In this spring, there will be an explosive order growth. Ding! Honor of the Life Experience card, successful experience. At this time, the system came with a reminder that it was a sense of honor to experience this experience card. I have to say that this feeling is really good. I am recognized for my career. Zhou Yang is very happy. This further strengthens his idea of continuing to make agricultural products. After the meeting, someone called Zhou Yang to meet the leaders in the back. In the background, Deputy Director Pei and the leaders of many agricultural departments were communicating. When Zhou Yang came over, Deputy Director Pei recruited and he walked over. Is this Zhou Yang, really young and promising? Other leaders said with a smile. Leaders are awesome. Zhou Yang polite. The big leader struggled, is very good, not arrogant, and will continue to maintain it in the future. It will produce more agricultural machines as good as Huifun harvesters and tractors. Okay, I will. Zhou Yang answered honestly. Then Deputy Director Pei asked Zhou Yang to talk about some practical problems. For example, this plan was decided very suddenly, so he did not tell him in advance that it is now necessary for the new car company to cooperate with this plan. For example, to prepare sufficient supplies to facilitate spring farming, and also to provide all formal invoices and warranty measures, so that farmers can receive subsidies by ticket. Okay, I will arrange it immediately. Zhou Yang agreed. Deputy Director Pei explained again, and then ended the conversation. Although the meeting time was short, the impact was far-reaching, and Zhou Yang changed from a private entrepreneur to an agricultural extension star. The beneficiary tractor, which was previously criticized by those on the internet, was strongly promoted by the agricultural sector, enough to prove how good this tractor is. The department with Chinese characters endorsed it. This reputation burst shed, and farmers have no worries to buy it. When Zhou Yang returned to Manhwa Motor Company, red cloth banners were erected in the factory area to celebrate Zhou Yang's return of honor. This time the new car also stained with light. Their title as an agricultural cooperative unit is full of gold. Next, the new car made full efforts to produce tractors, and asked its peers to do the work to fill up the production in response to this snatching wave. Unexpectedly, this rushing wave was very fierce, and no new car sales staff were required to sell it. Orders flew like snowflakes, and orders came to order all over the country, which greatly increased the supply pressure. However, it can be dealt with for the time being. The whole factory is turned up and down 24 hours a day, and it is fully produced. There was also an unexpected gain, that is, the group of people who sprayed Zhou Yang online shut up. This time Zhou Yang was on TV, and the woman tractor, which was sprayed by some netizens for a long time, also became a star product. Many mountain-based provinces and cities came to purchase tractors, so that many rugged wasteland could be used. For these cultivated lands, the agricultural sector is encouraged, and various tax reductions and exemptions allow farmers to increase their income and promote enthusiasm. If there is such a discount, this tractor is good enough. If such a tractor sells 1.21 million units at market price, there will be no policy of today. If such a product is sprayed again, netizens will feel that the little black man has a bad brain. This year, farmers are rubbing their hands and preparing to do a lot. Agriculture has always been the foundation of a country. This is the basic national policy and cannot be shaken. Therefore, Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao unanimously decided to suspend the sale of Huafun tractors in other channels, such as users in overseas and off-road needs, and currently only provide users with preferential agricultural policies to facilitate their spring cultivation. After coordination among all parties, only 10 days later, Manhwa Motor Company delivered 5,000 women tractors at one time. When he left the factory, he knocked on gongs and drums and hung red flowers. This matter also got news, and made women tractor and Manhwa Company famous once. As for the other 15,000 tractors, they will be provided 1.5 months, without delaying spring cultivation everywhere. This time, the new car has benefited a lot. The financial statements are very impressive. In addition, Yuan Xiaowai, the general manager of the new car, finally took up his duties. Therefore, Lu Xiao had a celebration feast, and the company's management staff could also contact feelings. Zhou Yang naturally also participated in the banquet, and all the employees on the table toasted him. He drank a lot. However, Lu Xiao still upholds her previous beliefs and no longer drinks. She only drinks because she is the boss and no one will have an opinion. So after the banquet, Zhou Yang could not drive his van. Anyway, Lu Xiao let Zhou Yang take her car home. Fortunately, some uninformed employees were shocked at the time, thinking that the two bosses had already lived together, so be careful when you go to work. The two bosses of other companies offended one and could climb to another. In the new car, the offending boss would have to offend a pair, but he would never be spared. Of course, the two bosses did not have what the employees imagined. When they returned to the community, Zhou Yang did not need to support them, and they could leave by themselves. After taking the elevator home together, Lu Xiao asked him if he could. "It's okay, I'll go to bed and wash my face." Although Zhou Yang was a little drunk, his look was still awake. "Okay, see you tomorrow." Ruth Yao waved his hand and said good night to him, and then the two returned to each house. Zhou Yang slept deeply this night, and when he turned to work in the sky, Lu Xiao still took him to the company. This time it was seen by more employees, and they burned a gossip fire when they were in the heart. The two bosses, Long Kei, were born a pair. They walked together last night and came together today. If there is no story, they don't believe it. I have to say that modern people have been brainwashed by some idol dramas, thinking that men and women are closer, that is, they have an ambiguous relationship. In the idol drama, the newly known male and female masters will live together for various incredible reasons, and then they will let someone see another person in the bath, and naturally roll the sheets together. However, there are not so many dog blood plots in reality. Both of them have been getting along with friends so far. The window paper between them is pasted with sandpaper and cannot be punctured at all. So far they have no intention of developing in that respect, so employees can only be YY in their own hearts. Zhou Yan was patrolling the workshop this day, and suddenly received a call from Tang Lan. She said in amazing news. "Mr. Zhou, the investment department of Yuxing Company, sent us a letter of intent to acquire, wanting to use 5 billion yuan to acquire our 80 shares. Tang Lan told Zhou Yang this amazing news on the phone. "What, 5 billion to acquire our baby?" Zhou Yang couldn't help laughing after listening. This star really showed the fox tail, but the price was a bit insulting. Their quotation letter has been forwarded to you, you decide how to reply. Baidi's general manager Tang Lan turned a picture over. She actually knew how Zhou Yang would choose. The difference was whether to refuse the harsh words or to reprimand the other party. Zhou Yang read the quotation letter, which said that Samsung would buy the entire Beatty Electric Company at 5 billion renminbi, acquire the White Emperor's 80 shares, or at a price of 8 billion renminbi. Zhou Yang didn't know what their stars thought. Baidu had a profit of more than 3 billion last year, and now there is a high-tech industrial park. The investment alone will be at least 34 billion. On this scale, 8 billion just want to buy out? Is this how much he thought Zhou Yang was short of money? Or did Yuxing drink fake wine? How did this offer come from? Besides, when did he say he was going to sell Baidu? Zhou Yang then told Tang Lan to reply to the other party. Baidu will not sell to the outside world and let them die. Okay. Tang Lan then responded. I thought this matter would stop here. As a result, the next day, Yuxing came to the news again, saying that he was not satisfied with the quotation, and let Baidu mention it. Not for sale. This time Zhou Yang's answer is simpler. Such a harsh answer has been shown clearly. Zhou Yang will not sell Baidu. But in another day, they received a contact letter from Yuxing again, saying that the young minister of their investment department, Li Shizhen, was coming to Beatty to negotiate the acquisition business with Zhou Yang in person. Zhou Yang thought that the other party could not understand Chinese. He has made it clear that Baidu is not a seller. How can he be entangled again and again? Tang Lan explained, because there is no certain non-sales in business, as long as the price is suitable, you can talk about it, and some companies use severe rejection to raise the price. It is estimated that the stars regard us as wanting to raise the price. Not seen. Zhou Yang let Tang Lan convey that he did not want to meet Li Shizhen, so that they should always express their attitude. This Li Shizhen Zhou Yang knew that he was the youngest son of the chairman of the Yuxing Group. He belonged to the Prince of Yuxing. He was shaking with one foot in the base country, but Zhou Yang had no interest in him. However, the reality is not so simple. After a week, Zhou Yang returned to the day after the Beatty, and at the door of their Beatty, a row of Yakoshi's luxury cars drove. This kind of car is a luxury car brand under the modern flag of the stick country. There are so many sticks in the country at once. After a young man in a suit and leather shoes got out of the car, a glamorous female secretary propped up an umbrella for him, fearing that the sun would be exposed. Then someone went to the door to communicate with the security guard, saying that their star minister Li Shizhen came to negotiate business. Please open the door. Zhou Yang soon learned the news. Through the monitoring signal, when he saw so many people coming once, he giggled lightly. The other party is really persistent. This attachment is used to improve product quality and service, and it does not make the business of the stars shrink so seriously. Since people came to the door, they avoided it and were afraid of each other, so this time Zhou Yang opened the door generously and sent Tang Lan to pick them up. When Tang Lan arrived at the door, after seeing her, Li Shizhen released green light in her eyes. Tang Lan is too well dressed, wearing an mature intellectual temperament, which fascinates Li Shizhen. He has a unique hobby, that is, he likes to hunt young women. Miss Tang, hello. Li Shizhen shook hands with a smile. Tang Lan nodded slightly, and the other party's obsessive eyes made her a little uncomfortable. Tang Lan's specialty in the super factory system is shown as man, which is not just casual. She knows the psychology of men. Any man who has any dirty thoughts about her can feel it for the first time. Obviously, this Li Shizhen didn't think about good things in his heart, so after Tang Lan shook hands, he quickly withdrew his hands. Contacting this kind of man makes her sick. Then their group was taken to the reception hall, and Zhou Yang was waiting for them here. Hello, this is Li Shizhen. When Li Shizhen saw Zhou Yang, he stood his face. Some young masters were arrogant and shook hands perfunctory. After all, the Prince of Yuxing grew up with a golden spoon, and a little arrogance is inevitable. Zhou Yang nodded lightly and let him sit down. After Li Shizhen sat down, he raised Erlang's legs, and then hooked her fingers, and the beautiful female secretary behind him handed in a folder. This is our new round of quotation. Boss Zhou can take a look. If you are not satisfied, you can mention it. Li Shizhen speaks Korean. After speaking, the female secretary around him will translate. Zhou Yang took a folder and looked at it. The other party's quotation was really high. 10.6 billion wholly owned acquisitions of Beatty Company were allowed, and Zhou Yang was allowed to stay in office. He was given an annual salary of not less than 8 million, and promised that he would not move too much. Management and grassroots workers. This acquisition initiative looks quite generous. If it was 2 years ago, when the Baidu was still in debt, of course it was okay, not to mention 10.6 billion, even if it was 100 million, then Zhou Yang would not hesitate sell it. However, this is not the same as before. The current size of the White Emperor is not 10.6 billion to buy. Last year, it made a net profit of 3 billion. This year, I am afraid it will be higher. This Baidu is a wholly owned enterprise in Zhouyang. The money he will earn in the future. Instead of earning billions of dollars a year, he will sell the company's billions and receive an annual salary of 8 million. Is the head drawn by a bow? Zhouyang can even be understood as an insult to him. After all, Zhouyang was well cultivated. He was not angry, but said calmly, I think I have made it clear before, Baidu is not a seller, do you not understand? Li Shizun said, commercially, there is nothing non-sale, the quotation is just a knocking brick, you only need to say how much money is willing to sell, we have this financial power, and believe our sincerity will impress you. When the female secretary translated these words to Zhouyang, Zhouyang shook her head and said, I would like to ask, if there is a consortium to buy your stars, will you sell the company? As long as the price is right, there is nothing to talk about. Li Shizun said nothing. Okay, I remember your words, but my Baidu is not for sale. Zhouyang then turned back to Tang Lan and said, see you off. There is really nothing to talk about. This Li Shizun has no support. A young master's arrogance makes Zhouyang very unhappy and too lazy to talk to him again. Don't refuse so simply. At this time, Li Shizun stood up, torn the previous quotation directly, and raised a finger. Now, the acquisition price is doubled, is it okay? Then he erected 2 fingers and laughed, could it be twice? This is 30 billion. How many companies with a market value of more than 30 billion are in your country? Haha. This smile ridicule means obviously that this stick is really arrogant. Zhouyang laughed, and he stood up and looked directly at each other and asked, how much do I pay? You will buy it. As long as the price is reasonable, of course our star group can afford the price. Then as soon as Li Shizun waved his hand, the female secretary next to him handed over a contract, which was blank in the purchase amount column. The female secretary put down a pen to signal Zhouyang to fill in the numbers casually. Actually playing the set of beeps, how could Yang get used to him that week, and immediately picked up the pen and started writing. Li Shizun groaned in his heart and said, greedy Chinese, how he didn't want to sell before, but he didn't see the money. In the future, the business of the whole of China will be my own star group. Now everyone's eyes are on that acquisition contract, and they all want to know how much Zhouyang will open. As a result, Zhouyang wrote a pen and lost it. Everyone in the stars had a big mouth, and they took a breath of air in surprise. Amount, 400 billion. Unit, USD. This is the purchase amount filled out by Zhouyang. Okay, just the money, you can't get more stars. Zhouyang said very considerately. As we all know, the market value of Samsung is more than 390 billion US dollars, and Zhouyang filled out that the purchase price of Baidu is 400 billion US dollars, which is almost the same. If the stars are willing to take so much money to buy, it means that they are sincere and Zhouyang will be very moved and willing to sell Baidu. By the time he has 400 billion, he can take over the stars in an all-round way, and by the way, change the name of the stars to be called Heidi, ZD, and Kama Emperor. Zhouyang does not mind. Anyway, he has money. He can realize his high-tech dream. It's just Zhouyang's kindness, but Li Shizun's face is green. Are you playing me? Li Shizun asked in his face, and then the female secretary asked Zhouyang in harsh tone. You are kidding first. Zhouyang immediately threw the pen and said, I have made it clear many times. Baidu is not selling goods. Why is it still entangled and wasting my time? Li Shizun anger rode, Baidu is a low-end appliance. What's the future? Even if you mention 15 billion, 18 billion, I will consider the full purchase, but you have to make such an outrageous price. I didn't take this book into my eyes at all. I'll sell it when it's $400 billion. If you can't afford it, you can't afford it. Then please come back. Or if you stay at noon for a while, I'll have a meal. Zhouyang was very polite to speak, and the other party came to his site to install a cup, that is, he was bored to ask for it. China is not only your Baidu is an electrical enterprise. If you miss this opportunity, there is no room for regret. You will reap a powerful and invincible opponent. Li Shizun left angrily and took a group of his personnel out. But when he came to the door, he suddenly turned his head, changed his prodigal expression, and said to Tang Lan, this beautiful lady, if I know well, your annual salary is only 2 million yuan. Come to our star, I will double your salary and provide a luxury car. After the female secretary has finished translating, it is Zhouyang's turn to be angry. Actually digging the wall feet in person, this stick face is no longer needed. Tang Lan's face is serious, and she doesn't need to translate it. She directly reverts in stick language, put away your nasty thoughts, don't think about it. Today I will give you a lesson on behalf of the Chinese. In this world, you can buy everything if you have money. Li Shizun changed his face after listening, scolded West 8, and left. Although Zhou Yang couldn't understand what they were talking about, he was so happy when he saw Li Shaixun's anger, and then he deliberately chased to the door and shouted. The security guard looked at them and stopped walking our stuff. Of course, the crown prince of the stars will not come to the Beatty to steal things. This is Zhou Yang disgusting each other. Sure enough, when I heard the translation of the female secretary, Li Shaixun stumbled, and he kicked a trash can to make Zhou Yang haha laugh. Take a picture of the trash can and send the compensation bill back to Yuxing. Zhou Yang continued to say that the group of people walked faster, and soon left Beatty's office building, and drove away with smoke. Zhou Yang couldn't laugh. When he came back, he asked Tang Lan, "What did you say to him just now?" Tang Lan said, "I just rejected him. With such a future heir, Yuxing will not be a good company, even if the salary is higher, I will not go." Zhou Yang gave her a thumbs up, and her general manager was too powerful, and she must be given more dividends by the end of the year. Zhou Yang immediately asked curiously, "How do you know stick language? I didn't say it in my resume." Tang Lan waved his hand and humbled, "This little skill is not worth mentioning." Cattle. This Sunday, Tang Lan was also impressed. Other job seekers, wishing to write their speeches as advantages on their resumes, and Tang Lan did the opposite. The specialty of stick language is too lazy to mention. Really character. This time finally drove away the annoying sticks, and within a few days, it came up that the sky price of Yuxing acquired an unknown home appliance company in China. It seems that this is a demonstration against the failure to acquire the White Emperor, showing their financial resources. This next star is about to be high profile into China. But Zhou Yang is not optimistic about their prospects. There is a person like Li Shaixun. This company is not good. The so-called upper beam is not right and the lower beam is crooked. The elders like Li Shaixun are also estimated to be in power. Others' style is destined to be a service-oriented enterprise. Zhou Yang stopped paying attention to the stars, and now Baidi's focus is on establishing a logistics system and the construction of a high-tech industrial park. Zhou Yang has been staying in the deep town for this purpose. He went to Jiankang Medical Inspection this day and found that the atmosphere of the employees was a bit wrong. Although the workshop was relatively busy, the employees were all bored and unhappy, and the happy situation with Baidi employees who smiled and hung on their faces every day. Far away, Zhou Yang found the factory director Kong Ding to understand the situation. "Is there something wrong with the salary?" Kong Ding said, "Zhou Total, not a matter of treatment, the treatment is very good, and the salary for the first half of the month has also been paid in place, and everyone is very satisfied. This is because our products cannot be sold, they are all piled up in the warehouse, and they are a bit lost." "Oh, that turns out to be the case." Zhou Yang expressed his understanding that this batch of medicines is not used now, but is prepared for a future unsealing moment, but it must be kept secret for the time being to avoid panic. Zhou Yang understands the psychology of the employees of the pharmaceutical factory. If he is himself, no one wants to pile up the warehouse while watching the things produced by Baidi. To solve this problem is also simple, just develop a best-selling product, and this depression can be lifted immediately. Zhou Yang decided to hold a meeting to find several R&D technicians to see what type of best-selling medicine to do. Kanding made a suggestion that the country is currently vigorously subsidizing the development of vaccines and special effects drugs for C-19 viruses. They can also study these, but many researchers and large investments are needed, so she has to consult Zhou Yang's opinion. The plant does not consider any related drugs for C-19 viruses. Zhou Yang shook his head directly and refused, because he knew that his world had been sealed for 3 years. Those vaccines had little effect, and even some people used fake vaccines for profit. Some special effects drugs have been unattended before the cost is recovered. Anyway, the development of this special effects medicine is a big pit, and Zhou Yang will not step on it. Then it is also possible to make some commonly used medicines without developing the most popular medicines now. But the problem is back. If you don't open the market, you can't sell the medicine, just like now. There are too many pharmaceutical companies, and the internal roles are serious. They are basically all a routine. They either spend a lot of money to smash media advertisements and sell medicine with popularity, such as 999, Yunnan white medicine, glucose and zinc, etc. Either go to the channel below the dredge line and sell it by the hospital pharmacy, which requires a lot of commissioning and profit-seeking, as well as a lot of money. This is why the production cost of medicines is low, but the selling price is very high. The cost is spent in these invisible places. What kind of product is it good? Zhou Yang calculates in his heart. Ding! At this time, the system sent a task. Disease removal task. To make a pharmaceutical product that benefits patients requires at least 60 below the market price, and a good rating rate of 95 or more. Zhou Yang suddenly harvested the task of the system, which was also the first task of treating and saving people. The task requires him to make pharmaceutical products, which is not limited to equipment or medicine. However, thinking about things in the office may be divorced from reality. After all, a great man once said that to be realistic, Zhou Yang intends to go to the hospital and pharmacy to understand the actual situation. We'll drive here first, think about it when you go back. Zhou Yang disbanded the meeting and drove straight to the hospital. As a result, he came to the hospital, but he was not allowed to enter, because the hospital was full and wanted to go in. The general illness was not good. Many patients' families clashed with the security guards. They were very angry. Can't they treat other patients because of the epidemic resistance? Now the hospital only accepts some fever patients. Some ordinary patients have already made an appointment, and now they have not been cured. Is this just watching the patient die? But noisy is useless. Now in a special period, the medical system has reached saturation, many medical staff have been transferred away, and the hospital has no choice but to do so. Finally, the hospital called the police and took a few people away. Zhou Yang was very sighing, he wanted to change all this, but at present his medical strength is too small. Although he can open a private hospital, it does not match his goal of engaging in manufacturing. He now tries to use the system resources at his disposal to benefit these patients. Suddenly, a man in a wheelchair caught Zhou Yang's attention. This is a middle-aged man about 40 years old, and the person who pushed him is a white-haired old man, who should be the man's father. They are here for dialysis, and the middle-aged man is urine poison. The father and son were also rejected. At present, dialysis requires early application, and no hospital admission is applied. The old man begged and said that they had applied, but without the application, he could never see his son. No dialysis will really affect his life. Now he has a bit of edema all over his body. The passers-by around said jokingly, no matter what the disease is, you have to get hot first before other hospitals accept it. A ridicule brought a lot of bitterness. In the end, the old father knelt down in a hurry, and everyone around was taking pictures. Later, the head of the hospital was alarmed, and the men were allowed to enter. It can be considered as a relatively good result. The onlookers at the door said, diabetes dialysis is too painful, equivalent to half of the dead. Each dialysis costs 340 yuan. This is the case in a lifetime. It is basically incapacitated and too tiring. Yeah, I have a relative like this. The family is poor and can't afford dialysis. I made a simple dialysis machine with water pipes and mineral buckets. I have been away for more than a year. Finally, when I left, everyone was off. After Zhou Yang heard it, he felt uncomfortable. He suddenly went to understand the dialysis machine. These passers-by told him that the most common dialysis machines are more than 100,000, and the consumables are also very expensive. Ordinary people simply cannot use them. Just now, the middle-aged man was able to keep dialysis, and it was not easy. Many people had no money to dialysis and died directly at home. Zhou Yang was a bit blocked. His relatives and friends around him had never had this disease. He also knew for the first time that dialysis was like this. Unexpectedly, there are so many people in the world who are suffering from illness and suffering. For economic reasons, they cannot be treated. Then Zhou Yang knew that he would make a dialysis machine, first hit the price of this medical device, so that the patient could afford dialysis. System, can I exchange drawings of dialysis machines? Zhou Yang asked. Super factory system, yes, because you have always performed well, give a universal drawing, please check. Universal drawings, pharmaceuticals. It can be transformed into any kind of instrument, pharmaceuticals, to make drawings. The system is interesting enough. Knowing that Zhou Yang is not enough in love now, he gave him a universal drawing. This thing is a good thing. Zhou Yang uses it immediately, asking it to become a dialysis machine drawing. System, almighty drawings have become gamma-17 blood dialyzers. Next week Yan received a dialysis machine drawing. He doesn't understand medicine, but when he sees so many beep functions inside, he feels that this will not be bad, so he hurried to drive back. When Zhou Yang returned to Jiankang Pharmaceutical Factory, he asked the factory director Kong Ding to show her the drawing and ask her how the machine is. My God, boss, you are too good, where did you get the drawings? The head of the female factory in her 40s, Kanding, suddenly saw such advanced drawings, and he was excited to call them out. This is like a boy. While everyone is still using 40 graphics cards, they suddenly saw a 60 graphics card drawing. The shock is absolutely the same. Why, is this very advanced? Zhou Yang asked. Kong Ding said in a surprise, yes, even if it is a Bellin dialysis machine in Xiaoda, the best model is not bad, and there is an extra CRRT mode, which is too good. There is no CRRT equipment in the general hospital. What is CRRT? Zhou Yang asked if he didn't understand. Kong Ding looked at his boss in consternation. Zhou Yang could get such a bulging dialysis machine drawing, but he didn't know CRRT, which was a bit difficult to understand. However, she still explained to Zhou Yang, CRRT's full name is Continuous Kidney Replacement Therapy, a blood purification treatment technique that slowly clears water and solubles through in vitro circulating blood purification to replace kidney function. Simply put, it is a more advanced treatment method than a dialysis machine, and the price is much more expensive than dialysis. Zhou Yang understood. Anyway, this function is very beeping, did not expect the system. The gift is still hanging like this, then he is welcome, and immediately asks Kong Ding if their factory can do this. Kong Ding said, of course it can be done, it is a bit troublesome, it is necessary to add process equipment such as plastic injection, and it is also necessary to recruit skilled workers. This is a different field from the chemical synthesis of pharmaceuticals. Otherwise, the procedure is a problem. When Zhou Yang heard that he needed to be stamped, he laughed at it. Isn't this the specialty of Baidi? Although it is a pharmaceutical, this medical device is essentially an electronic device, except that the sanitary requirements are higher, and the raw materials also have special needs. I will arrange for equipment and skilled workers. You prepare, our next new product is this dialysis machine. Zhou Yang made a decision on the spot, and Baidi has ready-made equipment and workers to use. However, for safety compliance, it is better to order new equipment, and it must meet the medical level. As long as the purchase is rich, a phone call can be solved. Zhou Yang contacted a manufacturer of medical equipment and equipment. As soon as they heard that they had a business, they immediately sent a salesperson to measure the factory area. On the other hand, some skilled workers are needed to operate procedures such as stamping and forging. Baidi has many skilled workers. Then Zhou Yang issued a notice at Baidi Company to summon a group of employees and go to work in a pharmaceutical factory. Of course, their treatment will not be reduced. This is nothing more than changing a place to work. Anyway, it is an industry under the boss. Many employees near the pharmaceutical factory sign up for the first time, so that they are closer to their home and more convenient to work. Some people have to think about it, and discuss with their families. Zhou Yang allows it. Anyway, the installation of pharmaceutical factory equipment will take some time, which is completely too late. So under his operation, Jiankang Pharmaceutical Factory soon became operational, ready to welcome their new products. Zhou Yang was in the office, opened the drawing editing interface, and began to edit this dialysis machine. Zhou Yang began to edit the drawings of the dialysis machine. The pharmaceutical production process given by the system last time is forbidden to be modified. That is because as soon as the medicine is modified, the efficacy will change, so it cannot be changed. This dialysis machine is actually an electronic device, and of course it can be modified like ordinary electrical appliances. Seeing that the accessories in this device are all in English, it is designed abroad at first glance. But this is in line with the excuse that Zhou Yang has a friend from a foreign research institute. In medicine, Zhou Yang is really unfamiliar, but considering this dialysis machine as a large electrical appliance, Zhou Yang understands it. Some things that can be changed are all changed to domestic production, and the quality of the materials is not poor, but it is much cheaper. No way, who makes domestic labor cheap? There is no monopoly, the same thing is generally cheaper for domestic accessories. Then Zhou Yang began to modify the internal core. Some medical devices that he did not understand. He stopped moving first and went back to the director of Kanding to ask questions. If Zhou Yang can understand it, it will all be modified. In this kind of diminishing work, Zhou Yang's work is light and familiar, and it takes less than an hour to modify it in a circle. After that, some medical professional accessories are left. Zhou Yang can't be sloppy. He prints out the names and pictures of these professional accessories, and then asks Kanding and the medical accessories manufacturer. We all have these, which must be at least 30% cheaper than foreign accessories. These two items require special custom modeling and may be more expensive. The manufacturer gave feedback, and Zhou Yang asked the professional director of Kong to bargain. The bargaining price is doubled, but in the end, the purchase volume is required to reach a certain amount, and 100,000 sets are purchased each month to give the most favorable reserve price. Kong Ding was not sure about his idea, so he asked Zhou Yang if they would buy so much. Once it is not available, the accessories also have a shelf life, and will become inventory, occupying liquidity. During this time, Zhou Yang has learned the market analysis report of blood dialysis in my country and found it completely feasible. Last year, my country's blood dialysis equipment market had a total size of 15.3 billion, and it was gradually increasing. In addition, hemodialysis purification is the main treatment method for diseases such as end-stage kidney disease. The base of patients with end-stage kidney disease in China is huge. Last year, there were 3.69 million people, accounting for more than one-third of the world. According to statistics from the National Center for Quality Control of Kidney Disease, last year, the number of dialysis patients in my country was 767,400, and the proportion of patients receiving treatment was around 20, which is the same as the world average dialysis treatment rate 37, very far away. Therefore, this is a market of more than 10 billion yuan a year, and as long as it is sold cheaply, the number of purchasers will definitely increase. Zhou Yang has this self-confidence: as long as he produces a dialysis machine that is economical and effective, then the entire domestic at least 70 will be its own, and it may be at least 10 billion sales per year. And this sales amount is obtained on the basis of the existing price of the dialysis machine. If the dialysis machine is mostly cheaper, this market share will definitely increase. That can definitely exceed 10 billion, even 5 times or 10 times. In this way, this industry is promising, and there are 100,000 sets per month. It can definitely be eaten, relying on the base of patients with severe kidney disease in China. More than 3 million patients in need of dialysis in the country. Zhou Yang's goal is to make them all able to use dialysis machines. It takes more than 30 months, or more than 3 years, to produce 100,000 dialysis machines a month. Therefore, Zhou Yang feels that there are 100,000 units a month, which is a bit less. However, considering that some hospitals will also buy dialysis machines, which will benefit many patients who are inconvenient for dialysis, the product may be sold for a year or two, and the sales volume will drop significantly, tending to be saturated in the market. When the market is saturated, there is no money to make, but Zhou Yang hopes that this day will come early. That means that most people with kidney disease can easily use a dialysis machine. For Zhou Yang, human life is more important than everything, and making money is secondary. Looking at boss Zhou Yang's attitude is firm, Kong Ding is full of doubts. 100,000 sets of accessories a month means that 100,000 dialysis machines are produced in a month. This value is too scary. The sales volume of dialysis machines in the country is estimated to be unable to keep up with this zero, and I have never heard of a domestic medical equipment factory with such a large output. Can you sell 100,000 units a month? Even if it can be sold, how can their output be guaranteed? This requires a daily output of 3,000 dialysis machines. Even if their company's site is not so large, they can put such a large production line. It doesn't matter, there is by D. Zhou Yang glanced down, and most of the production assembly can be carried out in Beatty. Anyway, there are many factories. At that time, it is enough to apply for a medical device production license. In Beatty's current fame, the license application should be very simple. Now, the construction of pharmaceuticals is mainly based on the production of pharmaceutical products. This electronic medical device can be used by Beatty. Okay, boss, you have a plan. Kong Ding finally agreed after listening. Anyway, my boss is too magical to break through her cognition every time. Then Zhou Yang asked people to apply for medical equipment documents for Beatty. The factory area needs a certain renovation cost, which is not a matter for Zhou Yang, and he finally determined the final drawings of the dialysis machine. Then the next optimization capability was not used. Zhou Yang thought about it and used the effect for dialysis. Super factory system optimization has taken effect. The dialysis effect has increased by more than 15. Please name the equipment. Zhou Yang said directly, is called Jiankong blood dialysis machine. System, successful naming, perfect drawing, please check. Now the drawings are finally determined, and Zhou Yang will hand over the drawings to the factory. Because the accessories are also determined, the final cost price of this hemodialysis machine with CRRT mode is also calculated. Imported products abroad, equipment with similar functions, and dialysis machines with a price of 6.71 million. And the cost of Zhou Yang's site is only more than 6,400. That's right, the cost of building a Kong dialysis machine does not exceed 10,000 yuan, and the difference is more than 100 times that of a dialysis machine with specifications on the normal market. The reason for such an exaggerated price gap is also well understood. Because of foreign monopolies and customs duties, as well as R&D and advertising and marketing expenses, these account for the bulk of the cost of medical equipment. Zhou Yang's blood dialysis machine only needs to consider the costs of materials, labor, taxes, and logistics. The equipment as a whole has a vertical rectangular column style, similar to a standing locker. There is a liquid crystal display on it. The complex system is self-contained in drawings. The high cost is various filtering devices. These are all available. A large number of customizations are given cheap prices and are easy to assemble. The shell uses medical plastic material that can be used for practice, and can only sacrifice aesthetics. Anyway, life-saving equipment does not require how beautiful it is. Plus by D can produce on a scale, and can minimize costs. If Zhou Yang had just entered the medical device industry and had not yet formed an industrial chain, otherwise the accessories would be self-sufficient, and the price would still be suppressed. The size of the main body of this dialysis machine is roughly equivalent to the volume of a third refrigerator. BYD can make a large volume refrigerator $100 price point, but this dialysis machine can achieve a price of 6,000 yuan. Zhou Yang also thinks it is too expensive. Since the cost is at 6,000, Zhou Yang naturally set the final selling price at 6,999 yuan. It is some accessories that require users to buy them themselves, but Zhou Yang has negotiated the price with the manufacturers. Those consumable dialyzers, pipelines, and dialysis fluids are all sold to users at a preferential price. It is enough to charge up to one postage. BYD never makes money for customers on consumables because it is all life-saving money. Of course, if the customer has a way, the consumables can also be bought by themselves, all of which are common. The price of the blood dialysis machine is set and also meets the mission requirements, so it is waiting to start production. Then Zhou Yang found Kanding again and informed her of his production and sales plan. "Boss, your price is too favorable." After Kanding looked at it, he was pleasantly surprised. She is thinking that a blood dialysis machine with such advanced functions only sells 69,999 yuan, which is one-third cheaper than the low-end model of domestic production, not to mention the high-end model abroad. With this price, then their pharmaceutical factory will be in China in the future, even internationally. Is it not hot nationwide at this price? Zhou Yang said, "Okay, for the first time to make medical devices, the omnipotent autonomy rate is not high. Just like this, I think it is still high. If our consumables and parts can be done by ourselves, the estimated cost it can be reduced by at least 1,000. But this price is wrong, call 9 less." Kanding showed Zhou Yang that the printed price on this document is 6,999 yuan, which is obviously one digit less. Their equipment, 69,999 yuan, is already a cheap price to shock the industry. Zhou Yang laughed after watching. "That's right, it's 6,999. Didn't you just think I'm going to sell more than 60,000? How is it possible that people can't afford such an expensive price?" "What?" Kanding stayed in surprise. She was a man in her 40s, and she had never been so shocked. The dialysis machine of 69,999 yuan, she felt that it was already a low price that shocked the industry, and it was amazing. As a result, the boss told her whether the retail price was 6,999 yuan or a dialysis machine with the function of CRRT, which became a medical version of the fantasy and fairy tale. "No, boss, how could it be so low? We can't lose money to sell." Kanding's voice shivered, which broke through her cognition. She has been in the pharmaceutical industry for so many years and has never seen a dialysis machine less than 120,000 yuan. How can an expensive device become a price of 6,000 yuan? Zhou Yang's quotation terrified her factory director. "Hi, how can you lose money? This is the cost accounting list, you know it by yourself." Zhou Yang handed her another document. Zhou Yang was still in sentiment. For the first time, Uncle Song De and Tang Lan, even Lu Xiao, would not be scared to hear this price. He had not produced more than 60,000 equipment on Zhou Yang, of course, except for the foreign trade version. Kanding quickly read the cost accounting slip, and she said incredibly, "R&D costs, patent fees, and publicity costs are not included here." Yes, this was developed by a good friend of mine abroad, and the patent was provided by him. We have another agreement and will pay him money. You don't have to worry about this propaganda anyway. I will prepare a new product press conference. Now, when the White Emperor's production license is completed, the specific release date can be determined. Since Zhou Yang made the decision, Khan must execute it, but she felt dizzy this day, and the world was not real. Because she would meet in half a moment, she could not accept a blood dialysis machine of less than 7,000 yuan. This is true of Kanding, a factory manager, and he dare not imagine the situation when those kidney patients heard the price. In this way, Zhou Yang announced high profile on the Beatty official website and his personal media account. Jiankhan Pharmaceutical Factory will have a heavy pound of new products. The price is absolutely wow, please look forward to it. As soon as the netizens saw this new product notice, they attracted controversy. Some passers-by felt that BYD was a good cow and actually began to get involved in medical equipment. However, there are still many healthy people who feel that they can't use medical equipment. They say that Zhou Yang is not doing business, and it is better to do something that everyone can use. Even a humidifier and smart speaker is better than medical equipment. What's more, it directly opened the mockery mode. "Yo, a cold antipyretic company that sells hundreds of boxes a month has not closed? Hurry up and produce home appliances. Honestly, medicine is not something you can understand. These people either mocked or poured cold water. Anyway, they finally caught Su Yang's small defect, which was dark. After all, their black and white emperor's electrical appliances haven't moved before, and their sales have been overwhelming at home and abroad. If this is still dark, they can't find a okay electrical enterprise. After that, these little black men also returned to the heifer tractor, saying it was so expensive to cut the leak. As a result, Zhou went to the agricultural news and became a key cooperative enterprise in the agricultural sector. Now the little blacks were beaten again. And Zhou cleaned himself. There was no scandal or bad news. They could only stare at the drug factory with the bleak sails to get dark. The White Emperor's iron powder was annoyed by looking at these yin and yang strange little blacks, so he suggested that Zhou seal their number. But Zhou laughed lightly. Since ancient times, the mouth of the defense is more than the defense of the river. The seal is useless, and keeping these people can play a role in spurring, and Zhou knows where he is not in place. He also intends to learn Tang Taizong. These little black sons are like Wei Ji. Although some of the blacks are unreasonable, the pharmaceutical factory has no sales, and this one has not been washed. Only after waiting for a stage can we see the real chapter. Netizens began to be curious about what medical equipment Zhou was going to announce. There is also a guess in the official website forum. As a result, the first netizen expects the product to come out, making Zhou very speechless after watching. Netizens wish to be the first in the list, silicone gum doll. Strictly speaking, this thing belongs to the second type of medical device, which is used reasonably and is beneficial to physical and mental health. Many netizens opened their brains and talked about their difficulty. There are hundreds of flying cups on the market, and a better silicone doll, which sells thousands or even tens of thousands. They can't afford it at all, so they ask Zhou to give the price of the doll. Get down. For example, 9.9 yuan a cup, 99 yuan a doll. The otaku think about it as beautiful. There is entertainment at night, and they can sing every night. The female powders are also asking for a waterproof version of the somersaults of 9.9 yuan, and they can also accompany them through a long night. Zhou quickly stopped. All stopped. The pharmaceutical factory does not produce this. We produce products that are urgently needed by patients. I think you say this, and wait until you have extra time. If you have needs, try to fall in love. Love is too expensive, just a few hundred meals, and a holiday red envelope is 520. The wallet is unbearable, so it is still an electronic partner and saves money. Our otaku is also a huge group and needs cheap electronic partners. The netizens are not sleepy when they talk about this. They continue to discuss. Even many netizens have enthusiastically embraced their exterior design. Although Zhou uses it, they will not charge copyright fees. Zhou felt that this netizen should be too idle at night, and had no amateur activities, so he was obsessed with this topic, and he wondered whether the next product was a treadmill, which made them consume extra energy and would not come. Struggling with adult problems. In the process of netizens chatting, Baidi's medical device production certificate was processed, and they began to produce dialysis machines that day. In fact, the workers in Baidi and the pharmaceutical factory have been simulating training for a long time in advance, and when the procedures are approved, they have all become skilled workers. Therefore, employees of Baidi's medical district work 24 hours a day, and they must produce 3,000 units a day to reserve the supply. When the director of Kanding came to visit the Baidi factory, she was refreshed by her cognition when she saw the hot production scene. In her view, producing 3,000 dialysis machines a day is a fantasy. Even a dialysis machine in a city may not have a fraction of this number, but this is sprinkled for Baidi employees. They regarded this as an electrical appliance to produce, and the production was all modular. The raw material parts were assembled together, welded the circuit board back and twisted the shell to the screw and left the factory after the test. It's really amazing, Mr. Zhou, I'm really knowledgeable. Kanding lamented that she has been working in the pharmaceutical industry for a long time, her thinking has been solidified, and she did not expect medical devices to be produced like dumplings. Zhou laughed. Those manufacturers of medical devices, because they are expensive and have less demand, do not need to start long-term construction, but only receive orders to produce. It is a bit similar to not opening for 3 years and opening for 3 years. Seeing high unit price pharmaceutical companies full of production, and their hemodialysis machine this time can be different, which is a low price that exceeds 100 times the market. There will definitely be an explosion in sales, so more backups are needed. Kanding admires his boss very much and feels knowledgeable with the boss. Then she returned to the factory and also learned some of Baidi's work ideas, which were used in management, and the results were not bad. Half a month passed quickly, the weather was already a bit warm, and in March, the temperature in the southern provinces has stabilized at about 10 degrees, and farming has begun. The Huanong tractor is still on fire sales. Under the condition of subsidies, it is bloody to buy. Many farmers have bought tractors for spring cultivation. For a time, the figure of the Huanong tractor was everywhere on the land of China. The farmers found that this tractor was really easy to use, using all the wasteland and scattered cultivated land that were difficult to use, driving the tillage machine or rake, etc., and opened the monopoly. The sowing machine was used conditionally. It was very convenient to complete the cultivation. It is much better to use animal power or manpower than before. Don't look down on it before, but the Huinong tractor is really comfortable to use, big horsepower, and can carry weight. When it's busy, it can also be used to pull stones and sand to subsidize households. The rugged mountain road can also be walked. It's really a gold oil-like machine. Basically, the people who bought it gave the manufacturer a big compliment. The agricultural sector was praised by farmers, and the new cars were also praised by the way. For a time, the new cars often boarded agricultural-type news media. It has to be said that this is very interesting. When many companies are involved in the fight, the new car has opened up a new track. Look at the hot sales, which is a fame and fortune, so that the peers are envious. Agricultural machinery is away, but those car enterprises are all taking traditional routes, creating brand tuning, letting them give up their years of branding power, and making agricultural tools, which is equivalent to self-smashing signboards. Even if the patents are released, those car companies will not come to produce agricultural tools. So this time, there are and only new cars can eat. At the same time as the tractor heat was sold, Zhou Yang in the deep town was building a Kong pharmaceutical factory and opened his new product conference to release his latest medical device, blood dialysis machine. Hello friends, this is Zhou Yang. This time Zhou Yang was wearing a black suit, a very ordinary dress, and appeared in front of the camera. It is still an online press conference, but this time he has a serious expression and no smile in the past. Because this release is a medical device related to kidney patients. Today's press conference, I will announce the product. Zhou Yang said that as soon as he snapped his fingers, the light turned on the stage. This time the new blood dialysis machine was presented to everyone. A slender one is a bit like a charge pile device. What? This time I announced the new product so happily, don't guess? What machine is this? The netizens who watch the live broadcast are a bit ignorant. After all, few people can recognize such professional equipment. This is a hemodialysis machine, referred to as hemodularity, and is a treatment instrument for treating severe kidney disease, such as urine poison. It uses the semi-permeable membrane principle to filter excess metabolic waste in the blood to achieve the purpose of purifying the blood. Only when Zhou Yang explained this, everyone knew. Many people suddenly realized that they knew there was such a thing as a dialysis machine. Today is the first time I saw it. But many netizens are asking questions in the curtain. Is there a big deal for such a machine? According to statistics, there are currently more than 7 million patients with severe kidney disease in my country. This is still official data. There are many reasons for not visiting or visiting people abroad. I am afraid the actual value will be more. However, these patients are still very small for the population base, and it is no wonder that they do not understand the role of dialysis machines. Zhou Yang didn't explain much, so a documentary filmed by a Central View was released on the scene, which was to tell the story of patients with urinary poison. The beginning of the video was a documentary perspective, shooting 3 families in need of dialysis. Patient number 1 has a wealthy family and has a dialysis machine at home, but it also needs to come to the hospital for dialysis. The family also invited a full-time care worker to take care of the patient. Because the care is better, this patient can still work from home and manage the family business, which is considered a better treatment. But no one else is as lucky as him. Patient number 2, male, 42 years old, ordinary family. After graduating from undergraduate, he started sales work, and worked hard for more than 10 years in a company, as the leader of the sales department. But after long-term socializing, tobacco and alcohol did not leave. He fell ill at the age of 40, detected urine poison, and his work could not be done. Soon the source of income at home was broken. After spending all his savings at home, his wife did not want to be dragged down, divorced him, and took the child away. Patient number 2 can only let his elderly parents take care of him. It's just that they can't afford expensive dialysis and treatment costs. After borrowing relatives, they can only buy a house to treat the disease. After all, at the age of 40, parents do not want to give black hair to white-haired people. But when their family faced the interview, they were all unlovable expressions, and they didn't know the prospects. When the money for selling the house was spent, what should they do? The number 3 patient on the show is the most tragic. She is a middle-aged woman in a rural family. She is 38 years old and has been engaged in agricultural cultivation, but she has been in poor health and is usually busy. She has been prescribing medicine and has not gone to the hospital. Later, he fainted in the ground and was taken to a hospital in the county to find out that it was severe renal failure. For a family with a meager income, it is tantamount to a thunderbolt. After paying 30,000 yuan for treatment, the family has already owed it. In front of the hospital bed, when the reporter interviewed the withered female patient, she said weakly that she didn't want to be cured, and she had to leave the only little money to her children for school. Her husband and mother-in-law shed tears on the side. They learned that the disease is basically incurable and can only be maintained in the future, and it is estimated that it will not last for a few years. However, during maintenance, to take medicine injections and add dialysis, rural families simply cannot afford it, and now they are facing painful choices. The woman's mother-in-law came and brought in 30,000 yuan from relatives, but this is a lot of money for expensive treatment costs. After consuming 10,000 yuan in a few days, the woman strongly demanded that she not be cured. The money of her family was given to her husband to let him take the children. When speaking, women are sad and cool, like they are explaining the aftermath. The husband held his wife, the child held her mother, and the family cried together. Later, the woman took the initiative to ask for home. At the end of the show, a row of subtitles appeared. By the time the show was broadcast, the female patient number 3 had passed away. 3 patients, 3 very different families, but they are all the same conditions and all need dialysis. Those who have money at home are okay and can support huge expenses, but for ordinary families who have no money, patients either wait to die or run out of their wealth and become a burden on their families. As the saying goes, there is no filial son in front of a long bed, and so are the children, not to mention couples. Therefore, people with poor families have severe kidney disease. Many of their partners end in divorce and break up. Only parents will insist on continuing treatment. This is the most tormenting. In the third story, do female patients not want to cure? She thought that she also wanted to continue to live with her husband and raise her children to adults. However, in the face of incurable diseases and sky-high dialysis costs, she could only leave the hope of life to her husband and children. After watching the video, the entire live broadcast was speechless for a long time, and the curtains were also sparse. Not that there are fewer people watching, but that people are not in a good mood. People are under great pressure now, so they can't look at this sad thing, and they seem to be blocking a big stone in their hearts. Zhou Yang said, everyone sees it. All 3 patients have severe kidney disease. They have to dialyze several times a week for $300 or $400 each time, and the dialysis machine is more expensive. Only rich families can afford it. I also saw this situation in the hospital before I decided to make a hemodialysis machine. With it in the future, I hope this tragedy will be staged on Earth. Here is the director of Kongding, who is in charge of Kong Pharmaceuticals, to explain the function of the dialysis machine to everyone. Zhou Yang gave way and Kongding came to power and began to explain various functions. In addition to routine testing and dialysis, the biggest highlight of this device is to support the CRRT mode, although not as effective as the real CRRT instrument, but for a dialysis machine, this is already an original function. This can treat more kidney patients. A blood dialysis machine with CRRT function. This machine is a cow. If it is not expensive, make money to buy one for my brother. It depends on how much it is. I hope that within 50,000 yuan, it will not be able to afford it, and the cost of the later consumables will not be small. The well-understood audience has noticed how much this Kong dialysis machine is, and now it depends on its price. If the price is low, then it is God. If the price is high, it can only be discouraged. The function has been introduced, and I will announce the price below. Kongding looked at Zhou Yang, and Zhou Yang signaled for her to say that he gave this important moment to professionals. Our built-in blood dialysis machine, selling price, 6,999 yuan, RMB. What? Is it wrong? Is it less than zero? When Kongding stated the retail price of the dialysis machine, hundreds of netizens immediately questioned it. When did the dialysis machine with a price of 6 digits become the price of 4 digits? The price is 100 times lower at a time. Isn't this a fantasy? Anyway, they are 100 dialysis machines that do not believe will be so cheap in the world. Most of the people who questioned the construction of the Kong blood dialysis machine were not Zhou Yang's iron powder, but still questioned the authenticity of this price. If it is old powder, I have long gone to the shopping page to snap up. When Zhou Yang saw the mess in the curtain area, he came out and explained, yes, the price of this dialysis machine is 6,999 yuan, less than 7,000 yuan. This is also a gift for the well-off medicine industry. I hope you can restore health and return to normal life after using our dialysis machine. After Zhou Yang's blessing, he said that now the Kong pharmaceutical industry official network has opened spot sales, and the White Emperor official network also has a skipping link. However, the current number of products is limited. In order to allow the equipment to reach the people who really need it, after the order is taken, the hospital's medical records must be available to purchase. Zhou Yang made a restriction, that is, he was afraid of selling the machine at a higher price, because he knew that his blood dialysis machine was more fried up for today's market. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the curtain area had exploded, and the massive shrapnel made it impossible to see what was said. Cow beep. Bull beep. My classmate has been jellyzing for 2 years and spent the old nose money. I want to tell him to buy the Beatty dialysis machine quickly. The upstairs is wrong. This is not the Bai brand, but the Kong brand. Don't admit the wrong brand. No matter what brand he does, Zhou Yang does it anyway. In this world, only he really cares about poor buddies. I will buy this dialysis machine. In the cartridge area, there are already people grabbing orders. In the shopping background of Jiankong Pharmaceutical, hundreds of people have placed orders in an instant. However, this is only a preliminary order. The patient needs to provide sufficient evidence within 48 hours to prove that there is a kidney disease patient at home to pay for the goods. Anyway, everyone went to snap up. In these half months, 50,000 dialysis machines were accumulated in the warehouse. Today, only 10,000 were released, but after a few hours, there were more than 8,000 orders. By more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the 10,000 dialysis machines on the first day had already been ordered. Selling 10,000 units a day, before the dialysis machine of Kong Pharmaceutical Industry was available, this was an unimaginable number. Even the world's largest dialysis manufacturer did not have this sales. It can be said that Jiankong Pharmaceuticals has set off a huge wave in the medical industry, subverting the entire dialysis industry. On the first day, the news was only spread in a small circle, but the media produced news and published it. By the next day, the news spread to the medical industry across the country, and many hospital doctors have heard the news. Deceptive. Let's spend April in advance, right? How could a dialysis machine be less than 7,000 yuan, so you can buy a few parts? In a hospital department, several doctors in white coats are discussing. It's true, there are live video recordings, and it is also released by regular companies. The owner of the pharmaceutical factory is the owner of the Bai appliances. It is a person with a reputation guarantee. A male doctor with a Beatty 1 Pro mobile phone turned on his mobile phone and showed it to colleagues. I saw the news headline that read, 6,999 yuan dialysis machine, Zhou Yang is making history again. Will the Beatty spirit enter the pharmaceutical industry? Will there be a storm of medical reform? Seeing that many news media are reporting, colleagues were shocked to say, won't it? How is this possible? 7,000, we are dialysis machines of 500,000. Is this dialysis machine building a Kong brand a hollow shell? Many professional doctors think this is fake news. Some attending doctors even speak publicly, suggesting that the medical and health department should investigate it. This dialysis machine cannot be sold so cheap. After all, the most important parts there are taken out. This price is 100,000. This is probably a scam. Among them is a relatively well-known hematologist Chen Xingda, who publicly stated that if this dialysis machine is really like a propaganda, then he will wash his hair upside down. The more professional people, the less I believe in Jiankong Pharmaceutical, the less I believe in Zhou Yang. No wonder, after all, they calculated the whole machine according to the price of the parts quoted by foreign manufacturers during maintenance or procurement. It would take thousands to change the liquid crystal screen. Even if you update a system, there are hundreds of charges everywhere. Need money. As everyone knows, Zhou Yang is a person who does not play cards according to common sense. This dialysis machine is really the price. One of his purposes is to break the monopoly position of foreign medical products. In the medical industry, patients should be allowed to pay the least amount of money to see the disease, instead of fattening their companies by sucking the blood of the patient's family. Although professionals in the medical industry do not believe in Jiankong dialysis machines, the old powder of Beatty and Zhou Yang believe in this price. What Zhou Yang produces is not the kind that everyone cannot afford. Even if there are tens of thousands of yuan in products now, it is extremely cheap to compare with similar products. It is not 60% lower than that of peers. That is not very powerful. This time the dialysis machine is even more exaggerated, with only a fraction of one-half of the price of similar products and an upper percentage price, which has caused many people to stumble. Believe it or not, anyway, after 3 days, 30,000 dialysis machines have been purchased. When a part of the quota is released on the site every day, the snappers call friends and smoke their phones quickly, that is, they want to grab a dialysis machine. There are only more than 6,000 dialysis machines, and many patients have so much dialysis in a month or two. If you buy a Kong dialysis machine, you can greatly reduce the financial burden. For patients, this can really continue their lives. Why did you go to the hospital for dialysis? I don't know if a dialysis machine of 7,000 yuan has been released recently. What? Why is it so cheap? Is it deceiving? At the registration office of a hospital, there are two patient families discussing. When one of them heard such a low price, the first reaction felt like a liar. Not a liar, this is a regular company, and Zhou Yang of Beatty knows that it is the pharmaceutical company he opened. By D. Thank goodness, By D also made medical products. It must be cheap, I will sell it. Many family members were skeptical at first, but when they heard Zhou Yang's name, they all believed it. Zhou Yang is now quite famous, and now his people's settings are cheap and easy to use. As long as they can be used and bought with their eyes closed, there must be nothing wrong. So among the kidney disease friend groups, 1 passes 10 or 10 pass, and it is soon known to all. Many patients and family members are involved in the snatching. Every time a new place is placed, countless people are clicking purchase option. Such a huge snatch-like purchase once caused the server of Jiankong Pharmaceuticals to collapse, and it also triggered a hot discussion on the internet. A new medical website server collapsed, which can also be on the news, only to say that the heat of building a Kong dialysis machine is too high. A newly established pharmaceutical company suddenly issued a dialysis machine of 6,999 yuan, which is also regarded as big news in the medical industry. I am afraid that this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine will not have this news. Many reporters have come to Jiankong Pharmaceuticals for interviews, and this has become one of the hottest locations in the city. The so-called popularity is not much. In the face of huge traffic, Jiankong Pharmaceuticals was reported. The reason for the report was to violate the advertising law, and Jiankong dialysis machine involved false propaganda. The whistleblower believes that there is no such cheap dialysis machine in this world. As a result, a medical investigation team entered the Jiankong pharmaceutical industry. Boss, there is an inspection team coming to the factory. Kong Ding was a little nervous and reported to Zhou Yang on the phone. Okay, I'll come over later, don't be nervous, our procedures are fully in compliance. Zhou Yang comforted the director of Kanding. Soon he also came to the pharmaceutical factory to fully cooperate with the inspection. The inspection team received a report from the masses and came to the health pharmaceutical factory to check for compliance. The first step is to check various licenses first. There are all medical licenses in Jiankong pharmaceutical factories, which can produce most of the medical devices and medicines. There are no problems with the procedures. We need to check your blood dialysis machine products. The inspectors mainly check this latest product, because the selling price is too low. It is considered to be a fraudulent product, similar to the routine of elderly health products. The Shenzhen Health Commission is still very responsible, and immediately sent an investigation team to investigate and obtain evidence. They need to investigate two aspects. One is why dialysis opportunities have such cheap prices. If the price is deliberately low to disrupt the market, it must be punished. The second inspection project, even if a Kong dialysis machine is built, is the effect as stated in the propaganda? If it is false propaganda, it will be severely punished. Regarding the first inspection project, Zhou Yang asked Kong to come up with a purchase order to show the other party. These purchase orders record the cost of raw materials. This semester is dozens or hundreds of pieces, and there are no overly expensive parts, and there are purchase contracts and invoices. As for the shell part produced by myself, the raw materials are relatively cheap, produced on a scale basis by the Beatty factory, and the labor cost is not high. When these are combined, the cost is about 6,000 yuan. Zhou Yang told the other party in the office, "Comrade, we have so much cost, selling 6,999 yuan, is there any problem? We can't break the leak without other companies, right?" Investigators coughed and asked, "Do you have no advertising and R&D costs here? Just materials and labor? What about taxes and fees?" Zhou Yang said, "Patent was obtained by me based on personal relationships. It depends on human relations. Without spending money, it will not be counted. We just did not advertise, so there is no publicity fee. Taxes and fees are due to the reduction and exemption period of local pharmaceutical companies, so there are few taxes paid. Please provide the information of the patentee," a young male investigator said. Zhou Yang said, "This is a trade secret and should not be related to the investigation. This is related to the investigation, please cooperate." The investigator was not very good at talking, he was breaking the casserole and asking in the end. "Well, both me and the other party are contacted by email." Zhou Yang told the other party the work unit, website and mailbox of his friend overseas research institute. His friend has a foreign name Jelson. The staff logged in with a computer, but found that the website access was restricted, and their IP did not have permission to log in and could not be viewed. There was no computer master at the scene, so it was impossible to log in and view, and there was no real-time communication in an email box alone, which made the mail inspector a little crazy. "Do you not have his phone?" the investigator asked again. "No, they are confidential units and can only send and receive mail." Zhou Yang said he was powerless. This so-called Foreign Research Institute is actually a website arranged by the system, with a name Hung, which is specifically responsible for covering Zhou Yang. Normal online investigations must have found nothing. If you want to get to the bottom, you can't find it when you go abroad. That place, but a foreign military management area, ordinary people have no right to explore. So these investigators don't want to find clues from this aspect. Where did Zhou Yang get the patented technology? They can't control it, so they can only stop. Then they found that the pharmaceutical factory did not advertise, and there was no marketing fee. Then this price would not be sold at a loss, and there would be no unfair competition. But these investigators still find it incredible. How can a dialysis machine get such a little money? Hundreds of thousands of other people's equipment, here is only 6,999, which cannot be understood. Then there is the last question left. Check whether the dialysis machine's effect involves fraud and false propaganda. If you want to test the data, Zhou Yang can provide samples, but he also wants the very strict investigator to take a look at the field. Depending on the equipment is good or bad, let's go to a patient's house and actually test it? Zhou Yang has been contacted and will send a dialysis machine to several urine patients near the company for free, and this investigator just happened to be able to see the actual effect. The investigator is still very rigorous. Immediately take a sample, and also go to the field to see the effect. The harsh and serious male investigator and a teacher will follow. Zhou Yang then brought a photographer to personally give a dialysis machine to a severe patient. This patient was the one who met in the hospital before Zhou Yang. His family is also similar to the second patient in the story. Ordinary family, because of dialysis, life is very tight. This patient named Zwahang Rice has been suffering from urine poison for several years. The girlfriend he talked about before has also blown up, and is now alone. Because there is no heavy manual labor, it depends on playing games on home and selling some equipment and gold coins. The left father is old, but he has to do odd jobs and subsidize his pension to his son in order to barely maintain his family and live tightly. Zhou Yang came to his house to test and shoot, and also asked for his consent, and then took the equipment to the door. Ding dong! Zhou Yang rang the doorbell downstairs. "Oops, Mr. Zhou is here, come in and sit down." The left father heard the doorbell and went downstairs to receive it in person. It was very enthusiastic. Then there were two staff members who carried the equipment in. Are these two? When the left father saw two investigators in uniform, he was wondering, "Oh, they are from the Health Commission to see the actual effects of our products." Zhou Yang introduced. "Oh, welcome." The old father immediately praised. He trusted Zhou Yang so much because their family is a loyal user of Baidi and has many Baidi products. Baidi's electric blanket, TV, electric car, water purifier, refrigerator, air conditioner, all used in his house. After they used so many appliances, they felt that Baidi's things were really easy to use, so for this dialysis machine, they placed orders without thinking about it, and they also had great trust. Then the accompanying pharmaceutical factory staff is installing equipment, that is, picking up a few tubes, and adding the consumables, basically about 10 minutes, to start the first dialysis. Zhou Yang first visited the patient's left Rice. "Hello Zhou Yang." When Zwahangian saw Zhou Yang, he stood on the chair. "No trouble, you sit," Zhou Yang said. "It's okay, I have been exercising, and some basic mobility is still there." Zwahang Rice did dialysis on time and paid attention to exercise, so his physical condition was okay and he had self-care ability. In order to adjust the atmosphere, Zhou Yang chatted with him and asked which game he was playing. After the equipment is installed, the staff will report. "The machine here is ready. Do you want to try it today?" Zhou Yang asked. Okay. Father Zwa is very happy. After all, Zhou Yang and their professionals are here, and they are more at ease. After Zwahang Rice expressed his gratitude, he lay in bed, and then the technicians in the factory connected him to the tube. The instrument has begun to work to detect the smoothness of the left saline rice and can perform dialysis operations. At this time, the two inspectors also came around to see how effective this dialysis is. The dialysis began, and the potions and blood began to exchange. The photographer must play mosaic after recording this process, so as not to cause discomfort to others. After all, to some extent, this looks really scary. Dialysis continues, and the inspector is also a medical major, able to distinguish the dialysis results. He came to the dialysis machine and saw that the display screen of the dialysis machine had all kinds of functions. It was no different from the dialysis machine in the big hospital. Instead, it felt easier to operate. This is natural. High-end dialysis machines, basically monopolized by foreign companies. They are operating systems made in accordance with the habits of foreigners. This has led to a lot of equipment, not even Chinese, which is an all-English operating interface. This dialysis machine has been systematically modified, which is in line with the habits of Chinese people and is also very humane, which makes investigators feel surprised. This dialysis will last for about 4 hours. Zhou Yang and the technician have been here. It was noon soon, and the old father of Zhuohang Rice made table delicious meals and invited Zhou Yang and others to have lunch here. Refusing at this time, it was a bit impersonal, so Zhou Yang greeted the staff and came to eat. At this time, the investigators were a little embarrassed. They came to investigate the equipment. They had rules that it was not easy to stay outside to eat. The two of them said they were not hungry. Come on, come to me, can you make you hungry? The passionate left father pulled two investigators and sat at the dinner table. After Zhou Yang saw it, he was also persuading, you are here to eat well. This is public opinion. Do you have to pay attention to workarounds? If you don't eat here, people think you dislike others' food? What's wrong? The two investigators looked at each other and felt that it was okay to have a meal. They sent a message with the leader in advance to prepare them, and they sat down. A group of them was cooking, and Zhuohang Rice was still dialyzed in the house. He had a special meal and would not eat until the dialysis was completed. After the meal, they helped the left father clean up the table, and went back to the bedroom and chatted with the left sailing Rice to wait for the dialysis to end. The dialysis was smooth all the way, and there were no abnormalities. The hemodialysis machine was built and stood the test of practice. After more than 4 hours, the dialysis was over. The technicians made a record, then put away all the consumables, and then prepared to say goodbye to the father and son of Zhuohang Rice. Thank you so much, your dialysis machine is really easy to use. Zhuohang Rice shook hands with Zhou Yang. He has done dialysis for many years, and what is the effect, he knows very well. He is also a half dialysis expert. He can shout responsibly and build a Kong dialysis machine, which is better than the hospital. Next, Zhou Yang and others said goodbye, and the father and son were sent downstairs together. Come back to play someday. Fathers will watch Zhou Yang and they waved continuously after getting on the bus. There was a trace of tears in the corner of his eyes. After so many years, there was finally someone who was sincere and kind to his son, not to dislike them, but also to let the old master have a running head to live. Perhaps this is the original intention of Zhou Yang to be a dialysis machine, which can bring life to patients and hope to family members. Zhou Yang then returned to the pharmaceutical factory, and the two investigators also returned to their lives. They witnessed the work of the dialysis machine with their own eyes, with no problem, basically the same function as the equipment purchased by the hospital, or even better. Their colleague pulled a sample back, and after an afternoon test, it also fully met the standard. Various data reached the level of the most advanced dialysis machine abroad. This time, the name of Jiankong dialysis machine can be given. The investigation team announced that the investigation was concluded without finding any problems in the health medicine industry. Zhou Yang posted the inspection on his account number, and attached a video clip of Zhuohang's rice dialysis, so that everyone can verify the performance of the Kong dialysis machine with their own eyes. Many netizens are unaware that they do not understand the data of dialysis, but they also congratulate. When they heard that they were reported, they were upset. There is a group of people who like to buy expensive equipment and be cut by leaks. Zhou Yang finally made a cheap dialysis machine, but he still has to report it, which is really incomprehensible. If you are worried about cheap and bad goods, then don't buy it. Report what to do. Probably a doctor or a ghost engaged in by a colleague, a user who needs it, is too late to snap up, who will report the idle leg pain? I am a doctor, and I prove to our industry that although many colleagues do not believe in the performance of Jiankong dialysis machines, they can never do anything to complain. Good doctors are there, but it is undeniable that there is also a lack of virtue. Jiankong dialysis machine blocked their money. No one went to their side for dialysis. No mention was made. Of course, a complaint is required. By blocking the Jiankong dialysis machine complaint, they can continue to make black hearts. Why are these people so virtuous? Lack of virtue? This has been the case since ancient times. Otherwise, Zhou Yang has been doing charity for the benefit of everyone. Why do so many people spray him? It is the first-level trumpet that likes to spray the by-emperor. You dig deeper, and you are definitely an electrical practitioner. The netizens discussed enthusiastically on the White Emperor network, all of whom were whistleblowers. After the official inspection, it was even more proved that there was no problem with building a Kong dialysis machine, so many people gave up their concerns and began to join the snatching army. Many people with kidney disease who need dialysis in the country are concerned about the product of building a Kong dialysis machine through various channels. Users with quick hands have already bought it. Some people are afraid of being deceived. They plan to look at the dialysis of other patients. If it is good, they will buy it by themselves. In short, 10 days after the sale, the inventory dialysis machine in the warehouse has been sold out. Now more than 2,000 purchase places are opened every day. Basically, the production line is still hot, and it has been packed and shipped away. BYD is now running at full capacity, but the demand is still hot. After all, with a dialysis fee of 1 or 2 months, you can buy a super performing dialysis machine to use at home, and basically no dialysis patient can refuse. Therefore, a built-in dialysis machine, after transit of logistics, entered the homes of many kidney disease users. Miaoling girl Miao Miao Han is one of them. Miao Miao Han is 22 years old this year, which is in her youth, but she has not been studying at school like other college students, but has been studying at home and writing some articles online to make money. The reason is that when she was a freshman, she found out that she had kidney failure and could only go home from school to rest. However, this disease is not manageable. After a year of medical treatment across the country, although her condition has not continued to deteriorate, it has not improved, and she must be fixed for dialysis several times a week. Therefore, their families also had to bear a heavy economic burden. Miao Miao Han shared her story in personal media, but many people did not believe that she was a liar, so she said how to get kidney failure when she was so young. They are still the ideas of the older generation. It is like saying that children have no waste. In fact, children will get waist injuries, and young people are very likely to get kidney disease because of bad living habits or outside stimulation. At a young age, you have a disease that affects your life. Many people will collapse and even have a light idea. But Miao Miao Han is a self-improving girl. She has not given up and has been cooperating with treatment. While studying herself in college courses, she is still online, publishing articles under the pen name Fan. After another 2 years of this, in addition to taking medicine every day, she also insisted on dialysis, which is a large expenditure that makes girls have to spend a lot of time to write to make money, which also affects her rest. At this moment, Miao Miao Han saw the video of building a Kong dialysis machine online, and was excited at once. Such a cheap dialysis machine can be easily bought home, so that he can dialyze at home. The cost of dialysis can be as low as dozens of yuan, which is equivalent to watching a movie once a few days. Still the level of ticket money that does not buy popcorn. This is a medical instrument that can greatly improve the level of family life and must be bought. Miao Miao Han snapped online just a few days after the dialysis machine was released, but this device was too hot and was not robbed many times. Miao Miao's parents mobilized more than 30 relatives and friends. Everyone robbed them together. Fortunately, they robbed them 4 days ago. Now that the equipment is finally available, after the courier comes to the door, she and her mother will help carry the equipment to the bedroom together. After the courier leaves, the mother and daughter will study the installation method of this device together. After reading the instructions, it was found that the installation and operation are very simple. Some interfaces have dumbfounded designs, and there are numbers. As long as the numbers are paired, they can be easily installed. Soon after installing things, Miao Miao Han wanted to perform the first dialysis. Is this okay? Would you like to call the doctor home? Mothers are a little worried about safety. After all, they go to dialysis, and nurses are busy in the hospital. It's okay, mom, I have asked the customer service many times. This operation is very simple. It only needs to be in accordance with the steps. If there is any discomfort, the equipment will be stopped immediately, and there will be no serious harm. Miao Miao Han comforted her mother and lay in bed. She asked her mother to help press the button and dialysis began. Miao Miao Han behaved normally, and the process was normal at the beginning. She can also watch the TV in the house. For more than 4 hours, she can watch 3 movies. In the past, it was not so comfortable in the hospital, but now it is too convenient to be able to dialyze at home. Oops, this machine is so good. The more the mother looks, the more she likes it, and it feels better than the dialysis machine in the hospital. After finishing a dialysis, Miao Miao Han felt like he was in good condition, and this dialysis machine was fully qualified. And she calculated the cost of a dialysis, which is really below 50 yuan, so he doesn't have to worry about the excessive dialysis burden. This feeling is like getting a freshman at once. Her life will be because of this dialysis machine. Become different. The equipment is very easy to use, so good. Miao Miao Han clicked on the receipt that afternoon and gave a 5-star praise. She was in a good mood today and wrote a compliment to life in the article. God was unfair to her, but she was affectionate. She thanked the dialysis machine produced by Jiankong Pharmaceuticals for allowing her great convenience and discount. The girl Miao Miaohan has an excellent experience of use, and the Ma Ting Dong in a remote mountainous area is also anxiously waiting for his dialysis machine. The mountainous area where the Ma Ting Dong is located is very remote. Residents have been engaged in agricultural-related production for a long time. However, because of the steep terrain and the lack of support for large-scale mechanical cultivation, they are still in the original cultivation mode. However, since this year, the local agricultural department has promoted in the village that it is an agricultural machine called a Huafun tractor that can be cultivated in complex terrain, which is much better than cattle, and now the state has subsidies, a 10,000 yuan, and there is also a local preferential subsidy of 2,000 yuan, which is very cost-effective. In their village, there are several families in good condition. They raised funds and bought 2 tractors, ready to experience. As a result, after the experience, it is really easy to use. The horsepower is large, and the steep slopes and stone land can also be walked. With a tillage machine, you can travel to several monopolies at once. This speed is much higher than before. Many times. With this tractor, their farmers no longer have to face the yellow soil all day long, they have too much effort, and farming is not a hard job. Originally, this had nothing to do with the Ma Ting Dong family. He had been ill for 3 years because of urine poisoning and lost his ability to work. He relied on his wife and elderly parents to farm him. Their family is still a brick house many years ago. Basically, the whole family earns more than 10,000 a year. Their family cannot be dialyzed anyway. So Ma Ting Dong was at home, using waste plastic, and made a dialysis machine, and even self-contained salt water. It originally required a one-time tube. In order to save money, it was cooked for the second time with boiling water. It was also his life that he relied on this condition for 3 years. However, because of poor sanitary conditions, he was often infected and sick, and he was struggling against the past. Now his body is getting worse and worse, and he feels unable to persevere. Just when Ma Ting Dong was about to lose confidence, the village bought a neighborhood of the Huanong tractor and came over to remind him to show him the release video of the Kong dialysis machine. Seeing the unattainable dialysis machine, as long as 6,999, Ma Ting Dong shouted directly as a liar. Because he has never seen such a cheap dialysis machine, it is dozens of times cheaper at once, not a liar? The eldest brother laughed and said, "This dialysis machine is a boss with my tractor. Others say that if the tractor is foreign, it will sell more than 1 million, and he will sell us 40,000. There are subsidies, more than 20,000 will be won. Is your dialysis machine a big iron pimple? People are already selling crazy online. This boss named Zhou is reliable." Hearing that the eldest brother said, Ma Ting Dong also moved his heart, but 6,999 was the income of their family for half a year. If he could not be the master, he decided to discuss it with his family. Of course, the family didn't want to lose his son and husband when he was so young, so he unanimously supported him. Even if he smashed the pot and sold iron, he would have to buy him one. And they can rent tractors from the villagers to cultivate this year. They can spend a variety of 2 acres of land, and their income can be thousands of dollars higher than before, so they have the confidence to borrow money, buy dialysis machines, and wait until the autumn harvest. Pay back the money. So that night, their family went to the village chief, wrote a loan, borrowed 7,000 yuan, and returned to autumn, and then went to the big brother who bought the tractor. None of them had a mobile phone, and the horse family asked big brother for help and bought a dialysis machine. "No, this is out of stock. A part of the supply is released every day. To keep the phone to grab it, I can only try it for you at night." After all, big brother was busy during the day, only available at night, but after 3 days of robbing, he didn't grab it. But the horse family was so anxious that they didn't have a mobile phone and could not grab the dialysis machine themselves. They asked if they could send cash and buy it by mail order. Brother said, "Is no longer possible. Mail order is the old Huang Li many years ago. Now it is all online shopping and online payment. Alas, what should I do? I can't afford it here." Mamu was worried inside. Times have changed, so you can't help but let people buy goods. "I'll write a letter to them and mail order." Daddy Ma was stubborn, and when he went home and wrote a letter overnight, he sent it to the post office. He was afraid that the letter would be lost and the registered letter used. 3 days later, the registered letter arrived at Jiankong Pharmaceutical Factory, but the director Zhou wrote by the recipient received it. Kang Ding forwarded the letter to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang opened it and was very touched. The Ma Ting Dong family was very pitiful. He moved his heart and decided to give Ma Ting Dong a device. At the same time, Zhou Yang felt that this was a very good publicity opportunity, and decided to make the dialysis machine into a program and send it to the other party's house in person. So Zhou Yang found a photographer in the company to shoot this video. Zhou Yang also prepared a dialysis machine with a loving donation card, installed on a minivan, and drove more than 1,000 kilometers to transport it. Zhou Yang, they brought a lot of water and food in the trunk of the car. They had to travel day and night to send it to Ma Tingdong as quickly as possible. At the beginning of the departure, Zhou Yang contacted the other village chief and spoke with Ma Tingdong himself to explain their intentions. Ma Tingdong was very moved and agreed to Zhou Yang's request to shoot. However, someone in the village persuaded him to say that if he photographed his family, it would not have been lost in front of the country. After all, the horse family was broken. Ma Tingdong said, "I am all a dying person. I still care about the false name. This is not a dialysis machine sent by others. It is a renewal for me. What happened to me?" The villagers who said this were silent. They felt that they were all dying, and they were not afraid of shooting to expose family conditions. The next day, Zhou Yang and they traveled together on the night and drove to the foot of the mountains. Next, there will be no roads, all dirt lanes climbing, and the trucks will not be able to leave. The village chief sent the woman tractor, pulled the trailer, and came to pick them up. "You are the director of Zhou, welcome, welcome." The village chief who came to pick people up and shook hands enthusiastically with Zhou Yang. Ma Tingdong is a famous difficult household in the village, and the village chief is also worried about it. Others like to do charity, they like to help children, and they rarely help middle-aged and elderly patients like Ma Tingdong. Zhou Yang is the first person to help Ma Tingdong in addition to the country. Dare not be. After Zhou Yang was humble, people were asked to move the carton of the dialysis machine to the trailer from their car, and then their party was sitting on the trailer and heading to the village. After sitting in the trailer of his own tractor, Zhou Yang had a wonderful feeling. After he crossed, he really felt that he really changed the world. This change is positive, and he will continue to realize his ideals. After more than half an hour of trek, I finally came to the village. This village is located at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by mountains, and the roads into the village are rugged dirt roads. After rain, it is difficult to walk, and it must be a tractor. After the introduction of the woman tractor, it not only helped to plant land in the village, but also provided a convenient transportation for entry and exit. No wonder the residents in the village now gave the woman tractor 10 points to praise. A group of them came to the door of Ma Tingdong's house. After the trailer stopped, Ma Tingdong and his mother came out to greet them. "You are the factory director Zhou, thank you so much." Ma Tingdong said, bowed to salute. "Don't do this, be careful of your body." Zhou Yang quickly supported the other party. Mamu always touched tears in her eyes, she kept nagging, good person, good person." When they arrived in the house, Zhou Yang and the driver opened the equipment and assembled it on site. During the assembly, the photographer filmed inside the house, and he focused on shooting the self-made dialysis machine of Ma Tingdong. Under an old calendar in 1998, it was a red brick wall that broke and corroded the foam. There were several plastic jars in the corner of the dialyzer, let's call it a dialyzer. There are transparent tapes around it, tied with ropes and branches to fix it. Many places have been black and yellowed, which has obviously been used for a long time. Some infusion tubes are covered with dirt. This thing is placed in the garbage dump, and there is no sense of discord. However, this ruined thing is the life instrument that has maintained the 3-year life of the Martin building, which is awkward. Then, Zhou Yang, they have assembled the new instrument, so they asked Ma Tingdong, "Do they need dialysis now?" "Okay, I haven't done it for several days, just waiting for you," Ma Tingdong said. Seeing that his lips were a bit bruised, it was obviously impossible to wait, so Zhou Yang and an accompanying doctor prepared the procedure for him. After pressing the switch, dialysis began. Hearing the light buzz of the device, the metabolic waste in the blood began to be filtered out. Ma Tingdong was weak and closed his eyes. When Mamu saw the machine, it seemed to be more advanced than the equipment of their county hospital, so she said it was really good. Zhou Yang laughed, "Auntie, our device must be the most advanced in China. Your son will use it with confidence in the future. If you have any questions, we will call us and there will be dedicated technicians to serve you. Thank you so much, you are a great man." Mamu quickly went to make tea and hosted a large group of guests coming from afar. The village chief also looked at it for a while, and said that the dialysis machine is really easy to use. With this, it will not be used in the county hospital in the future. Ma Tingdong is a blessing. Then Mama looked around for a while, feeling that there are so many good people here, and his son is safe, so he went out to kill chickens and ducks. At noon, he must entertain these good people who came from afar. "Auntie doesn't have to be busy, we will leave after dialysis," Zhou Yang said politely. "It's okay, don't dislike us. Our pots have been brushed with wire balls. Farm like chickens and ducks are also delicious. You just wait to eat it. If you are hungry, I'm going to be poked the spine by someone. After Mamu finished speaking, she still prepared meals. The photographer put the tripod in the house and fixed it throughout the journey. Then he used his mobile phone to record it outside. The process of Mamu preparing meals is also an opportunity to photograph real mountain life. Near noon, Ma Tingdong's wife and dad came back from the ground in the mountain. One of them went to the field to grow land, and Ma Fu went to dig some spring buns and wild vegetables on the mountain and came back to entertain the guests. The peasant family also has no money to buy seafood, but Shanjin is enough. At noon, their family was working hard, and soon the yard was full of fragrance, and a good dish was set up. Zhou Yang, the village chief and others were invited to dinner. Auntie is too polite. Zhou Yang and others were so polite that they could not bear the other party's kindness, but sat down to eat. The table is full of earth, chickens and ducks, as well as various wild vegetables, absolute farm-level standards. In order to entertain the guests, their family took out all the delicious food that could be prepared. Even in the new year, the horse family could not eat so well. The village chief also brought a few bottles of wine, and Ma Fu filled several people. After all, the village chief is a local administrator with a transcendent status. He picked up the wine glass and said welcome words. On behalf of Ma Tingdong in our village, I respect Zhou Yang, the director of Jiankang Pharmaceutical Factory, toast a glass of wine, thank you for your love, and warm up our mountain residents, Ma Tingdong, thank you. The village chief was unclear and thought Zhou Yang was the factory director of the pharmaceutical factory. In fact, he was the boss. Zhou Yang did not correct it. He smiled and got up, touched the village chief, and took a sip of wine. The wine is spicy and the energy is great. It is located in a mountainous area with a cold and humid climate, so locals like to eat spicy and drink hard liquor to get wet. Then Father Ma stood up with a toast, his hair was gray, and his face was wrinkled, all traces of life. I respect you, Boss Zhou. Thank you for sending my son's dialysis machine. I did it, you are free. Father Ma is a honest farmer who is not very good at talking. He said a few words, and he was just bored with a glass of liquor. Everything is in the wine. Uncle, you are too kind. Zhou Yang also had a drink with Ma Fu. Then sit down and eat. Ma Tingdong's wife frequently gave Zhou Yang their dishes and let them eat more, which was very enthusiastic. Thank you, the plate doesn't have to be pushed over, I can get it. Zhou Yang felt that the other party was too kind. Although farm vegetables are average, this taste is top level, all green and harmless turkeys and wild vegetables, eating special incense. Every day in restaurants, you can't eat this taste of food, much like Zhou Yang's taste when he was a kid. At that time, it was not very wealthy. Many people kept their own chickens in the country, eating local eggs, turkey meat, and that kind of rich meat fragrance made Zhou Yang miss it. After this meal, everyone was a little drunk, but the accompanying doctor was not drinking because he was responsible for monitoring the dialysis process. In the afternoon, the dialysis is over. The situation on the side of the Martin building is all well. The various values of blood also tend to be normal, proving that their dialysis machine is working. After Ma Tingdong picked up the tube, he focused on Zhou Yang, because a dialysis costs dozens of dollars, which is too much saved than in the hospital, not to mention Zhou Yang also brought a lot of consumables, which is enough for Ma Tingdong to use for a long time. This kind of grace is tantamount to life-saving for a patient who has no money to dialysis. This caused Ma Tingdong's old mother to kneel directly. Live Bodhisattva. The old man shouted excitedly. This can't make it. Zhou Yang quickly helped the elderly. He can't stand this kind of gift. Boss Zhou is really good. Mamu wouldn't say anything beautiful, but it was all this over and over, but she could feel the sincere gratitude of her old man. This also touched Zhou Yang. He was just raising his hand and sending a device, so that the family members were grateful to Dade. It seems that he did it right. He remembers that there is a saying called the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Zhou Yang now also has a certain amount of money and status. He must do something within his power to benefit the people, so that life will be more meaningful. If it seems that a rich second generation spends all day and uses their energy to change their girlfriends, it is too boring to change the world with their own abilities and change the lives of some people. This is Zhou Yang's pursuit. I stayed at Martin's house for a while, put down all the other gifts I brought, the video was also filmed, and Zhou Yang gave a speech. Then the old man of the horse took out some mushrooms drying and wild vegetables dry at home, and wrapped a large bag, which must be brought by Zhou Yang, or their family would not bother. What a simple working people. Zhou Yang was also very moved and accepted their kindness. The villagers then sent them out of the village with women tractors. Outside the village, Father Ma waved behind the car and kept watching Zhou Yang drive away. This time coming to the mountains is of great significance to Zhou Yang, which has strengthened his belief to continue to make medical equipment. Because pharmaceutical products directly treat people's health, it is more meaningful to families and users than electrical appliances. After the sales of dialysis machines have stabilized, Jo-yeon will develop new medical equipment. After going back this time, the photographer edited the entire process of subsidizing the Martin building and posted it online. Everyone saw the life of the real dialysis patient. This is still very touching for ordinary people. For the first time, some people saw that they lived on a self-made dialysis machine for 3 years. No one knew how he did it. Some netizens said that there is only one disease in the world, that is, the poor disease. In the words of the rich, this kidney disease is not a problem at all, even changing the kidney directly, and ordinary people can only silently endure the suffering of the disease. This treatment video caused hot discussion on the internet and even touched the famous media, and they forwarded reports one after another. Many news hosts are commenting on this matter, which is a common problem. Why is it so expensive for people to see a doctor? A slightly larger disease, it is necessary to make a family cramped and even destitute all night. Take this dialysis machine as an example. Why is the construction of Kong Pharmaceuticals capable of producing a dialysis machine of 6,999 yuan, and its function is stronger than foreign products? So how much money did taxpayers make for those devices that sold hundreds of thousands or even 1 million? It's unimaginable. This matter cannot be thought out in detail. Many people who are blocked at home and even isolated at their own expense are very angry. Especially for families with dialysis patients, they have already spent huge dialysis costs. As a result, they are now told that there is a piece of equipment that only sells 6,999 yuan. Each dialysis cost is even less than 50 yuan. How can the cost drop n times at once? Can't be angry. This is like being pitted. The original patient lived in darkness, and now the Jiankong Pharmaceuticals turned on a lamp so that they can finally see what the world really looks like. Then these people can no longer bear the darkness. Looking at Jiankong Pharmaceuticals put an end to sky-high medical expenses. This call quickly swept through the internet and various traditional media. Everyone was questioning the hospital and the health committee why it was so expensive before. The hospital was very wronged. They said that the equipment is so expensive, and the salary of medical staff is really not high for 3,400. They have no choice. So people stared at the manufacturers of dialysis machines together. Foreign manufacturers cannot be held accountable, but domestic manufacturers that produce dialysis machines in several countries have become the targets of criticism. Why did you sell 6,999 equipment for hundreds of thousands before? The manufacturers also came out to explain why they have high production costs, expensive R&D patents, and so on. But netizens give them a noise in one sentence: you are expensive to develop, and your cost is high. Why is the cost of building a well-off medicine industry so low? The manufacturers stopped talking, but their dialysis machines could not be sold, nor could they develop a better respirator than the products of Jiankong Pharmaceutical, which directly abolished their profitable product line. This has become a scene of déjà vu, and the Jiankong pharmaceutical industry has broken the financial path of other manufacturers. Those manufacturers that produce dialysis machines are relatively large-scale and have certain forces in the industry. They privately contacted Zhou Yang, the boss of Jiankong Pharmaceuticals, so that he would not stretch his hands so long, make appliances, and do not enter the medical field, otherwise he would be at his own risk. Zhou Yang laughed. Why are people in the pharmaceutical industry more arrogant than their counterparts in the electrical appliances industry? And even let him hear the strong threat, which is a bit rogue. Zhou Yang remembered that his dad said that the factory can lose money and close, but it cannot be intimidated. Several colleagues in the medical industry also tried to scare him, and Zhou Yang directly asked the communicators to return to them. If you have the ability, you can beat me with better products, and play the rogue routine less. How to drop? You guys are holding on to shoot? Zhou Yang's toughness made the bosses of these dialysis machine manufacturers furious, and there were people who didn't know how to lift them. This is not to see the coffin without tears. Those senior leaders in the medical device industry must let Zhou Yang know their strength. Therefore, the production enterprises of these medical devices united and used their social relations to decide to retaliate against the uncomplicated new enterprise of Jiankong Pharmaceuticals, so as not to disrupt the market. They would have no money to make. Soon, Jiankong Pharmaceutical and Beatty Appliances suffered a head-on. Just when Jiankong dialysis machines were in full swing, they received a penalty notice. Penalty for extensive medicine monitoring 2023247. There is a serious disruption to the market by the construction of a Kong pharmaceutical industry. According to the provisions of the Medical Device Management Regulations, a fine of 1.17 million yuan will be imposed, and the production and sale of this type of hemodialysis machine will be prohibited from that day. This punishment can be described as a thunderbolt on a sunny day for Jiankang Pharmaceutical Factory, and even if the fine is prohibited, it means that the hope of purchasing a dialysis machine at a price is blocked. Moreover, Beatty also received a ticket, which was more severe, fined more than 600,000 yuan, revoked the license to produce medical devices, and could not produce medical devices in the future. The reason for the punishment used by the Pharmaceutical Supervision Office is that Beatty violated regulations to build a hemodial machine for the Kong pharmaceutical industry. With this punishment, Zhou Yang said that he was incomprehensible. How could he violate the rules by seeking welfare for kidney patients? The punishment regulations are also ambiguous, and he does not know where to make a mistake. So he immediately submitted an administrative reconsideration to the local drug supervision office and asked the other party, where did the violation go? And hadn't he investigated before? The staff explained that the pricing of the Jiankang dialysis machine was too low, lower than the guidance line, and disrupted the market, so it was punished. As an electrical plant, BYD came to replace medical equipment. Some facilities did not meet the standards, and there were violations, so they were punished together. Haven't you checked it before? Moreover, Beatty also has relevant certificates. When inspecting, they all met the regulations. From there, the violation was determined. Zhou Yang's puzzled question. The staff member said that it was not their department that was inspected last time, and their pharmaceutical supervision department was a department specializing in the inspection of medical equipment. Isn't it all from the Health Commission? Why are there two different penalties for the two departments? Zhou Yang was puzzled. And at least the previous investigation came to the factory. There was no investigation this time. Why was it a direct punishment? It is unclear. This is not something that a receptionist can answer. Zhou Yang went to find their leader. However, the leader was in an official cavity and did not say a reason, so Zhou Yang went back to rectification. As a result, Zhou Yang did not recognize it. Then submit an administrative review to the higher authorities, but it takes time to wait. But in this way, the dialysis machine that was originally hot selling was fully down, and many patients waiting for the snatching purchase all called to ask, what's going on? Zhou Yang said that due to force majeure, the equipment was temporarily adjusted down, and the specific recovery time is unknown. What happened? Is there a quality problem? Netizens are curious, and those patients who have not yet bought it are even more anxious. Zhou Yang told everyone, is not a quality issue. Although everyone is at ease of use, they have only received a notice of punishment from their superiors, but I do not approve it and are proposing an administrative review. Penalties? Tax evasion? What else? Netizen is to break the casserole and ask. Zhou Yang didn't want to go deeper, and didn't want netizens to block it together. At this time, some men suggested Zhou Yang to publish things and incite public opinion to build momentum for them. Zhou Yang shook his head, and this thing made everyone know that it was boring, and things didn't reach that point. Wait for the official processing results first. As a result, Lu Xiao called him the next day. Why did your dialysis machine suddenly disembark? What ticket did you eat? Lu Xiao was stationed on the other side of Mensin's car, but she has been paying attention to Zhou Yang's situation, so she soon discovered such a big thing. Inexplicable punishment. Zhou Yang took a picture of her and sent it. Ridiculous. Isn't this a crime that is not necessary? Lu Xiao was very angry, and Zhou Yang was punished, even more angry than her own punishment. I reviewed it and waited for a reply. Zhou Yang said. In fact, someone is fooling behind because you smashed their jobs. Really annoying, you wait for my news. Ruth Yao screamed and hung up after talking. Hello, don't be impulsive. Zhou Yang quickly called the phone and it was unclear what the rich family would do. Lu Xiao answered the phone and said, it's okay, you don't have to worry, I know a few people to help you clear the relationship. That line, thank you. You can tell me where you need to find something, Zhou Yang said. Lu Xiao laughed out, when are you so polite? Okay, wait for the good news. After this call, Lu Xiao went to find a relationship. Although she is very young, the background is not ordinary, and most people have to sell her data face. Lu Xiao went to find some uncle and uncle she knew before and told Zhou Yang about it. These uncles and uncles are all people with identities. If this is a problem, they promised to check it. After that, they told the secretary to check what was going on. 2 days later, Zhou Yang received a call, and 2 investigators from the capital came. Zhou Yang was a little wonderful. He clearly submitted a reconsideration to the local health committee. Why did the capital come from? However, it is certainly good to be able to come here. He personally brought these 2 visitors to the capital, turned around in the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry, and said the current status of Jiankang dialysis machine. Good. Yes, we understand your situation, thank you for your cooperation. After verifying the function of the dialysis machine, the two staff members in suits shook hands politely and Zhou Yang and left immediately. Soon, another male reporter also came to interview, also from the capital, and it was still a daily newspaper with an official background. This is not an ordinary reporter. Zhou Yang also received it in person and took him to visit the Jiankang pharmaceutical factory. After visiting the pharmaceutical factory, the reporter asked to visit Beatty. So Zhou Yang took him to Beatty again. Because the Beatty factory area is relatively large, he kept the interview until late at night, and it ended. I thought this was the end of the interview. Who knew the reporter asked to take a look at the new car? He is the rhythm to visit all of Su Yang's industries. Zhou Yang decided to send the Buddha to the west. He asked his subordinates to drive and took him to visit the new car with the reporter. Hearing that a reporter from a certain daily newspaper came to interview, Lu Xiaoyao also received it, and then the two of them took the reporter to visit the car factory. Today's automobile factories are fully producing women tractors, a thriving scene. This reporter is very unusual. What he knows is not how much output value the factory has, and the economic problem of future development strategies, but asks deep-seated things, such as why it is called the Women's Series, why the pricing is so low, etc. The reporter stayed in the car company for a whole day, and he came to take some pictures again before leaving. After the capital reporter left, Zhou Yang asked Lu Xiaoyao, did she find this reporter? It's too powerful, and there is this relationship. Not what I was looking for, maybe it was arranged by my uncle. Lu Xiaoyao said. Thank you so much. Zhou Yang laughed. Thank you so much? Ruth Yao laughed at the question. Then the hotel will not open, or I will cook. Zhou Yang said. Good. Lu Xiaoyao waited for him to say this. The two hadn't seen it for a long time. She missed Zhou Yang, the food she made. So the two went home to cook for themselves at night and enjoyed a hearty dinner. Zhou Yang then lived in the new car, and he didn't come for many days. He also had to deal with the affairs here. In the past few days, many netizens who want to buy dialysis machines can't sit still, they have no way to buy everywhere. Seeing that there are many videos sent by users who bought Jiankang dialysis machines online, they used cheap price dialysis to praise the machines one by one, and they couldn't help it anymore. When there were more than 30 patient family members, they met together to reach the entrance of Jiankang pharmaceutical factory. They strongly urged the factory to sell them dialysis machines again. The family really cannot afford the expensive dialysis costs. After hearing the news, Zhou Yang was also shocked. He immediately decided to drive back to the deep town to handle the matter. Kang Ding has invited these family members to the pharmaceutical factory to rest in accordance with Su Yang's requirements. When Zhou Yang appeared in the conference room, the families of these patients called all around, and said one after another, Director Zhou, please sell us a dialysis machine. The home loan gives my child dialysis. Without your dialysis machine, you can't live anymore. Without exception, these parents are vicissitudes and misery. Some people are bowing and asking, some people are kneeling directly. They are all plain people. Who is willing to kneel to others if they are okay? They are all forced by life. They just want to ask for a dialysis machine now. Zhou Yang was uncomfortable, hurried with other staff, persuaded everyone to sit back. Kang Ding came up to report to Zhou Yang. She had talked to these family members before and they were punished. Although there are some dialysis machines in the factory, they are not allowed to sell them. Otherwise, they will commit crimes and may be revoked. The business license ceased to exist. Zhou Yang stood in the conference room, with more than 30 pairs of eyes under him, looking at him. Zhou Yang's next decision will play a key role in their lives. Sorry, we cannot continue to sell dialysis machines due to regulations. The family members blew up as soon as they heard it, and after so long, they still did not intend to sell their equipment. At this time, Zhou Yang pressed his hands down to signal that they should not speak first. He continued to say, there are indeed remaining dialysis machines in our warehouse, but these devices cannot be sold out. We will sell them to the waste recycling station. Some parents who were impatient were in a hurry at the time and stood up angry. You would rather sell it to the broken ones than to us. I looked down on people. But the people around him sat down with a handful, because the smart people had already guessed Su Yang's intentions. Zhou Yang laughed and said, yes, we will sell the equipment to the waste recycling station. As for how the waste station treats these dialysis machines, we don't know. These family members were happy at all times because they could finally have their own dialysis machine. Because of the penalties, Jiankang Pharmaceuticals cannot sell dialysis machines to the outside world, but selling waste is not within the scope of constraints, and users buying waste products themselves has nothing to do with Jiankang Pharmaceuticals. Kang Ding whispered, will there be risks in doing so? If the relevant departments know that their tricks may also be severely punished. Zhou Yang pointed to those family members and said, "You go to see these parents and have the heart to refuse them? What about our punishment?" At least Zhou Yang was well deserved. Kang Ding's heart was shocked, and she could obviously be Zhou Yang's aunt, but she was still afraid of the end and did not have the courage of her own boss. She was also ashamed of what she had just thought. It is said that although doctors are kind-hearted, Kang Ding is not an angel in white, but they are all practitioners in the pharmaceutical industry. They also have a heart that wants to cure and save people. Now, in order to help these parents, they really should not worry so much. Then this is how the matter was done. Zhou Yang arranged the factory director Kang Ding to deal with the matter, and went to count these family members, how many pieces of equipment they wanted. As for the transferred waste recycling station, it is better to master it in your own hands. Zhou Yang is ready to find a small station and buy it straight. Ding! Suddenly, the system sent a reminder: saving people's lives is better than creating a 7-level floating slaughter, a cellar, and a 5-level floating slaughter. This kind of charity makes the system gratify and give away a scrap purchase station. Please check. Zhou Yangtan was very happy when he was considerate of his own system. He wanted a recycling station and gave it directly to himself. So Zhou Yang set off immediately and went to see this recycling station according to the address. This recycling station was built in the 10-minute drive of Beatty. It is still in the state of a new store, a small yard, and a small house. The conditions are very simple, but there is no such thing as the garbage and cockroach piles in the waste station. Scene. After Zhou Yang looked at it, he felt that it was good here. Not only can he be used for transit this time, but in the future, the waste of his factory can be handed over here for processing, so that he can make another money. It's just that this is the loophole of the drilling policy. The legal person at this recycling station cannot be himself, looking for a person to represent. Zhou Yang's most trusted is Uncle Songda. He is an old employee who has followed Zhou Yang's father. Loyalty. Zhou Yang called him and went to the business office to register his identity, so that the recycling station can work. Currently, several workers are called from the factory to work here. The treatment is the same as the factory area, and the recycling station is profitable, and Songda can be given a dividend, so that everyone is good. Next, Kang Ding also counted the number of people, and there were trucks that pulled over more than 90 pieces of equipment. There were only more than 30 family members in the factory this time, but they all came on behalf of some local dialysis patient rescue groups. Now I heard that I can buy waste dialysis machine, and buy it for my friends. There is no problem, there are hundreds of stocks, enough. Next, Jiankang Pharmaceuticals sold waste to the recycling station, which then sold it to users at a discounted price. Of course, the drama must be true. After the dialysis machine is sold, the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry will not be involved in the mail, and the user needs to contact the logistics company and mail it home. Of course, because this part of the equipment lacks the cost of charter mail, it will be 300 yuan cheaper than the normally purchased dialysis machine, which is also considered the price of waste. Although it is a lot of trouble, this is also a thing that Zhou Yang can do for users in this special period. This will temporarily solve some urgently needed users, but this is not a long-term solution. If the penalty is not lifted for a day, there will be no normal dialysis machine. Fortunately, this incident did not wait too long. After a few days, there was an article about building a Kang dialysis machine, which was published in an official daily newspaper. The article said that Jiankang Pharmaceuticals has created a dialysis machine that users have praised. Not only is the price particularly cheap, the consumables are also very economical, and the performance also exceeds most of the similar products on the market. Basically, all people who buy it all said yes. The return rate is 0. Once listed, it immediately burst the country and has been in a state of short supply. However, such an excellent domestic dialysis machine has recently been punished for disrupting the market because the pricing is too low. The proxy factory by D Appliances also suffered. The reporter here posted his knowledge of the two factories. Judging from the information learned by the reporters, the two factories did not violate any regulations. The basis for this punishment is vague in itself and unconvincing. The reporter then mentioned the situation of the Beatty appliances. All along, Beatty was committed to producing cheap appliances with a high market occupancy rate. Then came the cute new car, the recently produced women harvester, and the women tractor. Once launched, it was a best-selling agricultural machine tool. The Huanong tractor was promoted by the agricultural sector, and it was sold in the country. It can be seen that as the common boss of the three companies, Zhou Yang is responsible for benefiting the people. Although what he does is cheap, it is definitely not inferior, as evidenced by the market and users' praise. At the end of the article, the reporter asked why such a good pharmaceutical company, a low-cost dialysis machine produced, was recognized by the people, and the factory also made money. Everything met the regulations. Why would it be investigated? This is a bit unbelievable, and I have to doubt the reasonableness of this punishment. This article is sharp and well investigated. At first glance, it comes from a master. If this is a tabloid, there will be no waves, but this is an official daily newspaper, many official daily readings, and the articles here also represent the above meaning. As soon as this article came out, the health committees of Shenzhen and even Guangzhou felt that it was being beaten, and they immediately paid attention. So I immediately asked layer by layer, what the hell is going on? Why don't many leaders know about this? Then the Drug Supervision Department panicked and quickly explained. However, they can fool out of the outside world, and they can't flicker inside. Basically, when they look at it, they know what is going on. This must be some people who make the decision privately, thinking that they have dealt with an ordinary pharmaceutical factory. I didn't expect this pharmaceutical factory to have such energy, but it could be straight up to it, and it was passive. Do what you do at the Pharmaceutical Supervision Office. The general leadership of the Health Commission will be arranged, but this matter will not be over. Looking back, we must investigate. Someone must be punished. Then, the pharmacy division sent people to re-examine Beatty Company and Jiankang Pharmaceutical Factory. After it was found to be qualified, it quickly corrected the previous mistakes, withdrew the previous punishment decision, and a deputy went to the door to apologize. Sorry, Comrade Zhou Yang, because some temporary workers neglected and gave the wrong decision, we deeply regret that the relevant personnel have been expelled and some policy support will be given to your company. I hope you can continue to produce excellent medical equipment for the people. The deputy director's speech was to have a level, to be stable, toss all the pots to temporary workers, and to give a sweet date by the way. Zhou Yang certainly understood that the temporary worker was just a pretext, but he also received it when he saw it. All he wanted was to resume production, so that patients in urgent need of equipment across the country would not be used to buy waste products at the recycling station. As for who was making trouble behind this time, he probably can't ask, nor need to ask, and he can't do without the dialysis companies that last spoke to him. This account will be liquidated slowly in the future. On the same day, the punishment was revoked, and Beatty and Jiankang Pharmaceuticals were fully started. Zhou Yang also announced in high profile that Beatty and Jiankang Pharmaceuticals will return in reinstallation. The patient's family learned that Jiankang dialysis machine restarted production and sales, and he was very excited, all online, telling his joy. Many patients lie on the hospital bed, thumbs up to take pictures, and the essay goodness in the world. For a time, many such patients were encouraging each other in this way and became a network culture. What they say about the beauty of the world means that they can buy a Kong dialysis machine, and life is also looking forward. But now the problem also arises, that is, there are many buyers, but the output is relatively limited. Now the pharmaceutical factory and Beatty are starting together, and even the Axis can produce about 100,000 units a month, and the number of buyers and bookers has reached as high as 1 million, and it is still increasing every day. According to the existing capacity, even if the number of appointment users does not increase, to meet all their needs, it must be in units of years. This obviously does not work. Some patients' condition and financial resources cannot wait for a year, which will inevitably affect treatment. Because there are many monks with too many porridge, there are many family members of patients who are eager to buy dialysis machines. They come directly to the deep town by car and go to the pharmacy to make a shop. If they don't sell them, they won't leave. In this way, a parent can be satisfied and make an exception for offline retail sales, but as soon as this mouth is opened, many parents who can't buy it see the opportunity, and they all come outside the Jiankang pharmaceutical factory with tents and luggage. Because of the sanitary requirements in the factory, too many family members cannot be allowed to enter the factory area. Seeing more and more people waiting in line, it seems that more than a dozen or 20 years ago, the spring transport lined up to buy tickets all night, waiting for the queue. The difference is that Shenyun is waiting in line to buy train tickets, and here is waiting in line to buy dialysis machines. This brings a problem. It's okay to sell to these anxious parents. Anyway, they are just in need. But the problem now is that there is shortage of supply. When these line-up family members are satisfied, it is estimated that more people will come. Line up. After all, online snapping is difficult to win, but people can buy in line, so people will tend to come here to line up, which is nothing more than spending a few more days in ticket money, which is better than not buying. So for a while, someone has already made an appointment to form a line at the door of Kong Pharmaceutical Factory. Even the news on the internet has more than 1,000 people who will rush to the deep town in the next few days, which is terrifying. But if there is something wrong, Jiankang Pharmaceutical must follow the backpack. More than 1,000 people gathered outside the factory, affecting the market capacity is on the one hand, and it is also easy to get out of security, and some people here are cows, which seriously affects the normal market order. That's right, there are indeed cows reselling and building a Kong dialysis machine, which is a special occupation in China. Just like where oil is found, it will breed the US military. Where there is a contradiction between supply and demand in the country, it is easy to breed cows. Because the supply of Kong dialysis machines is in short supply on the market, millions of people are making appointments to snap up. Compared to expensive dialysis costs, grabbing dialysis machines is saving money, so some people are willing to buy them at a higher price. In this way, the buyer's market exists, and then someone has distorted their minds. They used tampered cases or misappropriated other patient information to buy equipment, and then increased the price by 10,000 to 20,000 yuan, and then sold it to other people in need. Many people on the internet have reported this before, and Zhou Yang already knew it. Among so many people lined up at the factory door, many are professional cows. It's okay to sell the equipment to those who really need it, but if these cows are put in hand, the benefits prepared by Zhou Yang for the patients are equivalent to being enjoyed by the cows. This is not possible. This is blocking the normal path for patients to buy machines and must be cracked down. On the one hand, anti-yellow cows are needed. On the one hand, more and more people are waiting in line outside the factory, which has exceeded the number 3. This group of people not only lined up in front of the Jiankang pharmaceutical factory, but some people also came to the entrance and exit of the White Emperor factory, which affected the factory. Safety of employees. In view of this, Zhou Yang made a series of measures to deal with the matter. On the one hand, it is necessary to increase production. Fighting cows is relatively simple, because this is an illegal act, so it is necessary to unite the public security. Zhou Yang gave this matter to Kang Ding, let her cooperate with the public security to fight against the ox. In order to express sincerity, Zhou Yang decided to give a batch of office equipment and electrical appliances to the local public security personnel. For example, printers, copiers, water purifiers, air conditioners, refrigerators and other home appliances. The public security side naturally thanked the Bai Emperor, so the cooperation with the fight against the ox will be smooth. I believe it will be effective soon. In addition, to increase production, the most convenient way is to find a generation factory. But this is the usual practice, but touched the nail. Unlike electrical appliances, there are few factories that can replace medical devices. In addition, when calling, the other party heard the name of Jiankang Pharmaceutical and directly rejected it. Several have been contacted in a row, all of them. Kang Ding asked some industry friends to understand the whole story. It turned out that they were isolated by their peers because they made such a cheap dialysis machine. It's like a student in a classroom. Everyone takes 0 points in the collective test, so that they can be ranked first. Everyone can go home and have a good relationship. But suddenly there was a new transfer student in the class, who took 100 points at once and became the object of the teacher's praise. Then the students who took 0 points in these groups naturally hated the transfer students and naturally excluded them from the transfer students. Those peers of medical devices are equivalent to 0-point candidates. They have been selling high prices for a good life, comfortable, but they are lying down to make money. The Jiankang pharmaceutical industry is equivalent to a transfer student. It once broke the comfortable environment of the medical device factory and was naturally excluded by its peers. At present, no manufacturer is willing to replace the Jiankang pharmaceutical industry. When Zhou Yang learned the news, he groaned, and he didn't want to compromise. In a medical device factory, parents of food and clothing are patients. It is the responsibility of a manufacturer to find ways to serve patients, improve the quality of commodities, and reduce the price of products. These peers actually united to maintain the price of equipment to a high position, causing the people to have difficulty in seeing a doctor and expensive to see a doctor. The problem is that they do not work on behalf of workers, and Zhou Yang will not choose to join them. I thought you wouldn't do it, would I have no choice? Zhou Yang felt that these medical colleagues are too small to look at the power of industrialization. He by D can form a large workshop and can form 2 or 3. Anyway, there are still big empty plants in the factory area. According to the survey, the current number of kidney disease patients requiring dialysis in China is far more than the official statistics of more than 7 million, most likely more. Seeing the backstage of the pharmaceutical factory, the number of scheduled users increases by thousands and tens of thousands every day, and Kangding's industry insiders are estimating. It is likely that in the next 3 months, at least 3 or 4 million or more kidney disease patients will choose to buy a dialysis machine online. As a result, their output of 100,000 units per month is not enough, and it needs to be at least a few times more. Otherwise, the supply and demand relationship will always exist, and the crowd lined up at the door of this plant will not be cut off. Zhou Yang knew that he had to act quickly. After careful consideration, he made a decision that violated the ancestors, or wrong, it was against business logic. I want to go to 4 more production lines. Zhou Yang made a lot of money and asked for 4 dialysis machine production lines. Plus the original one, there are as many as 5 workshops producing dialysis machines in the Beatty factory, and at least hundreds of supporting workers must be recruited. This made the dialysis machine product one of the largest production processes in the Beatty. Because domestic kidney patients are limited, if too many production lines are established, and the capacity may be overcapable after more than a year, the equipment bought by heavy gold will be idle. However, Zhou Yang believes that time is life, and the patient can't wait for more than a year. He would rather spend more money on the production line, and also improve the tea energy as soon as possible, and with the rich product line of Beatty, this production line should also be it is possible to produce other products without losing too much. So this matter is so settled. In order to appease the anxious mood of the parents, Zhou Yang said the decision and took a payment interception of the ordering equipment, as well as photos of the empty workshop. Now there are far fewer people who complain about not being able to grab a dialysis machine online, because according to Zhou Yang, BYD will soon build another 4 dialysis machine production lines, and the monthly dialysis machine capacity can reach about 500,000 units, greatly relieve supply and demand pressure. At the same time, the crackdown on the cows also had initial results. The local branch arrested more than 10 people, and there were fewer people in the queue. In order to restore order outside the factory, Zhou Yang decided to sell the dialysis machines to the people who are now lining up outside the factory. But he also publicly announced that from today on, he will no longer sell dialysis machines to customers lined up at the door, otherwise he will be treated unfairly to those internet reservation users. If there is a violation, the netizens are welcome to supervise the report and find one. Zhou Yang paid for the same amount of gifts to everyone. The netizens are interested, and someone will take the initiative to shoot outside the factory to see if there are any equipment sold to those families. Sure enough, since 0 o'clock that day, it is no longer for sale. No matter how long the takeaway platoon is, the factory will not retail. Moreover, there are staff members who do the ideological work of those family members. After several days of persuasion, the family members who are in line are finally left. So far, Zhou Yang's reputation on the internet has soared again. Everyone calls them great good man. After all, they can make such cheap equipment for consumers to look at the world, and only Zhou Yang. The eyes of the masses are bright, and Zhou Yang is devoted to customers, making his personal fans continue to increase. Although the number of people who hacked him online has not decreased, but there is an increasing trend, but it does not prevent more people from like him. If you are okay, go to baityguan.com to Zhou Yang, let him stop wandering around, and quickly develop new appliances. Everyone's wallets are fattened by Beatty, and they have the ability to continue to order appliances. In the next half month, Beatty's 4 production lines were installed one after another, and the recruited workers were also in place. New methods are still used to allow employees to get started quickly and increase the output of dialysis machines. Such an excellent hemodialysis machine, the domestic user claimed that was bought to earn. Even after the cows were hit, some remaining personnel were more suitable for selling at an additional price of 50,000 yuan, and some people still bought it. It can be seen how great the Jiankong dialysis machine is. Jiankong dialysis machine is not only cheap, but its function is even better than the old equipment in some hospitals. For patients who need dialysis, there is no reason not to choose it. Such excellent performance has been exaggerated by domestic users and the media, and naturally has attracted the attention of overseas users. They have the will to buy a Kong dialysis machine. This dialysis machine is more advanced than most dialysis machines abroad at first glance, and it is too cheap, almost in vain. Foreign dialysis machines, equivalent to the renminbi, are generally at 4.5 million units. However, the construction of Kong dialysis machines is only 6,999, the price difference is dozens of times, and the performance is superior, which makes foreign users tempted. So there were businessmen who did overseas trade, so they found a pharmaceutical factory and bought a batch of dialysis machines to make a business. BYD's electrical appliances have always been profitable from overseas. It stands to reason that this is a good opportunity to earn foreign exchange. However, this dialysis machine is no better than other appliances. Other appliances can be replaced. It will not be used for a while. However, dialysis machines are different. Many domestic users are waiting for it to save their lives. Where an extra dialysis machine is sold abroad, domestic users will have one less, which is depriving the Chinese of the opportunity to treat the disease. So Zhou Yang rejected the generous offer of foreign customers. Even if the other party increased the price by 10 times, Zhou Yang did not agree. Even if you increase the price by 100 times, it is useless. Jiankong Pharmaceuticals currently does not consider overseas business and wholeheartedly serves domestic people. It will not consider export matters until domestic users still need to pre-order dialysis machines. If Zhouyang is loud, let foreign users call Y directly. They are dealing with Zhouyang for the first time. They do not understand why there are still merchants in this world who don't make the money they put in their hands and go to a low price. Maintain domestic users. Maybe, the price can be talked about, Mr. Weak. Foreign customers speak in English. Zhouyang shook his head and refused, no need to think about it. Next year you will take a look again. Maybe there will be an opportunity for cooperation. At this time, a businessman from Magnesium State shouted, "Hell, why don't you make so much money? Sell it to me and you will have a profit of 10 times. We also have many patients waiting for dialysis machines abroad, and you China, don't you mean the community of human destiny? Why doesn't this do our business? You violate the principle of free trade." Sister Ma, who was busy working next to her, can't stand it anymore, and dare to clamor in front of their boss. She is in the grumpy, our product. Whoever the boss loves to sell to, can you control it? Zhouyang waved her hand to signal that Sister Ma was calm, not to lose his demeanor because of a foreigner. Regarding the question of businessmen in magnesium, he can answer, the community of human destiny is right, but please tell the president of your country when to resume the ban on chip supply to our country, cutting-edge goods, and then say this sentence, if your country lifts the ban, even if I open a factory abroad, it will also give priority to ensuring the supply of dialysis machines in your country. The businessman was speechless, and when he left, he was still cursing indignantly. Of course, it's not Zhouyang, but their own people who scolded, prohibiting the mistake of the damn old Deng. Why should our businessmen bear it? They are a bunch of incompetent and selfish politicians, and they should have gone to hell. Zhouyang laughed after listening, and the people of a country so scolded the country's power holders, which shows that there are so many politicians who have no people's hearts. It seems that the magnesium country in this world takes date pills. In the Beatty factory, after the establishment of the new 4 dialysis machine production lines, the output has quadrupled, greatly alleviating the contradiction between supply and demand. At present, the monthly output is about 500,000 units. Basically, it is not too dark, and you can buy a Kong dialysis machine within a month or two. Compared with the previous expensive dialysis costs, I don't know when I was still a man. Now I have the hope, and I have consoled many sick families all at once. As for how popular Jiankong dialysis machines are, you can see the clear and good ratings on the website. At present, the good rating rate of the dialysis machine is 99.95. There is no difference in evaluation. Some limited reviews are also due to logistics reasons, the packaging is damaged, or the logistics is too slow, and the consumption is less properly handled. This good rating, the entire tractor circle, is quite blasted. This is the image of a good product in everyone's mind. This dialysis machine has also become the white moonlight in the hearts of countless patients, and no one is allowed to defile. There are also some brainless sprays on the internet, and they are building dialysis machines. It is not good to say that these patients who have experienced it in person can scold their ancestors for 18 generations. Don't be blind if you haven't used it. The shortcomings you said don't exist at all. Have you bought fakes? Build a Kong dialysis machine, so it's easy to use without explanation, without brains and death of the whole family. This is a relatively ground-connected user, and those sensible users warn those black people, be careful of the rumors spreading 500 times, but they have to wear silver bracelets. They have recorded the net name and IP, and dare to say bad things about the dialysis machine. They put it into legal means. If it wasn't for Jiankong dialysis machines to really consider the people, these users would not maintain it in this way. This is the best ideal state between manufacturers and users. Under such a high rate of praise, the system finally released Zhouyang's mission award for this time. Super Factory System, complete the disease removal task, no amount of merit, reward upgrade. Zhouyang then got a virtual gift box, which required him to light it in a virtual projection. This is the same as opening a blind box. Zhouyang is very excited. He was almost off work at that time, and he opened it immediately after returning home. Obtained 1:1 platinum alloy metal model of Beatty Skyfighter. Get a master drawings. Get a construction acceleration card. There are 3 rewards in this box, and Zhouyang feels very good. Almighty drawings have been encountered before, put them away first. Accelerating the construction card is used when constructing a building. It can speed up the construction time of a single building and ensure quality. It is a very practical card. And the model of the Skyfighter made Zhouyang see its image at the first glance, so he couldn't help shouting lying trough. When boys see this 1:1 aviation weapon model, it is estimated that it will be this expression. It's still full of metal. The bright silver surface looks particularly qualitative, like a real skyplane, soaring in space, allowing Zhou Yang to reach out and touch. As a result, his hand passed through the virtual image, which is not yet a real thing, he can only see, not touch. Zhou Yang was excited to ask, when will it be cashed? System answer, can be cashed at any time. After you choose the place of receipt, it will be shipped to you through legal channels within 48 hours. System, you are so good. Zhou Yang extended his thumbs to praise, the system is really interesting. If he has a real body, Zhou Yang wants to worship him. Zhou Yang could not wait to put the place of receipt directly in the high-tech park, which will be the iconic building in the park in the future. He likes it all by himself. When others read it, they must be shocked. And this is the 1:1 metal statue of platinum alloy. This price breaks through the sky. The system really gave a gift. Then he saw the building acceleration card, and Zhou Yang used it directly. He wanted to build a factory building in the second half of the year, and first made new products. Zhou Yang no longer wanted to wait. As for the omnipotent drawing, there is nothing you want now, and there is a spare. Today is his lucky day. Zhou Yang is happy and especially wants to share this joy with others. Pick up the phone, the first in the address book is his cheap dad. Zhou Yang is also the closest person in this world, so he called. The signal over there is not very good, but it is still connected. The big tongue on the dad is saying this, and the noise is very noisy. This is in the nightclub. Thinking of an old man in his 50s bouncing, Zhou Yang felt ridiculous. It's smashed, Miss Dad. Dad said he also had a hiccup, and it seems that he didn't drink less. Yes. Zhou Yang replied. Hey, I will go back to see you when I am free. By the way, I sent you a gift. It is estimated that you will receive it soon. Zhou Yang was surprised after listening. The dad who was traveling around the cloud can actually send gifts, but in his temperament, don't expect to be as good. Just wanted to share his joy with his father. As a result, he said no more, and a little hot girl over there fainted. He was going to rescue and do artificial respiration for the other party. Pay attention to don't get sick, don't get me a younger brother and sister out. Zhou Yang's command was not finished yet, and the phone over there was disconnected. Zhou Yang is very speechless. It seems that he is a traveler. Obviously this body has no hereditary specialty of this dad, otherwise Zhou Yang is now afraid of being a peerless man, and his girlfriend is still diligent. As a result, a phone call was made, and Zhu Yang's joy did not express, and it was almost gone. He also saw that in the Wechin, one of the most frequent chatters was strategic partner Lu Xiao. He is now speechless with Lu Xiao. With such a good joy, he wanted to talk to her. Are you free? Zhou Yang sent a message in the past. After all, it's so late, I don't know if this beautiful woman has slept, so ask before chatting. Free, what happened? Lu Xiao responded after a few minutes. Zhou Yang was typing, and the other party's video chat request was sent. Zhou Yang picked it up. As a result, after the video began, Zhou Yang's eyes froze and stared round. Because Ruth Yaoyao on the other side of the picture actually only surrounded a bath towel with a white towel on his head, a fragrant shoulder and half-exposed appearance, and a small goldfish can be raised on the delicate collarbone. How are you, so? Zhou Yang was a bit stuttering and his face was a bit red. He quickly turned the camera a little, because he just couldn't help but swallow his mouth just now, just because the beautiful woman in front of him was too tempting. Zhou Yang, you are too beast, how can you respond to partners? Zhou Yang's heart rushed to himself and shook his head before clearing out his inner conscience. Oh, I was taking a shower just now. I'm afraid you're in trouble. It's too late to change clothes. What happened? Ruth Yaoyao asked anxiously. A girl who can't wait for a video with a man in this situation proves that in her heart, she does not exclude some relatively private communication with Zhou Yang. It's just that Zhou Yang, who doesn't have the skills to inherit his dad, hasn't noticed it yet. Oh, it's okay, I just want to say, I added a golden statue of an empty plane to the high-tech park, so handsome. Zhou Yang was happy to say to Ruth Yao after he settled his mind. Is this so good? Are there photos? Ruth Yao asked curiously. You wait, I will send it to you. Zhou Yang contacted the system in private and asked him to send him a photo of the statue. After knowing that Zhou Yang was not in a hurry, Lu Xiao said to wait for her for a while and she went to change clothes. Then the call did not hang up, but was placed on the bedside, and the microphone, from time to time, whispered sound. Ruth Yao was changing clothes next to it. In the end, it is the flesh and blood guy. In the face of this situation, Zhou Yang is inevitable. Spring is here, everything is recovering, and the animals are in the mating season. Zhou Yang's magnetic voice appeared in Mr. Zhao Zongxian's mind. He feels that he is very wrong today. Why do we always think about some gorgeous things? Is it really spring? In order to avoid his own gaffe, Zhou Yang also went to the bathroom to wash his face, and at the same time pressed the gun down, and was ashamed of his dirty thoughts. Zhou Yang is talented in industrial manufacturing, but the emotional piece is a blank sheet of paper, which is no different from the first brother. In fact, in the face of Ruth Yao's top white and rich beauty, some ideas are too normal. If there is no response to this delicate beauty, it is estimated that he is going to see the male branch. After Zhou Yang returned, Lu Xiao also changed clothes over there. She put on a white cotton pajamas, just sat on the sofa and chatted with Zhou Yang. Now the places that should be covered are covered, and Zhou Yang can communicate with her normally. The system has forwarded the statue photos. After seeing Ruth Yao, he also nodded and praised, "Yes, very handsome." When I heard that this was platinum alloy, Lu Xiao also praised Zhou Yang for his generous writing. It is true that they can spend a lot of money to create such an iconic landscape. When netizens and the media see it, they can already imagine their mouths opening up and shouting lying trough. The two started this discussion, from the high-tech park, to the recent table tennis star event, in short, the north of the south, the history of gossip, and everything. Unconsciously, the two had a video for more than an hour, and their throats were somewhat dry. It was not early to realize that Zhou Yang said goodbye to Lu Xiao. Good night, have a good dream. After the sticky good night between the two, the live broadcast was finally closed. After Zhou Yang's chat, he suddenly stayed in place, but was a bit sad. Strange, what's wrong with me? Zhou Yang couldn't figure out what was going on. However, it was very late and had to sleep. Zhou Yang washed it, then lying in bed, staring at the ceiling with both eyes, and suddenly felt lonely at home alone, and had no sleepiness. Why am I still in the middle of the night? Zhou Yang suddenly thought of a good way to fall asleep, and turned out the high number of books in college, and then read a few pages. Sure enough, he fell asleep in a few minutes. This kind of book hypnosis method is really easy to use. Soon, the metal model of the 1:1 platinum alloy Beatty Skyfighter was shipped to the high-tech park. This time it was shipped with a super big truck, just because it was too heavy. After all, it is a platinum alloy. This volume, this density model, is second to none in the world. Now the high-tech park has established prototypes, simple pavement has been built on this side of the gate, and a simple outer wall has also been established in the park. This time, after the statue came, it was placed on the square inside the main entrance. The plan here is a welcome square with fountains and various landscapes. Originally, a metal statue was to be established here. The subordinates had not had time to order it. As a result, the boss made one by himself. When they were transported, Wu Zhuaishong and others came over to see such a large metal model, and the work was very delicate and real, making them sigh. Then there was the loading and unloading work. It's not a good job to be so heavy. It's okay that the construction team is here. A large group of people are busy living, and it took several hours to put this statue in a designated position. After putting it down, a group of people visited around, and it was amazing. "Boss, your statue does not seem to be steel?" Wu Zhuaishong went up and touched it. The smooth texture and color are not common alloys. "This is platinum alloy," Zhou Yang said. Hiss. The people present all took a breath of air conditioning. Platinum is about 3 times heavier than steel. No wonder this statue is so heavy. Although it is not solid, it is also dozens of tons. This is a precious metal used for jewelry. How much is so heavy? Everyone dare not imagine that this thing is not only a powerful and domineering, but also a symbol of financial resources. Zhou Yang can't wait anymore. Let people take the supporting special ladder. He wants to go up and test drive first. It is said to be a test drive, but it is actually entering the cockpit. This is a model and cannot take off. The cockpit and other parts are hollow, and even have interior and various dashboards. Zhou Yang started a live broadcast to broadcast the glorious moment when he boarded the BYD fighter model. After a live broadcast, the audience who came in the live room suddenly exclaimed, "I'm holding, what is this? Isn't it? This will create a real machine, BYD Military Industrial Group? What kind of eyes are you? This is obviously a statue, and the base is all metallic. Cool, very cool, really cool." Netizens praised the fighter model with full, ground-connected vocabulary. Zhou Yang has entered the cockpit, and found that the equipment inside is the same as the real one, and there is a complete package helmet with a deep gray metal texture, which feels particularly sci-fi. It is estimated that this is true even if it is a real skyfighter. Cattle, this internal structure is the same as the real one? Isn't it designed according to design drawings, 1:1? It's over, Zhou Yang leaked state secrets, and it's time to step on the sewing machine. Netizens are joking. It's just an appearance, it's not a secret, and the various details of the aerospace industry group of the producer have not yet been released. It is currently just a propaganda concept. Instead, this model is the first to show in detail the physical objects of the internal structure, which has extraordinary significance. Zhou Yang was sitting in the cockpit and chatted with netizens for more than half an hour before he fell in love. This also satisfied his big boy's plane dream. I can finally sit in an airplane model, but it is satisfied with my desire to fly a plane in childhood. Originally, Zhou Yang broadcasted it just to share the joy of getting this fighter model, but I didn't expect it to become popular on the internet. Because the Sky Fighter is a science fiction concept introduced by the aviation industry group, the official only shows the model, so there is much speculation from the outside world. This time, a private enterprise has a 1:1 simulation metal model. Everyone is very interested. Guessing what the relationship between Beatty and the aviation industry is it necessary to cooperate in the construction of aircraft? The reporter stopped talking and contacted Zhou Yang to ask for an interview on the ground. The netizens also came by name and also visited on the ground. Zhou Yang realized that this was a good opportunity for a publicity company, so he asked Wu Zhaizhan to find several eloquent introducers who were responsible for receiving these visiting guests and taking them to visit their own Beatty fighter model. During the visit, the planning of the Beatty High-Tech Park will be introduced, so that the industry can be promoted. Basically, every media comes, and it must be reported again. This has the effect of publicity. This has cost dozens of the advertising costs of millions cannot be achieved. Seeing that several people come to visit the construction site every day, the employees are jealous. The ticket collection here has been changed, and it is estimated that they can earn a sum. Zhou Yang smiled a little. He would not make money in this way. Everyone can come to the company to watch the visit, it is to look at him. He arranged tea drinks, and he didn't dislike the box meal at the meal, which was really in accordance with the hospitality of the guests. Standard reception. Zhou Yang was working in Beatty this day. Suddenly received a call, and the other party opened his own door. Hello, is this Mr. Zhou Yang of Beatty Electric? The other party is a man and he speaks very politely. Yes, I am. Who are you? The other party said, I am an aviation lover and want to enter the cockpit alone to take a look. Can you see it? Because of safety and other reasons, the person visiting can only see below and cannot enter the cockpit, so this talent will make such a request. Sorry, no cockpit entry service is provided now. Zhou Yang refused. I thought it was over here. I didn't expect that 2 days later, the Shenzhen Science and Technology Commission sent a notice saying they were coming to visit. Official visits are good things. Zhou Yang immediately agreed and had to receive them in person. After the official arrival, a section chief actually brought 2 researchers wearing thick-bottom glasses. Hello, these 2 are staff in the aviation industry. The section chief introduced. Aviation industry. Zhou Yang was wondering how the aviation industry came to visit his electrical plant, and Beatty did not produce aviation-type products. Wait, is it for the model? Zhou Yang suddenly felt at ease, and had an idea that the 2 men might have come for the model, and the mysterious phone call a few days ago was estimated to be theirs. After being rejected, the person who contacted the Science and Technology Commission brought them over. Zhou Yang stood still, took them to visit the factory, and at noon in a small restaurant in the cafeteria, arranged for several people to eat. Among them, the 2 aviation industry personnel took out the gifts they gave. It is an aircraft model of titanium alloy. There are mainstream fighters and passenger planes. It looks pretty good. This is not the kind of inferior goods bought by toy stores. These are non-sales. The aviation industry only gives model suits to large customers. Thank you so much, there is something I can cooperate with, you just say. Zhou Yang came directly, and the other party must have come prepared, so there is no need to hide it. One of them said, is like this. We want to enter the interior cockpit of your Beatty Sky Fighter model and take a look. I don't know if it will work. It turns out like this. Zhou Yang pretended to think, but actually thought, isn't this Sky Fighter the concept they proposed? How come I look at the model here? The genuine version is coming to visit the pirated version? Zhou Yang suddenly came up with an amazing idea. Is the model given to him by the system really 1:1 from the moment, to the point where even the official has to visit? Looking at Zhou Yang, he was hesitant and thought he had concerns. At this time, the section chief said that BYD is an excellent company. They are selecting a list of excellent technology companies in the city. BYD has also entered the candidate. If it is successfully selected, there will be various benefits, including but not limited to, tax relief, official team promotion, etc. Anyway, there are many benefits. This is the reason for it. It was easy to move. Zhou Yang had no intention of refusing. At first glance, there were unexpected joy, and then he agreed to push the boat along the water. Okay, then we will go to watch this afternoon. and at the same time no more other tourists will be received there today. Zhou Yang knew that it was better not to preach this matter, so let the two engineers go to see it alone. Thank you so much. The two stood up and shook hands with Zhou Yang. By the afternoon, Zhou Yang took the two engineers to the construction site. As soon as the two of them came to the scene, they were also shocked by the 1:1 model, because none of the models they made officially had such pure metal, and it seemed that the texture was different. They took the camera and started taking pictures, and measured various parameters and key parts, which were quite professional. Then one of them entered the cab, took a photo and measured it, and only came down a dozen minutes later. Excuse me, which company are you looking for to customize this model? The engineer asked. Is customized in a metal processing plant called Takeoff. Zhou Yang replied. This model was given to him by the system. When the system was sent, in order to avoid someone tracing afterwards, the procedures were arranged. After making this model, the Takeoff company quickly cancelled it, and the legal person has gone abroad. Thank you for your cooperation. This is my business card. If there are aviation matters in the future, you can contact me. The engineer left a business card before leaving. This time the aviation industry came to visit, and there is also a name for an excellent technology company, which is considered to be earned. However, there is a follow-up to this matter, that is, the airline industry company, and then purchased a batch of Beatty appliances, which is also considered to be peach baggage. With this Sky Fighter model, Beatty's high-tech industrial park is also well known to the world. After all, this single platinum alloy model nationwide is full of art and economic value. In the official forum of Beatty, everyone is very interested in this high-tech park, so they often ask questions. After the completion, what should we do? Should we really be a skyplane? Zhou Yang replied, not sure. The previous period must be the accumulation of funds and talents to make some consumer products. Later, consideration will be given to entering aviation, ships, vehicles, chips and other fields. In this way, everyone's interest is hooked up. If Beatty really realizes this ideal, then it is really reborn, and it hits the high-end one step before Xiaomi. Everyone asked him to cover it up quickly, and they came to Beatty to work when they graduated. Zhou Yang immediately publicly welcomed the majority of college graduates to apply for Beatty, which is equivalent to an advanced recruitment profile. Just when Zhou Yang was proud, something happened to block him. The owner of the domestic five-continent electronics company even extra deliberately stepped on him in a news interview. Beatty is a cancer of domestic electrical companies. Its emergence, how many manufacturers went bankrupt, how many workers were unemployed, and seizing the market at very low prices is really a black sheep. The person who said this was the owner of a company called Wuzhou Electric, even superfluous. This company was still unknown 2 months ago, but a while ago, it was acquired by Yuxing Group with full capital and became a foreign company. Because of the acquisition incident, Zhou Yang and Yuxing's crown prince Li Shizhen formed Liangzi, so the five-continent company made sense for Zhou Yang. Even these redundant words are clichés. The black sun on the internet has been sprayed like this by the White Emperor. Not only has the White Emperor not been affected, but the product continues to burst, and the income is increasing year by year, which makes many peers hate to bite their steel teeth. Others let Zhou Yang watch this video. Zhou Yang just smiled after watching it. Even the extra sprayer's ability was less than in case of the sprayer. He was not defended. Zhou Yang also didn't care. This five-continent was previously a small company that produced components such as sockets, data lines, electrical switches, and Beatty was not on a channel and could spray him only because of the gold master father behind him. If you spray him with a star, Zhou Yang will definitely pay attention, because it is a strong opponent, it is challenging and worthy of respect. The small factory in Wuzhou, at best, is the grandson of the turtle of the stars in China, and it is not worthy of attention in Zhou Yang, because it is not a level of opponent. Zhou Yang is also a person who pursues. His opponent is a PC industry giant like Kelgia. It is a world's top 500 overlord like a star. A small five-continent can't be shaken by sockets and switches. However, the so-called toad does not bite, and it is purely a diaphragm. The boss of the five-continent electron is superfluous. At the new product conference, Zhou Yang was shelled again. Our products are much better than some companies that will only dump at low prices. Our 5-continent gigabit router has a strong signal, Wi-Fi 6, which makes the wireless connection more stable. It also supports the connection of 16 devices at the same time without affecting the whole family without hindrance. Even the extra new product published this time is the router that every household needs to use. The performance is not bad, and the price is relatively cheap. It only costs more than 200 yuan. The function is comparable to the other 500 routers. It is a product with a higher cost. After the announcement, it received everyone's attention, and the sales volume was still very good. This router design concept is a bit of a shadow of a single star product. It is estimated that it is inseparable from the technical support of a single star, which is a shell-changing product of a single star. But this does not delay the explosive sale of this equipment, and sold tens of thousands of units in 3 days. This is a very remarkable achievement. People are prone to floating with pride. This even superfluous began to speak loudly. He boasted about his products and even degraded Zhou Yang. My product will be the most cost-effective router in China in 2 years. The cost and performance are already extreme. Even if the White Emperor comes, it will only be gray. BYD is waiting, our division will replace them completely. Even if it is superfluous, it was turned to Zhou Yang by the netizens intact, and it is said, you can bear it. This does not study a router. If everyone in China has the best impression of which electrical brand, it is undoubtedly the BYD. At least it is the national product brand. The newly emerging company of Wuzhu is actually the skin change of Yuxing. People generally have a bad impression of Yuxing. If you want to support it, you must also support BYD. So the two companies have a gap, and netizens must support BYD. Zhou Yang did not take this superfluous matter seriously before, but the other party pushed his nose and face. I just don't know if this crazy dog's biting behavior was instructed by Li Shizun. Regardless of whether he instructed or not, since he provoked, Zhou Yang chose to fight, which is called killing chickens and monkeys, and it is considered to give Li Shizun a color. Super Factory System encountered provocation. The provocation against you is regarded as a provocation to this system. Please immediately make a super router to fully occupy the market. Let this unknowingly thick 5-continental company taste the power of this system. The system suddenly sent a reminder to see how the wording was still angry. There is one more reason why Yang shot next week. Zhou Yang immediately agreed that he would not delay the time, and immediately opened the drawing supermarket to see what good router brand. But at first glance, I was greatly disappointed. These router drawings in the mall are those that are on the market, and the points are quite cheap, but this kind of thing obviously has no way to hit the router of the 5-continent company. However, the more advanced router shows that the drawing replenishment cannot be purchased. It seems that the mission is in a dead end, but it is also difficult to fall through Zhou Yang. He also has a masterpiece. This is the time to use it. Use universal drawings. Change it for me. With the order of Zhou Yang, the almighty drawings began to change. After a few seconds, the system began to remind, almighty drawings have been deformed to generate WJC2 Super Mother router drawings. Zhou Yang got a newly born drawing and immediately checked it out. After reading, he snapped his fingers, and his face showed a proud look. With this router, he couldn't be angry. This router, with a maximum rate of 3000 Mbps, 160 Hz large frequency, supports IPv6, Wi-Fi 6, and most importantly, supports power transmission, that is, through power outlets, network signals can be strengthened. This is the preferred method for large household models, and there is no need to rely on the internet port. Such a router, when Zhou Yang saw it, felt that the router for broadband delivery in his home should be retired. It is now necessary to hit the face early, so Zhou Yang began to modify the drawings as soon as possible. The accessories of this drawings are still the same. There are foreign accessories, which are replaced with domestically produced, and the RGB lamps with cool shells. In addition to playing handsome and wasting electricity, there is no improvement in performance. In order to save costs, all are omitted. At the same time, the antenna is contracted inner, so beautiful and easy to store, so that the shell can be shaped with ordinary materials and poured at once. In this way, after the materials have been modified, the next number of optimizations is left, and Zhou Yang is added to the ability to penetrate the wall, so that the speed of the net is similar in every house at home. System optimized completion, wall piercing ability increased by 30, and signal stability was improved. The drawings have been revised, please name. If it is named, this is to hit the router of the 5 continents, then it is simply named. The BYD 10-continent router is twice as good as the 5 continents. After the router was completed, Zhou Yang immediately held a meeting. At the meeting, Zhou Yang took out the drawings and handed them over to the production workshop, and told, this router is a superfluous counterattack against the 5 continents, so I want to produce them at the fastest speed. After a week, I can carry out spot sales. A new product will appear in a week. This speed is quite explosive in the entire electronics industry, and it is easy to get out of the product. However, everyone has followed Zhou Yang for a long time and is used to the drawings brought by the boss. Without performance, they just do what they do. And this time the grievances of Wuzhu and their BYD, everyone knows that the other party has provoked the boss 3 times and 5 times. They, the production and technical personnel, hold their hearts and must fight back. Songde immediately promised, you can rest assured that within a week, we will definitely get the product offline. General Manager Tang Lan added, the procurement department should also pay close attention to customizing the package materials, prepare the materials, and the propaganda department work overtime to make both the propaganda language and the advertising map, and strive to promote them as soon as possible. Okay, everyone cheers up and watch our 10 continents destroy the 5 continents. Zhou Yang stood up and shouted the slogan, and his subordinates followed suit. Now Beatty's whole company is up and down, and it is necessary to kill the provocative enemy. On a spring day, the trees on the street have drawn tender leaves, and people's clothing has also changed from thick winter clothes to various light and beautiful spring clothes. The current anti-epidemic work has also entered the second stage. From the beginning, the lethality rate is very high, and now the treatment has been gradually found. Everyone is no longer so panic. In addition to the nuclear acid that cannot be done every day, some people have begun to wear masks normally. On the street, various shops can finally open for business under the premise of permission. The White Emperor Electric Company, all of whom are working intensively, because this time their products can shoulder the heavy responsibility of fighting against the provocateurs. The newly developed gigabit router of Wuzhu Appliances has excellent performance and cheap prices. Once launched, it will be as good as the Tide, and the sales volume will be quite good. Other gigabit routers have no performance at all. Under various measurements, 5-continent routers are slightly better. In addition, its price is also cheaper than others, and it has been in the limelight for a while, and is hailed by users as the best router of the year. This is also the self-confidence of the boss of the 5 continents who dare to provoke BaiD. Now BaiD's reputation in the country is justified, there are many people who scold, and more people praise. Although controversial, it is undeniable that BaiD has become a new brand after the first-line factory. Moreover, BaiD has redefined what is cost-effective. The products it produces no longer have low and medium-end peers who cut leaks, and all of them have been exhausted. This is a disguised optimized market structure. Because of this, BaiD has benefited customers, but has offended his peers. Before the fact that manufacturers could lie down and make money, but now they need to run, or they must sprint at a speed of 100 meters to prevent the BaiD from being killed. Pain, so those manufacturers hate BaiD very much. Not only domestic counterparts hate it, even the international giant Samsung Group has a mustard with BaiD. Because the acquisition was not successful, Li Shizun, the crown prince of the star, was very faceless. He quickly acquired 5 continents of electrical appliances in anger, and gave the general manager extra task, that is, to surpass the White Emperor and defeat the White Emperor, to relieve his hatred. So Duan Duo always provokes BaiD with nothing to do. This is to complete the task assigned to him by the foreign master, but unexpectedly, he caused trouble. Zhou Yan chose to fight back positively, to defeat the 5 continents in the field of routers. After determining the drawings, he began to purchase accessories and accounted for costs. The biggest cost of this router is the routing chip. This chip has very low performance and is only responsible for signal transmission, which is a professional chip. For monopoly reasons, this chip is relatively expensive. Other industrial materials such as circuit boards, shells, LED display screens, data lines, etc., are quite cheap, some cents, and some cents. Together, it reached a fairly low price of 79 yuan. This is also the result of the increase in the operating costs of BaiD. Various logistics and after-sales, taxes, labor and other costs are included. This price is scary to say, but the fact is that after a commodity is less than marketing and scientific research costs, the remaining material costs are basically negligible. Since the cost is 79 yuan, the pricing is well calculated. 99 yuan package mail, less than 3 digits, can buy a product whose performance is close to the 1000 yuan router. BaiD is so arrogant. This price is not the lowest in a group of low-price routers. There are many small loans of aged routers, which are also dozens of yuan. But to refer to performance, even the 5-continent router that is now cost-effective and benchmark is definitely not the opponent of the BaiDian 10-continental router. Zhou Yan waited for the first batch of products to go offline, and he could conduct a live test. When the trial production of the 10-continent router began in the workshop, Zhou Yan issued a notice of his new product on the White Emperor Gate. Shock the release of new products next week, please look forward to it. This was an ordinary notice. Simple, it didn't cost any money, but it caused an uproar on the internet. Of course, some BaiD fans look forward to it, so that BaiD produces some of the electrical products they need, so that they can spend very little money and enjoy high-quality products. The fellow spies ambushed in the White Empire official network are all tight-lipped. The White Emperor is about to produce new products. For them, it is like walking into a minefield and stepping on a mine if you are not sure. If BaiD's new products overlap with their company's products, they will be unlucky, afraid of muscular bones, and cutting off the production line. After all, those unscrupulous assembly plants are afraid of Beatty's strong enemies. On the contrary, large electrical companies such as Huawei, Lenovo, and Haier are not so afraid of BYD. They have strong research and development strength. Even if BYD is cheaper, they cannot meet all user needs. Can't keep up. BYD is just a powerful factory in China, and he can't do a monopoly position. As long as he is willing to work hard to study products, there is still a lot of market space. The big factory is only concerned about BYD's new products, and there is not much action. Anyway, it will be known next week. However, some small and medium-sized electrical appliances, one by one, frightened and superstitious bosses, went to the temple to burn incense and worship the Buddha, and prayed for the blessing of the Buddha. Boss who believe in science meets overnight to summon his men to guess what new product the BYD has produced this time. Guess what the BYD will do this time. If it overlaps with our products and quickly discounts and clears the warehouse, the speed must be fast, just a few days. The bosses in the conference room are very anxious, and they pack their luggage and run around at any time. The men started their brains and took out the graphical tables of various products of BYD for analysis. This degree of professionalism is even more attentive than the employees of BYD. Because the employees of BYD do not work hard, the maximum salary bonus is reduced, and if they do not work hard, they may be caught by BYD to close down. Boss, I see, BYD's new product is a router. Suddenly, a sales backbone raised his hand to signal. Oh, you mean, was who? The owner of the electrical appliances factory suddenly woke up. The sales backbone said, yes, the five-continent boss clamored to provoke BYD. After all, their boss Zhou Yang is a young man. Young means he is full of energy. I heard that he doesn't even give face to the Prince of the Stars. The dog legs challenge him. If I were, I couldn't help it. The boss nodded and said, understand, that paragraph is superfluous that their five-continent router is the number one in the world. It is quite characteristic of the great people. It is arrogant and blind, and after a few days, BYD announced that it will release new products. It is likely to be aimed at the five-continent router. The most direct way to hit the face is to use the same product, just like BYD's previous cheerful face, to drive out the keys and power services of this large computer industry company out of the country. This is the lesson of the previous car. Makes sense. Everyone else is one by one. BYD's new product is a router, and 80% is true. Fortunately, we don't make a router. The owner of the electrical appliance factory took a breath and felt as comfortable as winning the lottery. Other manufacturers also have keen-minded people, and also guessed that BYD's new product is a router. Most manufacturers do not make router products, so it has no effect on them. They were happy and even opened champagne to celebrate. And a few manufacturers that are making routers, such as TP, Mercury, and other companies, are chrysanthemums tight in an instant. Isn't this their old life? Just in case, these manufacturers quickly set a discount, and you get a 10% discount, he gets a 10% discount, and the other one gets a 10% discount. After 3 days, when they looked at the sales volume, they simply made a 20% discount, or even a 50% discount, and bought a one-on-one promotional action. Originally, the sales volume of these router manufacturers was squeezed by Wazoo routers. The situation is grim. This kind of price reduction behavior, in the eyes of users, is playing price wars, and no one thought that these manufacturers are like geckos. Survive at the end. Other router products after a large price reduction have suddenly been cost-effective, and each of the five-continent routers has its own merits. Just this week, the router market was heavily severed, and there was a mixed battle scene of the 7 heroes of the warring countries. This allows many users to buy with the wind. Anyway, the router at home has a bad signal, so simply buy another one. However, experienced users have been watching, because the price reduction of the entire industry is generally a precursor to the collapse, and they decided to wait and say that they can still copy. Just over the weekend, when the price reduction in the router market reached its peak, BYD held an online new product conference. At 10 a.m., BYD held an online press conference, and in the live room, more than 100,000 people flooded in an instant. BYD's products are very interesting every time, even if they are not bought, they can be seen as a technological feast. Good morning, friends. Zhou Yang appeared in the auditorium of BYD Company, bowing to the camera. After the opening remarks, he began to introduce this new product. Zhou Yang said, "This press conference is different from the past, so we will not have prize competition, because some people have guessed what our new product is." At this time, someone said in the curtain, "Wouldn't it be really a router?" It turns out that smart people are not only in fellow manufacturers, but also in netizens. They guessed that this new product is related to the redundant section of the 5 continents, so it is likely to be a router. Zhou Yan launched a new product so anxiously this time just to fight. So he opened the red cloth directly and exposed a small box below, which is similar to the TV box, which is very small. What is this? Roof box. I just said that it is a router. But why does the router have no antenna? Many people who are not familiar with routers feel strange. In the impression, the router is flat, and there are a bunch of long antennas. Basically every product is this shape. And BYD's router has no antenna, and the volume is so small, and there are a bunch of sockets on the side. I don't know what it is for. Now that BYD's new product is a router, several rejoices and several worries. The joy is that those home apprentices, BYD finally will not come to ruin their business. Worrying about those router manufacturers, there was already a Wazoo router, they are already burnt, and now the low-cost giant BYD actually launched their router, then they are not alive? But this is the end, and they can only look down on their scalp. Zhou Yang began to introduce the parameters of this router. 3000 Mbps speed, Wi-Fi 6, 2.4G and 5G smart dual frequency connection, which can connect 60 devices at the same time, the electric home design, as long as the main route is connected to the network line, then there are many large-scale houses, even if they are multi-layer villas, as long as purchasing the routing and plugging in the socket can achieve 80, even top mansions are enough. This home-based routing is the first choice for large-scale households. The subroute can be connected to the network speed by plugging. This is very suitable for small and white users to operate. Basically, the mobile phone can be installed as soon as it is swept, and the network routing is inserted. The loss is very small, and the signal is stable. This performance is also a very powerful function on the market. Many of the other products with similar functions are already commercial routers, which are high-end products of thousands of yuan. This is the biggest feature of this routing. Not only is the ability to penetrate the wall excellent, but a house below 1 and 3 rooms and 1 hall only needs a main routing. Large-sized, even a few-story villa does not need to find a network engineer. If there is a socket, you can arrange a wireless network covering the whole family. The operation is simple, the shape is small, and the white shell is very cute. Looking at this item, the BYD router is very eye-catching. The main router is a bit larger, similar to the TV box, and other subroutes, that is, the size of a triangle plug, are inserted in the socket without any hindrance, even feeling its existence. We are now conducting live machine tests, and engineers are invited to appear. When Zhou Yang finished speaking, the video signal was switched to a network engineer. He took the signal instrument and walked while measuring. The signal near the main road was the full value of the gigabit broadband. He walked to another room, across a wall, and the signal did not decay much, about 800 MB. In the next room, 2 walls were separated from the main router, and the signal was a bit weak, reduced to about 200-300 MB per second, but the signal connection was fairly stable and did not fall. This surprised many of the friends who watched the live broadcast. The 100 or 200 routers in their house were not satisfied with the signal across the wall, and they could not be connected after the 2 walls. Some users are very touched, because of the household type, their router is in the living room and the toilet in the corner. If they can't find the signal, they are passively disconnected. The ability of ordinary routers to penetrate walls is far less powerful than that of BYD routers. Then the engineer reached the 3rd wall. At this time, it was 20 or 30 meters straight from the main router, and the Wi-Fi signal was almost impossible to search. At this time, the master returned to the 2nd room, inserted a routing on the socket in the room, and then waited for a few seconds. The red light became a blue light for work, so that the Wi-Fi signal speed would instantly become 700-800 MB. Around, whether it is downloading or games, there is no delay. Then he continued to walk out of 2 houses, separated by 2 walls, so there were 4 rooms away from the main road, and the network was difficult to find. At this time, the engineer plugged in a subroute again, and the signal appeared again, this time around 400-500 MB. This is of course far worse than the gigabit speed of the main routing, but other routers can definitely not achieve this networking effect. Awesome! Cow beep! Many netizens who like to go online have marveled. This router is so strong that it can be automatically connected by plugging a router across the wall. How slow is this? Too convenient? Everyone is wondering, without connecting the network wires, the subroute can increase the network speed through the power wire. How did it do? This is of course a patented technology. Using electromagnetics, Zhou Yang is inconvenient to disclose. Now actually tested, the effect is quite blasting. Next, Zhou Yang also showed you a key sweeping installation, a full-type networking method, and basic functions such as parental control and anti-rubbing nets. The operation is very convenient, and it also dispels the concerns of many small white users. If you install a router here, you don't have to ask for help. I have seen the BYD's router, and now I look back at the Wazoo router, which is definitely a rolling grade. Now, as long as the price is seen and it is cheaper than the Wazoo router, it will be a lure. BaiD will end this product track again. Before announcing the selling price, I will first highlight the official name of our router, which is the BaiD 10 Continent Series router. When Zhou Yang finished talking and the netizens froze, he laughed at the time. They released various laughter expressions in the curtain area. Now everyone knows why BaiD suddenly made a router just to fight the 5 continent router. As we all know, 10 is twice that of 5, then 10 continents are for 5 continents. The netizens translated for BaiD. Take this name, that is, my router is twice as powerful as you. Isn't your extra time saying that BaiD can't? Then I will produce a router to show you who is not. The router has become a stock on the network before the price is announced. Now everyone is strongly concerned about the price of this router. Zhou Yang cleared his throat and said his pricing, 99 yuan email. Suddenly, the curtain area was boiling. I knew it was 99 yuan. Too strong. With this router, our company does not use corporate routing, and this time it can save thousands. The BaiD is the beep, and the shot is the king fried. Netizens are all fancy. To say that this gigabit router is really cheap, the main body is 99 yuan, basically a household type below 100 square, a main routing is enough. Large-scale self-purchasing subrouters, with a subroute of 49 yuan, and buying less than 16 of them together is all-inclusive. But if the profits are relatively meager, if you buy them separately, the subroute will have to pay the postage. The purchase of unspecified mail is because the router is not very profitable. Zhou Yang has given all the profits to customers, and it also encourages everyone to buy suits together. Just when everyone said to order immediately, there was a discordant factor in the curtain area. This maternal design is too silly, is it ugly? I still have a bunch of sockets, and there is such a brain-dead design, I really appreciate it. I think it's better to have a 5-continent router. It's really good to use the material. There are 3 stars as backing, and there is no problem with technology and after-sales. BaiD made the router for the first time, always meaning. These 2 curtains came out, and they were quickly praised by everyone. They didn't think they were right, but many netizens wanted to keep the curtains and sprayed them for a while. 666, which hospital did not give the patient medicine, released the above 2. I seriously doubt that you are a redundant trumpet, otherwise how can you say such a conscience? It is also good for a 5-continent router, but anyone who drinks to dish peanut rice will not say such drunken words. The eyes of netizens are bright, and everyone agrees, so to speak, as long as Zhou Yang's propaganda is true, then the 10-continent router will definitely hang 5 continents. Not tested, how do you know that Zhou Yang is not falsely propagating? The account of the previous speech came to justify. False propaganda is afraid not to be punished. Are you an alien? BaiD is not the kind of net shop that makes money and runs. A factory such as a big one can't deceive people. That is, when the law on the protection of advertising fees and consumer rights is laid? I also hope that it will be false propaganda. If you buy more routers, I will make a fortune. When everyone quarreled together, someone came out to persuade, no need to argue, this question is very easy to deal with, and I will conduct the evaluation of the 2 routers as soon as possible. Everyone soon knew what happened to BaiD router. The person who speaks is called Lei Shuang, and there is a blue V certification mark, which should be the evaluation owner Lei Shuang himself. He stayed in a deep town and had a good relationship with Zhou Yang, so he has this ability. A netizen said, is good, speed assessment, we can all wait to see it, and wait for your assessment results before deciding whether to buy it or not. Oops 99, it's okay to buy a loss, it's worth it with BaiD's signboard. I want to support BaiD, even if it's not easy to use, it's time for me to support them in building high-tech parks. Netizens are generally supportive, but there are also bars. BaiD's router is too expensive. He can buy a router for 40 or 50 yuan on the website. Immediately, a netizen said, this router, non-secondary router, 10 continents with a maximum speed of 3000 MB, 40 or 50 yuan, it is estimated that there are only 200 or 300 trillion, it is estimated that you can watch the high-definition video card alone. At this time, Zhou Yang saw the curtain and said, yes, the router of BaiD is indeed not the lowest price in the market, but the performance is basically the ceiling in the civil router. If you do not have high demand, by 40 or 50 yuan the router is suitable. If there is a high demand, then buy a 10-continental routing to ensure that you will not be disappointed. If there is dissatisfaction after the experience, there is freight insurance, and there is no reason to return the goods for 7 days. Zhou Yang is confident and dares to sell his products. Rest assured, we believe in you. Numerous fans are still very powerful. They have no brain to believe in Zhou Yang and decide to start selling in the afternoon when they support it for the first time. Zhou Yang gave them a precautionary injection first, saying that this time the reserve is relatively hasty, so the initial products are insufficient, and the products are supplied in limited quantities every day, and they need to be snapped. Of course, don't worry about people who can't buy it. The capacity problem will be solved gradually 1 week after the sale to ensure that everyone can buy it. Netizens are used to it, and good things are sold to be snapped up. For example, products such as brand-name flagship mobile phones and high-profile computers all need to be snapped up. Everyone also understands that this kind of open sale restricted product is instead popular. Synonym. So everyone is waiting for the arrival at 2 p.m. As soon as the time comes, all the internet stores of Beatty will be opened at the same time, and customers will start to buy routers. No way, the first day is limited to 10,000 units, which will not be used without grabbing. This 10,000 router is the sum of the total number of products in all stores. Basically less than a minute, all the routers in all shops in Beatty have been bought out, showing the degree of fire. At the same time today, other router brand shops are just fine. Those old router brands such as TP and Mercury are basically engaged in crazy promotional and price wars. They also play back and forth with the 5-continent router. But after the Beatty released the new product, they lost together and became unattended. For stronger performance and cheaper prices, in the face of a router that is still at a price of more than 100, it is almost the most correct choice to choose the By Dynasty router. Companies such as TP are also fortunate. They have been frantically discounted and have sold a lot of inventory. After all, they saw the opportunity earlier. But they soon couldn't laugh, because there were a lot of users, and just a few days after they bought the equipment, they chose 7 days to return the goods without reason, just because the Beatty's 10-continental router was better and cheaper. They returned. Go grab 10 continents router. This makes many router manufacturers uncomfortable, or they get out late. There are a lot of inventory returns. Then, as long as Beatty's 10-continental routers are still selling one day, these low-end routers are very difficult to sell, then you can only match other products as gifts. At the same time, these router manufacturers must also begin to consider countermeasures. The art of war is cloudy, knowing oneself and knowing 100 victories, so these peers will buy the Beatty router as soon as possible, to see if it is true as the propaganda says. To know the false truth of the enemy, they are good to discuss countermeasures. So they snapped the 10-continent router for the first time. After all, time is money. If they are researched 1 day earlier, they may make money 1 day earlier. As a result, the 10-continent router was too hot to grab. The assistant manager in charge of the snatching found several relatives and friends. The various platforms robbed together. On the first day, they returned without success, so that the boss could scold. The next day he went on to grab, and the result was still not robbed. The boss was angry now. He told his assistant that if he couldn't grab it, he could roll it out. Helplessly, the assistant mobilized all the employees of the company and went to Beatty's shop to buy routers. Who can snap it and send him a 200 yuan red envelope? There must be a brave man under the rewards. Sure enough, a workshop operator robbed him this time and happily received the 200 yuan red envelope given to him by the assistant. As a result, I was dumbfounded while waiting for the shipment. The order was cancelled by Beatty's customer service. The assistant was furious. If he couldn't get the router this time, he might be unemployed, so he immediately used the operator's account to find the customer service theory. If you by D don't ship me, I will complain to you, the assistant said straightforwardly. Who knows, the customer service will give him no electricity in one sentence. Dear, the current inventory is tight, please don't snap it, you can use your own product, this link has been cut. This order was bought on the White Empire official network, so the customer service can be closed at will. The assistant was puzzled. After reading the screenshot, he almost got 3 liters of vomiting, because the operator's default address was actually the address of their factory. Of course, this Beatty's customer service knows that this order is an order from a fellow, so the assistant can't hide the matter of buying a 10-continent router to study. Sure enough, Zhou Yang sent a screenshot that night. Although the address above was code, it can still be seen that this is the dormitory address of an electronics factory. Zhou Yang wrote, "Thank you peers for lifting love and like our router, but now everyone is in a hurry to get the goods. Your factory is a famous router manufacturer. I have used your products before. The quality is still very good. The router is needed. Can you replace it with your own product first? Give this opportunity to others who need it more. Thanks." Zhou Yang's post did not have a dirty word throughout the process. On the contrary, it was very polite, but it made the damaged body of your peers endless, and let everyone eat melon netizens. Haha, smile to death, produce routers by yourself, and by D, obviously want to buy them back and open the research. Dada said, "Which brand of router is it? I'm good to eat melon." It is estimated that those common brands are chanting, "Anyway, I only use Beatty's products. Other routers are so poor that my family threw several." Netizens are watching jokes this time, they are spreading stocks everywhere, and this matter was soon seen by the factory owner. He blankly notified the assistant to go through the separation procedures. Even if he was given N1, he would quit him, and he would be ashamed. Fortunately, Zhou Yang gave face and did not directly expose his factory name, otherwise he could not mix in the circle. Although the purchase of Beatty router became a laughingstock for everyone this time, it still needs to be bought for research, which is related to the future of the enterprise, so the boss asked a friend of his to increase the price on the second-hand platform by 300 yuan and buy the brand new 10 Continental router is also accompanied by 2 subroute. They specially selected the same city list, and immediately obtained samples after the transaction to conduct a dismantling study. Perform performance tests first, and signal performance and publicity are completely consistent. At this time, the boss's heart was half cold. Beatty's products were as powerful as ever. Their half-hanged routers seemed to be unable to sell at a lower price. Then the old products can already enter the earth. If you want to break the game, you may be able to use the old road, that is, cottages and imitation. If you don't know it, it's a startle. This Beatty 10 continent router has a very high integration, and the components and circuit structures used are very different from the existing equipment. At first glance, it is not a domestic process. This is a new patent product. This process is very special, and there is an anti-piracy compilation system. Their engineers tried to imitate this circuit board for imitation, and the results were not ideal. Obviously, the structure is similar, but the imitation router they make can't get up, much worse than the original, and similar to their old products. According to this structural method of BYD, continue to study, and may be able to make a product with similar functions, but this is obviously a violation of patent rights. If it is accused once by BYD, the company will return to pre-liberation. The owner of the router manufacturer felt that it was so difficult to do business for the first time. The boss asked the engineers to try it for a few more days, and after confirming that there is no patent to imitate, they can only be forced to cut off the router production line. Fortunately, they also have switches, with the same type of products as Wi-Fi. As long as the Beatty does not kill them and continues to do the same products, they can still mix in this line. With this experience, the boss also had to sigh that the BYD was a monster. They couldn't imitate the price of 99 yuan, and this product was more effective than the flagship router they sold for 900 yuan. Good, but the selling price is 10 times lower. I really don't know how BYD made it. The boss came to a conclusion. Later, people will pay more attention to Beatty's movements. If they want to launch other network-related products, we will consider switching. The boss said the factory's voice, which shows how good the BYD's 10 Continental router is, and his colleagues are all convinced. The first day after the line of sight is returned to the router. Digital evaluation of the blogger Laybook Airlines, after the press conference, got the 10 continent router that Zhou Yang personally presented to him. He happily took it home and compared it with a 10 continent router and similar products sold on the market. This is a video where many netizens are urging more. Thunder Airways was also unambiguous, and began to evaluate immediately. Hello everyone, the product we are evaluating today is Beatty's latest 10 Dian router. Thunderbolt Airlines recorded the video in front of the camera. As the latest product of Beatty, the performance of official propaganda is really amazing. The net speed of 3 gigabit supports up to 16 devices, and the ability to penetrate the wall is super strong. It is also a mother-in-law of the power version. Only then is it the same as the performance of the promotion, and the results will be tested today. Thunderbolt Airlines immediately showed this contested contest. The first supporting role is naturally the 5-continent router. Anyone who likes to go online should know the grievances between the 5-continent route and the 10-continent route. The owner of the Wazhou router first provoked, and the boss of BYD Zhou Yang domineering against him. A week later, the 10-continent router was launched, and the smell of gunpowder can be seen from the name. For flow and interest, Thunderbolt Airways must of course focus on testing these two products. As a foil, there are several routers that are popular on the market, and Laybook Airlines has all been brought back. The router, the most important function is the Wi-Fi connection. The first step is to test the signal first. Lei Shuang has a professional signal tester. In order to avoid interference, he turned off his home Wi-Fi in the room, and then tested one by one. My family's broadband is 1000 megabytes of telecommunications. It is tested in the form of a direct light cat. We first experience installation. Thunderbolt Airlines connected the newly unsealed 10-continent router to the main network line, and then began to download the 10-continent dedicated router management, and then click all the way according to the tips. It took only 2 minutes in total, and it was installed. The router indicator turned blue, and then the instrument showed that the network signal was detected. Then Laybook Airlines also connected the signal with a mobile phone, using the speed detection software to show 988 trillion, which is close to the network bandwidth, proving that the signal is very good and there is no loss. Instrument detection, the network speed signal is also similar. Then change the protagonist of the comparison, the 5-continent router. The 5-continent router is designed in accordance with the rules and is also installed in the scanning code, but the process is somewhat complicated, with various parameters and passwords. Just like the administrator password, account login password, and Wi-Fi wireless password, 3 passwords can make many people collapse, and it is unclear which one is that. This installation is more cumbersome. If the installation comfort level of the Beatty 10-continent router is 10 points, and the 5 continents have only 7 points, can't it be designed to be more concise? Thunderbolt vomited in the video. If it is okay for people who know how to do it, for those who do not understand electrical equipment, this step may be difficult. It took several minutes to finally connect to the network and then test the network speed. The test here is also more than 980, which proves that from the speed of the internet, both routers are top level and can take advantage of gigabit routing. Next is other routers, which can basically run at the speed of the net, but there is a cheaper router that detects only more than 910 trillion grid speeds. Obviously, this router has a network speed loss, which is worse than others. After the first round of testing, it is the second round, and that is the ability to penetrate the wall. Thunderbolt is still in order to test the 10-continent router first. He put the router in the living room and came to the next bed between the walls, so he used the instrument and mobile phone to search for signals separately. The network speed of the mobile phone test is 913 trillion, and it is only across a wall that the 2.4G frequency band has lost dozens of trillions of network speeds, which is more amazing than the propaganda. The instrument tests the stability of the signal, all of which meet the standards, without losing the package. Then came to the main bedroom, which is separated from the living room by 2 walls. After closing the door, there is about 500 trillion left for the testnet speed, and the mobile phone signal is 3 grids, but watching the video and playing the game are not delayed. This is already very strong, and many routers simply have no signal across the 2 walls. Of course, this is not the end of the test. Lei Xuan came to his bathroom in the most corner. The toilet signal is usually weak. Lei Xuan is also a router at the nearby master bedroom to ensure access to the toilet. Internet access. If it is normal, the router in his living room will not be transmitted here at all. He used the instrument to measure that there is still a network speed of about 100 megabytes, and the signal fluctuates back and forth, which is not stable. Although there are only more than 100 trillion signs left on the internet, mobile phones can still be searched. There is no problem with watching some web pages, that is, watching high-definition video cards. But this is already very good. His family is a 4-chamber 1-chamber account. In this case, as long as the network requirements are not high, buying a 10-channel router in the living room of the family can meet the internet needs of the whole family, and even no subroute is needed. After the test, Lei Xuan put a subrouter in the main bedroom. After passing, the connection was completed in half a minute, and then went to the bathroom for testing. The network speed immediately reached more than 800 trillion. So strong? Lei Xuan was also surprised that there was only a small subroute and no additional network cable. Why is the speed of the network so large? This only shows that this router is too strong. With this homemade routing, in the future, large families can buy a set of routers to meet the internet requirements of all rooms. The 10 continents router performed very well in terms of signals, and Thunderstorm scored 9 points. Then came the test of the 5-continent router, and the contrast effect came out at once. Around a wall, the network speed of this router dropped to more than 400 trillion. There are only more than 100 trillions left across the 2 walls, and the router of the Thunderbolt usually is about this level. When you go to the 3-wall toilet, there is no signal at all. It is very bad. The 5-continent router is a single router, so in users who can't bridge, there is no way to use only one router to allow the whole family to go online with peace of mind. He then continued to test routers of other brands, which were basically the same as those of Wazhu routers. After some comparison, Lei Xuan made a statistical table, which is basically a penny and a penny. The more expensive router, the better performance in terms of performance and signals. However, the only Baidu's 10-continent router is an exception. At a price of 100 yuan, it is possible to meet the needs of the whole house online. After installing a subroute, it is also the whole house high-speed internet access. This is an effect that cannot be achieved by all civilian routers under 1,000 yuan. Of course, this is not over yet, and the 10-continent router is still other settings. The first is the built-in management software, which can understand the current internet access equipment in the house at a glance and intelligently block the net users. Even if the other party knows the password, it will also conduct risk reminders unless the other party has been added to the white list. In addition, the router also has a guest mode. After the guests come to the house and start the guest mode, the other party can use Wi-Fi without barriers as long as they use their mobile phones to sweep the code at the main router. Of course, there is a parent mode, which can set an online time limit for the child's mobile phone. Other functions are available on all continents, while others are not available on routers, and there are also 10 continents. In terms of application and management, the 10 continents router is not comparable to other routers. Not to mention the 5 continents router, even other routers under the 1,000 yuan can't be compared with it. Finally, Lei Shuang made a summary, 10 continents router, also a great value product of Beatty. I can say that as long as you need a router at home, you will never regret buying 10 continents. It is the most cost-effective router on the market. No one, as long as your budget is not below 100 yuan, you can buy it without brain, and there will be no mistake. Thunderbolt aeronautical evaluation lasted for a whole day, and then he stayed up late to cut out the video and released the evaluation video the next morning, the first in the net. Once the video is sent out, it is a popular video in the science and technology area. The reason is that the grievances of the 10 continental router and the 5 continental router are very important in themselves. The owner of the 5 continent router is redundant, and they are all dissatisfied and their mouths are hard, saying that their products are strong and invincible. This net worth opens the video to see if this is the case. At first glance, I laughed. Tooth. No, the signal is so poor, the 5 continent router is a garbage, which is better than the 10-channel ratio. 10 continents are significantly more powerful than 5 continents, 10 to 5 large, which means that 10 continents are the fathers of 5 continents. What technical power does the 3 stars have? There is no power of war in front of the Beatty. The netizens expressed their opinions in the comment area below the video. In short, before the video came out, there were many scolding wars and quarrels online, and everyone had their own router brand. However, after the video release of Lei Shuang, this debate ended. Beatty 10 continent router is the absolute hegemon of routers below 1,000 yuan on the market, none of them. All the netizens have unified understanding, that is, the 10 continent router, and the rush is over. The performance is so strong, the price is so low, what more bicycles? Usually they buy an ordinary router, which also costs more than $100, and the performance is average. If there are more rooms in the house, there is no signal. As a male host, they should not be spit out by their families. However, with 10 continent routers, these troubles are wiped out. Small-sized families, a main routing is completely enough, and villa users, they are not considering the price, but convenient and fast. In general mansions, the network is to find someone to wire in order to ensure the network demand of several floors, basically costing thousands of yuan. And it's not used now. Buy a router suit by yourself. Just plug a few routers downstairs and downstairs. Where the signal is not good, it only takes a few hundred yuan to get the whole family online, saving money and saving effort. Don't underestimate the electronic product of router. It is a device that is inseparable from every household. It may be that there are no TVs, washing machines and water heaters in homes or rental houses, but basically there are routers. In the age of the network, routers are transit stations for mobile devices, mobile phones, laptops, tablets, various smart homes. All the Wi-Fi signal provided by the router is needed. And not only families, but also routers in the company. Usually one is not enough. Therefore, the sales volume of routers is very impressive. This is a huge market. After the 10 continent router was launched, it has been in an short supply state, and because of the video promotion of Lei Shuang, everyone knows that the 10 continent router is the strongest domestic router on the market. It's so cheap. That's nothing to say. Must buy burst. This is not just an urban market. As long as the rural areas with access to the network also need routers. Hundreds of millions of households across the country, the demand for routers is very terrifying. Thousands of routers are released every day. They are sold out in less than a few seconds. There are hundreds of thousands of people who snapped the crowd. Zhou Yang only found out that this product market is underestimated. Because of the haste, the production capacity is not very sufficient. So he quickly found some generation factories to help them produce routers in order to meet market demand. Contrary to the hot sales of Beatty 10 continent routers, it is the sales of peers. Originally, before the 10 continent router had no market, it was the 5 continent router and many old brands that fought in price wars. However, as soon as the 10 continent router is available, they all stop because the price is half cheaper than them, the performance is still strong, and there is no reason to buy those ordinary routers. The phenomenon-grade new product of the 5-continent router is read for more than 10 days, so it's curtain call. On the one hand, it is a 10-continent router, which is snapped every day. On the one hand, the daily sales of other stores have been as low as a single digit, or even 0 eggs. It can't be sold for a while, and manufacturers are generally not in a hurry. After all, the routers on the market are similar. They can always wait for some casual customers to buy, and then wait for the promotions of the 11th, 618th and other festivals, and will slowly sell them. But this time it's different. The 10-continent router is like a hurricane. Some routers that Crooked Melons and Jujubes are all destroyed. The performance is completely crushed. The price is also invincible. The ordinary router has no power in World War I. Their high-end router, even if it is a cost price, does not have a 10-continental router with a cheap retail price, while the low-end router has a similar price, but its performance has been exploded. It is really a miserable. Such a big gap, so to speak. As long as the 10-continent router is still on sale, their router will basically only rot in the warehouse. Many router manufacturers can only start producing similar products such as Wi-Fi, and give up this market. The 5-continent electronics company was embarrassed. After they were acquired by Samsung, they accepted the technology of Samsung and quickly produced the 5-continent router. The technology given by the International 500th Power is indeed easy to use. The market just killed the quartet. Because they want to make a reputation for the 5-continent company, they also make a lot of money in terms of price. A router only earns dozens of yuan. Occupy the domestic router market. The initial hot sales were also praised by the leaders of Yuxing. As a result, the show was not overheated, so it was beaten, and the White Emperor Company, which was provocatively provocate, suddenly launched a 10-continental router with a stronger performance than them, and the price was lower than theirs. They were also recognized by the market. The product just finished the ball, and the originally purchased big trucks, one by one, came to the factory to ship. As a result, after the heat sales of the 10-continent router, there was also a large truck in their 5-continent factory, but all came to return the goods. Regarding the performance and price of the 10-continent router, netizens have no reason to buy another router. As for the household router, the 10-continent router is second, and no product dares to be the first. Now the router walks together, the production line is cut, and the switch is turned very quickly, because history has taught them experience. Any enterprise that is working with BaiD is not very good at the end. Most are still alive. Small and medium-sized electronic factories, especially those with single product lines, don't think about countering the BaiD. Avoiding competition is the first priority. But other factories can escape, but the redundant sections of the 5 continents have fallen into a difficult situation. Because the Prince of Yuxing had given him a task at the wine table, asking him to overthrow BaiD, and he would be the leader of the Chinese region of Yuxing in the future. Duan Duo also promised to pat his breast at the time. As a result, the first product, BaiD gave him a stick, and it was quite ruthless, and there was no room for reaction. If he doesn't believe in evil, he bought back the 10 continents router, and he has to study it well. If he studies any problems, he can defeat. As a result, the technicians in the 5-continent factory, even the technical executives from the stick country, were shocked after watching the 10-continent router. This is a completely different circuit layout. They have never seen it before. This circuit design idea, saying that it is ahead of the present era in 5 or 6 years, is a humble statement. The feedback from the technicians is that the performance of the 10-continent router is too advanced, they have no way to compete, it makes no sense to continue research and development, or put their energy on new products early. This means that their life on the 5-continent router is only a dozen days, and then they hang up. The British routing dies prematurely. Is it, BaiD, are you a beast? How to make this router? The redundant section dropped all the 10-continent routers, and he sat in a chair and gasped straight. No, this time I am a light enemy, the next product will let you see my extra power. Duan Duo himself, who hated his teeth and cut his teeth in his seat, vowed to retaliate relentlessly against BaiD. This newspaper, a 5-continent electronics company acquired by Yuxing Capital, a newly launched new router, who died before the teacher died. After half a month after the advent of the world, the speed of light fell and became the shortest router of the year. The 5-continent router is 1-fold larger than the 10-continent router. In the Economic Business newspaper, an article was published, which was very interesting. It wrote up the grievances in past of the recent 5-continent router and 10-continent router. After everyone looked at haha, it was really funny. Duan Duo himself provoked first, and he was beaten first. There are many owners of the electrical appliances industry online, all gloating. Who is wrong with this redundant mess? But Zhou Yang, don't you know that BaiD is the terminator of manufacturing? For all the product categories that BYD has produced, don't think about operating normally in a few years, because the exaggerated cost performance kills all pure bidders almost every second. These electrical appliances are all tasted with the power of the White Emperor. They can't avoid it one by one. As a result, this router market has a stunned head. This is equivalent to touching the tiger's pea stalk and irritating the BYD. For more than a week, they made a rover to hang the sky and killed the 5-continent router for seconds. It can be seen how strong BYD's research and development capabilities are. They do not launch new products. It is not that they do not have this ability, but that they have no energy. But once they provoke BYD, they focus on overcoming. Maybe a new product, just like this router, can be listed for a week or two to sell money. This research capacity is first-rate in the country. When you think about it, you will get cold all over. Just ask BYD not to stare at the product you produce, or build a tractor and make a dialysis machine. In this way, Duan Duo becomes a laughingstock in the electronics industry, and everyone thinks he has a bad brain. In fact, they are also wrong. He is not a bad brain, but a dog with a stick and a star. He has to listen to the master's words to bite. He can't help himself. Next, in the continuous hot sales of commodities such as routers, Huamen tractors, Jiankong blood dialysis machines, and PC power supplies, some new products of BYD are all sold out, making a lot of money, and the financial statements are read every month. Of course, not all products under Zhouyang are hotly sold, such as the original Z1 tablet, and now the sales volume is very small. Because over the past year, the tablet market has been updated with 1 or 2 pieces. Many new products and new functions have emerged. Users who need the old Z1 tablet basically bought them, and high-demand customers will not choose performance and appearance. Medium Z1 tablet, so sales are very small. Zhouyang plans to develop a new Z2 tablet and continue to release new products. In addition, electric blankets, masks, etc. have passed the time, and the demand is now very small. Especially the mask machine. Now the new car has been discontinued, the market is completely saturated, and even the mask is too saturated. Many people who invested in the mask factory with the wind were built, but they could not get the order, and eventually the blood was gone. The production of BYD's mask has also ceased. At the very tightest time, he almost supplied a lot of tight hoods in the country with his own efforts, and made credit for the sweat. Therefore, I also received many rewards in championships. Therefore, it has established cooperation with many domestic city officials. In the future, BYD will definitely do more with less. After the router hot sale, Zhouyang has no urgent matter. His focus is to make more money, and then invest the liquidity in the construction of high-tech parks. Now the high-tech park is fully started. After holding the accelerated construction card, it is like a golden beast. The initial funds of 300 million have been exhausted and investment needs to be increased. So a large part of the money made by Zhouyang recently was invested. This led to the tightness of his life. Even a new piece of clothing was reluctant to buy. A few pieces of clothing, even in college, can be said to be extremely frugal and put in place. Zhouyang usually went out in a van and was wearing old clothes. If it was not self-introduction, no one connected him to the boss of BYD. This is a company where the 3 stars bid for 10 billion and do not sell. Now the market value is at least more than 10 billion. It's not a disappointment to his dad's advice. Speaking of Father Zhouyang, this old man is really interesting. He waved abroad for 2 years without returning. He sent a gift to Zhouyang a while ago. The result was a box of Russian specialties. There are vodka, big leba, red intestines, doll toys, etc., and of course there are a few postcards with some words written for Zhouyang. It means paying attention to the body, drinking more open water, don't stay up late, wear a mask, antivirus, etc. In the end, it's a pro-father. If you care about it, you don't want to go back to China to see his baby. Zhouyang did not force it, as long as the dad asked him to save dim sum. This day Zhouyang came to the construction site of the high-tech park and saw that a building inside had risen. This is a factory building built in advance according to Zhouyang's meaning. It is estimated that it will be completed in more than 1 month. At that time, a little renovation will start production first. As for the other main buildings, it is necessary to come step by step. It is expected that by the end of the year, several buildings will be built first, and more facilities maybe next year. In such a large park, it takes 1 or 2 years to complete it properly. Just for later decoration, this cost is a sky price. The entire park is covered according to the design drawings, and it is conservatively estimated to be billions. Fortunately, this money does not need to be spent together. As long as these 2 years work hard to make money, there will always be money to cover the park. Next Sunday, there will be a 3-point life, BYD, construction site, Mensin car, and pharmaceutical factories. Each place will live for 2 or 3 days, and it will be busy. Although his men are very capable, there are some things that require his boss to pat the board himself. Now that the temperature has risen, the temperature has been a dozen degrees above zero, and some trees on the street have bloomed, full of spring breath. At this time, Zhou Yang received an unexpected call. The person who called this time was still the old man, one of the engineers in the aviation industry who visited the factory last time. His surname was Dong, and everyone called him Dong Gong. Hello Dong Gong. Zhou Yang is also saying hello. He likes to deal with these technology data. Hello Boss Joe. Thank you for your cooperation last time. The other party came up with a few polite words first, and then asked Zhou Yang if he was free. It seems there is something to say. This is also inevitable. Like an engineer in the aviation industry, it must be very busy and there will be no time to chat. I have time, just say something. Zhou Yang polite. This is the case. I don't know if you by D can develop some parts used on the plane. Donggong said that Zhou Yan was interested in an instant, and he took a straight waist from the boss's chair. He asked what parts to do? Looking at this posture, it is time to develop key components of the aircraft with his by D. The aviation industry usually builds its own aircraft, and there must be no shortage of suppliers, and now come to ask him, that is to say. Donggong said, there is a series. On behalf of our foreman, I invite you to visit our aviation industry headquarters and talk about cooperation issues by the way. Okay. Zhou Yang agreed, and then made an appointment, just 2 days later. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang is very happy. This is an opportunity for Bai Di to step into the technical field. So Zhou Yang then packed the accompanying supplies and was ready to go to the inspection. 2 days later, Zhou Yang came to the airport by plane and flew to Shin City, where the headquarters of the aviation industry was located. The plane that Zhou Yang was sitting on was Boeing, and he was thinking, when will our people get on their own passenger planes? After flying for more than 3 hours, Zhou Yang finally arrived in Shen. After he got off the plane, someone came to pick up the station. Hello, you are Zhou Yang. I am Xiaochen of the aviation industry. This little Chen is a female employee in her 20s and warmly welcomes Zhou Yang at the airport. Hello. After Zhou Yang smiled and shook hands with her, she then got on the official car sent by their company. The car was very spacious, and Xiaochen, who was talking on the road, was talking to Zhou Yang Pan and asking him if he had been to Shenzhen. I haven't been here, I haven't been in the north, it feels different from the deep town. Zhou Yang felt very novel when he saw the architectural style of the very different deep towns outside the car window. Then I have time to take you around our city, there are still many scenic spots worth going on. Xiaochen Ziahe and Zhou Yang chatted and soon entered the door of the pie factory. There are guards on guard, which is definitely different from other companies. After all, there is an official background, and even a number of fighter jets are developed here, so strict defense should also be done. After receiving a guest card, Zhou Yang got off with Xiaochen and was taken to the spacious and luxurious reception hall. Zhou Yang looked around and was sentimental. The decoration here is as luxurious as a 5-star hotel. In the future, Bai Di will have money, and he will build such a luxurious reception hall to show the strength of the enterprise. Here, Xiaochen made a cup of tea for Zhou Yang, and the tea was overflowing when he came over. Zhou Yang took a sip. It is indeed good tea. The good Longjing Chun tea is really not low in the hospitality level of this aviation industry. Zhou always waited a little bit, and our foreman came immediately. Xiaochen apologized next to him. It's okay. Zhou Yang waited for a while, and there were people walking outside, and what was still being said was very busy. As soon as the door opened, a middle-aged man in his 40s came in. After he came in, he smiled and walked towards Zhou Yang, and reached out and said, "Sorry comrade Zhou Yang, I have an emergency meeting over there." "It's okay, and I just arrived soon." Zhou Yang shook hands with him. Xiaochen introduced, "This is our chief worker." "Hello Mr. Chi. Say hello to Zhou Yang." "Haha, Boss Zhou is also young and promising. I have heard people say that many of the appliances we use now are yours." Mr. Chi is very talkative. Without the kind of wooden spirit of the scientist in the impression, he first chatted enthusiastically with Zhou Yang to get closer. After Xiaochen left, Donggong, who had met him and came in with some documents, Mr. Chi asked, "Can we talk about business now?" "Of course," Zhou Yang said. So Donggong put all the documents he brought on the coffee table. These are some construction drawings of the aircraft, and there are also analysis diagrams of various parts on it. Chief Chi said, "We are very capable of inquiring about Baidi's scientific research, so there are several parts. At present, it is inconvenient to purchase. I would like to ask Baidi if he can make these parts. If feasible, it is our two companies. Joint research and development, we will pay for the technology, and we will purchase it at that time." Zhou Yang used to study electrical appliances, medicines, and agricultural machinery. This time, the technical content of aircraft parts is higher. Zhou Yang asked the system privately, "Can he do the aircraft parts?" Of course, this system can do most of the industrial products. The super factory system replied, "No problem with research and development." Zhou Yang immediately assured President Xi, "Okay, let's see, these are the parts we currently lack." Mr. Xi explained the information to Zhou Yang. "We currently need tires, engines, core navigation systems, engine hangars and thrusters." Hearing that so many parts cannot be produced domestically, Zhou Yang feels that my country's aviation industry has a long way to go. Then President Xi also explained the difficulties they encountered. "The reason why I am in a hurry to cooperate with BYD this time is because the recent trade war has been upgraded again. Their aircraft parts are likely to be affected, and they may be banned in the future. In order to plan ahead, it is necessary to find domestic replacements. However, there are very few companies in China that can develop aircraft parts and components. Because Dong Gong has been to Beatty before, he recommended Su Yang's company. As a result, during the secret inspection, the father and son grievances of the 5-continent and 10-continent routers occurred, which made the leaders of the aviation industry very concerned. Although it is just a router, there are many things that can be represented. As long as there is determination and strength, BYD has the hope to develop a product in a short time. Therefore, Zhou Yang was invited to the company to discuss. In fact, he was qualified to come to the head of the enterprise from the aviation industry group. The country is rare. This is also a kind of recognition and affirmation of Zhou Yang and BYD. When Zhou Yang listened to the explanation, he put these terms in the system's drawing supermarket to search to see which drawings are cheap and convenient for him to produce. If the technology content in these parts is said, the tires are lower. After all, humans have been using tires for a long time, but those key technologies and patents are in the hands of foreign companies, resulting in high-end tires, which are still subject to humans. Zhou Yang inquired about the production process drawings of the tires. After inquiring the results, it was found that it was very difficult to build a professional rubber workshop. First of all, we need to find the site, as well as the relevant technicians and skilled workers. After all, Beatty is an electronic factory, and the rubber factory is the direction of the chemical. They currently do not have technical reserves. And if you want to build a rubber plant, you need to set up a plant in a high-tech park, which will not be realized in a while. So the tires of the aircraft were first excluded from the production list. This seems good. Zhou Yang suddenly caught an airborne weather radar. This is a proper electronic product, the strength of BYD, and there is no need to build a production workshop. This meteorological radar is a dangerous meteorological area on the forward route during flight, real-time detection, selection of a safe route, and protection of the comfortable and safe radar device of the flight. It is equivalent to an eye of the plane. Zhou Yang searched in the drawing supermarket, really searched for a drawing, and it was being promoted. JQ-72 Advanced Airborne Meteorological Radar Drawings, original price 219 points, current preferential promotion, exchange price 120 points. This time it is cheaper to nearly 100 points, and it is very profitable. This is already in the drawings of aircraft parts, which is cheaper, and other drawings are more expensive. Especially for aviation engines, the models that are actually easy to use are thousands of points. They are terrifying. Zhou Yang has accumulated so long points, and has not reached 1,000, and they cannot be exchanged at all. Then this meteorological radar is the more suitable product found so far. This airborne weather radar, I think it can be tried. Zhou Yang said to President Xi, "Oh, do you BYD have research on radar?" Commander Xi was a bit surprised because he thought it was better to start tires. After all, there are many tire factories in China, but there are fewer companies that can produce radar, and it is more difficult to get started. Who promised that Zhou Yang actually chose the airborne weather radar? We are developing related projects. Zhou Yang lied so that he could come up with an excuse for the finished product in a short time. President Xi Gongzi, "Okay, then the small council will match with you, tell you our request, and assist you in research and development. It's time to sign the contract of intent." After communication, Zhou Yang confirmed that the airborne weather radar could be developed. Then both parties began to develop special products for the aviation industry group. The aviation industry paid for Zhou Yang to develop this airborne meteorological radar. If it succeeds, the light subsidy will be 2 million yuan, and the product sales will also be available. This sale is very cost-effective. When signing the contract, Zhou Yang was reviewing the rules and found that the special item inside was the confidentiality clause. The special aviation radar studied can only be purchased by the aviation industry group in the first order, and the relevant information cannot be publicized without the permission of the company. Zhou Yang understands that after all, this involves the field of military industry and must be kept secret. This is equivalent to military orders, military products, and how many companies dream of it, and by D is now at his fingertips, which is also more developed than making civilian supplies. Thinking of this, Zhou Yang signed his name solemnly on the contract. So far, Beatty and my country's aviation industry have begun to bind together, which is a landmark event. Happy cooperation. Then Dong Gong and Chief Chi shook hands with Zhou Yang to celebrate their successful signing. Now the two companies are the partners. In the afternoon, on the side of the aviation industry, Zhou Yang was invited to visit the factory area. Zhou Yang, accompanied by Xiao He, entered a super large factory building. This visit was a great shock to Zhou Yang. I usually don't think I saw the plane, but on the production line, it was too shocking to see a huge part assembled together. He also knows how difficult it is to build a plane. Also, it is not easy to make new car harvesters and tractors, let alone more sophisticated aircraft. Zhou Yang just got a model of an empty plane. Looking at the parts of these planes, it was itchy in his heart. I thought I would have to drive an airplane assembly workshop in the future and assemble a real sky fighter. In that case, the model is useful, it is completely the product manual, just as the assembly is done. Zhou Yang suddenly discovered that he seemed to understand the intention of the system to send him the sky fighter model. Zhou Yang visited all night. Several leaders of the aviation industry set up a banquet to entertain Zhou Yang and several other manufacturers who came to sign the contract. These are big bosses with heads and faces from all walks of life, and they met at the banquet. Most of the other bosses are middle-aged people who have been working hard for a long time in the business field. It is still a bit unexpected to see a young person like Zhou Yang. When I heard that Zhou Yang was not the second generation of the successor, but put by D from a small factory on the verge of bankruptcy to an electrical company known for operating in the country, I admired it and exchanged contact information one by one. Everyone drank this banquet and Zhou Yang was arranged to stay in the Air Industry Group's guest house for one night. The next day, I continued to visit the factory area and learn about the situation with engineers and employees. So the question is coming, why visit for 2 days? It is because the Aeronautical Industry Group's factory area is too large, several times larger than the high-tech park in Zhouyang, which covers an area of land almost as large as a small town, various hangars, assembly workshops, wind tunnels, and even the factory area there is an airport, and everyone can shock Zhou Yang. He is also the first close-up understanding of how large a country-level enterprise is. This also branded a mark in Zhou Yang's heart. If he is fortunate to run a very large enterprise in the future, he must build this scale. Imagine that the area of a town is his own factory. This sense of accomplishment is absolutely invincible. Zhou Yang then visited the whole day and drove back to the deep town by plane at night. In the middle of the night, after getting off the plane, Lu Xiao actually called and asked if he had landed. It turned out that the partner came to the airport to pick him up. Zhou Yang was a little flattered, thinking that Lu Xiao was really the best partner in China, so considerate, so when sitting in her car, Mr. Qi gave him a military model and gave Lu Xiao as a gift. It is mainly because he did not buy other gifts, and this exquisite remote control aircraft model can get his hand. When I got out of the house and Zhou Yang got off, I told you, thank you for sending me back. Thank you. Go back and drive slowly. Got it. Come to me tomorrow and talk about your feelings about this visit. Lu Xiao said. Okay. Zhou Yang agreed and took his luggage home. Ruth Yao looked at the remote control aircraft model in the back seat and said helplessly, is really a straight man, how can there be a girl aircraft model? However, although he was disgusted, when he got home, Lu Xiao happily put the aircraft model in the most prominent position in the living room as a pendulum. And if it is not solemn, I plan to find someone to customize a display cabinet with a lamp belt tomorrow to place this remote control aircraft. Who made it a gift from Zhou Yang, must have a different position in Lu Xiao's heart. In the sky, Zhou Yang first held an early meeting with the company and said about the cooperation with the aviation industry group. Their next new product is the meteorological radar, which requires strict confidentiality. All management backbones nodded, and Zhou Yang then asked Tanglan to draft a confidentiality agreement, requiring those involved in the project to sign the agreement, which is not a joke. The news is leaking, and the lawsuit must be spread. Tanglan took the lead and she will be responsible for supervising the project. After the meeting, Zhou Yang drove to Hongtu Electronics and met Lu Xiao. Ruth Yao has prepared various snacks and drinks to entertain Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang said his knowledge of the aviation industry group, and his envy is obvious. In his words, the line indicated that he wanted to set up a company of the same size as the other party. I believe you can do it. If there is a need for funds, you can tell me that there are no more, and hundreds of millions are still possible. Lu Xiao fully supports Zhou Yang. Thank you for your support. Zhou Yang laughed. You're welcome, just walk more often, don't get busy, you can't even see it. Ruth Yao said this in a joking tone, and it meant a little to complain. During this time, she and Zhou Yang were very rare, basically relying on mobile phones to contact, so she was a little emotional. Okay, I try to have dinner together as soon as possible. Zhou Yang said sorry. Lu Xiao sighed again in his heart, thinking that the straight man knew to eat, when he was a food? Won't you watch movies? Go shopping, go golf? Because those entertainment projects can stay together for a long time, much better than eating. However, she was a girl and couldn't say anything. She could only wait for Zhou Yang to realize herself. Zhou Yang immediately invested in the process of revising the drawings after returning from the macroelectronics. The drawings of the airborne weather radar he just bought at the promotional price are in place, and Zhou Yang opened the editing page and began to modify it. First of all, the internal structure of this radar is basically a foreign accessory. Also, there are very few foreign companies that will make this thing at present, and these drawings are understandable in foreign languages. The first step of Zhou Yang is to replace all the accessories with domestic products, so as to fully realize the autonomy, so as to get rid of dependence on foreign countries and not be stuck in the neck. Then there are some key components, such as chips, which use chips produced by AMD. This cannot be replaced for the time being, because in this parallel world, there is no systematic chip production plant in China, and currently only foreign chips are used. Fortunately, the drawing and editing page of the system is very powerful, and the change between the AMD calendar codes is very small, and the supporting parts are designed to be universal. In this way, if the chip is embargoed abroad, it can be made with some old PC chips, so that no radar can make it. Of course, normal production is definitely using new chips, because this is a product for the state-owned aviation industry group, without considering costs, stability and safety are the first. Zhou Yang was thinking that this chip abroad is not too safe. It is best to have a chip production plant by himself, so that many of his electrical products are used, and there is no need to buy other chips at a high price. But Beatty does not yet have this capital and technical strength, and can only develop slowly. In the future, after Beatty has the ability to make chips on his own, this radar component will truly achieve national production. Later, the circuit part was modified, followed by the probe part of the radar detection. At present, Beatty lacks equipment and cannot produce it. Fortunately, in the aviation industry group, there are their fixed buyers, which are the products of the boss Zhou Yang knew on the banquet, so Zhou Yang can directly purchase the finished products and assemble them. As for the materials such as the shell, Zhou Yang has all been extracted intact. After all, the original design is very good, and this is for the supply of state-owned enterprises. People are not bad money, and the difference is good products, so Zhou Yang has good accessories. The best in China must be to make this product top of its kind. The main body of the meteorological radar has been designed, and it is still not used for an optimization function. Zhou Yang thought about it and added optimization to the detection effect. Super factory system, the optimized detection effect is complete, and the overall detection effect is improved by 25. The improvement effect is not bad. Zhou Yang is more satisfied. This time, the new product will be named, but this time because of confidentiality, the name of Beatty cannot be named, so I just took a code name called the AAA Airborne Weather Radar. AAA Airborne Weather Radar drawings are completed, please check and receive. The system-generated drawings. Zhou Yang looked at the electronic version of the drawings, and happily wanted to pass the drawings to the workshop. He suddenly changed his face and felt something was wrong. Zhou Yang stopped because he realized a big problem. Zhou Yang realized a big problem. It was only a few days since he signed the contract. If he directly studied the finished product, would he freak out the engineers in the aviation industry? Products that have not been available in China for decades have been broken by Zhou Yang within a few days. This is too exaggerated and will definitely lead to investigation. After all, this cooperation target is enterprises with a military background. When Zhou Yang thought about it, he returned to the drawing editing interface, deleted it blindly, and deleted the finished drawing in a mess, and the functional effect was greatly reduced, and the normal startup became a problem. Super factory system reminder, the drawing compilation error, the product has major defects, and it is recommended to re-edit. Zhou Yang laughed and said to the system, I deliberately. In a few days, I will hand over this bug version drawings to Mr. Chi to let them see the results of our efforts, and then revise the version every few days. There has been progress, about 10 days and a half months, and then take out the final version. Although the research and development was successful in such a short period of time, it was still somewhat incredible, but it was better than handing over the finished product now. System answer, humans are really complex animals. Zhou Yang seemed to laugh, how the system said a bit of artificial intellectual disability. No way, this time to cooperate with the state-owned enterprise, but also to be included in the list of suppliers of large aircraft parts and components, so it is also necessary to disguise. On the same day, Zhou Yang passed the drawings to Dong Gong, let him take a look at the results of recent research. After Dong Gong saw it, he was very surprised that Zhou Yang actually came out the plan so quickly, and he could see it. It seems that Beatty's scientific research strength is really very strong, but in fact, this is all due to the system. After a few days, Dong Wei gave Zhou Yang feedback on some amendments to the drawing. He really is an expert, and all of them are very important points. Zhou Yang expressed his intention to accept it and change it immediately. A few days later, he passed on the second edition. This time, on the basis of the final edition, the reduction was modified, which is much better than the first edition. This time, he was praised by Dong Gong. He was so happy that he had the dawn of mass production so quickly. So he proposed amendments over there. It's just that he was also a bit puzzled. Why is the progress of scientific research on Zhou Yang's side so smooth, as if he had already known the answer in advance, and then rushed to the result? You know, there are many experimental directions in normal scientific research, which need to be tried one by one. In the end, among the differences of several, even dozens, and hundreds of thousands, the best solution is screened out. Exaggerated. But Zhou Yang's research progress is surprising. Zhou Yang said that their company's team is giving power, and there is an excellent friend as a technical consultant to make this progress. The so-called friend is also the virtual friend of the overseas laboratory in Zhouyankao. Dong Gong is not an agent. He does not care who researched it. He just wants to see the results as soon as possible. So this time, Zhou Yang felt that the time had come, so he gave the second edition of the drawings that need to be modified to the researchers of his company to let them focus on research. However, these technicians of Beatty were exposed to such radar products for the first time, and the experiment was clueless. After a few days, the progress is still very slow. At this time, Zhou Yang came out of the trend. In the study, it was pretended to be inadvertently pointing a few times. These technicians of their company, like Daigo, were instantly aware. Yeah, so that the problem of low signal strength is not solved? Stability has also increased. The boss is so powerful. The technicians all cast land on the 5 bodies that Zhou Yang admired. The boss is too strong and easily solves such frontier problems. Meteorological radars produced by foreign companies will immediately make finished products, and they will be excited if they think about it. However, they all signed a confidentiality agreement, so they cannot publish it, otherwise, they will definitely shock the industry. Zhou Yang also took a breath in his heart, and it seems that he has played the role of a technology master and successfully fooled his employees. Just because the system's capabilities are too powerful, he has to cooperate with a play. Otherwise, he will take out the finished drawings directly, and he will have to scare a group of people. Maybe he will be arrested for biopsy. So the airborne weather radar was successfully developed, and after the accessories are listed, the cost can also be estimated. Final accounting, the cost price of AAA airborne weather radar is more than 6,100 yuan. Of course, this does not include scientific research costs and publicity costs. When the price is known, the company's technicians are stunned, because at least tens of thousands of quotations for weather radars abroad, and more than one aircraft must be installed, and light weather radars may cost hundreds of thousands. And they made the cost 6,100, and they were still state-owned enterprise orders. Even if they only priced half of the foreign price, they all made a lot of money. But Zhou Yang didn't want to sell so expensive. His original intention of running by D was to revitalize domestic manufacturing. He was reluctant to sell high prices to domestic users, that is, he wanted to give benefits to the people. If he increases the price desperately in the face of a state-owned enterprise, then this part of the selling price will eventually be converted into the consumer's head, and the taxpayers' money will be consumed. So Zhou Yang made a decision against the ancestor. Oh no, the high-love dealer said it was a deliberate decision. He set the selling price at 8,888 yuan, which is more auspicious. This production of a meteorological radar has a profit of more than 2,000, which can maintain their production line, and it is also profitable. After the first batch of samples of the weather radar produced by the trial came out, Zhou Yang let the system be tested, the quality was fully qualified, and the life was at least 10 years, as long as it was replaced once every 10 years. However, the weather radar is basically not used to end its life, and more advanced iterative products should appear. After all, in 10 years, technology can be iterated for many generations. Next, Zhou Yang took a sample of the weather radar and personally rushed to the aviation industry group for them to evaluate. As soon as he arrived, Chief Chi paid great attention to it. He personally tested the function of this weather radar. They received the AAA weather radar on the experimental aircraft. This experimental aircraft used radar abroad. Now that it is connected to the country, it is time to conduct a simulation test. In the simulation laboratory, the simplest sunny performance test began. When the first set of data came out, the detector couldn't believe his eyes and slammed it. After repeatedly confirming that there is no error in the instrument, he immediately reported to Master Chi, reported to the foreman, the detection distance of the AAA meteorological radar is 40 higher than that of foreign products, and the accuracy rate is above 99.99. What is so strong? President Chi was surprised after listening. Zhou Yang smiled slightly. His products. The product performance parameters are written on the manual, but Mr. Chi didn't believe it, and the results were tested in person, as written on the manual. If all according to Zhou Yang's meteorological radar data, this is too great. The domestic meteorological radar never arrives. Once it comes out, Xingning directly surpasses foreign products. As long as the performance of the domestic meteorological radar has more than 80 of foreign products in the next limit test, then the domestic large aircraft industry can proudly announce that the meteorological radar has achieved national production. The next test is about to gain strength and begin to simulate the rainy environment. This is also the simulation test of the AAA meteorological radar. The mule is a horse, and it is time to see the true chapter. President Chi jumped with a heart. He stared closely at the surveillance screen of the laboratory, expecting a miracle to happen. In the experimental plant at the scene, an airplane stopped in place, and the ceiling began to spray water, simulating rainfall. The rainfall ranges from small to large, testing the stability and intensity of the signal separately. After a period of time, the rainfall gradually increases until it reaches the level of heavy rain. During the monitoring, you can see that the scene is like a large basin pouring water directly down. This amount of rain can really be called puffy rain. The experimenter reported that the signal detection was normal and the signal loss was less than 10. President Chi is another surprise. This is much better than the radar effect abroad. It is a surprise. Now it is necessary to continue to increase the difficulty, and then discharge. This is to simulate the outdoor thunderstorm weather. Then in the experimental area, there was a flashing white mungunk, which was the continuous discharge of positive and negative charges, and there was an instant high pressure of hundreds of millions. It's just that the simulated lightning scale here is very small, only to meet the experimental use, and the deafening thunder is also relatively small. Among the many lightning, the weather radar is still working steadily, and the stability is very good. After more than 20 minutes of continuous testing, the AAA weather radar stood the test. Well, after the rainfall test is completed, the temperature test is next entered. Commander Chi launched the next test standard. Aircraft generally fly in high altitude and low temperature environments, so flight components need to be able to withstand low temperature environments. Low temperature does not need to be carried out on the plane. The equipment is put into a special cold storage in a state of power, and the temperature in the cold storage is -80 degrees. The equipment needs to resist this limit temperature. There is a possibility of failure here, because meteorological radars abroad also have good quality rates. In the past, when doing low temperature tests, there were occasionally several instruments that failed due to low temperature. However, in the subsequent low temperature test, the meteorological radar was well resisted and is still working steadily. This test requires more than 12 hours of testing, so it was put on hold first. During the low temperature test, the actual machine here tested the wind tunnel experiment again. In the strong wind environment, the meteorological radar also passed the test perfectly. The first round of testing, AAA meteorological radar, showed performance far beyond foreign products, and there were no failures, which proved that Beatty's new product development was successful. Great, Boss Zhou, your BYD is really surprising to me. In such a short time, such an excellent weather radar was developed. Mr. Chi is happy and Zhou Yang clenched his hands tightly, and his excitement is overstated. In this batch of joint research and development of aircraft components with enterprises, Beatty was the first to produce actual products, and the performance completely exceeded the foreign products currently in use, which encouraged President Chi. If domestic companies are as good as Beatty, they are still afraid of any trade warfare and any forbidden sales. They can all be self-sufficient, make excellent airplanes, and sell them abroad. In the field of aircraft, the Chinese must also occupy a place. That night, the leader of the aerospace industry group set up a banquet to treat Zhou Yang. The hands of large state-owned enterprises are all people with compilations, and the level is not low. They often appear in newspapers and televisions. They can pay so much attention to Zhou Yang, which shows how good this weather radar is. Although it is just a radar, it is also the beginning of the domestication of aircraft components and a very beautiful beginning. On the banquet, I smiled and said, all said that the mighty can do more work. This time the weather radar is doing well. Zhou Yang, do you want to continue research next? Zhou Yang nodded. If the conditions are right, it will of course be studied. He refers to BYD having his own production plan, and may not put all his energy on research and development and production of aircraft components. After all, there are still many people in China who are looking forward to BYD's new electrical appliances, to build new medical instruments in Kong Pharmaceuticals, and to hope that new cars will create more cheap and easy-to-use agricultural machinery, so Zhou Yang is now divided into major sorts. One leader thought that Zhou Yang was asking for money, and he told his deputy on the spot, the research funding for this radar should be put in place as soon as possible. The next project, with no upper limit for research funding, you report it, I will approve. One-handed words mean that the next time Zhou Yang mentioned it, he fully approved it. Even if there are tens of millions of research funds, it is more cost-effective to buy foreign products at a high price than without parts. After all, there is an old saying that it is better to have a father and a mother than to have it. The father and mother are still the same. Important parts can only be supplied abroad. This is quite dangerous for the important industry of aircraft, so they would rather spend more money. They also want to nationalize key components. Their aviation industry group is willing to pay to support private enterprises. When Zhou Yang heard that this was a good thing, he built a high-tech park with a large funding gap, and it seems that the investment here is not a good opportunity. The leader in front of him is a good gold master. The aviation industry depends on the country, and the thickness of funds really has no upper limit. Zhou Yang took out his mobile phone and showed his hand to the high-tech park under construction, and then said that this is BYD's high-tech industrial park. If aircraft parts are produced in the future, the plant will be relocated to this park. Being able to be the leader of a large state-owned enterprise, reading wisdom is very strong. He understood Zhou Yang's meaning at once. After careful reading, he also felt good in one hand. However, for the sake of insurance, he arranged his assistant to go back to BYD's high-tech park to investigate, and if the inspection is qualified, there will be follow-up cooperation. It is estimated that it is tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of projects that can cooperate with the aviation industry, so Zhou Yang is very happy and accompanied several leaders to drink. Everyone drank this wine with great interest. By the next day, Zhou Yang was going back, and the assistant general manager of the aviation industry also organized a 3-person team to follow Zhou Yang to go to the deep town for field visits. Zhou Yang became the host this time, warmly entertained the 3 investigation teams, got off the plane, and took them directly to the construction site. Seeing the huge scale of construction here, almost exactly the same as the formal construction environment, and the construction of state-owned enterprises, the assistant secretly nodded. From the construction of this point, it can be seen that BYD's management capabilities are in place, not the usual kind of private grass platform team. This is of course, the construction here is the National Tidal Engineering Group, and the construction command on site also has extensive experience, which is entirely carried out in accordance with the domestic formal process. After waiting for a visit, the attention of the 3 people was attracted by the 1:1 BYD Sky Fighter model at the main entrance square. Zhou Yang asked people to take the ladder and let the assistant experience it. The assistant certainly knows that the company's engineering staff has detected this model and has made a lot of gains. They have given them the design of the conceptual model and played a positive role. This model is not just a simple model, but also a practical guidance. Actual model. According to Donggon's report, if this model is replaced with regular materials, it even has the ability to fly directly, which is very exaggerated. This is also one of the reasons why the aviation industry has taken a high look at BYD. There can be such a model to prove that BYD is not simple. The assistant experienced it in the cockpit of the model and felt great. When he came down, he basically had a conclusion in his heart. Next, Zhou Yang took 3 people to visit BYD's current factory area. The area and scale of BYD's plant area cannot naturally be compared with the aviation industry group, but the spirit, management model, and large factories are not much different. This also left a deep impression on the 3 assistants. Zhou Yang's dinner is located in a large hotel, and the general manager Tang Lan, the deputy manager Song De and others are here to accompany. Especially Tang Lan, the performance on the wine table is amazing. The assistant and other 3 big men said they would not drink. Tang Lan came and let them have to drink a few words. She has first-class communication skills, so that the 3 investigators, like Mu Chunfeng, boast that Zhou Yang has a good manager. That is, Mr. Tang's ability is obvious to all. Zhou Yang was beautiful in his heart. The general manager the system helped him find was really good and really bloody. Under the warm hospitality of Zhou Yang and Tang Lan and others, the assistant and the other 3 were all happy, and they were unconscious one by one, and then were taken to the hotel room to rest. When he went back, Zhou Yang realized that Tang Lan was drinking a lot, so he let the driver drive, and he was responsible for sending Tang Lan home. "Thank you, Mr. Zhou, I'm fine." After Tang Lan got off the car in the community, he said goodbye to Zhou Yang. "You have worked hard today, and you will take a half-day vacation tomorrow, and you will sleep well." Zhou Yang is an enlightened boss, but he doesn't want his powerful employees to be too tired. "Thank you, boss." Tang Lan smiled like flowers and accepted the decision happily. Zhou Yang is very satisfied with Tang Lan, and Tang Lan also admires Zhou Yang as the boss. She is so pretentious that she has a full femininity when she is middle-aged. Wherever she usually goes, there is no way to ask her for a man who believes. Several companies where she worked before were not harassed by her boss and other male colleagues. On several occasions, she was almost succeeded by the other party, so she couldn't do long in each company. How can a woman with upright thinking endure the boss's desire to get involved with her for 3 days? Just because she was always surrounded by a group of fly-like men, although nothing happened, Tang Lan's husband couldn't stand it. He always thought he was going to wear a green hat. The couple quarreled a lot and the two divorced. But those men who can't get Tang Lan have a bad heart and will be destroyed if they don't get it. They spread Tang Lan's yellow rumors everywhere, saying that she has problems with her style, and having an affair with many men, making Tang Lan's reputation smelly. The key thing has not been self-evident, and in the face of overwhelming criticism, Tang Lan has been depressed for a while. Until recently, she was forced to come out to find a job for economic reasons and met Zhou Yang. She didn't see the colored eyes of those dirty men on Zhou Yang. After entering the job, Zhou Yang was completely different from other male bosses. Zhou Yang not only did not harass her, but also gave her enough respect and trust to make Tang Lan very grateful. After working for a while, Tang Lan knew that if there was no accident, she would have to work in Beatty for a lifetime. Basically, there would be no more comfortable company in China that made her live like Beatty. So at work, she always spares no effort to work and is always passionate about work. After this incident, her relationship with Zhou Yang became more stable, and Tang Lan would also be Zhou Yang's most effective assistant. After 2 days of the visit, the assistant left. After a week, after the AAA weather radar passed the comprehensive review, the pass rate was 100, which allowed the aviation industry group to see the strength of Beatty. To this end, the deputy general manager of the aviation industry personally led the team to the deep town of Beatty to talk to Zhou Yang about a big project. In the large conference room of Beatty Electric Company, the delegation of the aviation industry is meeting with the Beatty side to discuss cooperation projects. In view of Beatty's excellent research and development capabilities, our company is preparing to sign a strategic cooperation agreement with Beatty to develop aircraft parts together. The vice president of the aviation industry made the first speech. They brought great sincerity, saying that as long as Beatty is willing to cooperate in the development of more domestically needed accessories, they are willing to provide R&D funds and technical support, and can also invest in the construction of a dedicated aircraft in Beatty's high-tech park. The component production workshop is fully internationally advanced and even includes a wind tunnel. Wind tunnel. Zhou Yang had his eyes bright at the time, because he knew that the wind tunnel was an important facility for manufacturing aircraft, which could simulate the flight environment and test the aerodynamic properties of the aircraft. It can be said that without the wind tunnel, the aircraft cannot be built. And the cost of a wind tunnel means a lot of money. More importantly, there are currently only a few national font manufacturers who have mastered the construction technology of the wind tunnel. Other factories cannot get the core even if they have money. Construction technology. The deputy general meaning is that as long as BYD cooperates, they will fund people to build factories and wind tunnels. After all, they are professional in building aircraft production supporting facilities. Even if other China Taijian buildings do not have their profession. Although Zhou Yang currently produces only aircraft parts and no wind tunnels are used, which boy does not want to build the aircraft himself? Zhou Yang had the idea of creating an empty fighter plane, and the establishment of an airplane requires wind tunnels, which is also a prerequisite for realizing dreams. Zhou Yang moved his heart. He wanted to see whether the conditions in the aviation industry were harsh or not, and then decided whether to cooperate. The deputy general assistant handed over a document and distributed it to Zhou Yang and Tang Lan and others. At first glance, this is some intention of cooperation. It means that within 2 years, Beatty can only supply aircraft parts to the aviation industry group, and it must be kept confidential. They can guarantee a certain order volume. After 2 years, the ban can be lifted properly, and Beatty can provide civilian version of the aircraft components to other aircraft manufacturers. The reason why it is a civilian version of the aircraft components is because the aviation industry group also needs to develop military-grade aircraft components with Beatty. This level of confidentiality is higher, and they will send military police to guard the post outside the factory, and the aviation industry the group will also have technicians stationed. These conditions are very attractive, except that the aviation industry group has the right to decide on the choice of products developed. Of course, these terms are only for aircraft parts produced in high-tech parks, and other electronic products of Beatty can be produced at will. These requirements are the most important, and some of the remaining small conditions are relatively normal. Zhou Yang didn't say anything after watching it, so she asked Tang Lan's opinion quietly to see what she said. Tang Lan thought about it, so he asked Zhou Yang in a low voice, what is his goal? If Zhou Yang's goal is only to make money, then this contract is not very good, limiting Beatty's development, because the company has entered an incompletely dominant department and forced them to produce aircraft parts. If Zhou Yang's purpose is for a higher pursuit, then this is a good opportunity. Thereby D paid only a piece of land. The other party was responsible for investing in the plant, conservatively estimated to have hundreds of millions of funds, and also guaranteed the purchase volume of the product, which is equivalent to having a guaranteed income. What's more, there is also a national cooperation unit. In the future, Baidi's background will be different. General business inspections can't interfere. This is someone behind. Now the decision is on Zhou Yang, and he has an answer hidden in his heart. At this time, the sound of jingle also sent a mission reminder. Mission selection, choice A, promised to cooperate with the aviation industry group, and since then entered the field of military industry, the goal has developed into the world's top military industrial complex. Choice B, refused to cooperate, focus on the field of civilian appliances, and become the world's top technology group. This cooperation is very critical, and the system has also been tested. Zhou Yang fell into a long test now, and his next choice will be related to the future direction of Baidi. If you choose B, then the Beatty will continue the previous development path and will become a technology enterprise stronger than the Stars, Sony, and Apple in the future. If you choose A, you can become both the above-mentioned technology enterprise and participate in the development path of military industry. This is one more option than option B. The difference between the two is that option B does not need to be constrained by people, has full autonomy, and does whatever electrical appliances you want. Option A, while obtaining some rights, must abide by some rules, such as confidentiality, and military and industrial needs to listen to the above command. Both of these options have advantages and disadvantages, depending on what Zhou Yang wants. Option B, as long as Baidi develops along this path, it can definitely develop into a powerful enterprise that transcends the world's top 500. However, option A is not an area where ordinary companies can easily get involved. Military workers are strongly bound by the state. Option A does have many restrictions, but it is too tempting. Aircraft, tanks, and even firearms and missiles, if Beatty can also produce, it is not too handsome. I can fly in my own company. Aircraft tank, controlling machine gun can. When Zhou Yang thought of it here, he was so hot that he, the innocent boy, could not resist this temptation at all. Faced with the opportunity to be in contact with various weapons at any time, Zhou Yang felt that his blood was hot. He must have this opportunity. Military workers are the ultimate dream of a man. I choose A. Zhou Yang made his choice in the system. Super factory system, the choice is completed, the military branch is opened, and the military drawing area is opened. Note that the points of the military industrial sector are changed to merit values, which are not used for ordinary electrical components. The host is requested to continue to work hard to become a military enterprise. System Military Task 1, producing a military component, rewarding 10 merit values. After Zhou Yang made a choice, the system gave a series of reminders. It seems that this military feeder is very good. If you don't seize this opportunity, I don't know if it can be opened in the future. Now that it is open, Zhou Yang will show his talents. Seeing Zhou Yang agree to the agreement, the vice president of the aviation industry was very happy. The other people present applauded to celebrate this moment. This also means that the two companies, together as strategic alliances, will be closely related in the future. Next is the finalization of other contract details. The vice president attaches great importance to the Baidi, and did not rely on them to be large state-owned enterprises. He was instructed to make some irrelevant clauses. As long as the Baidi side proposed amendments, he all agreed. Seeing that the vice president takes care of this way, Zhou Yang is also willing to show some sincerity. He proposed to specifically allocate 1/5 of the area in the Science and Technology Park to become a military industrial zone, build separate walls and roads, and not mix with other production workshops for civilian products, so as to facilitate security. In the future, this factory area will be a place dedicated to the production of military products by Zhou Yang. This is better. The vice president is happy to say. This was followed by a long discussion session, and each article, each paragraph, Tang Lan and Zhou Yang discussed with each other for a long time, and the next item will not be carried out until a consensus is reached. This talk is 2 whole days, and the cooperation plan is finally finalized. BYD is responsible for developing the aircraft components designated by the other party, and the aviation industry group is responsible for the construction of the plant and wind tunnels in the military factory area in the northwest corner of the factory area. After the construction is completed, all participating employees need to undergo identity verification. At the same time, the other party is responsible for the security of the factory area. Zhou Yang fully agrees that the other party will provide his factory with the strongest level of security in the country for free, as well as gunmen standing guard, and other companies may not be able to obtain this honor. Even Ali and the company, with such a large size, no soldiers put them on guard, and BYD can do it. This is the truth of industrial prosperity. The terms are finalized and you can sign the contract. Both parties to the contract attach great importance to this time. For reasons of confidentiality, some senior leaders of both parties participated. Zhou Yang and Tang Lan and others were invited to the auditorium of the aviation industry group and signed an official version of the contract. Below there was a flash of light flashing through the photo. After signing the contract, the applause thundered in the auditorium of thousands of people under the stage. This also means that BYD has entered a brand new page. After signing the contract, BYD has a new attribute of military workers, but the outside world does not know it. Those appliances that regard BYD as the nail in their eyes walked unconsciously. BYD has converted the track. This competition in the electrical industry, BYD has not cared much. It can build aircraft parts, and when this one is carried out, it can kill most of the appliances in seconds. It can be said that BYD has grown into an unattainable mountain peak. At present, the meteorological radar just developed by BYD is at the level of a civilian aircraft, so it does not need to be implemented in accordance with the confidentiality rules. At present, it is not necessary to add security to BYD. The aviation industry group also designated the next product to be developed, which is the aircraft's power supply system. This is the aviation industry group. It is specifically requested to see that BYD has produced computer power before and has occupied the international market. Of course, the power supply and computer power on the aircraft are not one thing. This is a power system that contains power for the entire aircraft. This is a system with hardware and supporting software, rather than a separate power product. Making electronic products is the strength of BYD, so Zhou Yang happily agreed. This project is quite difficult for other companies. This time, the aviation industry group promised to invest 8 million yuan in preliminary research and development. Under normal circumstances, the funds must be insufficient. However, for Zhou Yang, this is the pocket money given to him. He has already seen the drawing supermarket of the system's military construction zone, which contains drawings of the aircraft power system. It's just the cheapest. It also requires 20 points of merit to be exchanged. At present, Zhou Yang's merit value is 0, so we have to find a way. System, how to earn merit? Zhou Yang asked. System answer, needs to complete the system task, or after other military products are used and well received, the merit value will be increased based on feedback. That's okay. Zhou Yang thought that he had just handed over a weather radar, and he should have merit soon. During the waiting period, it happened to be used to train the company's technicians to let them develop first, and when the time was right, he accidentally took out the mature drawings and completed the research and development, so as not to scare others. Otherwise, relying on the power of the system will launch a military product in 10.5 months, then other people's worldviews are expected to be subverted. A week later, the construction team of the aeronautical industry group was stationed in the BYD High-Tech Park. They first planned the site at the northwest corner of the site, built a wall, and started construction. The first to build is the factory building. Wind tunnel is slowly built after all other projects have been completed. After all, BYD's current product line does not need a wind tunnel, even if it is needed. Borrowing the wind tunnel of their company is the same. In this high-tech park, there are 2 national construction teams at once, one of which is still free. BYD only needs to provide their food and accommodation conditions. The wages are paid by their own company. Very comfortable. Zhou Yang looks at the construction progress of the project every day. Looking at a modern industrial park, it slowly emerged and will be used soon. At that time, the size and strength of BYD will shock the industry. Next, Zhou Yang spent time watching the progress of the project, making money, and inspecting various factories. At present, Zhou Yang is not eager to introduce new products. On the one hand, all factory workshops are operating at full capacity. If new products are produced, it is necessary to reduce the production of other hot-selling products. In addition, Zhou Yang is accumulating points. When there is no clear new product research and development plan, the points are saved. In the future, with the task that requires him to take action, he can come to a wave of stone-breaking bursts. Such a pleasant day lasted for more than a week, and the weather was heating up, and for a few days even the temperature soared to 20 degrees. Zhou Yang felt that as soon as winter passed, he entered the summer directly. But this is an ocean warm current, followed by rainfall, and then a new round of cooling. Recently, the temperature has changed drastically, the weather is gloomy, and it rains from time to time, which inevitably makes people dull. Lu Xiao was very depressed. She went to the field a while ago and was summoned by her boss. After the result came back, because she was the reason for returning from the risk area, she was kept in isolation for 14 days, making her very depressed. Zhou Yang directed her by phone. Anyway, now she is mainly working online without delay. It is really something. He can also take care of it. Well, that's your trouble. Ruth Yao finally smiled. However, you have to chat with me often, otherwise I will be bored here. Lu Xiao said. No problem, I look at the time, or we will have a video chat at 8 o'clock every night. Zhou Yang happily agreed. Okay. Ruth Yao smiled happily, and she felt that isolation did not seem so boring. So from the night of the same day, the two could not chat. They both seemed to have endless topics. Ruth Yao is interested in everything about Zhou Yang. She can even talk to Zhou Yang about a computer game, the results of a football game, and even use the painting to watch the drama together. The two will vomit the current brain-resided idol drama together, but don't have some fun. So that they chat at night, at least half an hour, and more than an hour to talk. Unconsciously, the relationship between the two seems to be one step closer. It's just that Zhou Yang, the big straight man, hasn't realized the girl's mind yet. When chatting again one night, Lu Xiao was in the trough to isolate the hotel's food. The meals were cold. Many fruits were raw, sour, and jerky. She didn't have to eat bananas. The hotel is regulated, the meals are fixed, and you can't buy delicious food if you have money. This is not simple, you and I will wait for a while. After Zhou Yang heard it, he hung up the video and went out. Hello, I just talk about, what are you doing? Ruth Yao even sent messages, but Zhou Yang did not stop his actions. This is the difference in thinking between men and women. Men tend to solve problems rationally, while women are usually emotional. They vomit not to solve problems, but to comfort and resonate. At this time, just need to cooperate with her to vomit. Ruth Yao can be satisfied. However, Zhou Yang's brain circuit was not like this. He thought Ruth Yao and himself were vomiting to help her, so he immediately went out, brought a piece of equipment, went to the fruit shop, and bought a lot of fresh and delicious. The fruit came outside Ruth Yao's isolation hotel. Fences have been erected here, as well as dabai and security guards, prohibiting private entry and exit. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to send fruit to Ruth Yao. However, there is a saying on the rivers and lakes that as long as the mind does not slip, there are always more difficulties than it is. Zhou Yang is on the periphery, taking out the equipment he prepared. That was a drone. He hung the fruit bag on it and then manipulated the drone to lift off. It rises to a relatively high altitude so that the noise of the drone will not alarm the guard. When the drone flew to the approximate location, he called Ruth Yao and asked her to open the window. He could determine Ruth Yao's room. Ah, are you really here? Ruth Yao was sitting at the head of the bed and was distracted. Suddenly received the news, she hurriedly looked out of the window. She is on the 5th floor, with a limited bit device in the window. People can't get out, they can only find out. Seeing you, I control the drone over here. You pay attention to safety, don't hang it. Zhou Yang carefully controlled the drone in the past, and then a bag of fruits was taken by Ruth Yao. Got it. Ruth Yao screamed in surprise. Hello, what are you doing there? At this time, Ruth Yao shouted happily, especially on a quiet evening, and was immediately discovered by the patrol security guard, and then took a flashlight to illuminate. Zhou Yang yelled badly and immediately controlled the drone to fly away. At this time, someone had already inspected everywhere. Zhou Yang had no time to take back the drone, so he fell on a tree, and then he drove and ran. Fortunately, it ran fast and was not caught. This is really exciting. When Zhou Yang drove the road, he opened a video with Lu Xiao. Have you been caught? No, how about you? Has anyone knocked on the door? No, haha. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao, who chatted in the video, smiled at the same time. This time, doing bad things together felt particularly exciting. Thank you. Apart from the joy, Ruth Yao said in a love vein that the bag of fruits was sent to warm her heart. You're welcome, we are not partners. Zhou Yang rushed and said, is it just a partner? Ruth Yaoxiu asked how much she wanted to hear, the only, special etc. to describe her vocabulary. Oh, we are still good friends, Zhou Yang said casually. However, Lu Xiao was not satisfied with this answer. Zhou Yang obviously did not open up a little bit, making her smile cold. I am sleepy, bye. Ruth Yao turned off the video directly, and the screaming little appearance made Zhou Yangzhang's second monk puzzled. He was thinking, it was okay just now, she was so angry, is the fruit he gave not good? I sent a few more messages and asked, but the answer was not asked. Lu Xiao simply did not reply. This makes Zhou Yang sigh, the woman's heart is really unpredictable. Although Lu Xiao sometimes gets a little temper, she is not a stingy person. After a sleep, she forgets the unpleasant things. The next day she chatted happily with Zhou Yang. In addition to chatting with the beautiful women of Lu every day, Zhou Yang also had a good life. Just when he was in a good mood, someone who didn't open his eyes came to block him. It was an interview video from abroad, and the protagonist was the chairman of the Taikayan Old Mai. He showed a disdainful attitude when the reporter asked Taika about the recent withdrawal of many products from the domestic market. Not only did he not admit that the product was not as good as the person, but instead said that they could not look down on the domestic market, saying that domestic users are low-handed and cocky, no money, and more things. For global strategic considerations, they are attacking overseas market, because overseas are high-quality customers. Rolling ring pea on horse. After seeing the video reproduced abroad, the netizen stopped on the spot and spit on him. The chairman of the garbage is obviously a Chinese with yellow skin, but he said such a big deal, obviously a memorable math. Last time, he also made inappropriate remarks. This is not remembered. The netizens couldn't help it, and a new round of boycotts was launched. However, the intensity this time is not high, because Taikei still has a bunch of fans in China. The sales volume of Xianjia's card, mainboard, and laptop are very stable. Many people only look at the product's quality, but don't care what the chairman said. So good things should be sold or sold. The netizens had little effect, and they thought of the backbone of the boycott skills, their spiritual leader Yo Yang. The last skillful keyboard mouse and extra power supply in the country was a handwriting from Zhou Yang. This time all the people were insulted by the old man, and they came to seek help. Zhou Yang is about to shoot, the crazy old man is no longer in charge, and the words are being released. Rest assured, arrange. After Zhou Yang saw the petition post of the netizen, he left a message and agreed. The netizens were thunderous, and finally the most powerful skill, Jiaka Xing, was out of the horse. They just waited to watch a good show. At the same time, Zhou Yang also received the mission tips of the system. Boycott Task 3, and then boycott a skillful product to retreat. Let the chairman of the enemy who is Chongyang out know the power of the Chinese. Now that the task of the system is coming, Zhou Yang is about to start acting. He has been accumulating points and not willing to spend, just for this day. Zhou Yang looked at the list of CHA products and determined the next boycott product, which is the main computer board. At present, the main computer board ranges from hundreds of yuan to thousands of yuan. Although most components are domestically produced, there are some components that need to be imported and subject to human control. Zhou Yang's research found that although the main board has no high-tech content, it is to weld various components to a PCB board, but if all parts are purchased, the cost is extremely high and the profit is very low. If you want to make the White Emperor's consistent standard in a blockbuster, you must have a very good drawing, and all kinds of accessories are produced as autonomously as possible, otherwise the cost will not be suppressed. Zhou Yang turned to the system. Is there a main drawing that can meet my requirements? System answer, yes, but it takes 650 points to convert. Good guy, it costs 650 points this time, and most of the points accumulated during Zhou Yang's time will go. But generally speaking, good goods are not cheap, he has to look at the goods first. Zhou Yang checked the promotional page of this main drawing and found that this drawing not only has the circuit map of the main board, but also the production processes and processes of various spare parts and chip modules. One drawing is accompanied by so many product information and patents. One picture has several other pictures on top. No wonder the price is so expensive. Zhou Yang carefully compared the composition of the mainstream computer main board at this stage, and suddenly found a surprise. He found that this main board drawing is very different from the existing main board. For example, the classic South Bridge chip group is gone and integrated. Moreover, the general main board is divided into two CPU specifications, AMD and Intel, but this drawing uses a unique patented technology, has a variable needle-foot interface, and a main board can support the installation of two types of CPU, which is an epoch-making product. In the past, the main board either supported only AMD's CPU, or only Intel's CPU, making it difficult for many people to choose. Later, when they want to upgrade the platform, they can only change it together. This drawing is different. The patent interface is perfectly compatible with two types of CPU, and it also supports multi-generation CPU, a base for disassembling design. Even if the subsequent CPU changes the interface, it can be replaced by a modular base with only a small amount. You can continue to use this main board, saving users of upgrade costs. The main board also supports the installation of 2 types of CPU radiators, and Xiaobai can also do it. Cattle. Zhou Yang knew some computer hardware knowledge, this mainboard device that subverted his cognition, and he fell in love at first glance. In addition, the stable power supply and ultra-frequency performance of this mainboard are quite excellent. It can be said that the performance of this mainboard is already ahead of other mainboards on the market, and there is also a dual platform compatibility function. If this is pushed to the market, will definitely detonate the industry. With such a mainboard, Zhou Yang felt that he had earned 650 points. I bought it. Zhou Yang happily paid 650 points directly. Super factory system, successful payment, obtained a full set of drawings from the dual platform main board. Zhou Yang immediately got this main board drawing. As a practice, the first step is to edit the drawings. Zhou Yang wants to modify it to meet the standards of Beatty products, that is cheap and easy to use. After Zhou Yang got the main board, he opened the editing function. However, this main board is very different from other electrical drawings. Most of the components of other electrical drawings are purchased components, but the many devices used in this main board are self-developed models that are not sold outside and can only be produced by themselves. Zhou Yang was happy after watching it. How can a product be the least costly? That is undoubtedly the lowest production cost. In the cost of the main board, the development and purchase of specific chips account for a large proportion, and the drawing of Zhou Yang saves the research and development costs, and the chip group basically produces itself, which makes the main board only the cost of labor and materials. Those electronic components are very cheap to buy in batches. Zhou Yang probably calculated it. If most of the components on this motherboard are done by themselves, the cost of this motherboard will be as low as a scary point. The more Zhou Yang thought, the more excited he was. He basically didn't modify much on the main board, because those various chip groups and various ports were produced by themselves, and there was no need to modify them. The high degree of integration of this motherboard gives Zhou Yang a feeling of nowhere to start. This main board is definitely one of the most completed works in the electronic products he touches. Zhou Yang quickly completed the editing, only a few places were modified to make it more suitable for DIY users, and some RGB lamps were installed to meet the trend. After all, young people who like computer hardware now want to have a set of bright and shiny motherboards. Players circulating the RGB effect to enhance performance 100 stock, but it is not in vain. Any RGB in electronic products is much more expensive than without lights. It also shows that people's consumption habits are beginning to approach the direction of light pollution. After adding RGB, Zhou Yang had another optimization effect at the end, and he was thinking about strengthening it. He felt that the performance of the main board was already very good, which reminded Zhou Yang of the theory of wooden barrels. How much water a wooden barrel can hold does not depend on the highest board, but on the lowest piece. So with this optimization, Zhou Yang decided not to strengthen the advantages, but to strengthen the disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage of this main board is life. Because the integration is very high, a component fails and the main board has problems. Although his main board can reach the level of 3 years of warranty, if used for more than 3 years, the failure rate will increase every year. No matter how good a product is, if it is not used, it will not work, so Zhou Yang puts the optimization ability on the enhanced life. System tips: optimization success, life increased by 30, and overall stability of the main board increased. In this way, Zhou Yang was satisfied. After the system was strengthened, he harvested a super main board with increased life. Next is the most exciting naming link. Zhou Yang took a look at the naming norms of the main board today, and the platforms of AMD and Intel are different. But Zhou Yang did not want to use the naming of other people's homes. They all divided into CPU, and there was no need to distinguish the mainboard of their own, so there was no need to name anything like A/B/X. Zhou Yang wanted to give the main board a loud name, then call it the main board of the Beatty ZB series. Zhou Yang determined the naming specification. ZB is the acronym of the word mainboard, followed by numbers to distinguish the middle and high ends. ZB10 is the low-end mainboard. The main board has 2 memory sockets, one M.2 hard disk interface, which does not support UF. In short, it is equivalent to the cheap main board of the other manufacturer's series. The main hit is a cheap one. ZB11 is the main board of the middle end, which is equivalent to the B series of main boards of other manufacturers. The performance is close to their peers and cannot be over-frequent. However, the memory and hard drive interfaces are all increased, with certain upgrade ability to meet the needs of daily use. ZB12 is the high-end main board of the Beatty, which is equivalent to the Z-series high-end flagship main board of other manufacturers. The main focus is on ultra-frequency and extreme performance. Basically, all the functions on the consumer-level mainboard are available to meet the needs of computer enthusiasts. After this naming, Zhou Yan got his beloved main drawing. Zhou Yan looked at the drawing interface and was really amazed. Such a mainboard is not only beautiful, cheap, and practical, it is really the result of technology. I was intoxicated by myself, and Zhou Yan woke up. At present, it is useless to have drawings, and there is no field to make the main board, because the production line of this main board is definitely to be admitted to the high-tech park. Now the plant has not been built yet, and it is naturally impossible to produce. Moreover, most of the components such as the chip group this time have to be produced by themselves, and there are many devices required, then it needs to be ordered in advance. All this is urgent. Zhou Yang first found the general manager Tang Lan and asked her to talk about it. Tang Lan, we have new products again. When Zhou Yang came to Tang Lan's office, he said happily. Tang Lan smiled and said, let me guess, it will not be the main computer board. Haha, smart. Zhou Yang laughed and praised him. In the end, he was his own general manager. He also knew about himself. From the clues of the official web, he knew the new products he had to do. Zhou Yang said, I have got the drawings and patents, and now I have a factory building. I think it is necessary to recruit workers, and pre-job training. Once the factory building is built, it will be immediately put into production. Tang Lan said, okay, let me arrange it, but if the computer mainboard is to be selected carefully during the conference day. Zhou Yan was a little surprised, but I didn't expect Tang Lan to even know the knowledge of the computer circle. But he suddenly thought that after all, he was the general manager with millions of annual salaries. If these were not known, it would be too inferior. Zhou Yang nodded and said, yes, I plan to release our main board the day before the release of Intel's 14th generation CPU next month. Tang Lan looked at the calendar and chanted, the time was a bit tight. I was responsible for worker training, but over the factory building, I had to bother the boss to coordinate in person. No problem, just do it. Zhou Yang happily agreed. Chatting with smart people is happy, a few words are over. Zhou Yang then drove to the Science and Technology Park site and saw the only plant already on the capped. He asked the engineering commander Liao Hui, when can this plant be built? New products need a factory building, very anxious. Liao Hui said, the construction team has adopted a scientific method to greatly speed up the construction progress. I estimate that with another month, the plant can be built and started. Okay, then hold on. Zhou Yang urged the way. At the same time, he also knew that the building could be built so fast because he used the building acceleration card. However, at this time, I will not invite credit. Zhou Yang only cares when it can be covered. This is what he requested at the beginning of the construction. First build a factory building so that it can be produced as soon as possible, and other factories can be built slowly. After all, time does not wait for anyone, it is too late to wait until the entire park is built and then fully stationed. And the funds needed are also sky high. Zhou Yang couldn't come up with so many billions at once. This kind of building a factory building first, and then producing new products to make money to supplement the construction, is the road to sustainable development. Then next, Zhou Yang focused on plant construction. In the Beatty Industrial Park, which is under normal construction, Tang Lan is also supervising the implementation of worker recruitment and training. Both she and Zhou Yang are preparing. After the completion of the first plant in the high-tech park next month, the workers will enter and start producing the main board. Zhou Yang has made an estimate of the sales volume of the main board this time. In the future, it will be conservatively estimated that it will account for 30% of global mainboard sales. Although Zhou Yang has absolute self-confidence in his products, whether it is performance or selling price, it will be the top in the world. But after all, other mainboard manufacturers have also operated for many years and have their own fixed sales channels. For example, manufacturer OEM customization, bulk purchases by enterprises and institutions, etc. Within a year or two, it is estimated that it has not been able to shake the peers' too large market share. Zhou Yang fought for only part of Dai's market. Don't underestimate the sales volume of 30. Zhou Yang is calculated based on the total global sales volume. Last year, the global mainboard sales volume was 220 million, and 30 was 66 million, which is equivalent to producing 5.5 million copies per month. This number is to scare people. After all, even if it is a large frontline factory, Huashuo, MSI, etc., the annual shipment volume is millions to more than 10 million. If the main board of the BYD family can reach the global sales of 30, this is amazing. It can be said that it has caused an industry earthquake. However, this yield requirement can be quite high. Fortunately, the oversized plant under construction can easily accommodate thousands of workers, so here in Tanglan, there are large-scale recruitment, and 3,000 people were recruited for training at the beginning. This is more than the total number of employees in many enterprises, and this time the promotion of recruitment is for the new product production line, and afterwards, there will be recruitment. After all, if you want to achieve a sales volume of more than 5 million main boards per month, 3,000 people may not be enough. When you move into the new factory area, you must recruit a group of employees. Such a large-scale recruitment naturally attracted the attention of electrical counterparts. The bosses of these fellow manufacturers were nervous at the same time, and their hearts all mentioned their throats. This large-scale recruitment must be on the new product line, which means that BYD will launch a new product again. In case this new product overlaps with its own company, it will be miserable. Turning lightly and closing down, this is already a bloody lesson for countless peers. So it is now the top priority for all colleagues to listen to the new virtuality of the White Emperor. Subsequently, these manufacturers used various methods to inquire. The companions began to spy on the Bai Empire's military situation, but it was said that the 80 mortals crossed the sea and became supernatural. Some disguised as iron powder, first buy all the products of BYD, so that the points go up. At first glance, the back account is elite iron powder, and then he chats Zhou Yang privately in the BYD official website forum and asks him what he is going to do recently new product. He promised not to say anything to the outside world. Others used the infinite method to pretend to recruit workers to go to BYD to investigate. What's more, I want to use the method of touching porcelain, squatting in front of the BYD factory, and seeing Su Yang's car coming out, he will go to the ground. He won't get up without telling the new product. Of course, some plans were too unreliable and rejected by the other party's boss. This incident also attracted the attention of netizens, who are also guessing what the BYD's new product is. It's still a matter of thinking, it must be a computer accessory with good skills. I'm talking about Zhou Yang's iron powder. I'm pretty sure that everyone thinks that this is indeed the case. After all, Zhou Yang always said that he had just agreed to the netizens' request for sanctions to be good, so this new product must be in the field of computer accessories that are good at good skills. If you want to do it, you can do the best field for your opponents, or else you will not recruit 3,000 people. After Zhou Yang saw this post, he did not answer, but just gave a compliment, which is remarkable. Although this is just a guess, the accuracy rate is above 60, which also awakens other electrical counterparts. Yes, Zhou Yang just said that he would arrange good skills before, then this new product, 80%, is a computer accessory. Haha, thank you for the firepower attracted by the old Taijia. Everyone comes to thank the Tijia, and by the way, give their boss incense. The electrical appliances are all relieved. Instead, they are gloating. This time, the skill has come out to be the target. They have a good life with the appliances. They even hope to bring in a few more companies like Takahara or Wazhu to provoke BYD, so that Zhou Yang has no intention to make appliances in digits, and must be busy fighting back, so they are safe. So for a while, thanks for the phrase, it was screened online, and many people went to refresh under the official account of Koda. The people with their officials didn't know what happened, and thought it was the intimate interaction of the fans, all responded one by one, and even gave these passionate thanks to their fans, and gave a small gift to let the electrical industry walk together and smile lost big teeth. After the colleagues were relieved, they were settled on the internet, and Zhou Yang also focused on the preparation of the main board industry. He recruited several middle-level managers who were optimally dismissed by the main board factory to help bring all the experience and technology of the big factory. Other factories discard these employees in their 40s, but BYD does not dislike them. As long as they are capable, they are recruited. And BYD is now not only recruiting middle-aged unemployed people, but also starting to recruit some disabled workers. Arrange different positions according to their disabled parts. For example, if the legs are disabled, the operator sitting at work is arranged so that it is basically not used for walking back, just assemble and weld on the assembly line. There are also one-armed disabled workers, so they are arranged to be inspectors, and where they see irregularities, they are immediately corrected. There are also some deaf-mute people who arrange for them to be QC quality inspectors, so that they only need to check the instrument, not talk and listen. Zhou Yang's idea is simple. In this world, not only middle-aged people are under pressure and employment is difficult, but people with disabilities are more difficult. Zhou Yang can help a little by himself. Although people with disabilities cannot keep up with normal people in the labor force due to physical restrictions, they will cherish job opportunities more and work more seriously because it is not easy to find a job. This is the talent that companies need. It seems that disabled workers and BYD are win-win, but otherwise, they are win-win. Among them, the deep town disabled people played a vital role. They came to negotiate with BYD, and Zhou Yang began to recruit disabled people. This solves the employment problem of disabled people for society, and the work of the Disabled People's Association is also very beautiful. Therefore, the recruitment of disabled workers into the factory is a win-win situation. Zhou Yang was also awarded the People's Entrepreneur by the Deep Town Disabled Persons Federation, which is also a new honor for him. Ding! Harvest the honor and reward the merit value at 1 o'clock. When Zhou Yang received the championship, he actually received a small reward from the system. This small reward is actually a very rare merit value, which makes Zhou Yang very happy. While he contributes to society, the system also has rewards. This feeling is very beautiful. Time flies, and half a month has passed, and everything around Zhou Yang is proceeding steadily. The isolated Ruth Yao was also released at the end of his term. After being circled, he knew the preciousness of freedom, so as soon as Ruth Yao returned to freedom, he immediately came to Zhou Yang to thank him for chatting with him every night, and gave many fruits and supper sentiments. Zhou Yang, do you like the gift I gave you? After Ruth Yao met, he took out several shopping bags and gave a brain to Zhou Yang. These are brand-name clothes and shoes, which Lu Xiao customized according to Zhou Yang's size. After she comes out, she will be given to him as soon as possible. Give me clothes, thank you. Zhou Yang's polite thank you, but after seeing these expensive big-name clothes, he said, it's too expensive to send me such an expensive thing. You are here again. Ruth Yao giggled, you are all big bosses. You can't afford these clothes. Are you too expensive? Hey, I just think cheap clothes can be worn. There is no need to buy expensive ones. Zhou Yang's awkward explanation. In fact, Zhou Yang is really short of money now, and is crazy. The high-tech park will not say that the construction site is a gold-swallowing beast, with millions of capital consumed every day, and the main board production line being formed is also a large consumer. Zhou Yang has invested tens of millions in it. Not enough. After all, the size of the main factory building he wants to build, looking at the whole country and even Asia, is second to none. In the case of crazy spending of money, it is not enough to rely on Zhou Yang's several industries to make money. He can only save unimportant consumption. He goes out and even takes public transportation. He rarely adds clothes. I bought it a few years ago. So when he saw Ruth Yao giving him famous clothes, he was thinking that there would be at least more than 100,000 in such a body. If it was changed to money, he could get 2 more limes. Well, I bought it for you, without you spending money, come and try it. If it is not appropriate, I will change it. Ruth Yao directly removed the bag, took out a set of fashion, clothes and pants, together with belts and leather shoes. It was really a big set. As for Zhou Yang's size, the two were already inquired by Ruth Yao during a long chat. It can be said that if you talk about it, Zhou Yang has a few hairs on her body, Ruth Yao must know. Try it now? Or wait for me to take it home at night and try again? Zhou Yang was a little embarrassed to hold his clothes. Oops, what's wrong with you, a big man? I don't peek, I turn around and you change. Lu Xiao put all her clothes directly on the table. She sat in Zhou Yang's boss chair and turned to brush her phone, saying she would not play hooliganism. Zhou Yang struggled to see that this good friend and partner was so enthusiastic that it was not easy to strike her, so she went to the sofa and changed her clothes. He quickly changed it. After tying his belt, after standing up, this white suit looked sunny and handsome. When Ruth Yao looked back, when he shone, Zhou Yang's appearance was too good for her aesthetics. Maybe this is Panin in his eyes. It's really good, it's quite appropriate. Ruth Yao came over, detailed up and down, and couldn't help marveling. Then she saw Zhou Yang's collar was not folded, so she came to help him organize his collar and cuffs. The two were so close that they looked very close. Boss. At this time, someone knocked on the door, and then pushed the door in. As a result, the scene was closed. The person who came in at the door was Tang Lan, the general manager of Baidi. At this time, all three were stunned. Zhou Yang and Ruth Yao posted her very close, and Ruth Yao's hands are like being placed on Zhou Yang's shoulders. This posture is generally used in the hug of a couple, so this situation is hard to misunderstand. Is the boss absent? In less than a second, Tang Lan reacted. She glanced at the boss's desk, and it seemed that two people who did not look at the direction of the sofa went out. It is impossible for such a big person to see it. This is obviously Tang Lan's high-love merchant, so as not to see it, so as not to cause embarrassment. I'll just sort it out. Zhou Yang turned his collar by himself, so it became. You are well dressed, so be it. Ruth Yao also recognized this dress, and she was able to dress Zhou Yang handsomely, and she also had a sense of accomplishment. However, she mentioned Tang Lan just now. Your general manager is very emotional, Lu Xiao said with a smile. Ha, yes, and she is very capable. At first, I thought about a trick toy transformation, so that the power supply continued to sell abroad. Zhou Yang made Tang Lan a boast. After all, men have this habit. But this answer obviously did not pass through the brain. Zhou Yang was too ignorant of women. Ruth Yao heard this answer and smiled slightly. As a woman, and a beautiful woman, she is born hostile and can't help but compare. Lu Xiao is very beautiful, and he is rich in the family. He is full of grace and nobleness. Tang Lan is a white-collar beauty who comes out of the mall step by step. He is more familiar with the world, and because of his age, there is a unique charm of a mature woman, like a ripe peach, doing things smooth and exquisite. If you want to put the two beauties together, they are very different styles. Ruth Yao is like an ancient princess with a prominent identity and a little proud. Tang Lan is like a concubine who wins all the way in the harem, with an extraordinary heart machine and a city house. If these two people put together to compare their eyes, it must be Tang Lan Sheng. However, Lu Xiao is a family of thousands of gold. When he was born with a golden spoon, his identity crushed the vast majority of people. This is the gap that Tang Lan can never cross. Two women can be said to have their own turn. If Zhou Yang is smart, he must be bragging about her in front of Lu Xiao. Now Zhou Yang is bragging about other women in front of her. She is still a woman with a face value and a rhythm that is no less than Ruth Yao. She is not happy. Ruth Yao really felt uncomfortable, and immediately said the opposite. She is very good, then you have to grasp it well. What to grasp? Zhou Yang didn't think about it at all, and his brain hasn't turned. It's okay. I'm leaving now. Ruth Yao didn't want to stay here anymore. He picked up the bag directly and went straight. The appearance of leaving quickly is obviously a bit emotional. Hello, what's wrong? Just leave, or I will invite you to dinner at noon. Zhou Yang found that Lu Xiao seemed angry, so he caught up and persuaded, but he didn't know where to provoke the lady again. Do you know how to eat? Ruth Yao looked at him side by side, and his steps had not stopped. Zhou Yang scratched his hair and hesitated to say, if you don't eat, then or not, I will lose weight with you. You are. This time, Lu Xiao was amused. She was so kind and funny. She scolded Zhou Yang all over her heart and complained that this big straight man didn't understand anything. However, her temper came fast and went fast. Under Su Yang's gag, she quickly forgot the unpleasantness just now, and let Zhou Yang accompany her and visit the Beatty factory. Zhou Yang asked her to wait. He couldn't wear this new suit to the workshop. This was obviously a banquet uniform. It was only appropriate to wear it on a high-end occasion. It was a bit wrong to enter the workshop. So Zhou Yang went back and changed to work clothes, which is the same as the workers in the workshop, so that he felt comfortable. Next, he took Ruth Yao to visit the workshop. This morning, the two men wandered multiple workshops, saw their workers, and after saying hello, they all talked behind. This beautiful woman in the road really matches her own boss, and I don't know when I can eat wedding sugar. At noon, Zhou Yang proposed to take Lu Xiao to the outside for a big meal, but Lu Xiao said no, she had enough of the big and small restaurants outside, and she was going to eat in Beatty's cafeteria. Zhou Yang was respectful and obedient. He feasted Lu Xiao in a small box and let the chef burn 2 more good dishes. I just thought it was a bit strange for the two people to eat, so I called Tang Yan and Songda to accompany them. Both of them are the management backbones of Beatty. However, Tang Langdang replied on the phone that she was in a hurry and could not go. Let the boss eat first. When Tang Lan and Lu Xiao looked at each other, they felt the hostility from the other party's eyes. As a woman, she knew too much. It was nothing more than jealous when she saw other beautiful women beside the men she liked. Tang Lan, who is good at living for others, will not go to the restaurant to ask for fun, and she will try to avoid Ruth Yao in the future to be able to protect Ning. As for when she wants to hide, perhaps only Ruth Yao's upgrade to the lady boss will end. And Uncle Songda invited by Zhou Yang, he is over 100 years old, and he has experienced all the storms. At this time, he will definitely not come as a light bulb, so he also excuses that there is something wrong in the workshop and does not come. So this meal was eaten by Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao. Lu Xiao is very satisfied with this environment, so Aya and Wu greatly appreciated the staff meal of Baidi, saying that this is much better than the work meal of her company. Really? After that, you were in Shenzhen, although you came to me for dinner at noon. Zhou Yang invited Road. Ruth Yao smiled and said, do you treat me as a food? For a lunch, I drove for decades to come to you. Or else, I'll ask the errand brother to send it to you. Zhou Yang asked. You are so interesting. Lu Xiao couldn't help but say, but this should not be a compliment. Then she was bored to eat, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Don't guess what the girl's mind is, Zhou Yang can never guess. Lu Xiao had a meal and stayed in Zhu Yang's office, chatting and working, and she didn't feel bored. She drove away near the evening. The following days passed quickly, and the main board industry was about to be ready to take shape. In terms of employees, 3,000 people have been trained, and there are various low and medium-level management personnel recruited by peers with rich management experience. The equipment has also been ordered and will be delivered soon. Everything is ready now, just wait for the factory to complete. This day finally came, and the temperature was very high. Everyone on the site of the construction site put on a single dress and looked at the factory building that had been built together. Color belts flying outside the factory building, many congratulations are written on it. After several months of construction, the first complete building of the Beatty High-Tech Industrial Park was finally completed today. There are cameras today, as well as a number of live-laying mobile phones, all turning on the phone against Jo Young, dressed in costumes. Immediately, he will preside over the unveiling ceremony of the new building. Everyone is network-friendly. Today is our high-tech park. The first production workshop was officially completed today. Jo Young stood outside the super-large production workshop, pointing back, and the 3,000 uniformed workers standing in front all applauded. They have been training for more than a month, waiting for a new plant to work today, which also means higher income. Jo Young did not invite the city leader to come today, so there was no lengthy speech. He prepared a small ceremony, that is to firecrackers. Relying on the geographical advantages of the high-tech park, there is no firecracker ban here, and firecrackers can be ignited at will. Only then can there be an atmosphere of opening. The guests who were invited by Jo Young to ignite the firecrackers together included business partners such as Ruth Yeo and Lin Shui, as well as their own general managers Tang Lan and Songda. After igniting, the sound of crackling firecrackers, along with some fireworks, is particularly festive. Some friends also brought gifts such as flower baskets, congratulating Jo Young for his richness and prosperous business. Jo Young was very happy to invite guests to visit the factory, and at the same time, the workers in the factory area entered the workshop in an orderly manner and began to familiarize themselves with the position. These processes are all broadcast live. This time Jo Young did not hide it, and directly announced to the outside world that the first large workshop in the high-tech park, the new product produced is the main computer board. Hearing this news, netizens thunder and cheer. I said, the new product must be the main board. It's cool now, I'm about to change my computer. This set of you can save a few hundred more? Hundreds? If you go to high-end configuration, I dare say that BaiDi's main board will definitely save you more than 1,000. Most of the people who can watch the live broadcast are senior netizens of the urban population, and most of them are men. Many of them have studied computers. This time, the configuration of the new computer has been calculated. But this is not enough. These netizens need more information about the main board, such as configuration, which version of the cup platform comes out first, etc. This one cannot be disclosed too much, but my main board is definitely a product that subverts the industry. Everyone will wait to see my new product conference. The date is April 19th. April 19th. The netizen froze. Isn't that the day before Intel's release? Good guy, isn't it hilarious now? Because the main board manufacturer is subject to the CPU manufacturer and wants to get a new generation of CPU data in advance, it must be signed with the chip manufacturer for confidentiality, so as not to expose them new detailed parameters. Industry practice is that the chip manufacturer first releases new products, and then the main board manufacturer publishes their supporting new main board one after another. How did BaiDi reverse it? Could BaiDi be a newcomer to the computer circle? Don't you understand these channels? Seeing everyone's discussion so enthusiastically, Jo Young also left a heart and did not explain it. Let everyone discuss and cause curiosity, so that the heat will last longer. After the visit, by noon, the live broadcast was also over. The family and friends group transferred to the big hotel in the city, and Jo Young arranged a table thank you banquet over there. The factory is cleaning today, plus familiarity with the environment, which will start tomorrow and officially start trial production. It is now mid-April, and it is only 1 week before the press conference, so the factory's backup pressure is still relatively large. However, Jo Young was not in a hurry. Their reputation as BaiDi was only louder in the country, and he still did not intend to invest too much in marketing expenses. In this way, it is estimated that the sales at most are in the country. The volume is better, so the supply should keep up. After this group of workers is proficient, the output will gradually increase, and eventually the expected output scale can be reached, that is, the global 30 main market. The goal is ambitious and the pressure is great, but Jo Young believes that his company will resist this pressure and complete the boycott task 3. After this live broadcast, domestic manufacturing companies are all sad. I am pleased that the home appliance manufacturer was really guessed by them. BaiDi's new product is the main computer board. As long as BaiDi no longer makes electrical products, they are still good friends, so they send employees of the company to log into the BaiDigang grid with their vests, and turn into the loyal fans of BaiDi. It's pure men, this is patriotism. The purpose of this is to make the boss of BaiDi Jo Young flutter, and then cultivate deeply in the computer field. It is best not to come to the appliance industry to produce new products. Their home appliances can no longer withstand the scourge. The worry is that there are a few small domestic producers and manufacturers. The market occupancy rate is low. It is difficult to survive in front of a large number of colleagues. Now a home appliance giant, known as Hehe, is beyond the public's perception. Low-cost, high-quality products. The electrical appliances industry has fully proved the strength of Beatty, and new products have never collapsed, and their strength is quite scary. Some small mainboard manufacturers decided to plan ahead and immediately start discounting and promoting sales, striving to clear the inventory and wait and see the currency before the release of the White Emperor's main board. Some large mainboard manufacturers, including those who beat people and refuse to protect stars, have not responded much, because they are all enterprises on the island of Bend, and their feelings for Beatty are definitely not as strong as those of domestic companies. They had not confronted the horrors of the White Emperor before, so they still considered it in accordance with traditional computer circles. What is the main product that shakes the industry is just a gimmick, a smoke bomb. This bluff trick was the rest of them playing years ago. The main board is working, selling, and branding a newly entered mainland enterprise. How can they compete with their veteran manufacturers all over the world? Therefore, there is no response to the main board brand. But there is an exception here. Taika has already suffered from the Beatty several times. This time, the Beatty high-profile announced that he would enter the main board industry. There are many financial reporters who will interview their managers and want to hear their opinions. The main board is not a power supply, mouse keyboard, and it is not sold at a low price, otherwise those small miscellaneous factories will have developed long ago. This time BYD dares to enter the main board field, which will let them know the cruelty of the market. We will release a new main board on April 21st, when we can see it. The master product line executives of CHA made his remarks. In short, they revealed the main board that looked down on BYD. In the two industries where the skill was in the domestic halberd, it was a side dish for them. It was nothing. They didn't want to spend a lot of energy to fight for products that didn't make money. The main board is different, but this is one of the skillful housekeeping industries. If Beatty comes to the main board industry to blend, they will resolutely fight back. Anyway, the executives of this main production line have sufficient confidence in themselves, and their new main board is about to be released soon. Performance and other aspects will definitely make people shine in front of them. It is easy to crush a small White Emperor. Happy. Before the White Emperor was not optimistic about the main board product, it seemed to conform to the usual process. Basically, no one knew how the White Emperor's board was. The netizens are still discussing enthusiastically. They are guessing how BYD killed him in sevens and sevens in the main board industry. In the following days, BYD's main board factory has been put into operation, and employees have adapted to the process and started to enter the day of rapid production of the main board. The newly produced ZB series main board has been systematically tested and fully met the standard. The general lifespan is higher than 6 years, which meets Su Yang's requirements. In this way, the warranty period of the product can be set at 6 years. Zhou Yang is now ready for everything, waiting for the east wind. The day soon arrived on April 19th, and BYD held an online press conference in the auditorium of his industrial park. Because the prevention and control policies are relatively strict, it is strictly forbidden for many people to gather, so no media or fan friends are invited. Zhou Yang and Tang Lan presided over the press conference. At the conference site, computer-related components were placed, and they were completely unopened. Zhou Yang will personally assemble 2 computers for everyone and send them out by drawing prizes. Zhou Yang first made an opening speech. Dear netizens and media friends, everyone, today, our BYD press conference aims to introduce you to our company's latest product, the main board of the ZB computer. Zhou Yang pointed back with a lamppost on it, and everyone saw a pile of unopened computer parts on the table. Next, Zhou Yang walked over and began to assemble this computer. He used to buy computer products before, and he has informed it himself. This time, for the press conference, he found someone to learn the installed tutorial in advance, and came to show you today. The press conference means that there must be novel forms every time to attract more audiences. BYD's previous propaganda also hanged everyone's appetite, so this broadcast has more than 100,000 people watching on the spot. The first step of Zhou Yang is to remove the homemade from the packing box. There are anti-static bags on it, and various accessories. Zhou Yang will give you a close-up to show. The configuration he matches is the ZB12 Fever flagship mainboard, and the CPU is the latest Intel i9-13900K. When everyone sees the base of the main board of BYD ZB12, they are refreshed because the shape and other main boards are very different. AMD's CPU is pinfoot, while Intel's CPU is the opposite, pinfoot is on the main board. However, the ZB12 main board is very different from the mainstream main board on the market. His base is very strange, and there seems to be a small organ. Zhou Yang opened the CPU and showed it to everyone. This is a brand new box CPU, after which he inserted it into the main board. There are dumb interface and small icon tips to avoid misplacement. Put it gently, the installation of DA is completed. Netizens are curious, just ask what kind of interface is this? Never seen before. Zhou Yang said that this is the unique design of their ZB12 main board. 2 platforms, 1 main board, the CPU of both companies are all used and can be installed at will. I'm bragging? Netizens were shocked when they had never encountered such a double-use main board before. They are one by one like Chow Chow in the new 3 countries. Shouting is impossible, absolutely impossible. However, there are senior hardware enthusiasts who said that there was a main board in the past, and 2 types of CPU can be installed through modification, but the process is cumbersome, and the price has no advantage. Later, there was no follow-up. Unexpectedly, the idea of this set of W was carried forward by the White Emperor. Everyone lamented for a while, and suddenly someone found out that this function was useless. Basically, a computer has to be used for many years, and it is not easy to replace CPU, then this function seems to have little effect. This is still a worthy idea. The computer circle is similar to the digital circle. I can use the function, but you can't do it. I hope that other main board manufacturers will follow up in the future. In this case, once there is a need to upgrade, save the main board money. Seeing the discussion of netizens, Zhou Yang agreed, yes, don't think that our ZB mainboard is simply supporting Shuanghu. Our CPU base is a modular design and can be disassembled. Tanglan next to him removed the screws of the base of the other main board, removed them, and the circuit board was exposed below. Then she replaced another base, plugging a second-hand Cool 8500 CPU many years ago into a new mainboard, accompanied by DDR4 memory, SATA solid hard drive, etc. These ZB mainboards are all compatible, and Tanglan clicked on the key. On the display, the logo of the White Emperor's mainboard really appeared, and it successfully entered the Win 10 system. However, this mainboard is the same model as the mainboard assembled by Zhou Yang. This is too exaggerated, because Intel's unique urine, they have to change the interface after several generations, and even change it once a year, making it difficult for many students who want to upgrade. To change they must be replaced with the main board. But if there is the main board of Beatty ZB, there is no such worry at all. Their main base, with various old models, only need to spend more than a dozen or 20 yuan to buy one. The old board can also be used for many generations. The old CPU model is definitely good news for DIY enthusiasts who like TOS. It is not very useful to install 2 types of CPU at the same time, but it can be compatible with the old CPU, which is awesome. A main board can support CPU that spans more than 10 years. This will save a lot of money for hardware enthusiasts who like to taste fresh. This function is too good. Cow beep, this is so useful, I want the buyer board. It's coming now. The White Emperor is the White Emperor. One function that comes up is the Wangbom. With this technology that can replace the CPU base, there is no one in the main board. The audience is well regarded. This function is too good for their computer hardware players. With the characteristics of the dual platform, it only needs to be equipped with a series of cheap base seats, so it is too convenient to experience all CPU on a main board. It's like buying a house. Originally a house, there can only be a decoration style. Suddenly, there was a decoration company called White Emperor, which said that it was their product. They only needed to torn the walls gently to change the set of decoration. If they didn't like it, they could change it back for free at any time. Users are no less than an artifact. So someone in the live room notified the news to various hardware exchange groups or communities. When others listen, they naturally don't believe that computer hardware has been around for decades. How could there be such a technology? They all rushed to identify the truth. When the result came, it was really the case, so I directly helped shout 666. With the addition of many computer enthusiasts, in Beatty's live room, the number of viewers is as large as hundreds of thousands, which is quite hot. This is equivalent to having hundreds of thousands of effective promoters of products for free, and saving more than N in advertising costs. When Zhou Yang saw the effect when he assembled, he said that he had prepared gifts for everyone. The high-end computers of these 2 assembled dual platforms would draw prizes in the live broadcast room and give them to everyone here. Zhou Yang's installed computer is basically the most top-notch civilian configuration at this stage. i9-13900K, the main board of Beatty ZB12, Cool and Supreme 360 water-cooled, 64G chic DDR5 memory, 2T Samsung 980 Pro Solid, SODI 4090 Ti card, Samsung 32-inch monitor. This configuration is too sky-high, with the entire machine exceeding 30,000 yuan, and the computer on the AMD platform is also well configured. The CPU, RX 7900X3D, and the other configurations are basically the same. In these two computers, in the eyes of computer enthusiasts, it is the top temptation. Using an inappropriate metaphor, it is equivalent to Pan Jinlian's attraction to Simon, but everyone wants it too much. So the audience blew the curtain up in an instant, praying for good luck to land on themselves. In order to increase the winning rate, they invited friends to invite their 7 aunts and 8 aunts. This resulted in the number of live broadcast rooms, which directly reached more than 2 million, and continued to rise. At this time, Zhou Yang has assembled and completed the first computer, but the line is messy. After all, Zhou Yang is a novice loader. It is very good to put the machine up, and it is a bit difficult for him to manage the thread. Zhou Yang randomly stuffed the lines into the machine box, and the audience smiled and really worked with them. Now, with the exception of some legends of the ancient line law, few people can manage the wires, so this is exactly the same as everyone's reaction. Cram all the power lines into the machine box. If you don't see it, you won't worry about it, just use it without delay. Then Zhou Yang connected the power supply. He took a deep breath and put his finger on the power key. For the first time, he did not know whether it could be lit smoothly. This is still live broadcast. If it is not lit, it will be ashamed. The blind guess is not bright. Some netizens said, I guess it can be lit. There are also middle state netizens who say, I guess it is a quantum state, bright and not bright are superimposed. Netizens are joking, some people have to open a market to gamble whether Zhou Yang can successfully light up. In order to give everyone a lottery, Zhou Yang said, then let's make a bet. If I don't light it for the first time, I will send another computer like this to everyone. Lying trough. The netizens were all excited and shouted the point is not bright, the point is not bright, because as long as the point is not bright, their chances of winning are much greater. Zhou Yang pressed the power switch under the eyes of everyone. The hearts of the audience are also raised. Drop. A soft voice passed through the self-examination, and then the display showed the logo of the White Emperor's main board, a sound of disappointment in the projectile. One more prize is missing. Then Zhou Yang began various UF operations. He was not very familiar with this aspect, so he found a computer engineer in the company who came to conduct various UFS demonstrations. Here support CPU UF, memory UF, anyway, mainstream UFS, the White Emperor's main board can be successfully completed, and the graphic BWA interface is easy to operate, and there is a small white-style UFO, which makes Xiaobai not need to understand too much hardware knowledge. You can have a high-performance computer. After the torture machine, the White Emperor's main board perfectly completed various extreme operations, and no problems occurred, fully proving the strength of the White Emperor's main board. Next, another AMD platform computer is installed. Zhou Yang had experienced this time, the installation was faster, the process was similar, and the station was installed soon. This one was also lit up once and gained the applause of netizens. People who can install a computer and light it up at a time, this ability to do it has exceeded 90. Now everyone knows the performance and reliability of the ZB mainboard, and then the most exciting price link will be announced. The price is announced by Tang Lan. She took out the ZB10 low-end mainboard and said, Beatty ZB10, which is characterized by cheap and sufficient users, suitable for users with low budgets and low performance requirements. I originally thought about 149 yuan, but Joe always said that this is not enough. Asked me to think of a way again. Then I had to give the cost price, 99 yuan. As soon as Tang Lan announced the price, it caused a scream. Wait, I heard it right. There is still a computer main board of 99 yuan in this world? 100 yuan in salted fish are also some old rotten goods. In Beatty, he can buy a brand new main board with a 6-year warranty, and he can also change the base. Don't say it, you must buy it. When the netizens heard the price of the low-end version, they could no longer control it, took it out, and prepared to place the order. Seeing such an enthusiastic speech by netizens, Zhou Yang smiled aside, and it really achieved a sensational effect. Tang Lan announces ZB11, the selling price of the central main board. Our mid-end motherboard is priced at 229 yuan. This ZB11 is equivalent to other homes, the main board of 6 or 700 yuan, and plus 30 yuan. You can also bring the Wi-Fi module, which is simply fragrant. This is several $100s less than other houseboards. Then announced ZB12, the price of the flagship mainboard, 399 yuan. This main board has ultra-frequency capabilities and the same 6-year quality assurance as other main boards. It supports DDR5 memory and contains gigabytes of cards. Performance is the top model on the market. The main board with similar specifications is basically above 2,000 yuan, and now the main board supporting DDR5 and PCIe 5.0 in the market is so expensive. But Beatty ZB12's main board broke the price of 2,000. They don't want 1998 or 998, as long as 399 yuan, even with some bases and Wi-Fi modules, it is higher than 500 yuan. This price is fragrant for computer players. There is no more attractive motherboard than this. Stop talking, I will buy it now. The BYD is the one. A main board is cheaper for nearly 2,000 yuan. If the BYD has its own memory, solid hard drive, display card, CPU, that high-performance computer in the future, is it not 5,000 just within? That is, I propose that now we all support BYD to give him money to develop computer accessories for other products, so that in less than a few years, we can use the i9, 90 Ti level top computing computers of 5,000 yuan. The netizens are all in the longing, and almost drooling. How many boys dream of having a top computer to play Mine Clearance, but they can only watch the shyness in their pockets. However, now the White Emperor has given them an opportunity. As long as the White Emperor continues to develop, their dream is no longer just a dream, it may be realized. I announced that if we have a White Emperor's main board and let the White Emperor make money, it is equivalent to saving us money in the future. The appeal of this netizen was approved by most netizens. For a time, the projectile was all talking about letting the main board hurry up and they were going to buy it. When Zhou Yang saw this situation, he made everyone restless. Because of capacity problems, there are not many motherboards at present, so you can take out tens of thousands of pieces a little, and you have to respect Intel and wait for them to release the new CPU before the Beatty sells it. After all, this can also rub Intel's heat, and their Beatty can also become the world's first masterboard to support the new CPU. After listening, the netizens all expressed their understanding. They thought that Beatty and Intel had signed a confidentiality agreement, which must not be released earlier than CPU, so they all stopped and saved some pocket money, and snapped it tomorrow. At the end of the press conference, it was the most exciting lottery link. This time, Tang Lan personally draws the prize. She used two methods to draw a lucky audience. One is a screenshot. The eighth in the curtain list will get a computer from the Intel platform, and the other will use a blessing bag to open the prize. Who can win the prize? But it is all God's will. In the end, two lucky people won the computer award, which also had Zhou Yang's signature. After all, it was a computer he had assembled by himself, which was of extraordinary significance. The press conference is over, but the impact has been formed. The news about the White Empire's main board has spread throughout the domestic computer circle. Super Bullfork's modular bottom main board supports a W, which can be replaced with CPU at any time, as well as a long 6-year quality guarantee, a very low price, which does not know how BYD produced it. The users of the computer circle are still relatively strange to the Beatty. This time, after knowing the price of the Beatty main board, they came to the old saying that Beatty is doing charity. They can't figure out why they can put a main board at a price of 99 yuan per piece, and other families sell more than 2,000 flagship mainboards. Beatty only needs 399. Now computer users can take a sip at those expensive mainboards. Now they know how many leaks these computer parts manufacturers have. Their 2,000 yuan thing will be sold by BYD 399, which shows how much profit there is. Anyway, this news, like a spring breeze overnight, spread throughout the computer circle. Some users who have used BYD products have become accustomed to this matter. As long as BYD's things can be used by himself, buy them first and then use them to ensure that they do not regret it. And more people in the computer circle still remain skeptical, thinking that BYD is deceiving people. In the world, there is no such low price, and the main board of performance and creativity is so strong. They asked Zhou Yan to explain, and they must be guaranteed before they can buy it. However, Zhou Yan just said that this product complies with the Consumer Rights Protection Law, and dissatisfaction can be for 7 days without reason. If false propaganda can be paid for 10. In addition to this, he did not explain too much, and he would believe him naturally. If he didn't believe it, he could not buy it. After all, there is not much inventory and limited sales every day. Soon, things came to the next day, on April 20th. At the other end of the earth, Bob, the general manager of Intel's computing department in California, Magnesia, started their company's new product press conference, which announced a number of 14 desktop CPU. That super performance and low power consumption became the focus of the industry. After the release, Bob said that the 14th generation CPU uses a brand new main board interface. As soon as this remark came out, there was a lament of dissatisfaction in the next stage, which means that the 13th generation CPU main board just bought no longer supports 14th generation CPU. If you want to change the new user, you can only buy the main board again. It's a lot of expense. However, at this time, a Chinese reporter suddenly stood up and asked questions, and he mentioned the main board of Beatty ZB. Mr. Bob, this time the 14 series CPU has changed the interface, which has caused users to upgrade. How do you think of the removable interface main board of the Beatty ZB mainboard? At the venue of the Intel conference, a domestic reporter was asking Bob in English. Bob said, "Oh, I don't understand the brand you said. It sounds cool, I have time to understand." No wonder, because BYD did not sign a confidentiality contract with Intel in advance to obtain the detailed parameters of a new generation of CPU. The Intel supervisor did not understand the domestic mainboard product that was born yesterday. Domestic journalists are somewhat disappointed. It seems that the influence of domestic products is relatively small, and it currently only has a certain influence in the country. The press conference was very successful. 14 generations of CPU squeezed out toothpaste and improved performance. Computer enthusiasts around the world are ready to buy new to increase productivity. However, Intel's 14th generation CPU replaced the interface, and the previously bought main board was not suitable. These enthusiasts waited for the main board manufacturer to release the new mainboard so that a computer could be assembled. Next, everyone is concerned about the press conferences of major board manufacturers around the world. However, in the ancient East, the first users who robbed the White Emperor's main board got new products. In the first time, they replaced their own CPU, which contains the new models of last year and the old processors many years ago. Whether it is AMD or Intel CPU, at most it is only necessary to buy a corresponding base to make the perfect compatible main board. The lowest support reached 8 generations of Core UE CPU, the highest support is currently 13 generations, and AMD is basically the same. This is incredible. After use, the main board behaves like the consensus at the press conference. The user feels particularly cool, and the main board also carries its own RGB lamp belt, which can bring a different perception to the sideboard box. Of course, users who are worried about electricity can also easily turn off the lighting effects in the main board settings. BIOS is simple to set up this main board and has strong playability. Many bloggers in the computer circle have made the first evaluation of this main board. All kinds of performance should be superior to the same specification main board. The lowest configured beggarboard ZB10, the accessories are shrunk, and the board is also a circle smaller, but although the Sparrow is full of liver and courage, the slot and function should still be available for mild users. Moreover, the work is solid and there is no secret work to reduce the material. The most important thing is that this main board is only 99 yuan, and for 2 boxes of cigarette money, you can buy a usable, applicable platform-wide main board. What kind of bicycle? The bloggers in these computer circles uniformly scored the Beatty ZB10 motherboard for 10 points. Although this main board still has a lot of imperfections, the price of 99 yuan makes it completely ugly, and it is almost fragrant. Then evaluate the ZB11 main board. This main board is the upgraded version of ZB10. The configuration is a piece higher. There are more RGB lamps. The mid-end computer is completely sufficient. The reference price is also full. Finally, the ZB12 main board was evaluated, which surprised many computer bloggers. They have the basic functions of all flagship main boards on the market. UFS, multi-phase power supply, boarded sound cards, and net cards are all very good. Moreover, the ZB full series of main boards also have CPU functions that are not available in other main boards and are compatible with most of the circulation on the market. This item is comparable to Epic level design. Full marks worth the perfect score. This also makes these anchors happy, because they are professional to play with computer hardware. If you want to test CPU in the past, you have to match a lot of main boards and increase a lot of economic pressure. Now that the troubles are solved, the BYD main board is cheap and easy to use. It is compatible with the whole platform CPU. For all computer users who like TOS, they save a lot of money on the main board. This also gave the White Emperor's main board a very high reputation. After the video of these spontaneous test computer bloggers was released, everyone realized that the BYD main board was so good, and like the propaganda, they also bought it with confidence. But at this time, it was found that the goods could not be robbed. The tens of thousands of main boards released by the BYD network every day were quickly robbed. There are too many computer users in key countries. Such a cheap main board, there is no reason not to have a piece. Even many users purchase several pieces at once. Anyway, this performance can be replaced with their old computers, and they can rejuvenate the second spring. Even if they are used a few years later, the main board is removed. The 6-year warranty is basically used until they are eliminated. Now, as soon as the White Emperor's board is listed, it sells out of sales. But at the same time, a lot of netizens also went to the internet store for consultation. Does this main board sell the base that supports 14th generation Intel CPU? The customer service replied that the default base of the main board supported 14 generations of CPU without additional purchase. I'm going, right? This net worth was shocked again. The base with it supported 14 generations, and Intel just changed the interface. Doesn't that mean that Beatty had previously been informed of the parameters of 14 generations of CPU? But Joyoung released earlier than Intel, and no main board manufacturer in this world dares to do this. Aren't they afraid of eating lawsuits? Curious netizens just ask Joyoung, what's going on? Joyoung replied, we did not sign a confidentiality agreement with Intel Corporation. The reason for compatibility with 14 generations of CPU is partly because of design science, and the other part is that the interface changes are relatively small, so it is compatible when it is more lucky. Netizens think this is too incredible. This base is so beeping. Why don't other mainboard manufacturers follow up? A reporter then went to interview Bob of Intel and asked them what they thought about the matter. Bob currently does not have the White Emperor's main board on hand. He saw it from the press conference and called it directly amazing. If the main board and description are consistent, this is a genius design. Bob gave a high rating. He said maybe it will be a design that affects the entire main board. But when he saw the price, he exclaimed again, minimum $14. Oh, this must be a fool's day joke. Bob has never seen such a low-price main board that can support the latest generation of CPU, even if the cost price is less. He believes that this must be a marketing or scam. After that, his attitude towards the White Emperor's main board became cold, because he didn't think it was true. But after this interview was released, foreign netizens were all curious, and there was a Chinese-made main board that could be compatible with different CPU at the same time. How did this happen? This is cool. Foreign netizens immediately looked for all kinds of news, and then saw the evaluation video of the domestic computer blogger, which fully met their preferences. I want a ZB mainboard. Foreign netizens have asked for purchases. However, this mainboard is currently only sold in China, and people abroad can only buy it by substitute purchase. However, the mainboard of the White Emperor was already buying, and people in China could not buy it, not to mention foreign friends. This gives the cows breeding soil, and they add at least 300 yuan to each motherboard to sell. Even the highest flagship version of the ZB12 main board was sold for more than 1,000 yuan. This still can't help the turbulent demand of players. There are still many local tyrants who want to taste fresh and not bad money, and buy them at a price increase. Unlike the case where the White Emperor's main board was robbed, the new product press conference of other main board manufacturers is simply called a canopy. Take the skill as an example. They developed the meeting with full confidence and took out the main board of their top piles. They were determined to kill a bloody road among their peers and become the best-selling money. As a result, when the parameters and prices were spoken at the press conference, the reaction was bleak, and even netizens said, sell more than 2,000 for this performance. Now I know how fragrant the White Emperor's main board is. Let's go, don't look at it anymore. The bend is the frog at the bottom of the well. I don't know that the main board has changed. The group of netizens left one by one, and the original lively room was quickly deserted. The host who tried hard to accept the stage did not understand what was going on, and in the end it could only end in a hurry. It was originally expected that there would be a lump sum promotion in the live broadcast, and now it has been cancelled. There were not many people in the original, and it would be shameful if it was not cancelled. After the press conference, they first limited 2,000 main boards to the entire net for snapping. However, there is basically only a single digit in China. The expected situation of snatching out of stock everywhere did not occur. Their skillful main board, rare encounter cold. How is this possible? The person in charge of the main board business of Chi is really panicked now. He knew it only after he knew it, because the main board of the Beatty ZB series appeared in China, from 99 yuan to 399 yuan, which had swept the domestic market. Just because of cheap quality and good, and new functions, it has become the only main board brand in the hearts of the people. With the Beatty, who would buy such expensive and so confident other masters? Anyway, if you don't fight now, Beatty has a stomach. The main board is higher than 500 yuan, and you don't want to watch it. I dare to sell more than 2,000, the courage is commendable, no wonder it is called Kaiga. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The person in charge of the business, I don't believe at all, that 99 yuan can create a main board. The main board they produce is not so cheap in cost. He doesn't understand why the main board of Beatty sells so cheap. So he immediately found someone to get the main board of Beatty ZB and came back to start research. After the study, the person in charge's face was not very good looking. He was trembling and did not know how to write the report. Now the top management knows that the business is bleak after the main board is launched. Let him explain why. The reason is actually very simple, that is, the White Emperor's main board is too easy to use, and their main board is neither easy to use, nor expensive, so simple. However, to say this, he can be laid off. But he couldn't find a reasonable explanation, he couldn't come up with a solution, so he had to be laid off. He asked the technicians if they could create a master board that was more advanced than the Emperor board, and the price could not be much more expensive. No. The technicians shook their heads, and the design of BYD's detachable base was patented, and they could not copy it. Even if you think of a method that can circumvent the patent and create a similar design, this cost cannot be suppressed. Even if you make a ZB10 similar main board, their cost is more than 200 yuan, or even more than 300 yuan. This is not as good as the retail price of the White Emperor's main board. How can it be sold? Perhaps buying directly from BYD, packing it and selling it will also save costs compared to their own production. And they still need time for research and development, so in at least a few months, their main board will be a digit sales. Because as long as you are a healthy-minded person, you know that you should buy their skillful main board, which is still more advanced and cheaper. Finished. The person in charge of the main board of Technicia, sitting on a chair with a dumbfounded chicken. He knew that his career, like the main board of skills, was over. The person in charge of the main board business of Titan is facing a crisis of get out of class. The days of other main board manufacturers are not easy. A considerable number of domestic producers are now on the island. They immediately met on the island to discuss countermeasures. In the large conference room of the 101st building of the landmark building, many owners of the mainboard industry gathered together, but they all frowned and looked at the main board of the White Emperor ZB series on the table. Because this White Emperor's main board, which was born out of the sky, directly hit their business with a dimension. Without martial arts, it only sells 99 yuan, and the most expensive is only 399 yuan. It also supports the latest 14th generation Intel CPU. The full model CPU, 6-year quality guarantee, is twice as long as them. In all respects, the White Emperor's main board dominates. How does it make them sell? If no countermeasures can be found, then all of them in this room will go home to play locomotives. Everyone talks about how to crack this White Emperor's main board. Beating the boss, worriedly said. The boss who refused to protect the stars went on to say, their main board is too scary, not only with a brand new layout and design, but also at such a cheap price. I am curious, don't they make money? The owner of a main board manufacturer called Huaking was born of a PhD in electronic engineering. He turned to see the ZB main board of BYD and carefully studied the internal structure to draw a conclusion. I know why they are so cheap. One is that they must not have included R&D costs, and they have not paid a penny of advertisements. They are entirely based on spontaneous publicity, and they do not have a global sales network. The cost of many after-sales and franchise stores is 3 parts less than ours. Think about it, if we remove these costs, is it also possible to reduce the price of such a main board within 100 yuan, because there are only some cheap electronic components? The boss of Ch said, can be able, but then we have no money to make. Why should we build the main board? When it comes to the root cause, BYD can sell the main board of 99 yuan because they only make micro-profit and give the profits completely to the users. The main board manufacturers here are one capital. Written in capital theory, it is very clear that the establishment of their business is to make money. This is the essence, and it will not be shaken for many years. Once they do not make money, there is no need for their enterprise to be established, which is contrary to the original intention of capital. Therefore, unless they are willing to serve the people like the White Emperor and give all profits to users, they can compete positively with the White Emperor. Otherwise, the problem is unsolved. When smart people realized the problem, they were discouraged. It seems that they can't crack the White Emperor's board from a technical level. The hatred of Taka and BYD is the deepest. His boss said, I don't think we can let BYD develop anymore. We should set up an alliance to suppress BYD together and let it go bankrupt. Otherwise, we will never have peace. Beating the boss and other bosses nodded slightly, because every product that BYD has produced since entering the computer accessory circle is Wangfeng. Mechanical keyboards and mouse, power supply, and current motherboard, basically none of them have the power to fight back. If left unchecked, when BYD starts to make stamps, notebooks, and monitors, they will be collectively closed, and no manufacturer can withstand this shock. I agree to form an alliance. I also agree. I unconditionally contribute, at least 100 million. Several giants of the main board industry have raised their hands one after another, because they don't make a statement anymore. This line can't be mixed up. By then, the shareholders will suffer and their wealth will shrink. This is something they can't stand. The boss of Huaking's main board said, it is simple to form an alliance, but what do you do? He looked around for a lap, without stubble, and he continued, acquired the BYD? At first, the stars did the same, and as a result, they returned. Do you want to buy hundreds of billions of Baidu? Boss may not sell. The boss said, we can break them from the stock price. Isn't this what we are best at? His boss is a gangster, there is no culture, the industry is taken care of by the following people, and he does not speak through the brain, otherwise it will not be so powerful that they are resisted. After he finished speaking, the others were speechless. It seems that this big boss did not understand their opponents well. Boss Walking said, no one is listed, no stock, how do you snipe? The boss of Taika is very stunned. He can't imagine why such a large company is not listed. So the process of the enterprise should not be to build a factory, brag, attract investment, and then go public to ring the bell and harvest the shareholders? How could an enterprise fail to play cards reasonably? This is new. If you play cards reasonably, there will be no Baidu brand. Now this alliance seems to have been established, and it has fallen into difficulties because they feel that the White Emperor is impeccable. Whether in terms of products or funds, the White Emperor has no flaws unless they use indiscriminate means such as framing, rumors, beauty plans, etc. I am better at this. The old boss of Taika smiled insidiously and thought of many crooked ideas in an instant. For example, looking for someone to assassinate Baidu's boss Zhou, or put a fire in their factory area, or learn Danga, find a woman to play with the fairy jump, and let Zhou Yang go to jail. Baidu's problem was solved. The other bosses were embarrassed one by one, and this trick was too non-influential, even if it was feasible, but once exposed, they would not have to be mixed in the circle in the future, and this reputation was ruined. So no one took it for a while. Anyway, these bosses are pregnant with ghosts and want to do tricks. You can just go by yourself. We will plunder you from behind, but they will never participate. Ha, a group of courageous ghosts, then I will implement it myself, don't drag my hind legs. The boss of Takya decided to do it himself. Anyway, the Baidu repeatedly provoked him. He had long regarded Baidu as the nail in his eyes, just killing him through this opportunity. Destroying a person from the flesh is the easiest and most brutal way. This skill boss, alone, and other bosses still want to solve it in the traditional way. They also decided to set up an alliance, resource sharing, and technology patent sharing, and strive to snipe the Baidu through normal commercial methods. Since they can't compare the cost, they are better than R&D, than the industrial chain. The technicians of these companies add up to 800 without fear of 1,000, and they don't believe it is better than a Baidu. Isn't the White Emperor's main board capable of disassembling the base? They, the main board manufacturers, also have some main board programs that are still being studied. They are ready to take them out in advance and share them in order to create a main board that is better than Baidu. In this way, after they continue to form a monopoly, they can still sell at high prices. In addition, they also have to jointly pressure the chip manufacturers to sanction the White Emperor's board together so that the White Emperor's board cannot be sold. This may also be a method. It is like many domestic products, which are obviously better than foreign countries, but some foreign countries restrict imports for various reasons, so that Chinese products cannot be exported, so as to protect local enterprises. This is also a confrontation plan. After some discussion anyway, the main board manufacturers of this bent island have formulated two plans to counter the Baidu. One option is to be masculine, which is to restrict and counterattack through previous commercial means. The other is a conspiracy, which is carried out by the boss of Taika alone, using insidious means to solve the boss of Baidu to prevent future troubles. From this day on, a conspiracy against Baidu and Zhou Yang unfolded. Mr. Zhou, we are all old relationships. You will give me 500,000 main boards first, and I don't want much. In recent days, Zhou Yang has always followed a person, begging him to buy the main board. This man is one of Zhou Yang's business partners, Lin Shui. This rich second generation, who recently poured Baidu's products abroad, did not earn less money. Recently, he has been staring at the particularly tight Baidu ZB series of mainboards. As long as they are shipped abroad, the proper blood will earn a wave. After all, foreign Baidu products may not be bought at foreigners, even if they are priced at 300, even if they are priced at a domestic price. Zhou Yang said to him, "It's not that I don't sell you. You have too many 500,000 pieces. At present, the output of the workshop is tight. The reservation order has not been delivered yet. Wait for your foreign order." Lin Shui smiled and came over to hug Zhou Yang's shoulders. He laughed and used social tricks. "Hey, Zhou Ji was accommodating, so let me raise your price. I will arrange for the hotel at night. After eating, I go to the club. It is all 18-year-old tender molds, and you are satisfied. This is free." Zhou Yang was not sensitive to this. But he didn't agree, and this handsome Lin stayed in the factory and didn't leave. Zhou Yang's office, Lin Shui swiped his phone in the office. Zhou Yang got off work, he also got off work, and even Zhou Yang went to the toilet, he had to follow. It was really a dog skin ointment. Zhou Yang was grinded by him and had to compromise. Okay, I promise you, wait for the workshop capacity to be brought up, arrange 500,000 for you at the first time, and guarantee to arrange for you within a month, okay? Thank you so much, but if I want it later, I will ship it to me. Lin Shui also talked about the conditions, and then he smiled and took out a box of good Cuban cigars from his bag as a gift, and shouted General Zhou left, and he took a step of no recognition by his 6 relatives, leaving by D Company. Zhou Yang laughed so hard. How could there be such a tasteless rich second generation? This handsome forest is really unique. However, this also shows in disguise how popular the White Emperor's board is. Now as soon as the supply is put on every day, it is robbed and empty, without any delay. Now capacity is challenged. This is because the main board has just been on the market is relatively tight, and the employees are also novices on the road, and the output cannot be lifted. However, under the training of experienced managers, employees are becoming more and more proficient in operations. The daily output is from 340,000 to about 100,000 now. After the employees are familiar, they spend most of their months to grind, almost to reach the output of 150,000 main boards originally envisaged. Their main board production line is currently the largest in Asia, and most processes can be fully automated. However, because this mainboard equipment is general purpose and suitable for the production of traditional mainboards, the mainboard of Beatty is special, so there are several. The production process requires manual operation by employees, so the production speed is slower. There are currently 3,000 workers in the mainboard workshop. Although the labor cost is very high, the salary expenditure of workers in the 1-month mainboard process is more than 20 million, but the value they create is higher. According to the maturity of the workers, 4 to 5 million motherboards a month, and each motherboard can earn an average of 25 yuan. This is about 100 million net profit, which is comparable to a money printer. The investment in digging out to build a workshop and purchasing equipment can basically be returned in a month, which is really a big profit-making business. Traditional mainboard manufacturers can't make so much money in a month. You can see how good the By D model is. For the sake of users will definitely support it. This is a win-win situation. Zhou Yang just patrolled the main board workshop this day and found that there was too much dust, because the entire construction site is now fully built on them, and the surrounding area is still under construction, so the dust is large and inevitable. Zhou Yang made a hard request: the workshop must not open the window, and the entrance and exit must be equipped with dust control nets and dust removal devices to ensure that the particles suspended in the workshop are below the prescribed value. Zhou Yang was patrolling the workshop and received a call from Tang Lan. Mr. Zhou, a representative of the country's Matsushi Electronics Company came to our company and said that they wanted to negotiate the acquisition. Their initial quotation was 19 billion, which was negotiable. Acquisition again. Zhou Yang felt speechless. Is his company so good? If they want an electronics factory, won't they open it by themselves? And it is a foreign company that has not been heard of. Zhou Yang said, if there are such people in the future, just say, thank them for their good vision, but their quotation needs to be increased by 0.1 price, not bargained. Zhou Yang is the experience gained from the last single-star acquisition. Before, he said to the people of Yuxing that Baidu was not selling goods. As a result, the other party had been entangled in nagging, so he quoted directly this time and added a 0. If the other party really smashed the pot and sold iron to buy it, Zhou Yang now transfers Beatty to him, and then holds hundreds of billions to buy bigger land elsewhere, build a larger company, then named Heidi, and continue his career. This hand is a game of changing vests. Anyway, I opened the price. Don't be annoying if you can't afford it. Zhou Yang thinks so. Sure enough, this 190 billion offer directly frightened the purchasers of this country and never came again. In fact, this subsidiary, which has never been heard of, was arranged by the main board corporate alliances on Bend Island. They decided to put together the money and buy the Baidu. In the future, Baidu's technology will be attributed to them. Without low-price competitors, they can continue to sell the main board at the original price. This is the monopoly advantage. However, Zhou Yang did not play cards according to common sense, and the other party knew that Zhou Yang did not intend to sell the enterprise, even if they had a post-recruitment. Subsequently, the inspectors were welcome in the Beatty High-Tech Park. When Zhou Yang asked, he knew that Baidu was reported again, saying that the price of the main board was too low, which was disturbing the market. Zhou Yang has been blamed for this, and even a little laughing. Are there no other tricks for these competitors? In the Beatty Industrial Park in the development area, I have encountered 2 on-site inspections. There is no problem. This time it is the newly opened high-tech industrial park. However, his materials are ready, and law enforcement personnel are welcome to check them at any time. Anyway, he is well deserved. Is there any problem with him earning dozens of profits on a main board? Other companies sell hundreds of thousands on a main board. They are willing to sell high prices unmanaged. They can't intervene at low prices. Zhou Yang is not as shameless as those nasty peers, otherwise, he will also report those peers who are arbitrarily raising prices, 1 or 200 things, and 1 or 2,000 sellers. Is this ridiculous? Of course, this inspection was also spent safely, because all procedures in Zhou Yang are formal. After this incident, Zhou Yang knew that he was targeted by these main board colleagues. As for who is, it is also obvious, that is, the counterparts of the curved island. Zhou Yang was too lazy to deal with them with the same mean tricks, but urged the production department to produce more production masters. For every time a main board is produced, the main board of those competitors cannot be sold, mad at them. Since this time, the White Empire's main board has jumped into the domestic main board sales number 1, leading the second order of magnitude. Because the performance and price of the White Emperor's main board have to crush their peers, other main boards simply cannot sell. That is, some small whites that don't read the news, or the company's purchasers will purchase large-scale computer masters that are several times more expensive in order to get the rebates. Those who know the White Emperor's board have no reason to buy other products. So almost after the release of the White Emperor's main board, other colleagues entered the industry winter overnight, and they could not sell a few boards a week. The market is very real. High-priced and low-quality goods cannot be sold. The majority of users are so rude to the White Emperor's main board, which is really the king of the industry's internal volume, they like it. If the only point criticized by the user is that the netizens are called monkeys, saying that the White Emperor's main board is more difficult to grab than the spring ticket. This is also a matter of no way, because it has to be released before the Intel press conference, so Beatty is in a hurry and has not prepared in advance. The ZB mainboard, because of the patented technology, coupled with the relatively high production conditions, is not easy to find on behalf of the factory. Moreover, the good main board manufacturers are all Bend Island companies. The two sides are now in the same situation. Zhou Yang must not be able to find them to do the work, so they can only rely on their own workshops to produce, so the output is not enough for market demand. The launch of the newly issued Intel 14th generation CPU also made everyone's demand for the White Emperor's main board stronger, so the contradiction between supply and demand is very prominent. Zhou Yang is studying how to increase the additional output. At this time, an old friend of him called and brought an opportunity to increase the output of the main board. Chairman Zhou, business is booming. The phone call was Jiang Wiki, the owner of the power company. He had a good relationship with Zhou Yang. He traveled to the deep town and often gathered together. He was also in the power industry, one of the first people to support Zhou Yang. Now the power supply made by Beatty Technology has sold the world, and it is now unstoppable and is continuously occupying the market. It is expected that by the end of the year, their Chinese power supply will account for 50% of global power supply, and in the next 3 years, it will account for 80% of global power production, which will be available in the future. Now the power supply industry is booming, and Zhou Yang has another White Emperor's main board, which is also recognized by the market and is being sold in fiery. It can be said that good things come in pairs. And this time Jiang Wiki came to the deep town, not to play, but to bring a male boss to see Zhou Yang. This is Zhou's boss of Beatty Electric, and this is Cuban, the owner of Xinye Electronics. Cuban looks 35 or 6 years old this year, looks a bit thin, and wears black-framed glasses. After the introduction, Zhou Yang shook hands with Cuban. Then Zhou Yang looked at Jiang Wiki to see what he said. Jiang Wiki said, "I don't sell anymore." That's the case. Xiaotu is my alumni and iron porcelain. He opened an electronics factory to produce circuit boards. Is it not good for business recently? He found me and wanted me to introduce him to see if Zhou could arrange some work for him and cooperate. Oh, production of circuit boards? Zhou Yang is interested. Cuban handed up a stack of documents and said, "Yes, this is some of the data of our factory, and the products we have produced. We have done it for large companies such as Lenovo and Fong, and have rich production experience." Zhou Yang took a closer look at the information and found that although the company is not famous, the company has a certain size and looks quite formal. Of course, these paper strengths can be fake, depending on their products. Zhou Yang took some of the circuit boards they produced. The test is passed and the product quality is qualified. At this time, the system gave the test results. These circuit boards are all of the best products, proving that the company is still strong. Zhou Yang thought that if he could let the other party do the work for his own main board. Domestic companies with experience in main board production are more difficult to find. They have customized computer-type computer mainboards for large computer factories, and their capabilities are sufficient. Zhou Yang said, I have a difficult list, I don't know if you can pick it up. Chu Bin said, of course, even the main board of the Beatty ZB series, we are confident to produce it. Oh. Zhou Yang asked him with interest, have you seen our White Emperor's main board? Yes, I dismantled it, and the structure is very delicate, but we can produce it completely, and, I know, there are not many domestic companies that can replace ZB masterboard workers. Chu Bin said it was very confident, and it seems that it has been fully investigated. Zhou Yang nodded, he liked such a partner very much, then he decided to give Chu Bin a chance. I want to take a look on the ground. Zhou Yang adhered to the principle that the ears were heard as false eyes. He wanted to choose a substitute factory, but it was not just verbally. He went to check on the spot and was assigned to the Baidian substitute for the job. For those small cottage companies, the surrogate fee is no longer cheap. Zhou Yang. In case the quality of the processed product is poor, it is necessary to smash the signboard. Of course, welcome at any time. Chu Bin invited. Zhou Yang wrote, so today I will arrange and have a good time in the deep town. Tomorrow we will go to your side together, will you? Okay. Chu Bin promised that their agreement was reached. So on the same day, Zhou Yang took these two guests, visited the Beatty, and went to the fun places around him. I ate a meal at the hotel at night, and it was too early after the meal. It ended like this, and it felt a bit poorly arranged. When Zhou Yang suddenly thought of Lin Shui, he called him and asked him if he still had the tender model during the day. Lin Shui said, of course there is. This arranges boxes for you, but I am formal. If you want to take which one you want to take away, you need to discuss with them. Zhou Yang said, it's not me, it's my two friends. You can arrange them for me tonight. You can rest assured of your 500,000 motherboard. That's all right, I'll pick you up here. Lin Shui agreed very happily. So he didn't have to worry about Zhou Yang when arranging his friends. He stopped going to that kind of place and was not used to it, so Lin Shui served as a hospitality. This is also considered to be good for people. As for Lin Shui's hospitality, when Zhou Yang saw Jiang Wiki and Cuban at the airport the next day, he found that the two were radiant. When they met, there were some connotation smiles that only men knew. Zhou Yang knew. It seems that the two guests are very satisfied with the reception. The relationship between the three people has been brought closer all at once, and there has been a non-stop chat on the plane. The destination of the three is the famous industrial city in the northwest, Lanzhou. Zhou Yang hadn't been here before. Looking down from the plane, the landform is very different from the deep town on the southeast coast. The high slope of the yellow soil in the dressing has left a deep impression on Zhou Yang. After getting off the plane, someone arranged by Jiang Wiki came to pick it up and sent them to Chu Bin's new Asia Electronics Company. When Zhou Yang came, he saw that a banner had been pulled here. Mr. Zhou Yang was welcome to guide. There are also several young employees at the door, wearing a white shirt and a suit, greeted at the door. It's quite grand. Then Zhou Yang, accompanied by a group of them, visited Xingye Electronics. This new subelectronics has a large area and has many steel structure plants. As soon as I entered the factory, I saw many workers working seriously. Zhou Yang was in the workshop and carefully checked every process and the mental outlook of the workers. He found that the equipment here is not the latest. About 5 or 6 years ago, it is a bit backward, and the degree of automation is not very high. However, if it is artificially produced, there are advantages. Like the ZB mainboard, some labor is required, and Xingye Electronics can indeed do it. Zhou Yang stayed in the production process for a long time and found that their management is very strict. The supervisor has been patrolling and has very high requirements for product quality. After-track testing found unqualified products, immediately reworked or scrapped, and fined production workers. This urges workers to pay attention to quality and not to run blindly. Zhou Yang still likes this serious working state. Then go to other workshops in the factory to check, and it feels that the management here is not an advanced level in the country. There are many things that middle and lower supervisors are responsible for. Where there are bottom workers who can't figure it out, the supervisor will solve it on top. This kind of management is a bit primitive, and it should be related to the management of the new subelectronics who did not hire the science class. However, factory management is not the most advanced, it must be the best. It must be the most suitable. Xingye Electronics has their own management model, and Zhou Yang will not comment. After a lab visit, Zhou Yang is still relatively satisfied with Xingye, and the work standard has been met. Then there is a basis for cooperation. Then it was noon. This time it was Cuban and Jiang Wiki who were the hosts. They arranged Zhou Yang to a local high-end hotel, where Zhou Yang had dinner. Northwestern men are bold. They found a lot of local famous bosses, and then moved up 2 boxes of that tops directly to the table, and said they would not leave without drinking today. Zhou Yang waved his hand and said that he had a shallow amount of wine and could only drink a few glasses. He is the big boss, and others will not force him to drink. As a result, others will put on wine, and no one will accept anyone. In the end, a total of 5 people will drink unconscious and drunk under the table. Next week Yang also felt Chu Bin's sincerity and decided to cooperate with him. But in the afternoon, there was no way to talk about business, and Chu Bin and Jiang Wiki were both drunk to wake up. So Zhou Yang lived here for a day. On the next day, the details of the cooperation were finalized with Chu Bin, including the method of surrogate work costs, etc. Both parties also reached an intention to cooperate. Then Zhou Yan returned to Baidi Company, and also made the letter of intent look over Tang Lan. In the future, she signed it, and she, the general manager, signed it. You can talk about anything that is inappropriate. After several days of negotiations, Cuban finally came to Beatty again, under the witness of Zhou Yang, Tang Lan, and he signed the name on the contract and formally confirmed the cooperation. Then Cuban returned to the factory and began to purchase materials to produce the main board of Beatty ZB. On the other side of Beatty, a technical team was also sent to carry out the necessary technical training for them. In this way, the White Emperor's main board finally has a substitute. With the size of Xenia, it can produce tens of thousands of main boards at a maximum of a day, which will greatly ease the supply and demand pressure on the main board. At the same time, it also provided a stable order for the new subelectronics, which solved their survival problems. 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhou Yang also started preparations, preparing to mobilize 500,000 main boards for Lin Shui, which promised him. Just when Zhou Yang was busy with the production of the main board, the boss of Taika also launched a conspiracy against him. The boss of Taika sent a close friend and secretly came to the deep town and found the local ground snake in the deep town, Brother Hu. Brother Tiger is the most famous big guy on the local road. He does unseen gray business. He has hundreds of people and has opened many shops and companies. With the current domestic security, people like Brother Hu have been hit several times. Brother Tiger was able to keep it because they abandoned the previous set of methods of bullying men and bullying women and robbing homes. They no longer rely on bullying the people for profit, but use their advantage of hugging groups and playing hard, seizing some sites, opening many nightclubs with dirt, and debt collection companies, etc., legal or less legal industry. Then take the earned money and start a relationship around. If you encounter a severe fight, find a few horses to go out and make money, and they change their faces and make money again. In this way, Brother Hu has formed an interest group, which is also mixed in the local area. If you do something less compliant in the town, finding the official may not be able to solve it, looking for Brother Hu, but you can pinch it by hand. Today, the cronies sent by the boss of Taika wore a black dress, wearing a mask and hat, and wrapped themselves tightly. In a bar, I saw Brother Hu. Hello Tiger, long-cherished name. Say hello to this man in his 30s. Brother Tiger's face was potholes, and there was a slant scar. The eagle-like look was not easy to mess with. Which way is the brother? Brother Tiger let his enchanting Xiaomi give a cigar, and put Erlang's leg on the sofa, and leisurely looked at the mysterious man in front of him. The person who can find him through underground relations is definitely not on the right path. The man in black said, I'm here to send you money. Oh. Brother Hu's skin laughed at it, and he was also a person who had seen the world, but he would not be fooled easily, so let the man in black talk about how to send money. As long as Brother Hu can help me get rid of one person, you will pay the price. The man in black used a calm tone, but said something chilling. This kind of life business is not easy to do. Let's talk about who you want to get rid of first. Brother Hu was so fascinated that he straightened his body. Although they do everything, they generally do not touch felony. It's too easy to be implicated like powder sales and flash people, so Brother Hu is usually not touched. I didn't expect someone to come to him to do someone else today. He was also afraid that this person was a sliver and came here to fish. The man in black took out a stack of information and let it go. I rely on, the boss of Baidi you want to kill? Brother Hu laughed at the time, he dare not take this business. If he is a normal little red guy, he finds someone quietly, finds a mud-head car, or throws a sack into the sea at night, and he is generally ignorant. But this celebrity will definitely not give up when something goes wrong, and it is well known throughout the country that their entire business group will be affected and may even be uprooted. Although Brother Hu didn't dare to take this task, he would definitely not say that he lost his face on the towel, so he changed his mind and wanted to squeeze a little oil from this man in black. The man in black asked, Yes, Zhou Yang, do you dare to do it? Brother Tiger smoked a cigar violently, and then vomited the cigarette ring and said, Do it. Why not dare to do it? As long as you have enough money, I can help you blow up the White House. 1 million, help me get rid of him and give you 1 million. The man in black said. Brother Tiger laughed at the time, ironically, which tunnel did you come out of, and 1 million such celebrities? Then I'm out of 1 million. You help me get an official, do you dare? The man in black said, Yo Yang is not an official. Brother who didn't say kindly, but he was commended above, or the boss of a multi-billion company, all of which are famous. I run him, and then the troops flattened my bar. Do you believe it? The little brother next to Brother Tiger also scolded, just a little money, and we want us to work for you, and call it Hanako. How much do you want? The man in black asked. It depends on your sincerity. Brother Tiger blinked and said, this is his habitual action. Whenever this action is made, it means that he is going to design people. The man in black thought about it and said 2 million. Brother Tiger didn't speak and was still smoking a cigar. This is obviously too little money. 3 million, which is the highest. Don't think you can ask for the price in the sky. I can find someone else at this price. People in black are not willing to be slaughtered, so their attitudes are tough. Brother who felt that this was already the upper limit of the other party's bid, and he wanted to get the 3 million, and he didn't have to do it himself. Brother who took a smile on his face, stretched out his hand, and the enchanting beauty on the side gave the black man tea and handed smoke. This treatment will be fine. It looks like brother who is satisfied with this price, so the man in black is also slightly settled. The price is set aside first. I want to know, what are the grudges between you and Zhou Yang? Brother who began to explore the other party's reality. The man in black has been speaking Mandarin, so he cannot hear where he is. This should not be what you should care about, just take the money to do things. The man in black said. Brother Tiger said, I understand, isn't it just blocking your business? If it were me, I would definitely start early. The man in black was not sure, but stared at Brother Hu and asked him when he could do it. Don't worry, there are many more words here. Do you want a silent method, or do you make bloody deterrence others, or make an accident? Brother Hu's remarks are actually based on the other party's words, and the temptation just said that it was business. The other party did not refute it. It seems to be the same as Brother Hu thought. This is the business competitor. Don't look at Brother Who's 5 big and 3 thick, but it's definitely not a fool to get to the position of big brother in the Tao in the deep town, but it's more important than ordinary people. He then tried to explore various dialects while discussing the details. These dialects are very different from Mandarin. If they are not locals, it may be difficult to fully understand. However, the dialects of Jiangxi, Kawagui and other places were tested. The man in black has frowning movements, indicating that he has a little ignorance. This shows that the man in black is not a person in these places. But when Brother Tiger spoke Manan, the man in black understood it all at once. Brother Tiger is like a bright mirror, you know, this man in black must be from Bend Island. Because the number of domestic people is not this number of roads, and he has also heard that the Beatty's recent skills with the island are gleaming in breaking many businesses, affecting people to make money. This is a bloody hatred, so it is easy to understand to find someone to kill Beatty's boss Zhou Yang. If it is a domestic competitor, no one will make things so big. Even if it is really to kill people, it is usually to find a close friend to do it yourself, instead of looking for someone like Brother Who in a Hong Kong police bandit film. Instead of doing it. What time is this? People in the Taoist are not as beautiful as before, and basically do not take over this business. After all, it's done to start night games, bars, etc., and there are still hundreds of millions of profits a year, and it's not possible to commit the crime of killing the head. In conclusion, the times have changed, and this man in black seems to have not updated the version. It is stupid to find someone to do it for him. I have to say that Brother Who was really a smart person. By observing the words, he determined the identity of the other party. Since with the other party's details, his action to slaughter foreign fat sheep can begin. 3 million, I think it is not enough, at least 5 million. When he knew the identity of the man in black, Brother Tiger began to speak lions. Impossible. At this price, you can ask for an international break. The man in black was so angry that this Tiger brother was really too much. Then you go to ask the international break. Brother Tiger put on an indifferent expression. Ha! The man in black groaned, and then he got up and left, so that Brother Who would not regret it. Brother Tiger didn't want the money, but the money was not easy to get, it required skills. Brother Who waved his hand, and a younger brother followed closely. After the man in black went out, he was going to leave by car. A young man ran up and said to him, "Boss, I am Brother Who, and now I can talk about the new contract." "Oh, what does Brother Tiger mean?" the man in black asked cautiously. "Let's talk in the car." The other party put the people in black on a soundproof Bentley car, and they talked inside. Brother Tiger was just afraid of the partition wall and ears, so he refused. "So now we should talk about the price." Brother Who said the reason. "This is also reasonable." The man in black approved it. He only asked to help him get things done. So, the younger brother agreed to the 3 million offer and said that he could kill people within half a month. However, a deposit of 2 million is required first. Impossible. The man in black categorically refused, and he said his bottom line will give you 10 days, a deposit of 800,000. After the event, the money will be hit on your account. The younger brother also disagrees. I know who you are. There must be more deposit, otherwise things are done. You run away. Where do I close the money? Generally, this kind of thing requires a middleman, asking the man in black to put all the money in the middleman. After the thing is done, the middleman will give the money to the person who works. However, skilled people do not have trustworthy people in the country, so they cannot find a middleman, which makes payment a problem, and both parties do not trust each other. The man in black worried that the other party would take the money and would not do anything. He was not good to collect debts, and the younger brother was also worried about the other party's debts. So this day there was no talk. The next day the two sides went on to talk. Later, I received instructions from the boss of Takya. They can't sell the main board now, delaying one day, and the loss is also an astronomical figure, so the request must be resolved as soon as possible. Then when the man in black was instructed, he decided to pay a deposit of 2 million in accordance with the other party's requirements and let the other party act quickly. After the event is completed, both parties agree to pay the final payment. And this transaction requires all cash transactions with old banknotes, so that the note is not easy to trace. So on the same day, the younger brother got 2 million to leave. Looking back, the money appeared on Brother Hu's desk. At this time, a little brother said, "Brother Tiger, are we really going to do Zhou? That's a bad person, maybe something big will happen." Brother Tiger's eyes stared. What did say? Why should we do the work for that curved guy? But have we not collected money? That little brother hasn't understood yet. Brother Tiger smiled. Is not the money I collected. Who collected the money? Who the bent guy is looking for? The younger brother understood that it turned out that Brother Who didn't want to do things with sincerity, but instead found someone to collect the money and want to make the deposit. At that time, when the man in black came back, he couldn't find Brother Tiger's head. After all, Brother Tiger didn't know the younger brother who was connected with the man in black. At that time, a curved guy had no foundation in the country, and he could not let a fart out when he was pitted. Of course, this kind of behavior cannot be spread, otherwise the reputation will be broken, so Brother Who also made a remedy. You go to find someone to cripple the Zhou, and you will have an explanation at that time. Brother Who took out 10 bundles, or 100,000 yuan, from a bag of money, and asked his brother to find someone to do things. The younger brother went to find someone to do things. Of course, 100,000 yuan to buy a leg of Zhou, this price is definitely not enough, so the person looking for is a local bastard. They are idle all day long, so poor, and a little money is willing to do it. So, a somewhat famous bastard on the local street, Wolf Brother, got 100,000 and asked to unload Su Yang's leg. When this Wolf Brother listened to Beatty boss Zhou Yang, it was not easy to provoke. The value of others is said to be tens of billions. Others can kill him with one finger. This Wolf Brother also knew that he could not go to death anyway, but he didn't want to spit out when he got the 100,000 yuan on hand, so he found his 2 horses. The 2 paparazzi nicknames were called Dogs and Mice respectively. Brother Wolf took 20,000 yuan to put on the table and said to them, "There is a job, do you dare to do it? What kind of work? Despite telling us, we will go for the Wolf Brother and die forever. The 2 horses should be faithful." Brother Wolf nodded and was very satisfied. He came close and said, "Beatty's boss Zhou Yang wants his leg. Understand? It's called Zhou Yang, right?" The dog and the mouse understood and ran away with 20,000 yuan. They have never received so much money, and one person is divided into 10,000. It was already night, and they decided to have a pastime tonight and go to work again. So they went to eat, drink, and drink. The 2 ordered a student girl in partnership at night and tossed all night. I slept more than 10 o'clock the next day and was awakened by the phone. Brother Wolf called to ask, "Did they do anything?" "Not yet, let's step on it first." At this time, the dog and the mouse woke up and hurried to work. When they rode the shared bottle car to the entrance of Beatty, they found that the factory was so big, and they just wanted to unload the leg of such a big factory owner, which was a terrible job. Even in the factories of these thousands of people, each worker gave them a kick enough to kick them into mud. What to do? Both began to be scared and did not want to do it. But all the money was spent, and I boasted about Haikao in front of Brother Wolf. If this is not done well, they will have no money to return. As soon as the 2 squatted at the door of the Beatty, they had to find a stunned head to do it. By then, the matter was broken and it had little to do with them. So both of them remembered a person, that is, a young man who dropped out of high school. He saw a few ancient puzzles and wanted to mix society. So the 2 found that cylinder. This silly nickname is called a caterpillar, and the dog took out only 1,300 yuan left on the 2 and gave it to him. So after a layer of subcontracting, the 2 million deposit of the boss of Taika became 1,300 in the hands of the executor. Caterpillar, Brother Wolf has a task. If you are done, you can follow him and you can be called a double flower red stick. The dog is bleeding the caterpillar. No problem, leave it to me if you have anything. The caterpillar looks crooked and cracked. The face is full of acne, which is a young man with oily head, and looking at his big eyes that are not very flexible, obviously the IQ is not too high. The boss of this company is called Zhou Yang. The two were on the side of the road and were setting up tasks for caterpillars. As a result, the company security found that there had been people gathering at the door and came to check the situation. They thought they were found, so they quickly got on the electric car and ran. Then when riding a bike, the dog continues to arrange the task, wants you to unload Zhou Yang's leg. As a result, when riding a bike, the wind was windy and the caterpillar ears were back, and it was heard as the third leg of Zhou Yang. Then the dog took the caterpillar and went to a safe place, put him down, and told him to do it well. They were waiting for news of his victory in the back. The caterpillar is a bit stunned, wondering why Brother Wolf wants to unload Zhou Yang's third leg. Was the wolf sister-in-law given by Zhou Yang? Brother Wolf wears a green hat, so revenge? The more caterpillars think about it, the more they think it is. The thought of the wolf sister-in-law's dangling cock is really tempting. The caterpillar can't help but swallow the saliva, cursing why the cheap man is not him. When the caterpillar came home and took a pair of scissors, he went to Zhou Yang and went to give Wolf Brother a hood hatred. More than half an hour later, the caterpillar coming by bus stood at the gate of Beatty Company. He rushed into the door as soon as he lit his scissors, to complete his plan of revenge for the boss. The stunned young caterpillar broke through the main entrance of the Beatty factory area on the basis of his dry and thin body. I have to say that this is the newborn calf, not afraid of tigers, but it is a bit of 250. Before rushing into the door, he was stopped by the security guard. What to do? The security guard held a rubber stick and confronted the caterpillar. Call Zhou Yang out, I will give him gelding. The caterpillar also took out scissors and roared, "Madman!" The security guard found the problem and quickly called the teammates to help. The two of them were trying to confront the caterpillar, but for insurance, they did not easily launch an attack. The caterpillar waved two scissors here, then bypassed the security guard and rushed towards the factory. The security guards elsewhere, as well as some workers in the factory area, saw that someone was making trouble and all rushed up. Everyone is careful, this lunatic has scissors. The security guard is reminding everyone. It is also difficult for several loaders and unloaders who are loading and unloading trucks. They have canvas for stamping cars, which are several meters long. This thing is like a fishing net. The caterpillar found him surrounded, with canvas in front of him, and several security guards in the back. He was still crazy and threatened with scissors. As a result, he was surrounded by canvas and then fell. Let me go. Let go. I'm going to geld your boss. The caterpillar is still clamoring. Now everyone wrapped him in canvas into a mummy and finally captured it. They reported the matter to the general manager Tang Lan and asked her what to do and whether she wanted to call the police. Tang Lan heard that this man actually said that he was going to geld the boss, and she felt that there must be a story in it. She also made mutter, "Is the boss having any romantic debt outside? Or what is love triangle love?" She did not make the call, but told Zhou Yang in the high-tech park to say that this batch of mixed-ups that are not good for Zhou Yang, the level is really low, and Zhou Yang's position is unknown, so he will engage in raids. When Zhou Yang heard it, he hadn't talked about anything in love. The mother and child should never have to geld themselves until now, so they were too lazy to pay attention to it and give it to the police. So the factory area called the police and sent the caterpillar to the police station. The caterpillar used to be a man. As a result, he arrived at the police station. When he was scared by the police uncle, he said that he had collected money and reported that he had been hated by the Green. That matter also involved Brother Wolf. People like Brother Wolf have been registered in the local police station. They committed crimes at both ends in 3 days. This security case involved him again, so he was called to the police station to ask questions. When Brother Wolf heard that it was a task for a person with no impression, he immediately called the mouse and the dog and asked them what was going on. "Didn't you let both do it? How did it become that kid?" Wolf Brother stared at and asked. Of course, the two could not tell the truth, so they pushed the pot to the caterpillar, saying that the kid received the money, saying that the matter must be settled, who knew he had smashed it. "Are you stepping on a horse? Let others do this?" Brother Wolf yelled on the spot, feeling that his men were all a group of rice buckets, and now the quality of the younger brother is worse every year. Also, after all, in this society, the level of education has improved, and fewer people want to be old, so they are all crooked. Brother Wolf went to the police station. He wanted to go through the scene and ask 3 times. Anyway, he said that he was not familiar with caterpillars. There was no call record between the two, and there was basically no intersection, so he could not be involved. As for the rats and dogs also involved, they played directly and disappeared without cooperating with the investigation. Originally, this case was a provocative trouble, and it was not a big deal, so that even if they did not come, they would not commit crimes. Because the caterpillar brain was not very shiny, in the end, the caterpillar was detained for 2 days, fined 500 yuan, and Wolf Brother criticized and educated, and the case was closed. Wait until Brother whose little brother comes to ask Brother Wolf, how is it going? Brother Wolf had to stick to his scalp and said, things were broken, and their little brothers ran away and went in one. To say so miserable, I actually don't want to spit out 100,000 yuan. Brother who went back to report. Brother who heard that things were messed up and was not angry. Anyway, they acted, and they didn't even take money to do anything. There was also an explanation opposite. 2 million he didn't plan to pay it back. He wants to eat this curved islander. Later, when the curved islander saw that he had no results, he had to ask Brother who for a statement. As a result, Brother who did not see him at all, saying he was going abroad. The man in black contacted the younger brother who collected his money. The result showed that the phone was empty and the other party had cancelled the phone. I went to Brother who's site to discuss the claims. As a result, I was told that Brother who didn't have the younger brother who collected the money at all. They didn't get the money, so they asked the man in black to go to the kid who collected the money to discuss the claims. No one can get in touch now. The man in black understands that he was fooled, lost 2 million in vain, things haven't been done yet, and he is very angry. He went back naturally and was scolded by the boss of Taika, and finally ordered that within a week, the matter must be resolved. No way, the people in black can only get out and do this by themselves. He began to monitor Su Yang's actions, sneakily tracking behind each day, and also arranged for people to squat around Su Yang's house day and night, just to find an opportunity to start. However, they were the praying mantis after catching the cicada yellowtits. Unexpectedly, they were discovered by a more mysterious group of people. 5 days later, the islanders planned to use the truck to create a car accident to kill Zhou Yang. The route and time were arranged. As a result, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a group of plainclothes came in and caught them all. Put on handcuffs and black hoods, and take them away for interrogation when you get into the car. These people did not recruit at the beginning, but they were soon investigated for their identity, which was actually from the island, and their signs indicate that this was a premeditated assassination against a famous businessman in our country. The crime was detained. In fact, the person who arrested this group of islanders was 12,339. They were originally doing a background check on Zhou Yang, because this time the aviation industry group and Beatty signed an agreement on military products, which must be a background check. These 12,339 people secretly visited Zhou Yang to investigate and found that someone was following him, and later captured these people in one fell swoop. The matter of the curved island was already very sensitive, and this soon passed on to it. Although this was an event caused by commercial competition, it was also characterized as an internal matter. According to the confessions of those people, they are all affiliated with Taka. A curved island company is so unforgiving that it is unbearable. So a leader decided to deter the skill. Next, many domestically skilled industries, monopoly stores, substitute factories, dealers, etc. all encountered major inspections. If you want to make money in business this year, you will definitely not keep the rules honestly. For a time, these shops and factories were all subject to various punishments, closed for rectification, or even closed shops. This has led to the severe damage to Chi's business in the country, with countless losses. Because this matter was not publicized due to social stability considerations, netizens still found out that they posted the investigation of Taika online, and they all played the championships one by one. This is really popular. This should have been the case for companies such as Taka, and this kind of loneliness in the province continues to be arrogant. The original occupancy rate of takeyas in China is not high. This rectification has not been able to operate normally for a long time. Recently, it will disappear in the domestic market. With the Beatty ZB main board substitute factory and the increase in the output of the own workshop, it can already meet the use of domestic DIY users. There is no need to snap up, basically refreshing it a few times, and always buying it. So now BYD has prepared the supply source and fully laid the goods in overseas markets. According to established practice, goods in overseas markets are not domestic prices, and generally turn to 300 or more, such as the ZB10 main board of 99 yuan, which sells more than 300 to 400 yuan abroad, and the profit is much higher. The same is true of the main board of other models. Moreover, the flagship version of the ZB12 mainboard is sold at a price of more than 1,000 yuan. Even so, it is more beneficial than other motherboards, so now as long as it is not just needed, foreign people are also frantically buying the White Empire. Moreover, the overseas market is wider and the demand is greater. As long as someone can get the source, the minute is the rhythm of the second light. So Lin Shui got a group of White Emperor's masters by his relationship with Zhou Yang, making him make a fortune. He also helped the White Emperor's main board to promote overseas and played a role in helping the two sides now win-win. Lin Shui has successfully processed the distribution rights of the White Emperor's main board overseas, and he also took this and got the support of his family. His rich generation of dad, when he saw his son suddenly having an economic mind, he finally made money for so many years, so he supported him a lot of money, and Lin Shui opened specialty stores overseas. He now specializes in Baidi's products, such as coffee machines, motherboards, power supplies, water purifiers, including refrigerator color electricity, etc. Anyway, Baidi's best-selling products are available here. Not to mention, although the class White Emperor is not famous abroad, there are always one or two phenomenon-level products that will drive the sales of all White Emperor products. Therefore, in the absence of marketing, Baidi's products are definitely not low overseas sales. After all, the money of ordinary people abroad is not a strong wind. They have better performance and cheaper appliances. They also know how to choose. Afterwards, the main board continued to sell, and the White Emperor's main board had become the preferred main board for players. Soon, the leading manufacturers in the top of the global sales list found that their main panels could not be sold overnight, encountering the same scene as China. They don't want to go bankrupt. Of course, foreign mainboard manufacturers are not as dirty as Bending Island. They first wanted to buy and use money to smooth out. As a result, facing hundreds of billions of quotations, they were also scared, and they turned to cooperation. Soon, the heads of the Chinese districts of many foreign mainboard manufacturers came to Shenzhen one after another to see Zhou Yang and talk about cooperation. Mr. Zhou Yang, hello. The head of the Chinese district of a European power brand came to meet Zhou Yang. He first praised the excellence of the White Emperor's main board, and then stated his purpose and wanted to cooperate with the White Emperor. The advantage they have is that foreign sales channels, and some fixed fan customers, are developing directly overseas than Baidi. They must have certain advantages, and they can implement some of their own policies to avoid high tariffs. It is certainly good to cooperate with foreign local brands. After all, there is no hardware manufacturer in the world that can monopolize products worldwide. Even if the product power can be monopolized, the antitrust departments of various countries will take action, and they will be split or restricted. There are already many precedents internationally. Even the virtual industry of video games will be subject to antitrust investigations, as is the case with Microsoft and Blizzard acquisitions. So Tang Lan suggested that it is indeed a good idea to cooperate with foreign manufacturers under excellent conditions. Next, Zhou Yang let Tang Lan come to negotiate. After all, she is more professional than herself in this regard. After several rounds of communication, the cooperation content was finally determined with many foreign manufacturers. Baidi provides the patent technology of the ZB mainboard, which is produced and assembled by foreign mainboard manufacturers. This is also a common way of cooperation in electrical appliances and digital circles. Many assembly plants, millet associations, etc. in China also purchase accessories from various countries and then make their own products. After all, many hardcore fans only look at the brand, regardless of the technology you use. In this case, when Baidi cannot control the global mainboard industry, it only needs to collect patent fees to make a net profit. This is the technical advantage. For a long time, domestic manufacturers have needed to purchase foreign parts and technologies. For example, the engine of a car, the chip of a mobile phone and computer, the meteorological radar of an aircraft, etc. Now, under the leadership of Baidi, the domestic manufacturing industry has gradually emerged, and the technology has been exported in reverse. Now it is also the turn of foreign manufacturers to pay the patent fee. It can be said that feng shui turns in turn. A week later, in the auditorium of the Baidi Company in China, Baidi and 6 foreign leading companies signed a patent opening agreement together. During this period, Tang Lan announced to the domestic media that the patent technology of the Baidi ZB mainboard has been opened to 6 foreign companies. These 6 companies will use Baidi technology to manufacture the mainboard products. This will be a brand new mode of cooperation for the White Emperor. At the same time, Tang Lan announced that he hopes that more manufacturers around the world will cooperate with Baidi. This is when Baidi releases a signal that while eating meat by himself, he can also let some colleagues eat soup, so that Baidi can lie down and collect money, which can save more effort than opening up the market by himself. By the time Baidu uses the money to invest in research and development, and then continues to introduce new technologies, peers will have to buy new patents all the time, forming a positive cycle. After this press conference, the media was full of joy, and Chinese manufacturing finally stood up, and now foreign companies have come to buy our technology. This press conference is for global distribution, relying on the hot sales hosted by Baidu. Now Baidu is also regarded as a red fried chicken in the computer hardware circle, so he still has weight to speak, and the big factories in the circle are basically received. Other brands that are watching have also been thought-provoking, and have successively signed cooperation agreements with Baidu. After all, the main board of Baidu ZB has the dominant performance and price advantage in the industry. If they do not cooperate, they can only switch or close. Although I bought Baidu's technology, the profit must have fallen, but it is better than passively closing the door. Most of these peers have chosen to cooperate. After buying the technology of Baidu, they used their factory to produce the main board of their own brand. The price was also significantly lower than similar products, and they also had a removable base. This time they were much better than their peers. They relied on local advantages and stood firm. Foot. Therefore, in a short period of time, the White Emperor's main board will unify the global industry, and the effect will be comparable to ruining and unstoppable. Many who do not choose to cooperate can only be forced to close the main board business. Seeing many foreign brands, after introducing Baidu technology, they continued to start from the local level, and they all moved their minds. The main league of the island that just formed the anti-Baidu collapsed instantly. Many of their companies sent representatives to the deep town to find Zhou Yang to discuss cooperation business. However, Zhou Yang didn't see them at all, and also let Tang Lan refuse to walk along all the islands. He couldn't tell whether these companies had the same minds as good skills, and they used to target him with dirty means, so they just killed them with one shot and simply didn't cooperate. After all, on the side of the island, due to the deliberate boycott of these companies, the White Emperor's main board could not enter the island's market for sale. Zhou Yang remembered this account for them. When you can't be a demon, you are shy when you want to make money. There is nothing so good in the world. I protest, why are you the same as the main board company, and your Baidu treats it differently, not to mention that we are compatriots? Why is this so? You are too good. The representative of Bend Island protested in the locomotive's Mandarin at the time. Tang Lan directly conveyed Zhou Yang's opinion, when you return, you are the compatriots, so you can cooperate unconditionally. If the representatives are not reconciled, they will pitifully plead and open patent technology to them. Tang Lan said, there is one method. The representative of Candeo was happy at the time and hurriedly asked what method. Tang Lan said, you will now publicly announce that you will always support unification, and then relocate all the factories to the country, and draw a line between the island, so that you can enjoy the benefits of domestic manufacturers. The delegates were wilted all at once, and they walked away because they could not agree to such a request. The bosses of these big companies are more or less related to those in power. Once they announce their move into the interior, they will be excluded from the island and will lose their foundation. Their family has been in the island for decades. It is impossible to give up for a main board industry. So their pitiful pleading is just that they want to make money with ghosts. After being seen through Zhou Yang, they can only roll the ball. During this time, after months of struggle, several large computer hardware manufacturers on Bend Island successively announced that the main board was reduced or temporarily shut down. This is the only option after the inability to cooperate with Baidu. This is especially true of the skill of having a deep hatred with Baidu. Their main board industry is the third product line that was forced to give up within a year. When their current boss spoke to the outside world, they finally changed their tone and no longer dared to speak up. After all, they have not been lifted by domestic sanctions. It's just that when the reporter mentioned Baidu in the interview, he would change his face and even go viral. It seems that Baidu made this big boss very uncomfortable. So far, the boycott task 3 is also completed, and Zhou Yang received his task reward. Super Factory System, the main board business of Chiatsuya has been completely suspended, the predetermined goal has been completed, and the boycott task 3 has been successfully completed. Special Award Value 7, 1 or 7H1 Leaf-Free Fan Drawing. The system sent mission rewards. This time the rewards are actually a rare merit. Zhou Yang had 2 points of merit before. For more than a month, by selling airborne weather radars, he also saved 1 point of merit. Then, with 7 points of this award, it finally made up 10 points. The exchange of drawings for military industrial plates is quite different from ordinary appliances, and the price is still very low. Like the electrical appliance, exchange a better drawing, 200 or 300 with the light, and 600 or 700 with the weight, and the 10 points of merit here can be exchanged for a good baby. Zhou Yang had hit an aircraft power management system before, but the minimum required 10 merits. I could only look at the excitement a while ago, and now I have finally saved enough. This aircraft accessory, which has been contracted with the aviation industry group, is a project that must be completed. Since the contract was signed, it was handed over to the company's scientific research department for research, but the gains were minimal. Because of this long-term monopoly on foreign countries, people have imposed a technical blockade on the country, which only allows you to buy finished products. Without the relevant technical production line, there are no scientific research talents. It is quite difficult for them, engineers who have not done related products in China, to start research from scratch. It's not that it's completely impossible to study, but it requires capital and time. It may have just been researched. As a result, more advanced products have been developed abroad. This has led to the production of products that have been developed with heavy gold. It has been eliminated. Even if it is made, it is possible that the huge investment in research and development will lead to a low cost. Instead, the elimination products produced by itself have not been directly purchased abroad. Products that cannot be marketed are destined to be eliminated. In this case, there have been countless examples of failures in the domestic manufacturing industry, and now Beatty has also encountered this situation. Although the aviation industry group has subsidies, this research and development subsidy cup is well paid and has heavy money. It may not be a mature product to take out in a year and a half, which is a headache. Zhou Yang was still worried before, and went there to get so many merits. This is good. The task rewards the merits, and he can show his talents. Zhou Yang directly opened the system's military section, saw that the drawings in the shopping cart had been added, and clicked down on the spot. Pay 10 points of merit, and purchase a copy of the drawings and related patent technology of the power control management system of the civilian aircraft. The system sent a reminder that Zhou Yang was very happy, but this was the drawings of the first military plate he actively exchanged. Although it is indicated that it is a civilian power supply system, everything is difficult at the beginning, and it will earn more merit in the future, and the power system of the fighter must be developed. It is a very different feeling to make civilian aircraft, and to make handsome fighters and bombers. The drawings are exchanged, because this is a civilian version, so you can borrow the plant of Beatty Industrial Park first, and Mr. will produce it. Waiting for the site of the high-tech park to be built, it is not too late to move in. In this way, the construction of this drawing is quite complicated, and Zhou Yang has to marvel after watching it. According to the drawings, this power management system is much better than foreign products, with at least 15 performance enhancement. That is to use less electricity to provide a more stable power output. Such a good thing, of course, must be sorted out as soon as possible. Zhou Yang opened the drawing editing interface. There is nothing to change with this power supply system, because the design is more precise, and the whole body is moved in one shot. All that can be done is to replace some parts for domestically produced, the art design of the shell part, which highlights some Chinese elements, which is very good. Large aircraft products are not products for the people, so there is no need to consider the selling price. All other materials used are made to be the best. The performance must be good and the quality should be durable. In the last optimization capability, Zhou Yang spent on stability, so that even if it encounters bad weather or the plane is accidentally damaged, it will not cause a devastating disaster. Safety is an extremely important attribute for the aircraft, because once the aircraft has a problem in flight, it is a devastating end. Optimization success, stability improvement 25. After the system prompt, Zhou Yang named it. The naming is also simple. This is the first domestic product of the aircraft power system, so take a loud Chinese name called Lei Gong Power. If there is a version update in the future, it can even be called Electrical Mother Power Supply System. Successful naming, successful drawing of the Thunderbolt Aircraft Power Management System. Then Zhou Yang got the drawings, and he felt heavy in this drawings. This is a milestone for the domestic aircraft industry to fill the historical gap. When this drawing was made, Zhou Yang must of course share it with others. He picked up the phone and made it out. As a result, his hands were put down again. He found something wrong. After all, this product is a product of cooperation with the aviation industry. This is no longer the time to study electrical appliances. In cooperation with a large state-owned enterprise, it is necessary to consider the issue of rationality. So, like the last airborne weather radar, can you inspire your own technician's epiphany? It's not easy to think about it, because this power system is too complicated. If a small point is reminded every day, it is estimated that it will be reminded by the end of the month, which is equivalent to Zhou Yang writing with someone's hand, but it is more exaggerated. Thinking about it, there is no good way for him to take out this picture with fairness, which is really brain-consuming. Seeing that the time has come to get off work, Zhou Yang will get off work first, and think about it tomorrow. After get off work, he drove a minivan and went to the villa of Ruth Yao's house. Today is the day when he wants to make an appointment with Zyla to cook together. The two are now intentionally guided by Ruth Yao. After 3 to 5, the two will cook together and make dinner. Zhou Yang was the chef, and Lu Xiao started. Under Zhou Yang's guidance, this rich family has a lot of money, from outside the door who can only cook quick frozen dumplings. Now I have learned to cut vegetables, wash vegetables, and cook soup. It's just that she still dare not try to kill chickens and fish, and feels bloody so scared. Fortunately, when buying vegetables now, you can let the meat stall owner directly handle the ingredients such as chickens and ducks in advance, and it is the same to come home and burn. Zhou Yang deliberately got off work this day, went to the vegetable market to buy fresh ingredients, and then drove to Lu Xiao's house. He is already a regular visitor here, so the automatic railing will automatically let him go. After parking the car, Zhou Yang took the gift to the door. The smart door lock scanned Su Yang's face and opened the door directly. This is the permission that Ruth Yao set for Zhou Yang. You can enter by brushing your face. You don't have to knock on the door anymore. It can be said that Lu Xiao has absolute trust in Zhou Yang, and his family has no defense against him. Basically, in this world, apart from her dad, she will not give any man permission to open the door. Ruth Yao, trail! Zhou Yang shouted a few times, but no one was seen. If in the past, she would come out to meet him early in the morning. I'm inside, wait a minute. At this time, Ruth Yao's voice came out upstairs. Zhou Yang is a bit strange, and it feels like the beauty of the road seems to be having a bad interest. He went to the kitchen to prepare, and waited for him to wash the dishes. The meat was cut, the rice was stuffy, and Ruth Yaokai Shanshan went downstairs. She wore a pink loose home suit and her hair was randomly pulled up, and she seemed to have a warmth of the girl next door. But today Lu Xiao was calm, obviously in a bad mood. What's wrong with you? Zhou Yang put down the kitchen knife and came to care about it. Nothing, cook. Ruth Yao came to fight when he was dull. Don't do that, just say, who bullied you, I'll help you out. Zhou Yang boldly preached. He and Ruth Yao are also the closest partners, and they are closely connected in both work and life. Even if they do not consider cooperation issues, even if a friend has an accident, he should be concerned. Ruth Yao heard this and barely squeezed out a smile. Thanks to Zhou Yang's relationship, she said she was okay, and he would be in a good mood after eating his cooking. At this time, Zhou Yang discovered from Ruth Yao's exquisite eye makeup that her eyes seemed a bit red and seemed to have cried. This matter is bigger. Such a business female elite has always been a cold fan. She cried, indicating that things are big. What's wrong? Tell me, be good. Zhou Yang used the tone of coaxing a child. Lu Xiao was teased by him this time, and his bored mood naturally diminished a lot. While washing vegetables, she said, is actually nothing, but was scolded by netizens. Who dares to scold you? ID to me, look back at me to find a curse master, he dare not go online. Zhou Yang's finger is Sister Ma in the office. She and several office ants, the liso in her mouth, quarreled and scolded the street. If there is an Olympic Games, several of them can take the gold and silver copper medals. So Zhou Yang is confident and can help Ruth Yao get justice. Lu Xiao said, is actually nothing. I am a little careful. Let's eat first. After eating back, I will tell you, don't break our mood for dinner. Okay. Zhou Yang saw that she was a lot happy, so he put down her grudges first and he started cooking. The two men and women of the Deep Town Power Company joined forces to dedicate a sumptuous dinner. This table of chicken, duckfish, and vegetable eggs is everything. Ruth Yao also put up elegant music and poured 2 glasses of champagne, and the atmosphere rose. Cheers! Ruth Yao toasted a sign, the two sat across the table, and then had a pleasant drink, picked up chopsticks and ate, and a pleasant and rich dinner began. Due to Zhou Yang's super cooking skills, he had a delicious dinner with Lu Xiao. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, both of them cleaned their meals and stood up one by one. Ruth Yao stared at her belly with sorrow. Judging from the round appearance, her weight loss and fitness results in the past week were all buried in one night. She was thinking, if she would eat with Zhou Yang every day in the future, would she eat herself as a fat woman? At this moment, Lu Xiao's mind automatically appeared Ji Aling's figure. She suddenly made a trembling, and she didn't allow herself to become that figure. If she really became that kind of fat woman, she would not go out in the future, and she felt dead. For women, thinness is a prerequisite for beauty, and the figure that ordinary women think is thin. Zhou Yang didn't even care that Lu Xiao was fat or thin. He opened the TV at Lu Xiao's house and put a movie as a background board. When people are entertaining now, even if they don't watch TV, they must be on, which will make the entertainment more atmosphere. Can you say it? Zhou Yang said to Lu Xiao around him. Who knows? Lu Xiao asked him seriously. If I become Jialing in the future, would you hate me? Ah. Zhou Yang didn't expect the other party to ask this question. He said, no, what to hate? My dad said that women with meat are the most beautiful. Really? Ruth Yao's surprise question. Zhou Yang nodded. Yeah, I also think that the state of obesity is the best. Basically, this is true for men's aesthetics. Many people like to be chubby and have fruit. It is the kind of fruit with a pair of heavy waists hanging on the willow waist. It is the best beauty who walks in tremors. Although Zhou Yang's thoughts are not so realistic, he was instilled with similar aesthetics by the romantic dad. He felt that the fat woman is very cute, giving people a solid feeling that the thin woman is so sick. It's morbid, fearing that a gust of wind will blow the bone. Of course, fat is also limited. If it is too obese, it will affect physical health or treatment. Hearing that Zhou Yang and his father liked a woman with more meat, Lu Xiao was overjoyed. It seems that even if she is a little fatter, she will not be abandoned by someone and his father. While thinking about it, Zhou Yang mentioned another sentence. He wanted to know why Ruth Yao was scolded before. Ruth Yao handed him the phone and asked Zhou Yang to read the post. Some netizens comments on her grand mutrons. The macroelectronics is rubbish, except for the boss's appearance, the others are useless. Compared with Baidu, the prices of its products are expensive to the sky, who buys it is a grudge. I never bought it. The aesthetics are not as good as Dyson. The price is not as good as Baidu. I really don't know what else is necessary. Netizens' criticism of Hengtu Electronics is quite sharp. Zhou Yang seems a little uncomfortable, not to mention Ruth Yao herself. No wonder she will cry for this. Lu Xiao was sad when she said that after reforming the macroelectronics, she has been producing small, medium and high-end appliances. The goal is to become Dyson in China and make some exquisite, small-scale commodities. As a result, more than a year of hard work was easily denied by netizens. In such unpleasant words, this caused Ruth Yao's mentality to collapse, so he cried. If in the past, Lu Xiao was not so vulnerable, but recently there have been a lot of things at home. Her father was in poor health and had a quarrel with her brother. When she was scolded by her brother at the family party, she would be sprayed by netizens when she came back. She couldn't stand it at all. She felt abandoned by the world, so crying was justifiable. Zhou Yang saw many such posts before she figured out why she was sprayed. It turned out that it came from an interview with the president of Dyson's Central China district. In the interview, the other party compared with the products of the macroelectronics. The competition for the macroelectrons was quite disdainful. He also sprayed the products of the electronics are all electronic waste. The aesthetic hell is simply ugly. The president was very confident, because Ruth Yao's products did not pose any threat to Dyson. Dyson's sales and revenue are much higher than the macroelectrons. After all, there are not too many people in China who can spend hundreds of dollars to buy a hairdryer and hundreds of them to buy an air fryer. Although Dyson's product pricing is much more expensive than macroelectrons, they sell well in the international market. And Dyson also has a group of fans in the country, Brainless Blowing Dyson, who believes that Dyson is a nobleman in the electrical circle, similar to the level of LV and Hermes in luxury goods. The family has a Dyson appliance, and the taste has increased all at once. And the national product brand that is so earthy with macroelectrons is not worthy of Dyson's shoes. After the interview video of the president of Dyson's Chinese district was broadcast, many people on the internet began to mock Ruth Yao's products, and then launched a personal attack on her, using some indecent words to describe her. It was very annoying. Does this make sense? Zhou Yang is very angry. How can this be done? It is a good product to make products. It is unbearable to be so vilified by others. Although you are going to make a product, I will help you and fight back against Dyson together. Zhou Yang published a rhetoric, a brand of electrical appliances, but no one in this site. He is willing to help Ruth Yao to get justice. Thank you. Ruth Yao groaned and laughed, and someone finally supported her. In fact, what a woman wants is comfort. Even if she does nothing, as long as she listens to her, the woman will feel much better. However, Zhou Yang is not as simple as moving his mouth. Isn't he just getting a leaf-free fan drawing that can be used against Dyson? As far as he knows, Dyson has a leaf-free fan product. This time he was defeated with a product. See if their president is still arrogant. Let's cooperate. Zhou Yang immediately said, make a leafless fan. Lu Xiao said, leafless fan? I also thought about it, but after my research, I felt that the market was limited, and domestic users' soil did not support spending thousands of dollars to buy an electric fan. Zhou Yang said, what fan to divide? Like Dyson, a fan sells 3,000, that is not much to sell, but if we sell a leaf-free fan for 300, you can see if there is a sales volume. Ruth Yao shook his head and said, you're white emperor, but our company cannot make such a cheap leaf-free fan. It's okay. This time, the two of us have a joint name. I'm out of technology. You come to produce. At that time, we will sign the names of the two of us. This is equivalent to us dealing with Dyson together. Zhou Yang finished speaking, let Lu Xiao shine in front of her eyes, and be able to cooperate with Zhou Yang to produce electrical products. Lu Xiao felt very good. Even if this sale did not make money, she would be willing. So she agreed on the spot and promised to make 55 cents by then. Zhou Yang said immediately, after the money split, the task tonight is to be happy. If you are happy, I will promise you that within 5 days, put the leaf-free fan drawings on both hands. Really? Thank you, Yang. Ruth Yao sweet as I said. For the first time, this intimate nickname said that Zhou Yang felt a little weird, but he didn't think much. Watching Lu Xiao coaxed, then he turned up the volume of the movie and the two started watching the movie. This movie is average, but the two are very happy while watching and vomiting. Ruth Yao has completely forgotten the unhappiness, but feels that the time is passing quickly tonight, and it is almost 11 o'clock in a flash. The movie was over, but at this time there was thunder and rumbling outside, and then the wind was storming, and then there was a sudden rain. The rain is still heavy, and the window glass hit by the raindrop sounded. It's raining. Lu Xiao stood up and stood by the window and found that the rain was not small. She suddenly thought of something, and she suddenly jumped violently with a heart. I still have, either, or, you will. She wanted to say that there were many empty rooms in her house. The weather was so bad that she simply lived here. Ruth Yao, who has a slightly red face, is already playing movies in his heart. What if she comes to open my bedroom door in the middle of the night? Should I lock it in advance? Does that seem to distrust him? What if he is angry? But if he breaks in, how can I resist? Today happens to be a dangerous period. I have to say that sometimes women's associations are also rich, and it's just raining. Ruth Yao is already thinking about something unsuitable for children. As a result, Lu Xiao didn't have to suffer. Zhou Yang directly ended her fantasy. You have an umbrella at home, right? Lend me a hand. Zhou Yang has put on his coat and is looking for Ruth Yao to borrow an umbrella. He didn't even want to stay overnight. Oh, there is an umbrella, I will get it for you. When Lu Xiao went to get the umbrella, she was still a little disappointed in her heart, and she felt like she was going to guard a big house alone at night. She was really scared, so she liked to turn on the lights to sleep. In the past, she would let assistant Pan Tao stay overnight and accompany her. But Pan Tao is now engaged and has moved to live with his boyfriend. Ruth Yao has another person left, which is somewhat lonely. The umbrella was given to Zhou Yang. After Zhou Yang's resignation, he opened the door and felt the wind and rain were heavy. He rushed out with the wind and rain. Lu Xiao wanted to stop him, but out of restraint, she still didn't take the initiative to keep her mouth, so she could only see Zhou Yang waving goodbye to her in the car, and then the van disappeared in the wind and rain. Tonight, someone is destined to fall asleep over and over. Zhou Yang returned home, his trousers were wet, he took it off and replaced it directly, and then took a shower. After waiting out, it was 12 o'clock and he had just been busy going to bed. Looking at the phone before going to bed, Ruth Yao was asking if he had arrived. Zhou Yang replied, arrived, sleep, good night. After sending it, he threw the phone to charge, and then went to sleep with peace of mind. When I got up the next morning, I stretched out my waist and went to work after washing. There are so many things to go to work today. One is how to reasonably give the power system drawings to the company, and the other is to get the leafless fan drawings that promised Lu Xiao. The leafless fan is easy to handle, and it is necessary to modify it when there is time, but the drawings of this aircraft power system are somewhat difficult to handle. Zhou Yang has no experience in this area and feels unable to handle it. This involves the secrecy of the super factory system and cannot be discussed by others. Since you can't handle it yourself, it's best to ask a senior person to ask. To say that there is really a high-ranking man whom Zhou Yang knew, Zhou Yang admired him for a 5-body cast. He picked up the phone and dialed it. Dad, where is it? Why is there such a strong wind? Zhou Yang was on the phone and asked his dad. That's right, the tall man he wants to ask is his dad. Asked his heart, his dad is very magical, except for not being good at running a business, the rest is his strength. How many elderly people in the world can travel around the world for nearly 2 years without money? And there are women around him. If everyone receives a certificate, Zhou Yang's stepmother is afraid that there is a strengthening company. Of course, in the words of the old man, it is to make friends, only to make friends, not to walk the kidneys, and Zhou Yang can only choose to believe in his dad. Dad said on the phone, I'm playing recently in Norway. There are many islands here. I'm fishing now, but it's fun, and I can't finish the seafood. If it weren't too far, I'll post it for you. Lobster squid is used to feed pigs. Seafood is not busy eating first. Dad, I will ask you a question. Zhou Yang asked. What's wrong? Did you make the girl's belly big? Dad asked curiously. Zhou Yang would like to say that you don't treat yourself as a person, but after all, it's your own son. Zhou Yang still didn't say it, so he said the troubles he encountered with a metaphor. I have a problem. For example, someone wants to borrow my car. I said the car is broken, but I want to drive out to work now. How can I let the borrower see it? And I don't say I deliberately don't borrow a car. Zhou Yang used a car to metaphorize the drawings. The truth is similar, that is, I suddenly come up with a good thing, and how not to cause others to doubt. The dad said, if you have anything to think about, you just drive out. As long as you are a normal-minded person, you know that you deliberately don't borrow him. Interesting is true. If you don't borrow a car, you will scold him for not borrowing it. It's really not a fan of their ears. Let him know the truth of being a man. Zhou Yang, you remember, our Zhou family men have acted all their lives and do not need to explain to others. Dad is dad, speaking majestic and domineering, and listening to Zhou Yang's enlightenment all at once. Yeah, he suffered and lost here, and he also considered what to hide the drawings, which is completely unnecessary. The convenience he has obtained here in the system has always been an excuse to have friends from overseas research institutes, but if you delve into it, you can't help but scrutinizing. But there are not so many thorough detectives in the world who only need to do their own thing. Smart people will understand, come and make a good day, instead of picking up the problem and tracing it to the end. Thank you, Dad, I get it. Zhou Yang had an idea in an instant, knowing that he didn't have to worry so much. Real men did it when they happened, and didn't need mother-in-law. Yes, this is like my son. Dad laughed, and then there was a scream over the phone. Dad, what's wrong? Zhou Yang asked nervously. Dad shouted happily, haha, it was my son who was lucky to catch a big fish. After chatting with you, I got on the fish. Going back can give you and Lifen a pot of fish tofu soup. Zhou Yang will smile, the dad is the dad, and his temper has not changed. Zhou Yang said, Dad, come back when you are tired, I have you. Dad laughed, now that I can run, I won't go back. When I can't move, I will definitely ask you to take care of it. Dad immediately laughed and said with satisfaction, I know you have a good time. I have seen by these products abroad, and you have also been on foreign TV. Unexpectedly, you took our small factory, became a big company, and became famous all over the world. It's not easy. Dad now has to admit that your ability to operate is so much stronger than your father and me. Zhou Yang was laughed at by his dad. He also admired his dad and did whatever he wanted. Life was so free. If he could learn the essence of his dad, his career would definitely take it to the next level. I talked to my dad. My dad also picked up big fish. Zhou Yang let him pay attention to safety abroad before ending the call. Putting down his phone, Zhou Yang now has an idea. After a while, he called Tang Lan over and told her about it. My foreign friend sent me drawings of the aircraft power system, which can arrange equipment and personnel for production. Zhou Yang still used the old excuse. Dad was right. He took out a drawing like this. Smart people understand what is going on, but as long as he is not malicious, everyone will be confused and enjoy the benefits. So he didn't have to worry, and he took out the drawings directly, that is, to bother the overseas friend who didn't exist, so he would have more trouble. Great, we launched a new product so quickly, which proves the strength of our BD. Tang Lan is very happy, this is definitely good news. There has been little progress in the research room, and it must be the boss, who casually produced the latest research results. The value of this drawings is worth at least tens of millions, and even this aircraft part that fills the gaps in the domestic industry can be said to be a figure worth thousands of gold. Zhou Yang commanded, okay, you can arrange it. In addition, the patent attached to this drawings is foreign, and we have to reapply one in China. Okay. Tang Lan nodded and went down to arrange. With this capable general manager busy, you don't have to worry about Zhou Yang for the aircraft power system. Next, he began to come up with the drawings of the leafless fan he had obtained before, and modified it to Luciuyeo earlier. The so-called leaf-free fan is an electric fan that looks like no leaves. Ordinary electric fans rely on blade rotation to cause airflow movement to create wind, allowing people to take advantage of cool household appliances. Electric fans appeared as early as the 19th century, and for decades, they have been a good helper in summer. However, with the advancement of the times, air conditioners have spread on a large scale, and electricity fan sales have gradually shrunk. Moreover, the electric fan is at a disadvantage in the face of air conditioning, and the refrigeration effect is not obvious. To say that the only advantage is that it is cheaper than air conditioning. Some cheap small fans may be able to buy one for dozens or more than 100. For families or companies with low temperatures, they can be bought, save costs from air conditioners, and save more electricity. However, the shortcomings of the electric fan are difficult to make up, such as the inability to cool and heat, but only to change the flow of air. But if the temperature is high, it is also a hot wind that blows out, which is very uncomfortable. If the temperature drops, such as the temperate northern climate, then the fan will not be used for more than half of the year, and the idle time will be long. And there is a big draw, that is, the turning leaves are more dangerous, and there are often cases where children are beaten by leaves. Although family fans are now safely designed, plastic leaves are slightly harmful to human fingers and other organs, but the use of safety cannot be fully guaranteed, especially the whole metal industrial fan, and there have also been safety accidents that cut off human limbs. In view of this, new leaf-free fans have been developed in recent years. Leafless fans are not really without fan leaves, just hide fan leaves in the base at the bottom. The leafless fan is also called an air multiplier. Using the Bernoulli principle in fluid mechanics, through turbocharging technology, the vent at the bottom inhales the air, and the air flows through the circular trajectory, forming a cold air flow. Then there is a vent like a ring above the leafless fan, which seems to have no leaves, but the wind is very strong. This overcomes the first drawback of electric fans, which is the danger caused by rotating leaves. If the built-in resistance wire in the leaf-free fan will convert the electrical energy into thermal energy, and it will be blown out through the flow of air, which will form the effect of the heating fan. In this way, the leafless fan can also be used in the spring and autumn-winter of the South, and the application surface is greatly increased. It can be said that the leaf-free fan relies on its unique shape, and the sense of technology coming from the flapping surface. Under a specific usage scenario, it can also become a useful household appliance in the house. At present, the industry's most famous Dyson leafless fan, with a price of 3,000 renminbi, is more expensive than some air conditioners. Most of the styling of domestic leaf-free fans is imitated by Dyson, and the price is also around 1,000 yuan, not very cheap. Because its comparison air conditioner, whether it is price or performance, has no obvious advantage, so it is a small product with not much sales. Price-sensitive users are usually more willing to buy a common fan for $100 or $200. And the need for more advanced refrigeration and heating effects must have bought air conditioners directly, which makes the leafless fan embarrassed since its birth. Ordinary people just want to taste it, and they will equip the extra room with a leaf-free fan. Few people go to buy this flashy electrical appliance with air conditioning. With Dyson's current dominance in the field of leafless fans, to face them, you must come up with a stunning industry fan. Zhou Yang took out the leafless fan drawing presented to him by the system, and carefully observed it, and it showed surprising colors. He did not expect this leaf-free fan to be so unique that he decided to open a precedent in the entrepreneurial world and solve the shortcomings of other electric fans in disguise. Zhou Yang smiled. Maybe this product can change the pattern of the leafless fan and will not disappoint Ruth Yao. Zhou Yang immediately opened the editing page and began to edit this unique leafless fan drawing. The main body of the R7H1 leafless fan is a set of turbocharged devices. Of course, this part of the material must choose durable alloy materials, which is the most costly place. As for the circuit board, BYD can now produce from the most basic components. This part of the cost is quite low, about 20 yuan. Then there is the most critical technology. The reason why this leaf-free fan is an epoch-making product is because it has a semiconductor-cooled technology that can achieve a double warming method of warm winter and cool summer. This semiconductor system is cold, not a fresh technology. It was invented as early as the 1950s. It is a PN not composed of special semiconductor materials, forming a thermocouple pair, producing the Peltier effect, which can cool. However, the magic of this refrigeration method is that as long as the energy level difference of the two materials transferred to the direct charge carrier movement can achieve the dual effect of heat and cold. The semiconductor system is one of the three major refrigeration methods today, and it is not uncommon to be applied to some special fields. However, because of its high cost, the refrigeration and heating effects need to be used in conjunction, so it has not been greatly extended to the civilian field. However, this leaf-free fan is equipped with a semiconductor system cold method with a dual effect of cold heat, which is comparable to air conditioning. And most importantly, it is different from the refrigeration principle of air conditioning, and it can be used without the installation of foreign machines. Of course, no electrical appliances would be perfect. The reason why no one used the semiconductor cold method on a leafless fan was not an engineer's expectation, but no market. One is that there is no air conditioning outdoor, the heat discharged by the fan, or the cooling air cannot be discharged outdoors, and can only be simply circulated in the space where the fan is located, so only the air-blowing place can enjoy the cold wind or hot wind, and the rest of the room is still room temperature. It is impossible to open a station like an air conditioner, and the whole family will enjoy it. The second is that the cost is too high and much more expensive than air conditioning, so it is far better to buy an air conditioner directly, so the engineers of fan manufacturers will not use the semiconductor system to cool products. If the leafless fan compares the advantages of air conditioning, it is to save electricity. Zhou Yang figured out the key, so there is a focus on design. As long as efforts are made to reduce the cost of this leaf-free fan, which is cheaper than air conditioners and even cheaper than other electric fans, then it definitely has a market. Therefore, Zhou Yang began to streamline materials. All foreign parts and components are replaced by domestic ones. Some unimportant parts are all replaced with cheap and durable materials. When dealing with the most important semiconductor cold material, Zhou Yang didn't even think about it, and directly changed the material. The original semiconductor has a very good effect, and the cooling heat is very fast. However, one disadvantage is that it is too expensive, and the purchase is not easy. It is necessary to find a special custom made by the manufacturer. No wonder the price of the original product is 5 or 6,000. This is more expensive than Dyson. Zhou Yang didn't know much about this semiconductor, so the system recommended a replacement material with 3 requirements. It was cheap, cheap, and cheap. Super Factory System costs 10 points to obtain a material replacement recommendation function. This function is good, saving too much research and development costs and time. Zhou Yang immediately used it. The system then reminded it is sufficient to use modified 6 silicon carbide, and recommends 3 manufacturers to purchase on their own. The system recommends a specific leveling semiconductor model, which is a very common semiconductor material. Purchasing in large quantities is very cheap, after all, it is industrial products. This is 100 times cheaper than the original special semiconductor material, and this cost has been reduced all at once. Coupled with the need to consider R&D costs, the cost of such a leafless fan is a range acceptable to the public. Of course, the use of cheap materials also has drawbacks, that is, the warming effect is relatively poor. Currently, it is only 18-31°C, and it takes more than 2 minutes to start to reach the preset temperature. However, it is not unacceptable for the 2 to be light. For high prices, it is not unacceptable to wait 2 minutes before it is cool. After designing the structure inside, Zhou Yang began to design the product shape. The shape of the original version is cool, and there is a certain artistic atmosphere. There are currently 2 colors of white and gray. Zhou Yang seems to be okay, but not very satisfied. This style does not make people feel excited at a glance. Then the appearance of the product needs to be modified. Zhou Yang feels that at least letting him see this shape has the desire to buy in order to meet his aesthetic standards. So after modifying the material of the shell, Zhou Yang felt that this appearance needs to be modified. It's okay to find a product designer for his company, but it's too late. He has promised Lu Xiao to hand it over to her as soon as possible, so if he can't wait, he can only use alternative means. He also has an optimization ability. This fan has good power saving and stability performance, and optimization cannot improve many qualities. If optimization can be used to the appearance, can it improve the weak items? Zhou Yang asked. System, optimization ability, can optimize appearance? Yes. The system replied. Well, help me optimize my appearance. I want that kind of technology to feel the appearance of the shed. Zhou Yang said. Received, in the optimization of appearance. The optimization of appearance is completed, and the overall effect is improved. Because personal aesthetics has no judgment standards, it is impossible to provide specific optimized data. After the system optimization was successful, the appearance of this fan changed. When Zhou Yang looked at it, he was stunned. The original appearance is not ugly, but only slightly ordinary, and the optimized appearance, round corners, beautiful gold segmentation ratio, and the just changing color, feels a bit of the image of the alien spaceship in the science fiction film. Putting this thing into a science fiction movie as a prop, there is no violation at all. Anyway, Zhou Yang, a straight man, likes it very much. This optimization ability really says that it is magical to decay the product appearance. The most intuitive feeling is the original thing. After Zhou Yang sees it, it may be a browsing, and he will not pay for it solely for appearance. The appearance after optimization this time is different. After seeing it, he fell in love with it. Even if he didn't use an electric fan, he would buy it home as a pendulum and artwork. It's not worse than buying a few corks and pseudonym paintings are much better. Yes, this is awesome, this is it. Zhou Yang was very satisfied, and then named it. But this time he and Ruth Yao want to produce together, then the name may be better for the other party. He just takes a code name, and calls it Fan 1 without leaves. FS is the acronym of the fan, simple and easy to remember. Then he called Ruth Yao and told her the good news. No one answered the phone a few times, and Zhou Yang put the phone down first. After more than half a minute, Lu Xiao called back. What is it? Ruth Yao's voice was very sweet, and it was completely different from when Zhou Yang first met her. I want to tell you that the drawings of the unmanned fan are ready. When are you free? I will give it to you, Zhou Yang said. So fast. Lu Xiao was surprised. After all, they talked about it last night. As a result, today there will be results. It must have been designed long ago, otherwise it cannot be explained. You won't design the product long ago, just give it to me? Ruth Yao asked sweetly. In fact, she has automatically added the answer in her heart, because only this statement is logical. Here we can see the wisdom of Dad Zhou Yang. As long as others care about Zhou Yang, no matter how ridiculous he does, others will automatically help him find a reasonable reason. Haha, this does not require further investigation, Zhou Yang said vaguely. So, in the afternoon, there will be another one on my side. Lu Xiao just suspended an important meeting before coming out to answer the phone. It can be seen how high Zhou Yang's position is in her heart. It would rather not meet and call back and forth at the first time. Okay, see you in the afternoon. Zhou Yang immediately hung up the phone. He went out of the office and went around in the workshop. Unlike other bosses who like to talk about business on the wine table outside, Zhou Yang feels uncomfortable without going to the workshop one day. He went to the workshop to learn the latest production feedback. Now the product not only needs drawings, but whether the workshop can be produced is also an important indicator. Some product drawings are theoretically feasible, but when actually made, the genuine rate is difficult to guarantee, which requires the experience of the designer. When designing a product, it is best to try it in the workshop. Zhou Yang often went to the workshop, and sometimes he also took the opportunity to work as an operator, so he knew the actual situation of the workshop. During the drawing editing stage, he was able to solve some production pains well. This is many design engineers. Unachievable level. After lunch in the workshop, Zhou Yang drove to Hangtu Electronics after dinner. When he arrived at the factory area, the doorman saw his car coming and released it directly, and in the factory area, Zhou Yang even had his fixed parking space, right next to Ruth Xiao's car. This treatment is unique. He came upstairs with drawings, and Lu Xiao was already waiting for him. When he saw him coming, he smiled sweetly, and Pan Tao brought warm coffee for both of them, which was naturally made by Beatty's Bean coffee machine. So fast, I haven't arranged it yet, Lu Xiao said. Well, since it's done, show it to you earlier. Zhou Yang put the drawings on the table. Ruth Yao used an internal phone to inform the company's technical engineers to come and check it out. Wait until the two engineers come over, and then the four of them will start drawing together to watch. Actually combining the semiconductor system with a leafless fan? Can this work? An engineer was surprised that he could not imagine that someone would blend these two technologies together. As a result, the engineer just questioned that Ruth Yao's face was a bit ugly. The drawings given to her by Zhou Yang actually questioned. The engineer didn't think so much, vaguely felt that the boss's attitude was wrong, and hurried back to round, saying it was a genius design. Genius is not a good idea. It can only be said to make up for some shortcomings of the leafless fan, but the application surface is still relatively narrow and cannot replace air conditioning. Another engineer laughed and said, there is a White Emperor air conditioner in Zhou. Unless this electric fan is cheaper to less than 100 yuan, it will still not be able to grab the market. Indeed, the Beatty air conditioner has been hundreds of dollars, and if the performance is not lower than the above-mentioned electric fan, there is no competitiveness at all. But this leafless fan is so special that there should be its own market. This second engineer's merchant is much taller, praising the advantages of this leaf-free fan, and then saying that this is entirely producible, and their company's production line will be adjusted. Zhou Yang said, I am just a drawing, and there is no physical object. It is best to make a sample first and see the actual effect. This is a bit boring. Generally, this electrical product will be physically produced at the same time during the design stage, so that it can be debugged over and over again to test the best solution. However, Zhou Yang said that the drawings have not been tested by the machine, which is not in line with the common sense of the electronics industry. However, in this situation, the two engineers nodded and agreed. Anyway, Zhou Yang is in their company, and their status is transcendent. They just need to obey and do things. Others do not need to ask. Okay, then you can make a prototype as soon as possible. Lu Xiao told him to go on. The two engineers took the drawings down, and Assistant Pan Tao left them eloquently, leaving them both in the office. Ruth Yao left the rendering alone, and the more he liked it. I really like this design, which was designed by your foreign friend. Or was it designed by Beatty designer? Ruth Yao asked happily. Is my foreign friend? Zhou Yang directly found people familiar with to carry the pot. This design is too advanced. I have never seen it. This time the appearance is invincible. I think it is no problem to choose an annual design award based on this shape design. Lu Xiao gave a high evaluation of the shape of the leafless fan. Haha, I think it's pretty, so I let others buy it by this shape. Zhou Yang said with a smile. By the way, the circuit board was done by our Beatty. We have a full set of equipment over there. The rest of the assembly is done with you. In addition, your task of designing packaging and brand names is given to you. After all, the two cooperated, and Zhou Yang gave her some tasks. Okay, no problem. Looking back at my name, let you take a look. Ruth Yao nodded and agreed. The two then discussed the details of the cooperation, and Ruth Yao asked Pan Tao to record it. Although the two have a good private relationship, the brothers in the mall must also settle the accounts clearly, and the two must sign a formal cooperation contract. However, both of them are relatively generous, and some of them are divided into proportions, both of which are humble to each other, and finally set a 50/50 share. Zhou Yang is responsible for providing the main circuit and design drawings, while Homogram Electronics is responsible for the assembly and production of other parts. As for publicity, the two proceeded at the same time. Zhou Yang's fame is strong on the internet, so he still leads the development conference, and Ruth Yao is responsible for the advertising of traditional media. Every product of her must be advertised, and her fixed consumer group and fans must be used. The two are also considered to be two swords. Both of them are confident to make this leaf-free fan stronger. After discussing the business, Zhou Yang will leave, but was stopped by Lu Xiao. Don't leave at night, I will arrange for dinner. It's only more than 3 o'clock, is it a bit early to talk about eating? Zhou Yang laughed. Lu Xiao said, let's go to the workshop to visit it. I recently got on an advanced production line to show you. Zhou Yang really was interested in equipment. As soon as he heard that there was new equipment, he asked to go to the workshop to see it. In this view, it is indeed advanced. It is a new model this year. It is easy to use and has many functions. Zhou Yang is all in the same situation. If you add equipment next time, you will choose this model. In the workshop, the two visited in the evening, then drove out together and found a restaurant for dinner. Ruth Yao opened a box, and the two of them talked and laughed at the time of the meal, and don't have any fun. After eating, when I saw the weather was okay, Ruth Yao didn't want to go home, so he wanted to ask Zhou Yang to go around. Turn around, where to go? Zhou Yang was wondering. You don't have to go anywhere, or just walk around. Ruth Yao doesn't care where to go, as long as someone is with him. Zhou Yang is still a gentleman, so she accompanied her to press the road. It was originally a very ordinary step after a meal, but it encountered an unexpected danger. On the side of an artificial lake, a man and a woman are hanging out to enjoy the scenery. The man is handsome and suave, the woman is beautiful and vulgar, and the two are considered to be the dragon and phoenix. The two of them are Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao, who are pressing the road after dinner. The moonlight tonight is really good, Ruth Yao said leisurely. Zhou Yang looked up at the sky. The clouds were very thick, covering half of the moon. It has been raining heavily in these days, and the weather is not too clear. Zhou Yang is wondering, where is the moonlight? The moon is not complete. This is the gap between men's and women's thinking. Lu Xiao feels that at this moment, it is particularly warm and really wants to continue. Zhou Yang only paid attention to the literal meaning, and did not feel how beautiful the scenery is. Because the cold air went south, it was a bit cold at night, but it felt a bit cold. Lu Xiao was very thin for the demeanor. The equipment of the long trench coat and small leather boots could not resist the low temperature. When walking, he couldn't help but hold his hands tightly to keep warm. Although Zhou Yang is a straight man, he has the style of a gentleman, and when he sees it, he takes off his coat and puts Ruth Yao on it. No need. Lu Xiao was a little embarrassed and quit. Zhou Yang said, dress it, don't you have a cold? My mother said that girls are prone to body cold and pay attention to keeping warm. Thank you. Lu Xiao's sweetheart accepted Zhou Yang's kindness. After she put on Su Yang's coat, she felt that Su Yang's body temperature was still on it, and her heart was sweeter than eating sugar. Unconsciously, Ruth Yao has been deeply rooted. There are many suitors around her, but none of them can look down on. Some ordinary men, although they like beautiful women in the road, also know that they can't afford such a white and rich beauty. If they have a bag, they can catch up with their wages for several months. That is impossible to be together. Most of the people who can do the right thing are dudes. Changing girlfriends is more diligent than changing clothes. Knowing their details, Ruth Yao, they won't find such a boyfriend. She has a high heart and wants to find a handsome and suave look, and she has a mind, ability, and resonance with her. However, in reality there are too few such men. For so many years, it seems that Zhou Yang alone met this standard, and no wonder she moved her heart. Among the interactions she can reach, Zhou Yang is the only unmarried young man who meets her spouse selection requirements. She has only one choice. It's just that Zhou Yang is too straightforward to understand even the hints, and Lu Xiao can't take the initiative to confess, so the two have been sticky and don't know which day they can pierce the window paper. After the two strolled for a while, they were ready to go back. At this time, the three drunks came over and fell to the west. One of them encountered a trash can and kicked it down for a while, which was very unqualified. One of the drunks saw Ruth Yaoyao under the streetlight, and it was very touching. She was fascinated by her amazing face. He touched the two buddies next to them, and they all fell in love with this beautiful girl. The three were also drunk and virtuous, and they whistled directly. Beauty, how old is it? Go, brother drives you for a ride. These people are obsessed with their eyes, and they look at the beautiful arc on Ruth Yao, very rogue. Boring. Ruth Yao gave them a glance. Close your mouth and be respectful. Zhou Yang couldn't see it, so he scolded the drunk. Is it? Who do you say? These three drunks were unscrupulous when they were drunk. They also came to find things because they were jealous of Zhou Yangqing and the beauty. Don't know them in general. Lu Xiao sees them a lot, and does not want Zhou Yang to clash with them, so as not to suffer. However, Zhou Yang was educated by his dad since childhood, and Zhou's men are not in trouble or afraid of things. Even if they are at a disadvantage, they cannot lose. He can be beaten, he can bleed, but he cannot be boneless. After losing his guts, he can no longer find it. So he was not afraid of things, so he apologized to the three men on the spot. Danima's apology. When the three drunk men scolded, they walked over with their fists and were rude to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang put Ruth Yao behind her and let her go first. He came to do a few tricks with these three people. Don't fight, go away. Lu Xiao went to pull Zhou Yang's arm. She didn't want to lose anyone she liked. Next week, Yang wants to protect Ruth Yao behind him, and also has to deal with three drunks, who are at a disadvantage at once. Ding! Suddenly the system sent a mission, Heroes Save the Beauty, please protect Ruth Yao from being injured, and fight three hooligans. The system actually gave the task back. In fact, it was not given. Zhou Yang must protect Ruth Yao. Zhou Yang clenched his fists tightly, and put on a boxing style to start the battle against the three rogue drunks. One of the drunks shoved when he came up. As soon as Zhou Yang dialed his hand, he kicked it up and kicked the drunk man down. Normal people must not be so embarrassed, but this person drank a lot of wine, which was in a state of one touch. Looking at the three people's menacing, but their reaction and combat power have been given several % by alcohol. When another strong man saw his buddy beaten, he scolded the country and punched him. Zhou Yang hid, this fist hit the shoulder, just shook his upper body. At the gear of adrenal hormone secretion, Zhou Yang could not feel the pain at all, and then he also punched back, and a stagger across the strong man hit him. However, the third strong man took the opportunity to lock Zhou Yang's throat, and then the two would bully him. At this time, Ruth Yao slammed on the foot of the throat drunkard with her half-high heel. Zhou Yang seized this opportunity, and the elbow ran back, and the drunkard made appear. Zhou Yang has the upper hand in this fight, but it also consumes a lot of effort. Several of them were panting, and all three drunks got up, preparing for the second round of attack. Zhou Yang felt that fighting here would affect Ruth Yao, and she would be protected first. However, the three strong men have been annoyed. Someone picked up a billboard on the side of the road and rushed up. This is not good. It was originally bare-handed. As a result, the drunkard suddenly used his weapon, and it was better to talk about weed than teacher Ma. Just when Zhou Yang was in danger, a black business car on the road suddenly stopped with a brake, and then three shaved strong men from the car. They seemed like Lu Xiang, and he crossed the fence all at once. Then one person pressed the three drunks to the ground. They have great strength, and these three drunkards are struggling. Don't move. Then the three people twisted the elbows of the three drunks, grinning the teeth of the three drunks and being forced into the car. And this business car bang closed the door with one sound, and then a throttle accelerated and disappeared. This process, not even for half a minute, left Zhou Yang and Ruth Yao unresponsive, and did not know what the person who appeared suddenly was. Is it your subordinate? Ruth Yao's consternation asked. No. Zhou Yang originally thought it was Lu Xiao's bodyguard, but now it doesn't look like it. When the three men started their hands, they had quite some rules on their hands. System, are you helping me? Zhou Yang asked curiously. No, the system denied it. That's weird. They also had a conflict. It's not a big deal. If it's a policeman, it's a fight. He should be arrested together at the police station. Why did they ignore them? Is it a passerby, a personal bodyguard quietly sent? Zhou Yang felt this possibility. Lu Xiao has a similar idea. She knows that she is no longer family. The only thing that hurts her father is seriously ill. She has been controlled by her stepmother and brother. She can't do it. Lu Xiao is excluded from the family's core management. The brother, like the thief, is against Lu Xiao, afraid she will come back to fight for property. So these people will never be sent by her family. She was thinking that it might be the person arranged by Zhou Yang, who was afraid of thinking more about it. She didn't admit it. So both thought it was the person arranged by the other party. However, this problem is not big. They have taken care of each other and confirmed that they have not been injured before they can rest assured. Now neither of them is in a mood to go shopping, so go back. Then Zhou Yang drove and escorted Ruth Yao to home before returning to his home. When he got home, Zhou Yang discovered that the system actually sent him a task reward. Hero rescue. The beauty is successful, there is no retreat in the face of danger, courage is commendable, and a pair of electric shot gloves is specially rewarded. Shot gloves. Zhou Yang taught 3 drunks, and actually got a baby. He was interested in it at once, and he couldn't change his clothes. He came to check the task rewards for the first time. Electric shot gloves, the puzzle is shaped with a high-energy battery inside, which can instantly release high pressure, shock the enemy, and lose the resistance. This is a weapon. Zhou Yang took the gloves and exclaimed. This is the first time the system has given him a fighting-type prop. This looks like an ordinary leather-free finger glove. Who knows that there is a bit of a hard state in the back, but it is a battery pack, and it is also equipped with a Type-C data port to charge the gloves. There is also a power display function on it. Zhou Yang pressed it, a total of 4 indicator lights, and 1 light, indicating that there is still 25 of electricity. If you get a new prop, you must try it. But this electric shot glove cannot be experimented with humans, so find animals to try it. But the animal doesn't seem to work. It was seen by people to blame him for abusing the animal, and then hacked for a lifetime. There are no good experimental items at home, so you can only press your restless heart and wait until tomorrow. So he washed and said good night to Ruth Yao on his phone, and went to bed. Turning to the sky, Zhou Yang jumped out of the bed, went to wash his face and brush his teeth, and then went to the company with electric shot gloves. As an electrical company, there are all instruments, and Zhou Yang went to the laboratory. Now that the experimenter didn't go to work, he turned on the instrument and turned on the electric shot gloves full of electricity. Let's see how many volts there are. ZZ. As soon as it opened here, the instruments over there showed more than 10,000 volts. This kind of voltage is not very high, but the working time is very short, and it is much lower than the voltage of other electric shockers on the market. This should not be as intense as other electric shockers, but it is estimated that it can also make people lose most of their fighting power. Can play a role in stopping the war. With the experimental data, now it depends on the actual effect. Zhou Yang drove to Jiankang Pharmaceutical Factory in the afternoon, because the laboratory on this side had mice. This kind of mouse is specially prepared for medical experiments. Now Zhou Yang needs it, then they need to devote themselves to scientific research. When I came to the laboratory, Zhou Yang picked up a few mice and put the electric shot glove up. A little mouse started to sniff curiously in the glass jar, and it turned out to be straight. After turning his stomach, his calf was still kicking and had been electrocuted. Sorry. Zhou Yang quickly appeased the mouse and found it useless. I don't know if I can slow it down. Such a strong current should be a disaster for mice. However, this also tested that this electric shot glove is indeed effective, but it is a near-war weapon that needs to be exposed to the skin before it can take effect. Zhou Yang didn't want to continue experimenting with mice. Next time, if he touches a drunk or a rogue, he will directly do human experiments. Then Zhou Yang told the experimenter to look after the little mouse and see if it could slow down. When Zhou Yang was about to leave, the experimenter heard good news that the mouse was alive again. Zhou Yang rushed over and saw that the mouse that had been electrified by him was already able to move normally. It may have been hit hard and the reaction was a bit slow. It is estimated that it will take a few days to recuperate to restore health. Zhou Yang was relieved that he could electric shock, not deadly. He got a good weapon, and he will have self-defense equipment in the future. After driving back to Beatty, Zhou Yang did another continuous discharge experiment. After full of electricity at 100, he used gloves until the electricity was exhausted. A total of 12 discharges were successfully. This number was enough. After all, once there are still few opportunities to encounter more than 10 hooligans, there are too many rogues, it is better to ask the police uncle for help. This shot glove is also equipped with a fast filling function, which can be fully filled in half an hour, much more powerful than the current mobile phone charge. Zhou Yang played with electric shot gloves, a bit of love. Suddenly he was in the heart, since this glove is so useful, if it is exchanged for drawings, can it be mass-produced? This idea is very beautiful, but Zhou Yang denied this idea when he thought about it. This kind of glove is a double-edged sword. If it is produced and taken by the bad guys, it may endanger social security. Moreover, the state still has control regulations for such electric shock appliances, and it cannot be produced at will. Considering it again and again, Zhou Yang rejected the idea of mass-producing electric shock gloves. Without perfect regulations, it would simply not produce. If you want an electric shock weapon, you already have an electric baton and anti-wolf device, which can be bought completely, and there is no need to take risks to produce it. But now it is a society ruled by law, and it is usually safe. Zhou Yang collected electric shock gloves. When I waited for my free time after get off work, Zhou Yang was thinking about what the three drunks had taken away yesterday. Lu Xiao denied that they were hers. These people's origins are in doubt. Anyway, Zhou Yang knew that he or Lu Xiao was hiding a bodyguard and would protect him. These people are at least here to help, and there is no harm for the time being, so Zhou Yang will not think about it, and they will definitely know their identity in the future. A few days later, the two new products that Zhou Yang had just developed have entered the trial production stage. The first is the aircraft power system. This production is more complicated, involving many individual parts, and also requires technicians and workshop workers to digest new technologies on the canopy drawings. It is estimated that it will take a week or two to build a factory sample machine, and the leafless fan for Ruthiao is much faster. Zhou Yang urged the workshop to first make a batch of leafless fan circuit boards, and then ship the macroelectronics. In the macroelectronics, the production capacity is not as large as that of the Beatty. They are still working on shell molds, and they are also preparing to advertise. Zhou Yang also did not urge to work slowly, and this is the first time that their two electrical appliances have cooperated to produce a product, and they also need to grind. A week later, the leaf-free fan prototype was built, and Zhou Yang rushed to Hongtu Electronics that day to witness this moment with his own eyes. When the last process in the workshop and the test equipment were operating normally, the workers around them applauded to celebrate the release of new products. Ruthiao waved his hand, indicating that they should not be happy too early, and they should be fully tested. So the workers moved the first new leaf-free fan to Ruthiao's office. Today, the temperature in the deep town is 17.8 degrees, and it is slightly cold. Then first test the fan's heating ability. Lu Xiao oversaw the production of products along the way, so the use of this new fan is cooked. After connecting to the power supply, the button is pressed, and then the hot wind mode is adjusted. On the LCD screen, the temperature is set to 30 C. The theoretical temperature upper limit of this fan is 31 C, but for safety, it is maintained at 30 C, which is the same as other air conditioning products, and there is some room for it. The fan has already started to work. In a circle full of technology, it seems that the wind is blowing out of thin air, and the fan is starting to work normally. Zhou Yang opened a stopwatch to test the time when this leaf-free fan is heated to a specified temperature. Soon, he and Ruthiao felt the hot wind coming out, and the temperature table showed that the temperature reached the standard. Zhou Yang pressed the timer and got the final heating time. After testing, the thermal efficiency of the new leafless fan surprised Zhou Yang and Ruthiao. After 1 minute, I started to feel the heat blowing out. In a minute and a half, the hot air is already obvious, and it is obviously different from the surrounding cold air. By about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, thermometer showed that the temperature in the vent had already been 28 C, reaching the set temperature value. This data is faster than some ordinary air conditioning thermal conditions. It takes 2 minutes to open the heat. This semiconductor cools the way. It is refrigeration, but as long as the electrodes are reversed, this device can be heated. A set of equipment with 2 modes of temperature regulation, cold and hot, is used on a leafless fan, which is really suitable. This data is really good, it is faster than the general air conditioning heat. We won a game. Lu Xiao said happily. Zhou Yang nodded and then went to the fan to feel it. Sure enough, there is already a hot wind of more than 20 degrees in front, but a chill is felt in the back, especially the hot holes behind the fan, and the air is out. No wonder, refrigeration equipment such as air conditioners and refrigerators all achieve temperature changes through heat exchange. For example, the air conditioner is that after the hot exchange of the refrigeration equipment, the cold air is blown into the house, and then the hot air is discharged outdoors through the outer plane, so that the whole house will slowly cool down. According to the law of thermodynamics, thermal energy will not be generated out of thin air or disappear out of thin air. It must be transmitted from a high-temperature medium to a low-temperature medium. In other words, in the absence of an outer machine, this leaf-free fan will cool the byproduct after heating, and it will spread through the heat hole to the air behind the fan, and eventually only let the fan blow to the place where the wind turns. It's colder than the room temperature, which is different from the air conditioner. As the air inside the house flows, the room temperature remains basically unchanged in and after the final hot and cold air. When cooling, the same reason is that the cool wind blows out, then the hot wind floating in the loose hole behind it, and the temperature in the last room remains the same. So this leaf-free fan, no matter how long it blows in the house, the temperature does not change much. Of course, if a leaf-free fan is equipped with an outer machine to direct heat outdoors, then it will also achieve the same effect as air conditioning. It's just that when they designed the leafless fan, they didn't increase the power of refrigeration or heating, and forcibly took the outer machine, and they couldn't achieve the effect of the Baidian air conditioning. After all, the power consumption is here. Just now Zhou Yang they tested the fever, and now Ruth Yao is going to test the cold wind effect of the fan. But now the air is already very cold, and it doesn't feel obvious, then it is necessary to create an experimental environment. So Ruth Yao opened the air conditioner in the house and adjusted the room temperature to 28 C. In the process of waiting for heating, the feeling is obvious. The air conditioner obviously started to blow out the hot wind after a few minutes. The leafless fan has a hot air from 1 minute, and then the temperature gradually rises until 3.5. This is somewhat different from air conditioning heat. After the air conditioner blew the room temperature to 28 C, it clearly felt hot. At this time, Lu Xiao adjusted the temperature of the leafless fan to 20 C, and then more than a minute later, the fan began to have a cold wind coming out. After more than 3 minutes, the temperature reached the set value. The refrigeration effect is still so good. Ruth Yao turned around the fan and felt clearly that only the front of the fan was cold, and there was some heat on the back. This leafless fan is really strange. Ruth Yao closed the air conditioner in the house, adjusted the mode to heat making, and then let it blow in the direction of no one. The following should test the energy consumption and stability issues during continuous operation. If there is a problem when blowing, it will not work. If there is a problem, it can be modified when there is no mass production. Once the problem is pushed to the market and then found, the matter will be big. It is a very serious blow to the brand image. So Lu Xiao planned to keep this device in the office to see if it had any abnormal conditions. When Zhou Yang touched the fan just now, the system has given an assessment. This fan is fully qualified and has a 3-year shelf life. There is no problem at all. Then now that the preliminary tests are all qualified, it is time to discuss the pricing issue, which is also an important step related to product adjustment. Since it was developed with Baidu, it must take a cheap route. Zhou Yang has estimated before that the cost price of this electric fan is more than 100 yuan. Of course, because most of the assembly work is attributed to macroelectronics, the cost of their production here is higher, and the price may also increase. However, considering the air conditioning price of their Baidu and the different application environments of the two appliances, as long as the pricing does not exceed the air conditioner, and does not exceed that of other fans, this leaf-free fan will be sold. Next, Assistant Pan Tao came, and she has calculated the total cost of this leaf-free fan on her computer. Including marketing expenses, the cost of this leafless fan is 127 yuan. Considering some taxes and fees and the business strategy of Hongtu Electronics, if this appliance is priced by Zhou Yang, it must be set at 149 yuan. However, Hongtu Electronics has its own considerations, and Ruth Yao feels that the price of 149 yuan is too low, and may make a fortune. But if it is positioned to 199 yuan, it is almost the same as the price of the electric fan. So thinking about it, the retail price is set at 169 yuan, which is a relatively moderate price. Yes, just 169 yuan. Zhou Yang agreed. This is much more powerful than other fans, and the price is cheap. Once launched, it is estimated that the entire electric fan industry can be subverted. They also have many table leaf-free fans, so in addition to some special environments, such as factories that require strong winds, or ventilation fans, etc., their leaf-free fans can kill their opponents in seconds. After they discussed for a while, the power consumption test was also over. This fan power is only 80 watts, that is, when refrigeration or heat is turned on, it consumes 0.08 degrees of electricity per hour, which is really saved. If it is used by a single person, it is more economical than the air conditioner. Even if it is open for a day, it is only about 2 degrees of electricity. At the market price, it is more than 1 piece of electricity per day. If the mode of temperature adjustment is the ordinary room temperature ventilation mode, then its energy consumption is only about 30 to 40 watts, which makes Lu Xiao a little unimaginable. She doesn't know that this semiconductor system is so cold. Save electricity. This consumes less energy and is more economical than those of traditional mechanical leaf fans, which is more advantageous than ordinary fans. In fact, Lu Xiao did not know that it was not the semiconductor system that saved electricity, but the refrigeration method made by the super factory system. The two tested it and soon discovered a scene of using this leaf-free fan. That is, when a single person or couple lives, buying their leafless fans is a good choice, especially in the environment of rental housing. If the air conditioner is installed, it is too inconvenient once you move, and it is another fee to disassemble the air conditioner. But if you switch to a leafless fan, then there will be no problem, just move and leave, which is too suitable for the fast-paced life of modern cities. And this group of users, mainly urban young people, is the basic disc of the grand electronic small home appliance created by Ruth Yao. Ruth Yao said with confidence, "I think our fan will definitely sell hot this summer." "I think so too, so I always work hard on the road." Zhou Yang laughed. "Don't leave at night, have a meal together, I have a winery," Lu Xiao said. Line. This kind of commercial winery is generally more beneficial, and there are many friends in business, and it is always true to know more people. The evening winery is held at a well-known hotel in the city. During the seats, there are various bosses known by Ruth Yao. There are suppliers, sellers, or people from cooperative enterprises and institutions. Everyone is polite to meet, because Ruth Yao is the identity of the family of Lu, so everyone is very polite to her and wants to make money on her after all. And this time Lu Xiao brought Zhou Yang for a reason, because most of the guests here are men. She is not very good to be attended by a woman, and there are no trustworthy men around her. It's wrong, so she can bring Zhou Yang to attend, and she can block the wine at the critical moment. Although she usually doesn't drink alcohol, in this business occasion, if you want to contact feelings and the business is concluded, you must drink. This is the domestic wine table culture. Unless it is not mixed in the domestic circle, it can only be integrated. The guests here today are more disciplined, and no one is pouring Ruth Yao's wine. Lu Xiao also introduced Zhou Yang to everyone. They were awe-inspiring at the time, and they took the initiative to find Zhou Yang to have a cup. After all, Zhou Yang is now in the name of domestic manufacturing, but it is like Le Guaner. In the past 6 months, the protagonist of several national hot events, as long as they are in a mixed circle, no one does not know the name of Baidi. Boss Zhou, as we see it today, we must go on. A big dealer boss just had a drink with Zhou Yang. If you have a relationship with this person, Baidi's electrical goods can walk into his mall, which is a good thing. So Zhou Yang had a drink with him. "Boss Zhou, I am the manager of Haochen Semiconductor Company. When I meet, I mention one and do it." This time it was a middle-aged man who came to toast. He was in the electronic component business, and the big boss of an electrical company like Zhou Yang was the big customer he dreamed of, so this person did it directly and let Zhou Yang feel free. Zhou Yang smiled and nodded, and took a big sip. On the wine table, one can see a person's social status. If toasting others does not drink, it means that there is no status at all, and it is not worthy of toasting others. If toasting others is just a sip, it means that the other party is in the upper position, and it is a face to get some wine. If after toasting, the other party drinks the same as the toast, or drinks more, it means that the other party respects the toast. Of course, this is suitable for commercial wineries and other occasions. For those kind of blindfolds, looking for people to drink wine everywhere, not drinking, but not giving him a face, is not included. After the banquet, Zhou Yang drank a lot of wine and was dizzy, because as the host, Lu Xiao tasted it, and Zhou Yang became the main object of everyone's drinking and contact feelings, so he was a bit drunk. Zhou Yang also wanted to send Lu Xiao home, and now she became a lady and sent him home. Tonight, Assistant Pan Tao drove and sent Zhou Yang back to his house. After Zhou Yang got off at the door of the community, she said goodbye to the two ladies and asked them to go back early and call home. "So you live here?" Lu Xiao looked at it. It was an old community, built thousands of years ago, and it was a bit old. Seeing and laughing, "It is incomparable to your big villa." Zhou Yang laughed. This house is considered to be the few properties that Father Zhou Yang has left him. This is a collective account, so only the right to live in the house, but not to sell it, is also considered to have a place to live in the deep town. "I don't mean that, come to your house to play someday." Ruth Yao waved his hand with him, and then the car started and she left. Zhou Yang came home, just washed his face, and the clothes hadn't had time to take off, so he felt the sky was spinning and the wine was up. Then he wore clothes and fell asleep on the bed. Waking up the next day, Zhou Yang felt his head uncomfortable, and his clothes were still drunk and worn on his body. This hangover felt really uncomfortable. He got into the bathroom decisively and took a bath, which was much better. So a beautiful day began again. After several days of improvement, the leafless fan has finalized the details, improved the production process, and started formal production and backup. And Lu Xiao also gave a domineering name to the leafless fan, called Wind God Leafless Fan. The design of the trademark logo this time is not ordinary. Next to the macro electronics, the name of Baidi is added to reflect the joint design and production of the two manufacturers. Then, the official website of Hengtu Electronics, as well as some media, began to advertise. Zhou Yang also published a preview of this product on Baidi official network and his personal media account. this time is different from the past. In the past, everything in the new product was kept secret. And this time I tell you directly that the joint new product of BYD and Huntu is a leafless fan. Leafless fan? What does BYD have air conditioning for producing this? Yeah, if the price is similar, is it bad for me to buy air conditioners directly? The electric fan is too small for many people to use. In the past, everyone was very interested in a new product. But this time is not the same. Many people say they don't understand. Now everyone rarely uses fans because the global climate is warming, which makes summer hotter and hotter. Electric fans are not enough. In the face of more than 30 degrees of summer, high temperature, but where the air conditioner is not installed at home, it is a test of will. And like the north, where heating for months of a year, fans are only useful for 2 single months in summer. Most of the time, electrical appliances that are idle are not bought. This is the current sales volume of electric fans. This electrical appliance, which was rare decades ago, is now rarely appreciated. It's not that the fan is bad, but the world is changing too fast, and everyone prefers to buy air conditioners. What's more, it's such a cheap air conditioner for BYD, which is simply a summer standard. Seeing that so many netizens are questioning, Zhou Yang said to everyone, rest assured that this fan is unique to the past and must have the function of surprising everyone. Zhou Yang has always said no big things or painted cakes. Everyone knows his character. In this way, I really look forward to it. However, netizens are also wondering. As long as the leafless fan is seen by people who have visited the home appliance store, it looks quite different and safe. But after all, it is a fan. People with air conditioning at home basically do not use the fan. It seems that BYD is about to produce the first faintly sold work. I think so. BYD is not a god. How can every product be sold? Have you not seen it yet? This is a joint product with Huntu Electronics. If it is easy to sell, why not BYD himself? Electric fans are not high-end appliances, they can be built by any electronics factory. This must have been known to be sold at the beginning of the development, so find a backpack, and when the sale is not good, push it on the macro picture. Everyone is guessing this new electric fan online, generally pessimistic, and not optimistic about this leafless fan. Anyway, the fan will be officially released next week, and netizens have made an appointment to broadcast live at the press conference. They have to see what fan is at the bottom, so that Zhou Yang is so confident. BYD's new product trailer was released, and his colleagues rejoiced several worries. The manufacturers who didn't make electric fans first were happy. This time they escaped again, and the White Emperor did not invade their product field. The brand that produces electric fans is in pain. I wanted to take advantage of the summer to actively prepare for the goods and make a fortune. As a result, the BYD stepped in. This is definitely no drama. Netizens are not optimistic about this leaf-free fan, but these peers are the people who know the strength of BYD. After BYD became famous, every product he made could set off a bloody storm in the industry. How many manufacturers were forced to cut off the production line, or switch lines? These peers will not pin their hopes on the White Emperor product crotch, they will have to prepare as soon as possible. Fortunately, there are basically no manufacturers that simply produce electric fans, and they are basically a product branch of large electrical appliances. These peers met immediately and formulated countermeasures. The first is price reduction promotion, clearing inventory as much as possible. The second is to stop production or reduce the production of electric fans. When BYD's products are sent, they decide whether to continue to produce electric fans. However, most people are pessimistic, and the electric fan should not be able to do it. There are also small factories that want to contact BYD in advance and ask if they can do it for their behalf. Because there were also manufacturers with bad business before, they finally survived on behalf of BYD, and even the benefits were not bad. Although the profits are not high for the BYD to work for workers, BYD's products are sold at a high volume and in large quantities, making more than they produce some unknown brands themselves. In this way, Zhou Yang issued a new product notice, and the industry began to rise. This is the embodiment of BYD's strength as a domestic big brand. After receiving the surrogate request, Zhou Yang asked other manufacturers to contact Ruth Yao. After all, he was responsible for the production, and he has been in the factory for the past few days, participating in the development of aircraft power systems. It was thought that there were drawings, which were easy to produce, but when the actual trial production was found, many problems were found. After all, there is no reference experience in China, and they need to explore and grind little by little in production, including the production experience of workers, including the unsuitability of production equipment. Each of these items has to be adjusted, which takes a lot of time. Zhou Yang is also lamentable. It can be seen from this that the research and development of a product is not easy. If he had a system to support it, it would be estimated that it would take several years to develop this power supply system. Not necessarily made. After all, the aircraft has been marketed for decades, and there is no domestic enterprise that manufactures aircraft power systems, which shows how difficult this research and development is. Zhou Yang did not put pressure on the production department to make them of the first quality. After all, this is something used on the plane. Once something goes wrong, it is a big problem, and the product must be solid and reliable. A week later, it was the day when the leafless fan was released. The temperature in the deep town was already very hot this day, with 28°C, and there was no air conditioner in the lobby, just to show the fan effect. Under a row of red hijab, there is a row of leafless fans waiting for others to uncover. There was still no audience this time. Zhou Yang and Ruth Yao, as joint producers, only invited some media reporters to witness. When the reporters came in, they started sweating on their foreheads, because the outside was already very hot, and the room was also very sultry. One by one was still strange. Why didn't Beatty turn on the air conditioner? At 9:30 in time, the press conference began. This time Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao broadcast live together. Hello everyone, this is Lu Xiao. This press conference changed the mindset, and Ruth Yao, who had a good image, was the spokesperson. After watching the live audience see it, they sent shots. The suit of the beautiful road girl today is so beautiful. Love, love. Wife. Wife. God, let me marry Ruth Yao. I am willing to exchange it with my roommate's 50-year birthday. The netizens' words were gone without finishing, and it is estimated that he is being beaten by roommates. Others are ridiculing, when did Zhou Yang go to Thailand to have a surgery to become a woman? Don't say this women's costume is pretty good. I want to fight bayonet with you. Massive curtains say everything, and you can see how high the popularity of Zhou Yang and Ruth Yao is. Although Ruth Yao is beautiful, if she develops the meeting alone, she must not be so hot right now. Today's new product propaganda is mainly based on Zhou Yang's personal charm and popularity. This is beyond doubt. Next, Ruth Yao did not introduce the new product, but directly asked the reporters under the stage, "Are you hot?" Hot. The reporters are also real, directly answering the words, and letting the air conditioner turn on quickly. They are all stinky sweat. Lu Xiao said with a smile, "Okay, this is not a good time for us, but today is a leaf-free fan press conference. We will not open the air conditioner, and today let everyone try our first batch of leaf-free fans." Speaking, she and Zhou Yang opened the red hijab and exposed the fan below. I go, what is this? The reporters saw these leaf-free fans at first glance and almost didn't recognize them, because there is no small difference in the appearance of similar products on the market, and what is the sense of design from this fluttering face? The netizens and reporters in front of the screen have the same idea, each calling directly I rely on, and some literary netizens are shouting Janima's handsome. After watching, everyone fell in love with this damn sense of technology, too much like the parts on the alien spaceship in the movie, poking their aesthetics. Don't say it, as long as it doesn't exceed 300 yuan, I will buy one and go home in the living room. This is also good as a large hand. A rubber villain sells thousands of pieces. Such a big fan can still blow the wind. Is it bloody to earn less than 1,000? Either the netizens are big trotters, and they are not optimistic when they are not released. As a result, the leafless fan just showed his face and did not introduce performance. They all said they would buy it. They were conquered by the appearance, and it seems that this is a face-looking world. Then Ruth Yao pressed the switch, and soon the fans in front of these reporters also worked and sent out the wind. Although it was the wind of room temperature, it was finally much stronger than the sultry heat. The fan was also opened on the stage, and the energy consumption table was shot to test the power consumption. It was originally hot on stage, but there were also 10 fans on stage blowing in the direction of Ruth Yao and Zhou Yang. They also stopped sweating. Ruth Yao began to introduce functions. The first is the strong airflow. This is very intuitive, because the fan below blows a distance of several meters and blows to the seat. It can also see the hair of the reporters blowing around. It is absolutely enough to see the wind. The second is some of its basic functions, various modes, which are operated by the button of the LCD screen. In addition, the device is very mute. Zhou Yang performed with a decibeler test, and Zhou Yang put the microphone next to the fan. The audience in the live broadcast did not hear the obvious noise. This is very good. Some sleep quality. The guests are blessed and cannot sleep without being fired. As Ruth Yao continued to introduce, the reporters under the stage all found aliens, one by one surprised. How could this electric fan still blow cold wind? I didn't see the air conditioner. When the reporters evade the fan range, they can feel the sultry room temperature, and they confirm that this is a refrigeration electric fan. Can electric fans cool? Is this a business of air conditioning? The reporters are not calm, they are all curious, raise their hands and want to ask what is going on. Seeing that all the reporters under the stage were raising their hands, Lucio suspended the introduction and asked a reporter to ask questions. A male reporter got up and asked, "Hello President Liu, we just felt that this fan actually carried a cool wind. Is this an air conditioner fan?" Ruth Yao waited for him to ask questions, just to elicit what she wanted to say. "Yes, our fan has refrigeration and heating functions, and the temperature adjustment range is 18°C 30°C. Wait, you mean, this electric fan has both thermal and cooling methods? Isn't this the air conditioner?" The reporter is a bit blind, he has not seen this kind of temperature-catching electric fan. The electric fans sold in the market in the past, known as air conditioning fans, actually need to install ice cubes in themselves to blow the cold wind, which itself does not have the ability to cool. There are also electric fans that can blow the hot air, which are affectionately called Little Sun, but they have never seen an electric fan that can be adjusted together with heat without external force. Lu Xiao smiled and then pointed to Zhou Yang aside. "Yes, this is the original semiconductor collar technology of fan-free fans, which can be adjusted in both directions. A fan has achieved air conditioning effects. This is an innovation in the market, otherwise Zhou always dare not say so full before. I go." The netizens in front of the screen were surprised when they heard it. It was really fresh. There was such a fan. Wouldn't it be to say goodbye to the hot wind when it blows in summer, and put away the electric fans when it's cold? However, the fan-free fan co-produced by Hungtu and Beatty changed this dilemma, allowing the fan to warm in winter and cool in summer. But a lot of barrels have started, what's the use? Buy D air conditioner is only 499 yuan. I buy an air conditioner and kill this fan in seconds? Open one, you can use it for a family. White Emperor fan sprayed barrels on the spot, price. Before the price is announced, will the air conditioner kill the fan? Can your fan move around and blow in another direction? Can your air conditioner be so cool? Besides, in case the price is cheaper than the Beatty air conditioner, isn't it very cost-effective? The bar essence also said, "Anyway, my family has air conditioning. I don't buy it, and I don't know what it's useful to do this. It's better to talk about the price of other appliances." Other netizens are getting back. "You don't buy it, someone else will buy it. Don't take yourself as a dish, listen to others honestly. Home appliances are originally purchased on demand. Naturally, no one will buy them. Even if they sell food, some people like rice, some people like flour. They can't satisfy everyone, but the bar is still here. Very annoying." The bar refinement in the comment area is so high that the bar curtain is invisible, and Lucio's explanation continues. Our leafless fan can not only refrigerate and cool, but also save electricity. After opening temperature adjustment, the rated power is 80 W. 2 degrees of electricity is turned on throughout the day, and there is no pressure to use high-frequency users. Really fake? Rating fan consumes 80 W? The variable frequency air conditioner needs 1 degree of electricity in an hour. Is this too omitted? Netizens suddenly felt untrue, which is not like a modern-level electrical product, and it feels like it is ahead of an era. A controllable temperature-free leaf-free fan is actually similar in power to ordinary mechanical fans, which makes many netizens who have studied physical circuitology a bit skeptical of life. Impossible, this is not in line with energy conservatism. I think this false propaganda is. I must buy it to measure it. If the test is not qualified, Beatty may have said that the false product is compensated 10 times. Is it not sent? 1. I also buy. 2. 10086. Many netizens have to prepare for a fake of 10. However, many Beatty or Zhu Yang's hardcore fans have saved them. For a large company, there is no need to fake on a small appliance. How can a cottage company that runs on a hammer and sells its own signboard for an electric fan? I want to buy what I agree with, but don't buy an electric fan because you want to poke sheep's wool on Beatty. If you don't achieve your goal, you may remember to hate Beatty. As Beatty iron powder, I don't want this to happen. I have to say that Beatty tin fan is still very rational. They only recognize and don't help relatives. At this time, the digital evaluation Bodai Lei book terminal came out. Rest assured, I was already at the entrance of the Beatty factory, and I will pull a fan back in the afternoon, and you will wait for my first evaluation on the internet. 666. Everyone praised the Lei Book Airlines. They also had to admire the near-water tower of Lishuhang for the first month, and it was good to live in the deep town. Many people ridicule, and they also go to Shenzhen to buy a house and become a digital blogger. However, others dispelled his thoughts on the spot. Don't go, the price of that room is expensive. Then it caused everyone to mock. The universe is so big, but the house price is tens of thousands of square. In the curtain area, everyone is discussing, and Ruth Yao has introduced the performance indicators of the wind god without leaf fan. The following is the price issue that everyone cares about most. We have a leaf-free fan. The general version starts at 169 yuan, the desktop mini version, 129 yuan, the supreme flagship version, 299 yuan. When Lu Xiao finished speaking, everyone cheered again. Because they usually buy electric fans at this time, it is basically the price around. Unexpectedly, even if Beatty and Hongtu Electron produce jointly, the selling price has not changed much. 169 yuan, basically the price of a few packs of cigarettes. Everyone can afford it. Ordinary people can buy ordinary versions. If they want to put them on the table, or in a small space, they are suitable for buying the mini version, which is small in size and has a small amount of wind. The flagship version of Self-Esteem was modified by Lu Xiao's engineers, and they were equipped with their Grandmap Electronics real estate module. They can use the wisdom home of macropic electrons to control the electric fan and achieve a smart life. In short, the fans of the three specifications can be purchased by users according to their own needs. At the end of the press conference, Zhou Yan also came to power and announced with Lu Xiao that this Fengshen Wuye fan will be sold on all sales channels of Hongtu Electronics and Beatty, and users can buy without worry. Moreover, in some chain shopping malls around the deep town, the product cabinets of Beatty and Hongtu Electronics are also set up. Friends are welcome to go shopping and provide delivery services. This is also a rare sales channel for Beatty, thanks to the last banquet that made him drink too much. At the banquet, Zhou Yan used the amount of wine to conquer the owner of the chain appliance city. He later signed a consignment agreement with Beatty. Not long ago, various products of Beatty and Hongtu Electronics also entered into his mall. At the sales volume of Beatty and the price of the beneficiary people, this is definitely a win-win cooperation and will be effective. I didn't go down the line before because of the protectionism of individual manufacturers. After all, Beatty's electrical price is one half of their products. Once the two appliances are put together, most users will choose Beatty with their toes, and the products of other manufacturers cannot be sold. In order to avoid the above situation, other manufacturers set up alliances to prevent shopping malls from selling Beatty products. However, with the end of the contract period, there were shopping malls one after another, and the sale of Beatty products began. After all, there are advantages and disadvantages. This kind of mandatory protection policy will allow some uninformed customers to buy other brands of electrical appliances at several times the price, but it will also bring anti-eating. Many people have heard of Beatty's low price. After coming to the mall and asking if there is no, then these guests will go online to buy, and the mall will lose this part of their income. Over the long term, these electrical malls found that after not selling the Beatty, one refrigerator was 1 or 2,000, and one air conditioner was 1 or 2,000. However, the Beatty products on the line, hundreds of pieces and one, sold wind and water, and they can come a few people in a day, and they have a pure loss. Now the dissemination of information is becoming more and more transparent, and the popularity of the White Emperor is getting higher and higher. If they do not sell the White Emperor, they will only gradually die out like those high-priced appliances. So this time the owner of Electric City and Zhou Yan cooperated, and it was also a brand new attempt, hoping to bring sales to his Electric City. In short, starting from the leafless fan, Beatty's electrical appliances began to gradually land below the line, which would also promote the sales of Beatty's products and provide another assistance for the development and growth of Beatty. The press conference was over, and a lottery was arranged this time. In the live room, 20 leaf-free fans were drawn and given to the lucky audience, which caused another boom. After the press conference, Ruth Yao took a breath and felt completely different from the press conference she hosted before. In the previous conference, there were not so many people paying attention, and it would not cause such a sensation. After all, the route before the macro electronics is a small and refined small home appliance that favors the female group. This time, in cooperation with the White Emperor, I borrowed the east wind of the White Emperor and also borrowed a low-price route close to the masses. The leaf fan received such attention. Then next, the two went to the background to look at the first sale of the leafless fan. At 12 noon today, Fengshen Wuye fans are sold all over the net. When the time came, their Beatty's backstage server actually got stuck. In this case, it was generally caused by too many loggers. Then the backstage flashed like a slide, and the sales volume became hundreds, and then flashed into more than 1,000. Because of the large number of people buying and browsing leaf-free fans, the computer becomes card-carded. In this regard, Beatty's technicians have long been accustomed to it. Every time a new product is released, it will basically be the same. After the first hour of release, it will be basically just fine, and there is no need to add a server. Soon, the order volume of the leafless fan broke through to 5,000 units, which was only a dozen minutes away, which is too scary. Ruth Yao sighed after reading, "It seems that your thinking is right, and my products have never seen such a horrible sales. Zhou Yang smiled and comforted her. Sales are high, but profits are meager. You sell less, but the profit rate is high. Our products take different routes, as long as they meet the enterprise development plan. Ruth Yao also smiled, knowing that Zhou Yang was comforting her. But she then wondered whether the set of corporate management theories she had studied abroad was outdated. She was thinking, maybe she should reflect on it and see if she changed the grand plan's next development plan. After waiting for about half an hour, their sales of unemployed fans began to slow, selling about 8,000 units, and it is expected that there will be no suspense to sell tens of thousands of units throughout the day. This is already a sales crown for an electric fan product. This shows that their new products have succeeded again and have been recognized by the market. Zhou Yan prepared a celebration feast, and immediately invited Ruth Yao to participate with some business friends and media reporters to celebrate together. So a group of them rushed to the hotel to celebrate the success of the new fan premiere. The fan without leaves is sold, users are actively buying, media tracking reports, and the influence is spreading like this. Many net-friendly wonders what magic this fan has. Why do so many people have to buy it when the Beatty air conditioner is so cheap? They also want to know if this fan is good or not, and then decide whether to buy it or not, so as not to buy it back. Like the Kindle, the noodles can't be covered in the end, and they can only eat ash. Thunderbolt Hang is at the first time to test for everyone. After the press conference, he took the limited fan of Su Yang's signature version from the entrance of Beatty Company to his hand. He could not wait to drive home, and then set up the camera to shoot the box. The carton of the rectangular body is opened, and the inside is thick packaging. After opening the bag, you will see the wind and leafless fan full of technology. This is the main dark silver color match of Thunderbolt, which is in line with the inherent impression of aliens. The body of the Ark is the main body, the advanced texture. After the knock, it is not like other White Emperor appliances with empty accent. Work is very solid. This box is good at first glance, and the appearance and ingredients are very good. It is difficult to imagine this as an electric fan for more than $100. Lei Shuang gave a good comment, and then he erected the fan in the living room, connected to the test equipment, and clicked to start the wind delivery. He tested it in the afternoon, when the temperature was the highest in the day, around 28 C, so he set the refrigeration mode for the electric fan, which was set at 25 C in the air conditioner of their home. He then set up a stopwatch, and the same thermostat as the press conference. He began to sit on the sofa in the living room, waiting for the cold wind to arrive. The initial wind is room temperature, which is no different from ordinary electric fans. However, this fan has no leaf wheels and mute. This is far better than ordinary fans. Even sitting farther away from the leafless fans, you can't hear the noise of crying with fans. Weak people are definitely good news. We can see that after a minute, I can feel the wind is a bit cool. Audience friends, now that the time has come to about 3.5, I can feel the obvious cold wind, and the temperature measurement is also around 26 C, which can basically reach the set temperature, which shows that the press conference is not fake. Wow, cool, electric fans can be refrigerated without adding ice and water. It's amazing. I suspect BYD stuffed the air-conditioned refrigeration equipment, but we will take it apart after a while, so that we can know what is the structure. Thunderbolt Airlines explained to everyone that he also enjoyed the fan blowing, but it has been blowing all the time, and it is better to take the head to the wind. When the leafless fan worked, he walked behind the fan and quickly found the clue. At the loose hole, you can feel the obvious heat. This is not the fever of the device itself, but after blowing out the cold air, the excess heat is discharged from behind. After all, the heat is constant. The press conference said that the semiconductor system is cold. I now believe it. When the cold wind blows, it is quite fun behind it. Thunderstorm, he said, I have an idea. If you get an air conditioning device and send this heat outdoors, can't you achieve the effect of air conditioning? But then he laughed and denied his idea. Should not work, the power is not enough. The air conditioner is about an hour of electricity, and this is 80 W. As long as you know physics, energy can be generated out of thin air. The work of cooling a house, this fan cannot reach it at all, so it can only blow to 1 or 2 people. It cannot cool the whole house. After blowing all the time for an entire hour, Lei Shuang used his mobile phone to align the measuring instrument. The above shows about 0.09 degrees of electricity for an hour, which is slightly different from the declared 80 W. There should be an error in instrument measurement here, so this deviation is acceptable. It took less than 0.1 electricity to blow the cold wind for an hour. Thunderbolt Airlines was amazed. He never thought that there would be an electric fan with its own temperature control function. It is incredible to have this low energy consumption. Now that the power consumption has been tested by the live machine, Lei Shuang can't wait to disassemble it. He wants to see the true face of Lushan, this magical electric fan. After cutting off the power, he adjusted the camera to the viewing position and aimed at his workbench. Lei Shuang first looked for the screw hole, but looked around, but did not find it. For the overall beauty of this device, the screw hole was not designed outside. Even turning the bottom over is a flat arc, and the overall aesthetic is consistent. This is like a piece of art that is injected into a shape. In terms of appearance, it really can't pick out flaws. Fengshen Wuye Fan is the best product of Beatty's current products, none of which has a full score of 10 points. I want to score 11 points. This leads all peers. In the words of the Big Mouth, that is far ahead. When Lei Shuang looked for the hole, he also set a digital ring famous stock. After he flipped through it, he found the suspicious place, the part of the base, which he suspected needed to be melted with enthusiasm before it could be opened. So Lei Shuang used a hot wind gun to start dismantling that part. After 200 or 300 degrees of high temperature blew through, the paint surface of that place began to shrink, revealing a thin seam, and he was found in the right place. Then he used some effort and finally removed the base shell. Lei Shuang also sighed. Baidi's product is self-confidence. This kind of beautiful structural design adds difficulty and cost to post-sale maintenance. They should have absolute self-confidence in the quality of their products, so they don't worry about it will often be opened for maintenance. It was really for the sake of appearance that the after-sales cost was sacrificed. After removing the base shell, there is still no screw in it. The card design is used. After opening the card buckle with a crowbar, the shell is carefully removed. At this time, the precise structure inside is seen. Wow, this design, and other electric fans I have demolished, are the products of two worlds. The integration is so high, and it must have passed a very detailed design. This structure, G. Lei Shuang is also a professional, shocked by the internal structure of the fanless fan. He quickly opened the most interested part, that is, the cold part of the semiconductor system. I only learned the semiconductor system in the book. I didn't expect to see the real thing today. Wait, I'll go through the book first. Lei Shuang is not like other bloggers. He does not understand. He really went to get professional books, turned to the cold chapter of the semiconductor system, and after a while, he understood the principle. Oh, I understand that this is to use the electrode difference to refrigerate and cool the heat. You see, if there is electricity from this side, it is refrigeration. If the current direction is reversed, it is heat making. Lei Shuang explained the principle to the audience, and then sighed, physics is so wonderful, there is actually such a delicate design, but I heard that the cost and material limitations of the semiconductor system are rarely used on household appliances, and the leaf-free fan of the White Emperor can put the semiconductor system cold cabbage price. I think they can pay more for the semiconductor. Hit it completely. Thunderbolt Airlines is now more and more admiring Baidi. Its stuff is cheap, but the technological content is getting higher and higher. He has been a senior user who has been used since the wild times of the Baidi. The tablet and TV set at the beginning of Baidi was to reduce the configuration to the extreme. All aspects are a beggar version, which is simply usable. If it is not a legal requirement, it is estimated that Baidi's shell does not want to be brought. And the recent Baidi products, whether it has been curd machines, water purifiers, power supplies, main panels, and now leafless fans, this technological content has skyrocketed, which has been watched. He hopes that Baidi will continue to develop, so that for the majority of users, it is definitely a great gospel. Subsequently, Lei Shuang continued to look at the internal structure, and the more he looked, the more admiration. This Fengshen series of leafless fans has no redundancy in the structure. Each item is tightly arranged. The circuit board and many coils are surrounded by the shape of the base. This is absolutely strictly designed and quite mature. A product. Lei Shuang checked it. This circuit and workmanship are very solid and use good materials. It feels nothing like an electrical product of more than $100. Audience friends, I don't know what you think. Anyway, I think Baidi is taking the lead in a revolution for electrical manufacturers in our country and even around the world. It made the product so cost-effective, forcing other manufacturers to be forced out of the bad habit of cutting leaks. Baidi let his colleagues know that only by fully considering for customers and developing new products can they survive the competition. Otherwise, products with less performance than Baidi and prices several times higher than others are not eligible to exist in the market. Lei Shuang is already the iron powder of Baidi. After dismantling the leafless fan, he was highly rated. He also knows Baidi very well, so he made a judgment on the spot. The main designer of this leaf-free fan is Baidi, and the work is so meticulous and elegant, which is not very consistent. When he installed the product back, he said something to the camera. Lei Shuang feels that the previous electrical manufacturers have spent their energy on making profits, and they have various marketing methods. They exaggerate publicity, plagiarism, and play monkeys. Their minds are not on users and research and development. Since the advent of Baidu, those big companies seem to have been cured gradually, and now they are not playing monkeys. They will be discounted if they move, and after-sales service will be well, and their product strength will also increase. They can't help but improve, because companies that don't improve have been eliminated by the White Emperor, and the emergence of the White Emperor has upgraded the nation's electrical appliances industry. And as the boss of Baidu, Zhou Yang's investment in new cars and Jiankong Pharmaceuticals have already had quite beneficial products, which is well received. Lei Shuang felt that Zhou Yang is leading an industrial change. Perhaps the change started with this leaf-free fan. Because this leaf-free fan is clearly different from the previous White Emperor products, various performances are like leading an era. In order to confirm his sentence, Lei Shuang took out the useless electric fan for several years from the storage room at home, cleaned up the dust above, and then began to disassemble it. This electric fan is too easy to disassemble. As soon as several screws are unloaded, the shell is removed and the circuit board is exposed. This circuit board is a small piece. The components above are old and scarce, and there is no comparability with the highly integrated circuit board of Baidu. On the circuit of this ordinary fan, there are transformers, pressure stabilizing devices, and a small motor, which converts electrical energy into mechanical energy and allows the blades to start to circle. The leaves drive the flow of air, which forms the wind. This is the process of simple conversion of electrical energy into wind energy. As long as anyone who has studied middle school physics can understand the principle, after all, it was a product born 100 years ago. After so many years, the structure has not changed much. The leafless fans of Baidu are different. They bid farewell to the traditional leaf transmission. The principles have changed. The shape is even different from the traditional fans. The internal structure is sophisticated, the technical content is high, and the appearance is cool. So Lei Shuang even gave this fan a full score evaluation. For an electric fan, it is the god in this field, and on the market, there is no product that exceeds it. It can be said that as long as it is not that the fan without leaves does not conform to its aesthetics, or the size is not suitable, then there is no reason not to choose it. It has become a unique fan on the market. Thunderbolt Airlines finished the evaluation and shooting of this electric fan, and began to work overtime and edit the video in the evening. 3 hours later, the video was basically edited, and he began to think about the title of the video. The Baidu is subverting the electrical appliances industry, which is the title written by Lei Book Airlines. The video cover is the Baidu Wei fan, which compares with the internal circuit structure of the ordinary electric fan. One is very delicate, and the other is rough and rough. However, the selling price of the two is basically the same. Basically, in all respects, the fans of the White Emperor are victorious. Lei Shuang was not satisfied with the evaluation of a fan product alone. At the end of the video, he sublimated the theme and expanded to the influence of Baidu on the entire industry, which triggered extensive discussions. Aspiring people are in the comment area, leaving their opinions. A small number of people, who are not good at spraying the Baidu, think that many electrical companies have closed down, and he is unemployed because of this, so he scolded the Baidu for destroying the economy. But more people are still rational. The emergence of Baidu will definitely affect a group of people, but after all, there are a few workers in electrical appliances, and more are consumers. Now that domestic consumption is so high, it is so difficult for everyone to make money. The emergence of Baidu allows everyone to buy useful appliances at cheap prices. This is the amount of merit. It's wrong to start a good person to do good things, facilitate the majority, but let a small number of mediocre people live without living. Advances in technology and upgrading of industry are always good. From the fact that the Baidu led the power supply and mainboard industries, and entered the world market, you can see the positive role of the Baidu. Baidu not only rolled in China, but also went abroad. Even foreign companies in the volume had to give up their interests and cooperate with Baidu. And the profits made by Baidu from overseas markets are used to subsidize the non-profit domestic market and give back to domestic users. What other reasons are there to blame Baidu? If this is the case, there are people who are scolding Baidu, then either stupid or bad, or they are colleagues who have been ruined their business, do not reflect on and promote themselves, they will only complain to the people and scold the world. Such a lack of competitiveness and enterprising enterprise will surely be eliminated, and Baidu has only accelerated this process. Anyway, most netizens, as well as a large number of Baidu users who do not go online, are all people who support Baidu. This number is very scary. Baidu has always been surrounded by scolding, but it is mediocre without being jealous. Now Baidu has grown into a large manufacturing company and will continue to be brilliant in the future. This is the benefit of taking the mass route and thinking for the people. Anyway, Lei Shuang's video, because the extensive discussion was brought on fire, was rated as popular this week by the video website, and was promoted to more people. This also made many people learn that BYD had a fairly fried leafless fan. Looking at this shape, it is very flattering. Many people who don't want to buy a fan think it's so beautiful. You can appreciate it if you buy one at home, not to mention it can also serve as half an air conditioner, and it's super power saving. So he joined the snatching purchase. The user who originally wanted to buy a fan saw that the price was about the same, but the BYD fan had so many functions, it looked good, and it also saved electricity. There was no reason not to choose, so he also bought this BYD and hung to electronic cooperation. Fan series. Everyone joined the snatching ranks, resulting in the sale of tens of thousands of fans in a few days, which exceeded the current inventory, so the shipment needs to be postponed. This is also the old tradition of BYD products, because sales are too hot, often resulting in a shortage of goods at the start of the launch. Fortunately, Joyan reminded Lu Xiao long ago that she had cooperated with several electric fan factories in the country that took the initiative to negotiate, and asked them to do the work for the fan without leaves. At the same time, she is also preparing to visit these manufacturers in the near future. If these manufacturers are not bad, she intends to acquire them and become part of the grand plan. Lu Xiao and Zhou Yang, who were born in science class, had different ideas. She liked to acquire manufacturers when she expanded, and Zhou Yang was a wild road. He likes to build from scratch according to his own preferences, such as the current BYD Industrial Park, and the BYD High-Tech Park, Jiankang Pharmacy, etc. He rarely acquires peers. Because he is comparing his heart, he does not like to be acquired by another company. After all, this is his and his father's hard-working company, so he tries not to win love. However, the same way, the two acquisition methods are each beneficial and require specific analysis of specific issues. In short, the industry of both people is currently developing well. After Lei Xuan's dismantling video fire drove the sale of the leafless fan, let this epoch-making fan become the hottest product in the world. A fire means traffic, and no fewer than dozens of bloggers in the technology area are doing videos about the fan without leaves. As the famous beauty blogger Avakri, he also began to comment on this leafless fan. If Lei Xuan did a fan evaluation from hard nuclear dismantling, then Axie has opened up new paths in application, and she has developed several new fan usages. And her little rich woman also bought several well-known leaf-free fans on the market for comparison, including Dyson's leaf-free fans. This is why this leaf-free fan was launched. Dear little cuties, how are you? Axe claimed to be the cutest female blogger on the internet, walking in a sweet style, and greeted the audience with a sweet tone at the beginning. Today we have found several leaf-free fans with relatively high market sales. The protagonist should know that even if the White Emperor and the macro electrons of the recent fire were produced jointly, the function series of leaf-free fans. Axe made an opening introduction, and then introduced BYD's leafless fan. Our predecessor of Lei Xuan has made a dismantling video. The leafless fan of BYD is full of black technology. My one is a flagship version. Not only can I use macro electrons, I can only use home networking, but also I can blow cold and hot air at will, which is amazing, you know. As netizens said, BYD stuffed an air conditioner into this fan. Axe fingers a little, and later she will put a PS picture of air conditioning and electric fan fit in the part of her fingers to increase the fun of the video. Then she put all these leaf-free fans in the living room, and then the direction was facing her. Our room temperature today is 16°C, which is relatively cold. I have worn long sleeves, so I will start using fans now. Then Axie opened the leafless fans in front of them in sequence, and invited other friends in her studio to come out and rate these fans together. No, it's so cold, I have a headache. After a while, Avon's director and sister could not stand it. She was in a physiological period afraid of cold wind, and then fled. The leaf-free fan she used was a fan with a small brand on the market, with a price of 358 yuan. It was basically one of the cheapest leaf-free fans except the BYD. This fan can only blow the wind and adjust the temperature, so on this cold day, it is not suitable for use except for midsummer days. Basically, the leafless fan below 500 yuan does not have heating function. The few leaf-free fans bought by Axe currently have only 3 heating functions that can blow out hot air. One is BYD, the other is Dyson's leafless fan worth 3,000 yuan, and the other is a large domestic brand fan with 1,500 yuan. The style and shape are similar to Dyson, and some are suspected of copying. Before the White Emperor's fan came out, this big brand fan was the darkest leaf-free fan in the country, and its performance was closest to Dyson's. However, their 3 fans have different heating effects. The BYD fan is the only semiconductor system in the fan industry, while the other 2 fans are pure resistance wire heating, and the electric heating fan is a principle. However, when heating, the fan has obvious heat, and the other 2 fan shells are still a bit hot, but the hot holes in the Beatty side are air-conditioned, which is very strange, contrary to the other two. Then in the first round of thermal wind test, only 3 fans met the standard, and the remaining cheap fans did not have heating functions and could not be used during this season. The following is the second round of testing, the wind delivery test, which is the most commonly used function in summer and the function that the electric fan has had since the invention date. This is the basic function of fans, and these fans can be used normally. However, there are differences in nuances. Regarding the stability, tenderness, and muteness of the wind, as well as the mute effect, Axie and his friends made a judgment together. The BiD fan only has a weak airflow when it is close to the outlet, and 1 meter away from the fan, basically can't hear any wind. It is a light blow, so soft as a night wind. Dyson's fan is also very soft, worthy of being a high-end appliance brand, or a bit powerful. It's just that the noise part is slightly larger than BiD's, and some electric fans are more or less wrong. For example, a large domestic fan, the noise is a bit loud, and it is similar to ordinary electric fans. As for some other low-end leafless fans, the wind is blowing a bit, and the senses are not very comfortable. For example, if your eyes are facing the wind, you will blink uncomfortable. If you have never used a good fan, you may think that this is a normal phenomenon. However, after experiencing the fans of Beatty and Dyson, you can no longer endure the inferior fan of the low-end fan. Sure enough, these fans will not change the temperature. Even if the most basic delivery is not done well, don't blame the sales. Axie made a comment and then started the third test, which was to blow the cold wind. Originally, the room temperature was very cold, but it was not good to add cold. But inside, a fan of Beatty has a refrigeration function, then test it separately. Because its lowest cooling temperature is 18°C, Axie first used heating equipment to raise the room temperature to 26°C. This temperature got up and felt a lot more comfortable. Then began to test the refrigeration performance. The BiD fan opened and the cold wind blew out slowly, which was exactly the same as the promotion at the press conference. Awesome, just looking at others saying that the fan is cooling, I don't quite believe it. I didn't expect it to be true, and standing behind the fan, you will still feel the heat. Hey, I suddenly had an idea. When I was in college, there was a polarized physique in my roommate. Some people were afraid of coldness, and some were afraid of heat. Every summer when the air conditioner was turned on, there would be a contradiction. So if there is a BiD electric fan, the 2 students who are afraid of cold and hot are at the end of the air conditioner at the same time, so that the dispute is perfectly resolved? I am really a little genius. Avu made a lovely expression and made a little joke, but this test, the BiD fan won alone, but it was a double-handed pocket, and I didn't know what the opponent was. Then there are some details tested, such as the convenience of the operation. In this regard, Dyson and BiD are comparable. One is Dyson, and the other is macroelectronic, which can be said to be autumn. Then there is the appearance. This is a purely subjective assessment. All the friends who worked for Axe gave scores, and the first 2 of them led the other brands. This is BiD and Dyson, where BiD received a high score of 9.8, and Dyson received a high score of 9.1, and BiD won. No wonder, BiD's appearance is very cool, full of science fiction, and there is no similar design to him on the market, which is original. Dyson's design is not ugly, but because many leaf-free fans on the market are imitating it, it looks a bit aesthetic and fatigue, and the score is relatively low. The last item is the price aspect. Dyson won the most precious fan worthy of 3,000 yuan. The domestic brand fan is the second, and the fans of other brands are ranked behind. But the performance of the BiD fan is dominant in every item, but the price is actually the lowest. The flagship version is only 299 yuan, and the alarm beaver is stunned for a whole year. I think that after reading this test, everyone should be aware of the major leafless fans. Avu cleared his throat and began to make a summary statement. Axe preached to the camera. I think that every home appliance has its audience, and benevolent people see wisdom. For example, if you care about the popularity of the brand, choose Dyson. If you choose a price-performance ratio, you choose BiD. But there are some intermediaries, and neither of these 2 is involved. Then you are not recommended to choose. If you want to choose a fan that can warm in winter and cool in summer, then there is only one on the market. Anyway, as my own person, I will definitely leave the Beatty fans for their own private use. The remaining fans are also wasted, and they are simply drawn in the comment area. Because Axie was afraid of being prosecuted by the manufacturer, she would not explicitly criticize a product in the video. She vaguely stated that the most worthless leaf-free fan is definitely BiD. She is a little rich woman, using brand name products. What thundersnakes, bad-hearted iSuits, and mobile phones are all the most suitable Apples and Huawei double holding, so the appliances that can be left by her are either configured high enough or have enough function unique. In her studio, there are already many products of Beatty. For example, Beatty's bean coffee machine, water purification machine, an air energy water heater, etc., are all products that Aksu has tried and found to be useful. This time, the White Emperor's name leafless fan also met her high requirements and became a standing appliance in Aksu's studio. You know, this is also an honor. Even if many manufacturers give Aksu products in vain, she doesn't have to use it. What can be left by Aksu is a good appliance recognized by everyone. After editing the video of Aksu, it was released on a multi-platform all over the net, which allowed many of her fans to see the video. Even with other brands, many fans of Dyson appliances stand up and spray. To say that by D is just a gimmick. If you want an identity, you must buy Dyson. Just like buying a car and BBA, Dyson is a luxury brand in the electrical world. In this way, other netizens relied on a home appliance to set off your identity. It seems that your identity is not too high. Even if you carry a Hermes bag, you can improve your taste, but Dyson, it is really not qualified. It was expensive, good performance, and it was quite compatible, but now it is not the same as by D's product. Proper IQ tax, that is to say, these 169 electric fans, exterior, performance, price, are all superior. Dyson's electric fan, don't stop production. Netizens are very reasonable. It turns out that Dyson can still sell it in China, but now as long as it is an electrical product produced by Beatty, there is really not much reason to buy it. Perhaps there is only one situation where someone will buy it, that is, the local tyrant who is not bad. When the whole house is customized, it is suitable to buy a complete set of Dyson appliances. After all, Beatty's sales are mainly concentrated on the line. If you want to buy it, you have to go shopping online for logistics, which is not convenient. When Dyson calls the electrical city, someone will bring it in the whole car. This is the offline advantage of traditional manufacturers. However, BYD has also recently started to work hard in the field online, and it will become more and more convenient to buy BYD appliances in the future, and Dyson, or other domestic appliances, will gradually be replaced. If they do not change their customary lying in profit-making mode, they are very likely was eliminated. Anyway, after the White Emperor's fan-free market, including Dyson, all branded electric fan products could not be sold, and the people could not find a reason to buy low-performance products at a high price. Fortunately, domestic companies have long had an early warning mechanism specifically dealing with the BYD. As early as BYD issued a new product notice, they had already started to clear and reduce production, so after the BYD fan went public, they were more calm. There are small factories that choose to cooperate with Beatty Hungtu. The large factories cut product lines and the losses are relatively small. But Dyson's relatively arrogant high-end foreign investment brand is different. They used to be proud. After all, high-end appliances are the most famous one. The sales volume is basically fixed. There is no need to look at any other domestic manufacturers. Face color. After all, you can get used to buying Dyson's users, and you will never buy products such as Xiaomi that take cheap routes. But their opponents who had slammed before this time, Hungtu Electronics, suddenly united Beatty to launch a leaf-free fan. Its excellent performance, original thermal-controlled temperature model, plus $100 price point, made Dyson have no cost-effectiveness. So Dyson's leafless fan is almost like a vacuum cleaner, and there is no sales overnight. This cliff-style sales data makes Dyson's senior officials very confused. What's going on? The president of a foreign parent company asked the person in charge of the national district what was going on. The person in charge in the past, the person who attacked the macro electronics in the video, answered that there is a leaf-free fan in China that seizes the market at a very low price. It is currently passive and can be discounted. What? When can cheap appliances threaten us, Dyson? Foreign executives have never been afraid of low-end appliances playing price wars, because the people who buy low-cost appliances and their Dyson customers are not a group. This time is different, this time by D. The head of the national district said weakly, "White Emperor, White God, why are you familiar?" After hearing it, the president felt a little familiar, thought about it, and suddenly shouted, "Even if you buy Karma, is that the White God that forced our vacuum cleaner to go offline in the Greater China?" Yes, it's them. The person in charge of the national district does not want to admit it, but this is the fact that by these things are more useful than their Dyson, but the price is more than 1/10, and they naturally cannot sell them. And for Dyson, who walks on the high-end route, they can't fight the price with the Beatty, and they won't be able to come up with a landmark product that can confront each other. Then there is only a fan left. This decision. But for such a big thing as the next product, the person in charge in the past cannot decide on his own, but only let the president of the parent company decide. Damn, their things are so cheap, their functions and work must be very rubbish, why is it better than our products? The president couldn't sit still and felt that Dyson sold well all over the world. Why did various situations occur in the national area? He had to make changes. Perhaps there was a problem with the ability of the person in charge of the national area. So after the president hung up the phone, he immediately organized an investigation team at the headquarters to rush to China to see what happened. Their Dyson's products have been sold in the national district one after another. This has not happened in the past few years. Will a white emperor have such a serious impact? You went, check it out for me. I don't want to hear it later. Our products are out of the Chinese market. President Dyson issued an order, so the expedition boarded the plane to the country. When the Dyson investigation team arrived in China, their general manager of China and China Jiduo Kang went to the airport to meet. Nationality manager, are you ready for what we want? On the way to the office station, the translation of the headquarters delegation said to Jiduo Kang, ready, I bought all the relevant products of Beatty. Jiduo Kang said, what the investigation team wants is the many products of Beatty. Their current products are cold in China because of the hot sales of Beatty products. Facing the largest competitor in Greater China, this investigation team composed of foreigners is particularly concerned about the competitors. After they came to the office, they began to investigate Beatty's products. At present, Beatty and their overlapping appliances mainly include vacuum cleaners, sweeping robots, and leafless fans, which are products they cannot sell. So the staff of these head offices first opened the Beatty vacuum cleaner, and they tried it out. After the trial, it felt better than their products, so they were lost, but their Dyson's vacuum cleaner was not useless, or some places were better than the Beatty. They thought the two products were between beau jaune. If the performance and appearance of the two products are similar, the price and brand are important factors in determining the purchase. I think our products have not fallen into the wind at all. Why did sales suddenly become so poor? Leal, the leader of the investigation team, has been in charge of foreign business and does not understand Beatty products, so he asked a more dull question. The national district manager's embarrassed and rude smile took out the quotation form of Beatty's product. At first glance, team leader Leal shouted to Karma, asking if this price list was wrong. Because their selling price of 3,000 RMB has even reached more than 5,000 yuan, and Beatty's selling price of only 100 yuan is more than 1/10 of theirs. This is like a joke. No mistake, Mr. Leal, Beatty's product attracted gimmicks at a low price. Jiduo Kang said, impossible, impossible. Leal shouted directly at this unscientific, and of course he knew the cost of producing electrical appliances. Even without the cost of marketing, the light material could not create such a useful vacuum cleaner. If he heard someone say that with so many $100, he could make a vacuum cleaner similar to Dyson, and there was not enough money for labor and raw materials. How did they do it? Still losing money to grab a reputation? Leal asked. Is not a loss, they must be making money, you see their sales. Jiduo Kang took out the sales data of the Beatty vacuum cleaner, 2 more orders of magnitude than them. If you make a loss, you will have to lose your underwear. So, Beatty must have made money on this product, but why they sell so cheaply, this group of foreigners simply cannot understand. It can only be blamed on the mysterious magic in the East. If the vacuum cleaner doesn't think about it, just look at the sweeping robot. Beatty's sweeping robots, performance and appearance design, and they are also half a caddy. And the price is still more than a dozen times the difference. How can this be sold? How did they do it? Is it alien technology and materials? Team leader Leal spread his hands apart, with an incomprehensible expression. The Beatty was so mysterious that he was at a loss. Temporarily put down the cleaning equipment, they turned their attention to the latest leafless fan products. When used, it was found that there was a semiconductor system cold technology here, which can be adjusted by cold heat. After Leal shouted and bought Karma again. God, this is really a genius design, applying a cold door semiconductor cold model, which has changed the pattern of a leaf-free fan and has a larger application. Leal gave the White Emperor's leafless fan a compliment without stinginess. Colleagues around him looked at each other. Someone coughed to remind him. This is their competitor. Don't boast, they all doubt life. Leal realized that it was wrong, but his praise was sincere. With the design of this hot and cold mediation, Beatty's leafless fans are stronger than theirs, and in use, they are basically no less than their Dyson's products in every respect. The price is still less than 1/10, so now the reason for the delayed sales of Dyson's products is clear. The opponent is too strong, so powerful that it is suffocating, and does not feel the possibility of turning over a little bit. This matter is very serious, I want to report to Master CEO immediately. Leal realized the seriousness of the matter, and Beatty's products were too powerful. If left unchecked, it would not only lose the domestic market, but wait until Beatty entered the global field, they would eat them up. This matter must be taken seriously, and Dyson even reached the moment of life and death crisis. Leal immediately made a video call to Master CEO, who was far away. CEO was awakened by phone as soon as he fell asleep. He stayed at the highest level of the phone for 24 hours late at night, and this call can only be dialed by people with certain positions in the company. As soon as you make this call, it will definitely be a big deal. CEO was very dissatisfied, took off her blindfold, and appeased her wife, who was also awakened, before going to the living room to answer the phone. Leal, so late to call, I hope you can give me an explanation. In the view of Osho, Leal, the middle class, went to China, and there was only a distribution market. What matters? CEO was disturbed by the clear dream, and it was already uncomfortable. Leal said at the end of the video, CEO, now our company is in serious crisis. What crisis is so serious? CEO frowned and asked. Look at Beatty's products. They are similar in performance to our products, and even exceed them. However, the selling price is only 1/10 of ours, or even less. If you are a consumer, what kind of product do you choose? Leal next showed Chio where the bulls of Beatty products broke. In order to make Osho believe, he also logged into the official net of Baidi on site and bought a leaf-free fan with 169 renminbi. How is this possible? CEO didn't believe it either. He knew that the salary of Chinese workers was relatively low, so the labor cost was low, but it could not be as low as this level, which simply subverted his perception of the world. For such an excellent product, they sell thousands of yuan. Although the gross profit is relatively high, it is also made of real gold and silver after all. How could it be sold for 169 yuan? If there is this method of cost control, he wants to buy from Beatty. The retail price of others is cheaper than their own production. How to play this? CEO woke up at once, and he also realized the seriousness of the situation. Now we must find a way to deal with it, otherwise when Beatty's products are all over Europe, Dyson is really dead. Even if he thinks differently and is a consumer, if his product strength is similar, but the selling price is 1/10 lower, then he will also buy Beatty's products. So Osho told Leal to explore the false facts of Baidi as soon as possible, and it is best to visit their factory. See if you can buy it or not. You can also negotiate cooperation. And Osho, a board meeting will be held tomorrow to discuss countermeasures. Leal received instructions, and after formulating the plan, a letter was sent to Beatty by Jija Akang, wanting to apply to visit Beatty. Soon, this application letter arrived at Zhu Yang's desk. Dyson is coming to visit? Interesting. Zhou Yang smiled slightly, and of course he knew what Dyson's people were going to do. It was nothing more than to listen to the truth. The White Emperor was soft, they bullied, and the White Emperor was hard. They cooperated. If it is a general enterprise, see you when you see it. However, Lu Xiao and Dyson's Hua district manager had a holiday, so he threw the problem to Lu Xiaoyao and asked her to solve it. So Zhou Yang made people reply to Dyson. For them to visit Baidi, they need a grand electronic consent. The two are strategic partners. Then Dyson sent a letter to Hengtu Electronics again. At this time, Jiduokang was a bit difficult to handle. After all, he seemed to have degraded Hengtu Electronics. Now he is looking for someone to find. But now he can only be ordered to act, and after sending the letter, he waits for a reply. Lu Xiaoyao naturally wants to discuss with Zhou Yang ventilation. She asks Zhou Yang how to deal with this matter. Zhou Yang smiled at the connotation. I think it must be seen to see, otherwise how do you get this bad breath in your heart? Isn't the reason why they jointly produce leaf-free fans for the manager who speaks the words? Now the other party has sent his face actively. If you don't smoke, I'm sorry for the other party's big faceplate. Lu Xiaoyao snapped, okay, then I let them come. I just don't know what they thought. Zhou Yang ridiculed, I will pass by then, and all tricks will be resolved. The sugar coat was peeled off and the shells hit back. Ha ha, okay, then it will be about the day after tomorrow. Ruth Yao set the day to meet. 3 days later, Dyson's investigation team came outside the Shenzhen Hengtu Electronics Company, and Lu Xiaoyao asked Pan Tao to meet at the door. Then Dyson and his group were taken to the reception room. Speaking of which, this is also the first time that a domestic electrical appliances company has allowed Dyson's important person to take the initiative to visit very few, and Hengtu Electronics is a family. When I came to the reception hall, Leal led the team was surprised. The Chinese lady in front of him was so young and beautiful. This young and beautiful lady secretary, is your boss here? Leal made a gentleman's gift and asked sincerely. He mistakenly regarded Ruth Yao as a female secretary. After all, in the business world, male bosses like to equip themselves with a young and beautiful female secretary, understand everything. Even if you don't do anything, look at it. At this time, Jizhou Yard was defamatory. Can you look at the intelligence before coming here? Others are the bosses of Hengtu Electronics. He also dismissed it. He didn't recognize it. However, this is Leal's cleverness, deliberately pretending not to know, but actually to praise the other party. Women eat this set regardless of age. However, he found the wrong object. Ruth Yao was originally a high-cold beauty. Those little tricks and boys chasing him were all used, so all immunizations would arouse disgust. Hello, this gentleman, I am the boss of the macroelectronics, Ruth Yao. Ruth Yao didn't even use translation, and directly used fluent English in dialogue with each other. Oh, I took the liberty, Ms. Liu, you are so beautiful. Leal humbly stepped forward to be a kiss man. No need, we have no such rules. Ruth Yao is a traditional woman who does not give the other party a chance to kiss, so that the other party will be seated. At this time, she also glanced at Jaduokang, but the holiday of the two was not so easy to expose. Jaduokang only didn't see him. He sat at the end, hoping to hide this beam. But he thinks too much, women are usually not so generous. At the beginning of the talks, Leal presented the companion gift he brought, a cultural souvenir from their country, and a bottle of high-end red wine. After Liu Xiao thanked, he put it aside. After that, they expressed their praise for the macro electrons. This time, the leafless fans produced were of good quality and cheap price. They were particularly admired. Leal just wanted to use rainbow fart to get close. It's better to stun Ruth Yao, and he can start fooling. However, Ruth Yao listened calmly, not to be sad with things, and to be overwhelmed, and let Leal's tricks fall through. Liu Xiao was a very sensible person at all times. Only when facing Zhou Yang, he would suffer and lose, and he would play some small sex. But when facing outsiders, she returned to reason. After being exaggerated by others, Ruth Yao also began to blow business to each other in color, and also made Dyson exaggerated. At first glance, Leal, this young Chinese girl seems to be not easy to fool, so she can only follow the normal routine. So he proposed to visit the grand workshop. The level of an enterprise can be seen by looking at the workshop, which can reflect the vitality and management capabilities of the enterprise. Of course, Ruth Yao then took them to visit. Liu Xiao is a rich family with a lot of money, well cultivated and clean, so the workshops of Hengtu Electronics are all cleaned. However, due to confidentiality reasons, they were not taken to the Fanfree Assembly workshop this time to avoid theft of trade secrets. Seeing the Hengtu Electronics workshop, neat and uniform, well-trained personnel, Leal's evaluation is very high, which is no worse than their Dyson. When he didn't come before, Leal also imagined Bai Di and Hengsu was the kind of chaotic and dirty cottage workshop. After all, only this environment is in line with his inherent impression of China's cheap factories. However, after the visit, he changed his mind. This Macroelectronics is a world-class electrical manufacturing company. No wonder it will make electrical instruments that crush them Dyson. After the visit, it was almost noon. As the host, Ruth Yao set up a banquet in the hotel to entertain guests coming from afar. Zhou Yang, as one of the guests, came to meet these people. At the banquet, Rear was surprised again when he learned that Zhou Yang was the boss of Beatty. Zhou Yang is younger in temperament than what is seen in the photo. Look at Ruth Yao sitting next to Zhou Yang. The two are really talented women. This man and a woman make them face a crisis of survival. Leal sighed in his heart. Maybe the manufacturing industry is really going to change, now it is the age of young people. At the banquet, everyone pushed a cup and changed it. Of course, they all tasted it, mainly talking in temptation. Leal is not very proficient in business, but he is a world of people, a little clever ghost, and he is very observant. During this period, he used the energy of wine to test Zhou Yang, how much Beatty is worth. This is to explore Zhou Yang's psychological purchase price. My company is now worth 200 billion US dollars. Zhou Yang reported the price. Of course, this is the price after multiplying it many times, just to let others dispel the idea of buying. Seeing Zhou Yang's attitude, Leal understood that the other party had no idea of selling the enterprise, then he would shift his goal to cooperation. We Dyson have a mature sales network abroad, and a fixed user group, and have received many honors, with a lot of patented technology. Leal boasted Dyson, that is, to raise his price, so that Zhou Yangshin would cooperate with Dyson to make a big profit. Zhou Yang does not chase stars and worship, others are superstitious about foreign big-name products, he has never had this concept. For his peers, he can only cooperate, not cooperate. This Dyson is obviously a cooperative, they have extraordinary influence, and their users are high-end high-quality customers, that is, a group of people who pay attention to the quality of life and have the ability to consume, if they can use their customer resources, that will greatly promote the development of Baidu abroad. But whether you can cooperate or not depends on Dyson's attitude. Next, Leal mentioned the meaning of wanting to cooperate to explore the tone. Zhou Yang glanced at Ruth Yao and signaled her to decide. Ruth Yao certainly also meant to Zhou Yang, but before discussing cooperation, she had to deal with a personal grudge. It was the one who had a holiday with her, and at this moment he was dull and sandwiched. May I ask Mr. Leal, does Dyson want to cooperate with us? At the wine table, Ruth Yao asked Leal. Leal nodded, yes, and of course Mr. Week, we also have to cooperate with high-quality companies like Beatty. After Ruth Yao listened, he had a brilliant smile on his face. However, Leal suddenly had a bad hunch. Such a smirk usually means that things have changed. Sure enough, Ruth Yao then said, Gaisai is really not as good as one in the table, one set behind the face set. Leal froze, what does say? Lu Sayao meant to say, some of your management personnel said that my macroelectronically produced products are industrial waste. You all think of us like this, how can you cooperate with us, is it playing with me? Absolutely not, I never said it. Leal's hand shook quickly, indicating that he was innocent. Ruth Yao said, you haven't said it, it doesn't mean someone else hasn't said it. Leal understood this time, and he followed Ruth Yao's eyes and saw Guiduofield. Nationality manager, have you said this? Leal asked coldly. Are all misunderstandings, all misunderstandings? Jiduo Yuan laughed and explained, while wiping the oil in the corner of his mouth. He had a bad hunch just now, so on the principle of having a meal, it was a meal. Just now, when others were talking, he was eating hard and pulling all the lobster abalone and the like. What's going on? Leal put down the knife and fork and asked coldly. I had a joke with President Liu before, but I didn't expect her to take it seriously, hee. I apologize for my recklessness before, sorry President Liu, this glass of wine is a crime, I did it. Jiduo Kang will really make a big deal, trying to use a glass of wine to resolve conflicts. Is it a joke? This time when Zhou Yang groaned, he took out his mobile phone and played Leal's video of the former Jichuo field spraying electronics. The mean and mocking tone doesn't seem to be kidding. Nationality manager, you have disappointed me too much, and I will suggest to the headquarters whether you are suitable for the position of the head of the national district. Leal was a little angry. He talked to Ruth Yao well. He didn't expect to meet a pig teammate and offend everyone. This also made him talk. When I came to investigate before, Osho explained to him, and he must be allowed to facilitate acquisitions or cooperation. The acquisition is impossible. Bai Di and the boss of Hengtu are not short of money, and they are too large to cooperate. Who knows, the person in charge of his own country actually made this out, making Leal very angry. This is totally unreasonable. It is a very low-level behavior to provoke opponents for no reason. It is similar to arguing with elementary school students. There is no practical benefit other than reducing their taste and harvesting an enemy. This made Leal very passive. To make Ruth Yao and Zhou Yan breathless, he spent a lot of effort. Before, he was dissatisfied with Jiduo Yard. China had such a powerful opponent as Beatty. He actually had no warning, was too negligent, and did not meet the requirements of their company. Leal believes that the working capacity of the Jizuo field is no longer in line with the company's development plan, and the company's board of directors must be open to the Jizuo field. But before that, we must first repair the relationship with Lu Sayao. So he said to Lu Sayao, sorry Ms. Lu, because of the mistakes of our staff, you have been attacked by words. I am here on behalf of Dyson to apologize to you. Please rest assured that I will give you a satisfactory answer. Compared to the Doder field where people are fucking, it is still the foreigner Leal who is more sensible. At least the words he said are very comfortable to hear. We have such a rich meal today, so we will not talk about such disappointing topics. Please taste the special dishes in our deep town and burn the geese. Ruth Yao stopped talking about this matter, and then looked at Dyson's attitude. The atmosphere behind this meal is relatively flat. Leal struggled to find the topic, and the scene was decent. After eating, these people went to the hotel by themselves, and Zhou Yang and Lu Sayao stood at the door of the hotel, and both of them had slight bruises. It's still early today, are you going back? Lu Sayao's little finger squandered the mess in front of her, looking forward to asking. Zhou Yang nodded, yes, today I am going to live in the company, the power supply of the aircraft is at the last minute, and I am going to watch it. Oh, pay attention, it's a bit cold at night, Ruth Yao reminded. Okay, see you soon. After Zhou Yang said goodbye, he called an escort, and he was going back to Bai Di Industrial Park. Ruth Yao Ming wanted to find him to go shopping and play, but he was embarrassed to say that when he was busy with his career. When Zhou Yan returned to the company, he went to the production workshop, where samples of aircraft power were already produced overnight. After more than half a month of research, it is not easy to finally be able to conduct a trial production. In the case of detailed drawings, it still takes so long to start production, which shows the difficulty. It is conceivable that if there is no drawings, this scientific research difficulty will break through the sky. Worthy of being a component of a large aircraft, it is really difficult to develop. Zhou Yang stayed in the workshop and studied and discussed with the workers until 0 o'clock. Boss, go to sleep, it is estimated that the finished product will not come out until tomorrow. Seeing that Zhou Yang was so hard, a company owner with a market value of tens of billions, and followed the workers in the workshop until the middle of the night, even the head of the class could not bear to watch it, and advised him to rest. Okay, then I will go to bed first. If there is something, call me. Zhou Yang explained it and returned to the office by himself. Pull out his exclusive folding bed and go to bed after washing. This sense slept smoothly until more than 7 o'clock. Zhou Yang woke up according to the biological clock, stretched out a lazy waist, and his neck was a bit stiff, mainly because the pillow was not adjusted to height last night. However, after a while, it was much better, and then Zhou Yang went to the company cafeteria for breakfast. After breakfast, he ran to the workshop and saw the power supply system, which was already doing the final debugging. Zhou Yang's heart is inevitable. By more than 8 o'clock in the morning, the engineers in the company have come one after another, and everyone has gathered here to wait for the birth of new results. At more than 9 o'clock in the morning, the power component system of the first large aircraft finally went offline smoothly, and the power test was qualified. Snapped! There was a burst of applause at the scene. Everyone was busy for so long and finally saw the results. Then Zhou Yang stretched out his hand to touch this power supply, which seems to be a rectangular body with a volume of more than 1 meter long. There are many special interfaces. In the future, this equipment will be embedded in the power system of the aircraft to provide the aircraft with a continuous stable current. This is like the aircraft's circulatory system, which is responsible for managing the aircraft's various electrical equipment. System, help me detect. Zhou Yang still believes in the capabilities of the system, allowing the system to help detect whether the power supply is qualified. The system immediately sent a reminder. Zhou Yangzin was waiting in the middle, and immediately looked at the prompt content. The test is qualified and the aircraft power system is successfully developed. The system gives a firm answer. Yeah. Zhou Yang waved his arms to celebrate, and he finally completed the research and development results, which can be paid off. He symbolically asked the engineer to test the equipment, but in fact he already knew the results. In the afternoon, all kinds of tests are qualified, which shows that BYD has successfully manufactured the first pure domestic aircraft power component in China. Everyone has worked hard. Those who participated in the development of production will receive additional bonuses this month. After Zhou Yang ordered it, the participants showed their happy colors on their faces, and they finally paid back. And some scientific researchers, in large research units, have not produced any results for several years. After coming to BYD, this result has been one after another. Although they only played a small role, this sense of participation also made them extremely satisfied. After coming to BYD, the work has run. This is the true idea of most BYD employees. After getting his report, Zhou Yang called the vice president of the aviation industry for the first time to tell him this exciting news. Really? Great, I will come to you tomorrow. The vice president was very happy. I didn't expect this power supply to be successfully studied so quickly. If it is true, the progress of the domestication of large aircraft parts will be advanced again. The vice president came to BYD the next day, visited and personally tested the power components of the aircraft. Several engineers have repeatedly tested to confirm that the performance of this power supply system is not only lagging behind foreign products, but has greatly improved in all aspects, which is amazing. The engineers who came to accept the products all engaged in a half-life aircraft, knowing how difficult it is to develop these parts. When many people applauded together, they even burst into tears. They worked hard for most of their lives and saw that the domestication rate of large aircraft increased step by step. From scratch, it was really not easy. Then they let BYD hurry to mass production, and they will sign the first batch of supply contracts. The first batch of vice presidents will require 500 units, which will be used on the next order to verify product performance with a solid machine. If qualified, all domestic power will be used in the follow-up. Since the contract is to be signed, a quotation for aircraft power must be given. Everyone in the aviation industry knows that the price of BYD's products is really conscious. Just such an aircraft power module, selling 1.5 to 2 million units abroad, they think that BYD's valuation should be less than 300,000 yuan, which is in line with BYD's previous style. At the same time, they can also save a lot of costs, so that the profit of the whole machine will be further improved. They all look forward to a preferential quote from BYD. Regarding the pricing piece, Zhou Yang said to wait a few days first, he has to discuss it. It is mainly because he does not want to price privately. He should respect the general manager Tang Lan and discuss the price with her. Zhou Yang took the documents and went directly to Tang Lan's office. After knocking on the door, Zhou Yang saw Tang Lan wearing a dark lady suit and sitting in her seat to review the documents. This is particularly like the white-collar elite in the workplace TV series, whose image and temperament are very fit. Tang Lan, the quotation of the aircraft power supply, I want to discuss it with you. When Zhou Yang came over, he put the file on the table. Tang Lan has already seen it, and she said, the overall decision of Zhou is just fine. Zhou Yang said, I think it can be increased a little more appropriately. The cost price of this one is 13,000, because the sales volume cannot be high, and I think the selling price can be increased appropriately. So how about we book 26,000? Tang Lan was almost laughed at Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang said that the selling price should be increased appropriately. She thought that it would cost 100,000 yuan. After all, this low-selling product, and a small number of peer companies, usually has high added value. However, Zhou Yang's increase means that the selling price has doubled the cost. If the power supply sells 26,000 units, it is already the cheapest aircraft power supply in the world, and the performance is far ahead. I suggest not to be too cheap. After all, it is not a civilian product this time, so you don't have to worry about it. If it is too cheap, it may be counterproductive. Do you think we are a material dealer who has cut corners? Makes sense. Zhou Yang nodded, then he asked Tang Lan what her intention price was. I think it would be 31,000 units. Tang Lan said. Okay, the wholesale price is 30,000. The next two people determine the selling price of the domestic aircraft power system. This selling price will have a profound impact in the future. Because of the existence of Beatty, foreign aircraft parts companies cannot collect a domestic price of 1 or 2 million. Then after the pricing is good, this quotation will be sent to the aviation industry group. When the vice president of the other party received the quotation, he exclaimed, so cheap. Because of the long-term purchase of 1 or 2 million aircraft power supplies, it has been here for many years. Suddenly, the domestic power supply, cracked down, dried the price to 30,000 yuan, which is particularly refreshing. Is it a 30,000 yuan sell for an aircraft power supply? How many years have we been slaughtered abroad? The vice president sighed, and at the same time he passed the document to the procurement department. His opinion was that the first batch of 500 units was ordered. As long as the performance was stable, all the power supplies produced by Beatty would be used in the future. Then the vice president drafted a document on the full implementation of the nationalization rate of aircraft accessories and in-depth cooperation with Beatty. After 2 cooperations, it was proved that Beatty's manufacturing strength was overwhelming, and it must be reliable to find them for research and development. After the aircraft power supply is accepted, they will start the research and development of more parts and components, and promote several products at the same time. They also launched larger-scale subsidies and support for Beatty, asking for money and asking for people. Such deep-seated cooperation is not the subsidy of the previous million yuan level, and the funds must be hundreds of millions of dollars. In this case, they and Beatty will benefit. When this report was submitted, the chairman attached great importance to it, and immediately organized the team members to meet and discuss. During this period, a major event occurred in the country. A domestic civilian aircraft had an accident. Fortunately, during the takeoff phase, the final forced landing was successful. Only a few crew members and passengers were slightly injured. It can be said that it is a blessing in misfortune. The aviation department set up an investigation team to start investigating the accident. During this period, a lot of gossip appeared on the internet, saying that the aircraft manufactured by the aviation industry used unqualified parts, which led to an accident. This old model of a small civilian passenger aircraft is the model of an aircraft produced by the aviation industry group more than 10 years ago by introducing foreign production lines. At that time, basically the main accessories were all imported. It can be said that the country is just an assembly plant. Now there is an accident. The aviation industry group also sent engineers to assist in the investigation. Because the main body of the aircraft was complete, after a few days of investigation, the cause of the accident was roughly confirmed. A circuit device caught fire on a short circuit, which caused the accident. These circuit accessories, of course, are also purchased foreign products, and of course they are also within the prescribed shelf life. Therefore, the aviation industry group disclosed that it was a problem with foreign suppliers and was actively claiming compensation from foreign manufacturers. However, foreign manufacturers stopped doing it, saying that the aviation industry group was maliciously framed, and their products were no problem. Even if they presented evidence, they did not recognize it. If these companies do not have domestic branches, they can only fight overseas lawsuits. When they go to each other's territory to fight lawsuits, the probability of winning is very slim, so in the end, they are basically the aviation industry group to compensate for this loss. That's all. It was only money that was lost, but then the situation deteriorated sharply, leaving the aviation industry group in a very passive situation. After the plane accident, foreign media reported extensively. They slammed the level of production of the aviation industry group and distorted the facts, saying how good the quality of the aircraft they produced in their home country was, ignoring their own aircraft and having 2 accidents in 3 days. Some domestic netizens, after reading reports from abroad, began to become a keyboard player, accusing the aviation industry group of adding more accusations that the domestic aircraft is garbage, how good it is to buy foreign countries directly, and the domestic aircraft industry is the unaffordable ado. This was of course shelled by other upright netizens. Those who have been buying others have been subject to others. Have you forgotten the examples of sanctions and the prohibition of like carving machines? This world is not peaceful. Foreigners are pirates who start their homes, they are plundering their mines, and they are completely dependent on each other's industries, such as chips. Others say they break their confessions and they break their confessions. You don't have any moves, either kneel or bite your teeth straight. Therefore, the domestic aircraft industry must not stop, and it must continue to grow. You can't always buy finished foreign aircraft, otherwise you have to be subject to people, and an airplane is so expensive, hundreds of millions of yuan, and I don't know how many leaks were cut. However, under the deliberate guidance of some organizations, this kind of public opinion criticizing the domestic aircraft is intensifying, which is very abnormal. After all, under the addition of certain star scandals, those netizens have not forgotten to spray the domestic aircraft. It's a bit too pure, obviously someone is making trouble behind. The aviation industry group met to study the matter and concluded that the promoter of negative public opinion was an organization abroad, perhaps those aircraft parts supply companies. Because of the recent domestic campaign for domestic aircraft domestication, the number of orders for foreign aircraft accessories has decreased significantly, and they are waiting for opportunities to disrupt this nationalization campaign so that they can sell high-priced accessories unscrupulously. The vice president of the aviation industry group spoke at the meeting. Everyone can look at the 2 accessories of Beatty. One is the airborne meteorological radar, and the other is the aircraft power system. The price is 1/10 of the foreign country, but the performance is not lower than or even higher than the other party. We can imagine how profitable the foreign accessories are. In order to allow the monopoly to continue, they will naturally attack us, and will spare no effort. At this time, the chairman of the aviation industry group nodded and said, "Public opinion is also a double-edged sword. I think that the enemy cannot be so unscrupulous. Sometimes, we dare to light the sword." The other team members understand and all know the chairman's decision. The chairman will be assigned to let the vice president cooperate with the propaganda department to counter this storm of public opinion. The public opinion weapons used are naturally the 2 products of Beatty. "Okay, let me do it." The vice president took the lead. He went to contact Zhou Yang as soon as possible to tell him the news. In the confidentiality contract they originally signed, BYD shall not privately promote their development of domestic aircraft accessories. But now the situation has changed. It is necessary for the 2 products developed by BYD to be announced in advance, so that foreign companies can see. They have the strength to build aircraft accessories themselves, and they are better than those outside your country. Yes, Zhou Yang certainly had no opinion, and he also saw this public opinion attack on the aviation industry group by netizens, so he supported the vice president's decision. What's more, it also helps Beatty's propaganda. Why not do it? So things are so settled. The aviation industry group is responsible for most of the publicity work. Zhou Yang only needs to attend their series of press conferences, as well as the Aircraft Achievement Exhibition. This matter needs to be prepared. Zhou Yang has already begun to mass-produce domestic aircraft power supplies. I believe it will be available in large quantities soon. More than a week later, it was relatively calm. That is, the aviation industry group issued a statement to hold an aircraft achievement exhibition in the near future. Zhou Yang was also invited to attend as a guest. Zhou Yang will wait to attend the meeting next. He will display 2 types of aircraft parts produced by their company in the name of the representative of BYD Company. Ruth Yao's development is also good. After Dyson's investigation team leader Dyson returned to the headquarters, he described the trip to the deep town in detail. Senior Dyson also felt that Beatty and Hongtu Electronics should resolve the injustice, and it is better to cooperate, otherwise their company will face a very powerful test. So how to repair the relationship with Hongtu Electron Ruth Yao becomes the top priority. The gap between the companies of both sides is naturally the residence of the person in charge of the stinky country. This person's ability to work is average, and the headquarters has long seen him disobedient, and this time it happened to have the opportunity to deal with it. So a dismissal letter was sent to the head of Yudookeng. After dismissing the job, he is not losing money. He can receive a high amount of compensation. It seems that Ruth Yao cannot be angry. This is obviously not enough. Liu was sent to China again by the headquarters because of his flexible mind, and was personally responsible for letting Ruth Yao out. The first thing he has to deal with is this former colleague. To treat a country's general manager is simple, it is only necessary to investigate his malfeasance. Previously, the headquarters was not strictly managed in the country, this time it was the first thorough investigation. This time, Zhizhou was a bit panic. After all, Mo Wei is not fat. He did use the convenience of work to get a little extra money, otherwise he would not buy a villa or a luxury car. What he did was false invoices, embezzlement of public funds, and embezzlement of company assets, which constituted job encroachment. Although Liu had no decisive evidence for a while, based on years of experience, he knew that Zhizhou Field must have been full of money, so he chose to call the police for the first time. The police attached great importance to the alarms of foreign-owned companies, and then sent the investigating criminal police to investigate the case. The police came to investigate, and Dyson's domestic company also cooperated fully. Liu also did ideological work for the domestic company's accountants, and the accountants told some of the violations of Nichua Yard. The crime of encroachment on the tutor field was confirmed. This is a criminal case. The police immediately controlled the tutor field and launched a detailed investigation into the case. Zhiduokang quickly collapsed, confessed his criminal facts, and promised to return the property of his corrupt company, about 20 million. As for how to pursue it, it is a follow-up matter. Liu immediately came to the deep town with sincerity and found Ruth Yao to communicate the matter in person. Dear road girl taxi, meet again, you are beautiful again. Liu began to boast when he met. Lu Xiao was calm and was not stunned by each other's sugar-coated shells. Liu then talked about something that was not there, and then said the business this time. I said last time that I will give you a satisfactory account. I don't know. Sending Ji Duokang to prison is not an account. Liu brought the phone over and released their alarm back to the order and the scene where Zhizhou Field was taken away. Oops, don't make it so big. Lu Xiao looked at her heart very fast, but she still wanted to be generous a little bit, and she could not show her happiness. Liu affirmed, it is necessary that this person not only offends you, but also embezzles our company's 20 million huge sums of money. We must make this greedy pig pay the price. Lu Xiao nodded with satisfaction. She was indeed satisfied with this treatment plan, so she directly said that she was optimistic about the cooperation between the two companies. Zhiduokang was run by law. There is no gap between the two companies, and one has manufacturing capabilities, a sales network with foreign countries, and a customer group. Their cooperation has broad prospects. After the happy knot, the progress of this cooperation was accelerated, so a week later, a delegation sent by Dyson's head office came to Shenzhen, Lu Xiao, and Zhouyang to negotiate cooperation matters. The cooperation talks between Ruth Yao and Dyson went smoothly. In just 3 days, an agreement was basically reached. Although Ruth Yao was talking to the other party, Zhouyang also participated in the hearing, and after all, he also had a copy here. These provisions include but are not limited to 1. Dyson appliances are completely withdrawn from the Chinese market. 2. The products of the same as Beatty and Disinlay can be sold in the overseas version, but they must be priced, that is, the Beatty vacuum cleaner, sweeping robot, leaf-free fan and other products. The selling price of products cannot be lower than 90 of Dyson products. For electrical products sold by Dyson, they will charge a small amount of consignment fees. 3. The two sides have launched comprehensive cooperation to share the rights to use some patented technologies with each other, and can jointly develop new products. 4. Beatty and Hongtu Electronics shall not reproduce in Dyson's existing electrical products with the same product line, so as not to produce competition. 5. Dyson will apologize to Ruth Yao in public and announce it for 7 days. In the future, he will not insult, defame, or defame any domestic electrical brand. Roughly these 5 articles are beneficial to both parties. In general, Lu Xiao and Zhouyang made money here. The first is the first one. Dyson withdrew from the domestic market. Their expensive appliances cannot harvest the leaks of domestic users. As for some Dyson's iron powder, if you want to buy it, you can buy it by overseas channels. But it can be guaranteed that most people don't have to spend that wrong money. After all, they can have appliances with the same performance, so as to avoid making money for foreign companies. As for Dyson, they have nothing to miss. At present, Beatty's electrical appliances are being sold. Their 3-digit electrical appliances are basically sold out of single digits. The domestic market has survived and the withdrawal has just been downsized. The second is that Dyson will sell appliances such as leaf-free fans, collect handling fees, and foreign editions cannot be sold cheaper than them. In this way, there is no price advantage, which can guarantee the interest of Dyson's appliances overseas, but Zhouyang did not lose any money. the overseas version forcibly increased the price. This gross interest rate has broken through the sky. Selling one abroad and selling dozens of domestic profits is almost blood earning. In this way, both companies have their own basic discs, and they do not have to compete strongly. For Dyson, he made a strong competitor, don't worry about the failure, and for Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao, they don't have that much ambition to swallow the global market. It's enough for them to drink a pot, so borrowing Dyson's sales network and overseas relations to earn rice, they are also equivalent to lying down to collect money. Hela did not do it. As for Article 3, there is nothing to say about patent sharing. Both parties are good things. Dyson can reduce costs and increase the technology content. Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao can also try Dyson's patent technology for free, which is more conducive to improve corporate image and user experience. After all, although Dyson's things are expensive, the products are also remarkable, otherwise there will not be so many loyal users worldwide. The fourth is that Dyson strongly asked to add it. They don't want BYD to produce products that threaten them. Otherwise, it's hard to sleep. Zhou Yang also agreed at this point, and Dyson's high-end appliances have a small domestic audience, and he is too lazy to specifically exchange drawings for production. After all, BYD's stall is very large today, and he can't be so busy with so much work for a while. The last thing to say is Article 5, which is Dyson's good behavior to Ruth Yao. Anyway, they only apologize in the country, and they also have to withdraw from the domestic market. It doesn't matter what the face is, and it's theirs. The wrong person made a sincere apology but gained user favor. Therefore, this cooperation between the two parties is considered to be necessary. No one has a lion's mouth. Soon, the vice president of the other party, on behalf of Dyson, signed his name on the contract. Zhou Yang and Ruth Yao also signed their names in the first column of Party A. This strategic cooperation agreement, which lasts for 3 years and has no objections from both parties at the end of the period, can be automatically extended, which can be said to be quite flexible. I wish us success in cooperation. Dyson's vice president shook hands with Zhou Yang and Lu Xiao separately, and an agreement was reached. That night, Lu Xiao took the lead and set up a banquet in the hotel to celebrate the birth of cooperation. And this news was also sent out by many media. Dyson withdrew from China and signed an in-depth cooperation contract with BYD and Hongtu Electronics. It seems that domestic companies have clearly dominated. The netizens felt frowning and exhaling. In the end, they let foreign companies give in the international manufacturing industry, which is worth celebrating. Netizens are very high-skinned, and Zhou Yang himself did not think that this is a win-win cooperation, and it is not possible to talk about how cheap it is. Ruth Yao is more satisfied, her purpose has been achieved, and the people who attacked him have already gone to jail. Dyson also published an apology letter in the media and said that she is optimistic about the cooperation between the two parties. She was so angry that she was a perfect cooperation. Next week, the Sun began to follow the steps, preparing to go to Yanqing to participate in the Aircraft Achievement Exhibition organized by the Aviation Industry Group. This official propaganda is to show a series of achievements from scratch in my country's large aircraft. In fact, it is also a trade fair, which exhibits domestic aircraft parts and components. Companies from other countries are also welcome to purchase. This belongs to the aviation industry using its own reputation to hold a trade fair for his suppliers. Although BYD's aircraft parts business started late, the results were remarkable. Previously, products were required to be kept confidential for strategic reasons, but now the situation has changed, allowing BYD to publicize, but if it is sold out, it must be approved, and exports are prohibited for some countries. In the past, Europe and the United States imposed an embargo on our country, and now there is finally an embargo imposed by our country overseas. Zhou Yang took a sales and technical team from the company and went to Yanqing. The aviation industry over there has prepared the booth to help Zhou Yang. They just bring parts in the past. Zhou Yang products are two different, one is an airborne weather radar, and the other is a power component. After the arrival of several of them, someone came to receive them, and then took Zhou Yang to the exhibition site. The exhibition site has been set up. Zhou Yang, they put the brochures such as parts up, and when they were familiar with the venue, they went to the hotel. The exhibition will start tomorrow. It belongs to the aviation industry with its own reputation to hold a trade fair for his suppliers. Although BYD's aircraft parts business started late, the results were remarkable. Previously, it was because the strategy required confidentiality, but now the situation has changed, allowing BYD to publicize, but if it is sold out, it must be approved, and exports are prohibited for some countries. In the past, Europe and the United States imposed an embargo on our country, and now there is finally an embargo imposed by our country overseas. Zhou Yang took a sales and technical team from the company and went to Yanqing. The aviation industry over there has prepared the booth to help Zhou. They just bring the parts over. Zhou products are the same. One is an airborne weather radar, and the other is an aircraft power component. After the arrival of several of them, they were specially received, and then took Zhou to the exhibition site. The exhibition site has been set up. Zhou, they put the brochures such as parts up, and when they were familiar with the venue, they went to the hotel. Just wait for the exhibition to begin tomorrow. That night, the vice president of the aviation industry gave Zhou the wind. I thought it was just a simple banquet. I didn't expect a heavyweight person to come suddenly, leaving Zhou unexpected. The person who suddenly visited the banquet this time was the chairman of the aviation industry group, and he also brought several high-level group companies. Zhou got up and shook hands with the old man. The nearly 50-year-old chairman is amiable and gentle, and encourages Zhou. He boasted that Zhou was the leader in the domestic manufacturing industry, and the rising star was young and promising. Anyway, it is the praise words of the praise people, which have been given again. Zhou, who is boasting, is a bit embarrassed. This is not an exaggeration. Among the suppliers who are now cooperating with the aviation industry group, the Beatty family has two products that transcend foreign manufacturers. The product performance of other manufacturers is at most close to foreign countries. There is a certain gap, and the selling price aspect, Beatty is not so cheap. Beatty, who already has two successful works, is naturally the most valued supplier to the company's chairman. He intends to sign a supplementary agreement with Beatty to strengthen the connection between the two companies when this achievement exhibition is over. The chairman is relatively busy, and after a chat with Zhou for a while, let the vice president entertain well. He also explained to Zhou and went to receive other customers. After all, the chairman is well organized, the position is very high, and of course he is busy. And he can still take the time to meet Zhou in a busy schedule, and he can see the degree to which Zhou is valued. At the banquet, all members of the aviation industry group toast in turns, and they talked about the wine, so it was not lively. That night, the wine was very happy, Zhou was in the amount, his head was a bit confused, and then he was arranged to sleep in the hotel. By the next day, there was a special car that sent Zhou and his men to the venue. Outside the convention center today, it was quite lively. There are media reporters, visitors, and many foreign customers. It is estimated that they are looking at the domestic aircraft manufacturing industry. Walking into the exhibition hall, Zhou saw several districts here. There is a special historical commemorative area, which contains various souvenirs and old photos, all of which are introducing the development history of my country's aircraft industry. In the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China, most of the aircraft in our country were seized or purchased, and there were only a few. So much so that in the founding ceremony, the plane had to go around 2 circles. Later, I learned the technology of my elder brother and started the road of imitation, such as Annihilation 6 and Annihilation 7 aircraft. This is still a military aircraft, and it is even more difficult for civilian aircraft. Because military aircraft are just in need, the country has spent a lot of resources to produce. Although most of the time performance lags behind foreign fighters, it has finally been achieved from scratch. Because civil aircraft do not have much money for research and development, and the technology is backward and lacking, the assembled aircraft created in this way has no one to buy and can only use it by itself, so it has not been marketed. It was not until the previous years that the country's economic conditions were good that the aviation industry group took the lead and began to develop large domestic civil aircraft. Although C919 is now offline, there are many foreign accessories in it, which have not achieved real domestication. This has also been criticized by many people. Now with the addition of the White Emperor, the domestication rate of the aircraft will definitely be higher and higher, and the cost of the entire aircraft will be lower and lower. The White Emperor has this ability. It is only a matter of time before the national production of aircraft accessories. Zhou handed over his own exhibition area to the sales team, and he visited himself in the historical area. The domestic aircraft manufacturing industry has gone through a hard journey along the rags. Zhou is looking at how much the predecessors have suffered and how many sins have been suffered before today's achievements. Many young netizens have not experienced that poor and white age, thinking that our country is so much worse than the foreign aircraft industry, and there is no strategic bomber. It is really inferior. I don't know the people of our country. I haven't had enough food to eat. I am still a developing country. Although I am backward, practitioners have never given up and have been catching up. With such a large body size in my country, it is quite difficult to assemble a large aircraft that can be used. It is not uncommon to put it in the world. Zhou took a look here, and then was attracted by the huge outdoor roar. I saw a huge civilian passenger plane painted with a red flag, which was vacating. It was the pride of the domestic aircraft, C919. Zhou Yang quickly came outdoors, shaded with his hands on his forehead, and then looked up at the sky. The plane had already flown, and began to climb and hover in the sky. This is where the aviation industry group is showing muscles to everyone and showing their products. Many customers with colored skin are very excited to watch, taking pictures and discussing. After all, most of their countries do not have their own aircraft manufacturing industry. Looking at this aircraft, they can only be envious. And many European and American countries, such as the United States and the law, have their own large-scale manufacturing plants. Here, they are purely listening to the intelligence of competitors. Zhou Yan was also envious of seeing this big plane, if Bai Di could make the plane himself. Other equipment can be made by Zhou Yang's conversion of drawings, but the aircraft is currently not meeting the manufacturing requirements. One is financial resources, and the other is technical reserves. The aviation industry group has a lot of aircraft manufacturing workers that have been trained for many years. These are talents that can't buy money. Money and people are indispensable. These can only come slowly. Then Zhou Yan returned to his booth and saw many old foreigners visiting here. This time it was just a show of achievements, so they only exhibited products and did not announce the price, that is, let the foreigner look at it, it is bright muscles. In fact, this is also helpless. After all, the two products of Beatty belong to the international first-class category, and the price is still cheap to burst, but other domestic accessories are slightly inferior to foreign levels, and no one will buy them. No fame, no hard products, basically this is the only way. It is also for the domestic manufacturers to keep a little face, so this time only talk about fate, not money. Most of the people who came to interview were curious tourists, as well as journalists with cameras. Foreigners, who are more interested in product performance, seem to be very interested. At other booths, they learned it and had little interest, because the data shown was a bit worse than foreign products and was not attractive. When these foreigners come to Baidi's booth, they will not calm down, because the performance parameters marked by Beatty's two devices are even better than those of foreign civil aircraft accessories. Hello, your product did not speak big words? How could such a good data be? There is a bearded foreigner, so I will ask in crappy Chinese. Baidi's sales staff answered, this is true. How much do we buy? The foreigner asked. Sorry, if you want to buy it, go talk to the people of the aviation industry group. The polite explanation of the sales staff. Because there are political tasks in this achievement exhibition, the sales rights of the accessories are all at the organizer, and they will screen the customers so that the products will not fall into the hands of the unpredictable person. Many foreigners shook their heads and left. Looking at that look, they obviously did not believe that Baidi's products were so good. Zhou Yang was too lazy to explain to them that the aviation industry group will have a press conference later, and they will know by then. At the center of the exhibition center, a lot of camera equipment has been erected, and the press conference is ready to be filmed for a while. Today's press conference is a top priority. Many high-level members of the aviation industry group have attended to introduce their recent work to the outside world. It turned out that they had always remained mysterious, and they had not been dismissed by foreign media, but also misunderstood by their own netizens. Since they could not keep a low profile, they had to choose a high-profile display. The lighting is on and the flashing lights are constantly flashing. With the leaders and engineers of several aviation industry groups entering the booth, this press conference also officially began. Hello, guests from all corners of the world. The vice president of the airline industry company spoke on stage. After the welcome speech, he said about the achievement exhibition, and guests from many countries came to participate. After these sets of words are finished, it is the focus of this exhibition. Our large C919 aircraft has achieved its first flight, and the nationalization rate of aircraft parts and components has achieved 72. Buzz. As soon as this remark came out, a speech was issued under the stage, which is a very important initiative. Many reporters below are eager to try to ask questions, but the process has not yet arrived, and the vice president will let them be restless. He then began to promote for himself. Recently, their C919 is engaged in promotion, and ordering is welcome. According to past experience, there is no country that has the Boeing and Airbus of the United States and France with more mature technology and more developed industries to choose the domestic C919. However, it is difficult to start everything. The vice president still hopes to develop the overseas market. Things are always digested internally. After the promotion of his own large aircraft, it is time to help the domestic suppliers to promote it. If there is a great development of domestically produced accessories, it is necessary for companies to make money and rely on their few domestic aircraft manufacturing plants to purchase them. This goal must not be achieved. The products of the accessory factory must be sold. Go to other countries. the vice president announced their list of outstanding suppliers, by D. Heron. The vice president also said that interested customers can go to the booths of major suppliers to negotiate and consult. Those ordinary aircraft parts suppliers can sign the order when they are fancy, but now the only BYD products are still in a semi-confidential state. BYD's two aircraft parts products have only data and no quotation. This is also the result of high-level discussions in the aviation industry. Such excellent accessories can make the aircraft have a small increase in use, and the selling price is so cheap that it can't flow fat to outsiders. At present, it is only for others to see, that is, not sell you. If you really want it, you can exchange it for something equivalent. Can those parts that were previously banned in other countries be supplied? This is not because people in the aviation industry are not forgiving, but they are still treating each other in the same way. Foreigners have treated them like this for so many years. The most advanced things must not be sold. They can be sold. Product eliminated. After so many years, our airlines have swallowed all the way, and now it is easy for BYD to lead their parts and components, and they also have to taste the refreshing of the ban. You can't just let the foreigners set fire, don't let their aviation industry light up. Zhou Yang is also cooperating with this point. As a manufacturing practitioner, he has a deeper understanding of the rogue practices abroad. The country formed by pirate thinking will not pay attention to any oligarchs in shame, nor will they be polite to them, and it will be finished. In this country, it is the same as a small book and a small stick. You are polite to bully you. When you beat him hard, you are their father. This is all based on realistic evidence. Otherwise, the book and the stick will not let people station troops in their own country. Will they still treat people as uncles? So sometimes, it's unreasonable to be reasonable, otherwise no one will take you seriously and think about taking advantage. Soon, the vice president finished speaking. The following is the reporter's question time. All the Chinese and foreign reporters under the stage raised their hands high, and they had many questions to ask. As the host, of course, to take care of the country's reporters, the vice president asked a reporter from the domestic authoritative media to ask questions. Hello, Vice President, I would like to ask, since you announced the previous year, the domestication rate of C919 is 50. In the past 2 years alone, why has the nationalization rate increased to 72? This question is well asked. It is worthy of the media that cooperates frequently. He asked what the vice president wanted to say. Journalists from other countries have raised their ears to listen to the explanation. The vice president said, "This is to thank us for the nationalization of the aircraft. After 2 years, our aircraft industry talents and enterprises have made unremitting efforts to burst out a lot of scientific research successes and excellent enterprises to make the aircraft domestication rate much higher than expected. There are also many breakthroughs from scratch, and even some accessories have reached and surpassed the world's advanced level." This time, there was a big wow under the stage. Some people thought it was a big talk. After all, what level of China's aircraft was created? They had heard about it, and it was still the appearance of the international community for at least 10 years. How could it be overtaken? Isn't that the way to hang? The vice president smiled slightly, and his position would not be just fooling around. The two accessories of BYD are his underlying gas, and he believes that BYD's ability is not limited to this. As long as time is given, BYD will definitely bring new opportunities to his country's aviation industry. However, the vice president also subsequently stated that this nationalization rate is just a general term. After all, the large aircraft factories abroad, although their nationalization rate is generally less than 80, their core components, such as engines, flight control systems, etc., they are all their own countries. Foreign purchases are generally unimportant accessories, such as glass, interior, tires, etc. Many important parts of our country are still imported, which is obviously different from abroad. In short, there is a long way to go to the domestication of Chinese aircraft, but I believe that as long as we are given 3 to 5 years, we can increase the nationalization rate to 90 or more. The applause under this stage was not violent. It is our people who applaud, and other foreigners who are silent or expressionless obviously do not believe this goal. However, the vice president did not justify it. The facts are more eloquent. After a few years, they will just watch it. Sooner or later, one day, our aircraft industry will also become a benchmark for the whole world. Next, other reporters asked questions, and the vice president chose a foreign reporter. This reporter is more concerned about those advanced accessories, so he asked, "Excuse me, which accessories are beyond the international advanced level?" The vice president would like to give this foreign reporter some praise. The real question asked the idea. The purpose of the Aeronautical Industry Group's achievement exhibition is to show muscles and show good things. BYD is the best product. This involves professional knowledge, and the vice president asked the chief engineer to answer. Commander Chi cleared his throat and said, "I will only give 2 examples. Our aircraft accessories have reached international advanced levels: airborne weather radar, and integrated aircraft power supply system." Then, the projections in the rear show various parameters of the 2 accessories. The reporters under the stage were taking pictures crazy, which was surprising, because this PPT is compared. The performance of the same components used by President Xi before last year is compared with the current 2 domestic fittings. The various performances are at least flat, and many more are better than foreign products. Actually promoted so much? Some industry insiders who understand practice all make amazing size, which is incredible. If this is the case, then the aircraft of their country can come to purchase Chinese accessories. So they started calling and wanted to let comrades outside go to a booth called by D to consult their 2 accessories to see if they were exaggerating. However, Mr. Chi on the stage suddenly poured cold water on these foreigners. Everyone. At present, the 2 accessories of Beatty Company are limited to contract reasons and are not sold for the time being. Please know. A blonde foreign man, disdainful and companion whispering, must be false propaganda, afraid of exposing. So if it is not sold out, China will do this trick, which should be the so-called erratic bureau. The foreigner who spoke was called Frederick. He was an employee of Pan American Aerospace Manufacturing Company and came to hear the news. Pan American Airlines is the second largest aircraft manufacturer in the United States. Of course, they cannot compare with giant companies such as Boeing, but they also have fixed enterprise orders. The main ones are cheap and small, specialized aircraft. Their main competitors are not Boeing and Airbus, but those aircraft manufacturers who are not very influential in other countries. China's aviation industry group is one of their competitors. Basically, after China can build its own aircraft, there are fewer aircraft booked from them, especially this year. So he was sent to investigate and see how competitors are developing. After coming today, it feels the same. Aircraft of this level of C919 are built casually and are used by other companies to mature supply parts. But when he showed the 2 parts of Beatty, he was surprised at the time because of its performance, which is better than that of their company. If this is mass-produced, their company's products will definitely not be sold to Chinese companies. Frederick must be prepared to investigate. However, after Mr. Chi said that these 2 parts were non-sale, he was relieved that there is nothing good in the world that is not for takeaway, which is likely to be fake. Frederick took his own course and easily reached a conclusion. However, according to the idea that has come to, he will let his colleagues be here, and he will take a look at the Beatty counter. After Frederick came to Beatty, he saw the physical objects of the 2 kinds of equipment. He took a lot of photos around and asked some detailed parameters in the past. The technicians answered him patiently, and Frederick was more and more surprised. How could this be a bit like it is true? He asked if he could open the interior and take a look. Sorry, can't it. The technician politely rejected his proposal. Normal customers, just look at performance and publicity. Buy it back. If the goods are not on the board, they are responsible for compensation. But depending on the internal structure, it is basically the probe of the fellow, and of course it will not meet the requirements of the other party. In this case, Frederick could not know the true performance of Beatty's products. He can only go to other booths and there are a few things that are okay, but most of them are not as good as the parts currently used by their company. He came to a conclusion that Chinese aircraft are not very good and they are still behind their company for at least 5 years. Level. However, at this time, the colleague called and asked him to come back quickly to see the actual demonstration. Frederick was very eager to hear the tone of his colleague. It seemed that something happened, and he quickly ran back to the press room. As soon as I came, I saw on the projection screen, playing the test of their prototype. Frederickton's eyes stared round and couldn't believe his eyes. I saw the C919 prototype broadcast live on the big screen, through various industry challenges. These items are like subjects with driver's licenses. From subject to subject 4, they are all industry standards. If an aircraft cannot pass, then there is no standard for test flight. If the easier it passes, it means that the better the performance of the aircraft. This is the touchstone for detecting the performance of an aircraft. In general enterprises, this test is not broadcast live, because there will always be some unexpected situations that affect the experimental results. The aviation industry group actually has the courage to release it in person. How confident is this in its products? Once the live overturn, in recent years, don't want to sell the plane. Can't pass in the laboratory, do you still expect to go to actual combat? The test of C919 is still in normal, various disturbances and bad conditions have begun to be encoded, and the aircraft's detection and indicators are still normal. Frederick also stared closely at the screen, trying to find flaws. The first 3 subjects are relatively simple. Enterprises that can produce finished aircraft should be able to pass, but the 4th test is different. If a stable operation aircraft passes, it is not easy. If the performance does not meet the standards, it is not suitable for the implementation of climate change impermanence, bad weather routes. It can only complete some low-altitude, short-range tasks. Frederick verified with his own eyes that C919 easily completed the first 3 tests. At this time, 2 hours have passed, and some reporters have been withdrawn, and Frederick is sent as a company spy. This is his job responsibility. He wants to see if this Chinese-made passenger plane can successfully pass the 4th test. The 4th test is to operate in an extreme storm environment. Although high-altitude flights will have weather forecasts, they are not necessarily accurate. Especially in some ocean current hedging areas, there will often be unexpected bad weather. At this time, the safety performance of the aircraft will be tested. In this 4th testing project, safety is tested. The simulation of heavy rain and lightning in the experimental cabin is the most basic, and there must be a hurricane, so it is not easy to maintain the stability of the aircraft. C919 is in this environment. Data a few kilometers away can be clearly detected, and under the influence of lightning, all the components in the cabin are normal. This is the capability of the aircraft power. After the experiment, Frederick shouted God. Frederick said to his colleagues, their data must be fake. Our planes are far from this kind of data. Under this intensity, we can fly at a loss. I don't believe it. The colleague frowned when he looked at it, but he made a hypothesis, in case. What about the 2 White Emperor parts they just promoted? This data is not very telling? Frederick shook his head and still didn't believe it. Their company has a history of producing aircraft for more than 30 years. The power systems and airborne radars it has developed are already excellent, and they have not reached this level. Haven't you heard of any China that can win the model of a civilian aircraft? How could there be such an achievement that it is impossible to assign military accessories to civilian use? Both foreigners are shaking their heads. Military to civilian use. Unless it is a eliminated product, it is possible to leak on a civilian aircraft. As long as the leader is not crazy, he will not do so. It usually does not do this. After all, military aircraft and civilian aircraft are still very different. Various system components can be used if they are not available. Moreover, the elimination of military use will basically not get civilian use, because the 2 are not universal. The reliable explanation is that the live broadcast is fake, or that the 2 accessories are really powerful, making C919 an international advanced passenger model at once. After the live broadcast here, applause sounded under the stage to celebrate the success of the experiment. Mr. Chi thanked everyone for watching, and said that this tested and well-aced aircraft model is C919B. We welcome customers to purchase, and the performance is absolutely guaranteed. Internationally, there is real practice. Now the C919B model has passed 4 tests, and the results are excellent. Of course, it has attracted some foreign guests. I think we can order a look. At this time, a foreign man wearing a headscarf said something. His assistant immediately contacted. This man wearing a headscarf is not a Middle Eastern local tyrant, but a big man in Bati, one of my best friends in our country. He was invited to come. They had no procurement plan, and they always purchased products from other countries. However, the effect of this live broadcast changed his mind and decided to give it a try. This time I was engaged in promotion, so I ordered one on the spot, and they will be delivered next month. This is the first order from overseas and it is worth celebrating. Of course, C919 is not just selling this one, because it is our own aircraft in the country, and the mission is given above. Domestic airlines must have procurement indicators to support their own aircraft industry. So with this part of the bottom order, there is no shortage of orders in the aviation industry group. However, because of foreign sanctions, their domestic aircraft cannot obtain international flight certification, so they can only fly domestic routes. However, relying on the price of C919 makes the domestic route very cost-effective. Perhaps the price of hundreds of dollars will be more and more than the ticket. Domestic accessories are cheaper than foreign accessories, especially the 2 models of the White Emperor. Together, the cost of the entire aircraft will fall by millions. Coupled with other domestic accessories and their reduction in labor costs, this makes the domestic aircraft only 90 of foreign aircraft prices, which can be as cheap as tens of millions. This is still because the production scale is not going on, resulting in higher costs. If C919 has more sales, the price can be further reduced. Manufacturing is a large-scale industry. If mass production is carried out, the production cost will be greatly amplified. If the production line is built and only a few are produced, then the research and development cost and the cost of the production line will be passed on to the finished product, resulting in aircraft prices high. At the current selling price, as long as the performance is reliable, domestic airlines are still willing to buy a few. It is also good to do cheap aviation. In short, this 3-day exhibition was a complete success. The latest model C919 C919B sold 17 of them. During this time, the aviation industry group was considered to be alive. On the evening of the end of the exhibition, the vice president of the aviation industry once again found Zhou Yang and ventilated him. Later, they will sign a supplementary agreement, including investment in Beatty, the first R&D fee. There is more cooperation, and Zhou Yang is invited to participate in the Zhuhai Air Show next month. That's a professional airplane exhibition, as well as various military products. Their C919B is the only domestic civilian passenger aircraft, and it's also on display. At that time, they have to compete with other countries' aircraft. They are confident that they have installed the C919 of the two equipment of the Beatty will be at least not far behind Boeing and Aircrew. Maybe it will be smaller than other small and medium-sized aircraft companies. Performance is better. If you can show your talents at the Zhuhai Airways exhibition, you might be famous internationally. Okay, I will definitely go. Zhou Yang happily agreed. That night, when Zhou Yang lived in Yangqing for the last night, this exhibition was broadcast on several news media. The netizens didn't pay much attention, but they were surprised to find that Baidi boss Zhou Yang was on the news again. This time the White Emperor actually appeared in a new field, and the aircraft was created, which immediately caused hot discussion. Netizens felt a lot when they saw Baidi suddenly marching into the field of aircraft accessories. Baidi is really blooming a little bit. It's easy to use a leafless fan just before. Why did this suddenly build an airplane? Other netizens explained to him is not to build an airplane, but to make aircraft parts. I think one is a radar and the other is a power supply system. This kind of electrical product is very good at Beatty. Then some netizens are reluctant. Upstairs, you still say this is not unusual? As far as I know, these two parts were not available in China, and they were all imported. Beatty made it from scratch. Isn't that right? I just think that when we make airplane parts, our people can't use it. It's better to make a home appliance. It's okay to make aircraft parts, and Beatty knocked down the price of the aircraft, so that it's cheaper for us to travel by plane. You don't understand. Have you forgotten the Beatty's punching hotspot, the Skyfighter model? Beatty's ultimate dream is to build a Skyfighter and enter the field of aircraft accessories, which is laying the foundation. A netizen came to explain that everyone suddenly realized that this is the beginning of the Baidi Bureau. They are also looking forward to seeing the Baidian Skyfighter flying into the sky one day. There are Musk Star Chain and Mars immigration program abroad, and China has Xu Yang's Skyfighter program, depending on who can achieve it first. Zhou Yang then returned to Shenzhen from Yangqing, and Lu Xiao picked him up at the airport. The time is already the end of May. The town is more than 20 degrees, and the temperature is hot. Lu Xiao's car was air-conditioned, and Zhou Yang reported on the road that their leaf-free fans were selling hot. Zhou Yang also listened to Tang Lan's report. He was a bit strange. It stands to reason that the Beatty air conditioner is not expensive. The sales volume should be higher. Now, the sales volume of the leafless fan is higher than the air conditioner. For so many years, the annual fan sales have continued to shrink, and the air conditioning sales have increased year by year. Suddenly, the leaf-free fan hot sales exceed the air conditioning, which is very puzzling. Lu Xiao smiled slightly and explained, according to sales statistics, many leafless fans were bought in remote mountainous areas. One of the reasons is that the price is half cheaper than air conditioning, and the other is that there is vegetation in the mountains. The temperature is generally lower than the city. You can use air conditioning in summer. You can blow the hot air when it is cold in winter. A leafless fan that can be used everywhere is more practical than air conditioning. There is no need to find someone to install an outer machine in the ditch, and it can save a fee. The second reason is to save electricity. The leafless fan opens for a day without distress. For farmers with ordinary mountain income, it is a money-saving law gate. Zhou Yang nodded, and he also understood that Baidi also had some sales statistics, and half of the buying population in cities and mountains. The buying crowd in the city is some young people who live in rental housing. They often change their residence. It is convenient for leaf-free fans to move, and they can live without the landlord's air conditioner, and even the rough can live. This rent is cheaper. There is a leaf-free fan that can spend a summer. It is convenient and cold. It can be used. It is really an electrical device tailored for renting workers. Winter is warm and summer is available throughout the year, especially in large factories where several people work. If you use a leaf-free fan, it will save more electricity than installing a central air conditioner. So not only do the workers like it, some bosses are also buying wildly to improve the working conditions for employees. This has led to the sales volume of the whole Net Van God series of leafless fans, which has become #1 in refrigerators. At present, even if the Grantham electrons and the substitute factories are fully produced, they cannot meet the hot needs of everyone. It is still necessary to snap up and ship only a few days later. Ruth Yao was very happy. This is the first time she has felt that Hongtu Electronics has such a hot sales. So much so that she began to reflect on whether the theory she learned from abroad was outdated. The fine house appliances she had previously operated had flat sales and meager profits. The low-lover argument was half dead. Now that the leafless fan is changed, the production volume is full. Although each profit is very low, the high sales are enough to make up. This month's profit statement must be fluttering all the line. Although she is not short of money, she always likes to make money. Since then, Lu Xiao feels that in the future, it is necessary to cooperate with Zhou in electrical appliances. Perhaps this is the future model of the electrical appliances industry in the new era. This is what netizens call the BYD model, which uses extremely low prices and ultra-high quality products to occupy the market. However, everyone knows that the BYD model works, but no manufacturer can copy it. Now only Zhou can do it alone. Thanks to the friend at overseas, he can always provide a bright picture. Only ignoring R&D costs and not marketing and advertising is the essence of the BYD model, which is contrary to the previous business logic. At present, the BYD model is only realized by Zhou, and there is no semicolon in the country. Lu Xiao is also fortunate that Zhou is a good friend, otherwise there is such a competitor, and it is estimated that Hongtu Electronics will soon be able to stick to it. Lu Xiao sent Zhou to BYD Company, and she also followed. Seeing that there are a lot of workers in the workshop, and now there are fewer and fewer vacant factories, it also shows that BYD's stall is getting bigger and bigger. It is estimated that these 200-acre industrial parks will not be able to hold in the future. Fortunately, Zhou is planning ahead and building a brand new high-tech industrial park, where the place is spacious enough. An industrial park is equivalent to a small economic development zone, enough for BYD to use. Lu Xiao followed Zhou around the workshop, and the two returned to the office. When Zhou was collating the documents, Lu Xiao asked him, "What is the next product going to do?" Not only all electrical counterparts are concerned about this issue, but Lu Xiao is also concerned. She really wants to think about whether there is a possibility of cooperation. Haven't thought about it yet. Zhou has no particularly urgent appliances in this time, and it is enough to stabilize the current production line. He is currently accumulating points. When the system comes to the task, it will be completed as soon as possible. Ruth Yao smiled and asked, "This way. Then let me give you an idea. The next step, I plan to make Bluetooth headphones. Do I still work together?" "Yes. Have a chance." Zhou does not have a cold for this small appliance, because this is a relatively small area, not a product that the people urgently need, and it is not too anxious. After a while, if the drawings are discounted, you can buy one and come back to play. If you buy them directly, the Bluetooth headset drawings that can be seen can take at least 200 or 300 cents, which is a bit too extravagant. So let's put the headphones first, don't worry. Zhou then began to work, and Lu Xiao looked at him next to him, with a soft turn in his eyes. She was thinking, why did this kid feel a little handsome? Over the years, she has seen many young talents, who look more handsome than Zhou, who is richer than Zhou, and who has a higher education than Zhou, but she doesn't feel much, but Zhou makes her dream. It's really strange. After looking at Lu Xiao, she was afraid that Zhou would find her an info, and she quickly recovered her eyes. She was bored brushing her phone and suddenly saw an advertisement in a restaurant, and she was interested. Ding dong! Zhou microcredit sounded, and it turned out that Lu Xiao forwarded the link. She said, "This Kawagawa restaurant is good, let's go here to eat at night." "All works." Zhou nodded and then began to view the documents again. "You play first, I have something to do." Zhou was busy for a while, picking up the documents and going out. Before, Ruth Yao must have scolded Bigwood again, and she didn't understand her at all. However, the two stayed together for a long time, and Ruth Yao was used to it. Instead, he felt that such a simple and stupid man was reliable. If it was the kind of male owner in the idol drama who didn't do business all day, she knew that she was engaged in romance. Not like it. Think about the men with oily noodles. If they are okay, they will be bang, kiss, and change their saliva. She is also an alternative among women, and she doesn't like the sticky feeling. Maybe he is also very good like this. Ruth Yao will comfort himself. Zhou went to work, and Ruth Yao Guan's phone was boring, but she didn't return to her company. She walked in Beatty's office building, but she was familiar with the office lady Ma and listened to a lot of gossip in the factory area. For example, a supervisor who is cheating and is divorcing his wife. A certain female worker forms a temporary couple and is beaten up by her husband when she returns home. Of course, there are also cases of infatuation. A young male employee rides several kilometers a day to send breakfast to his girlfriend. The weather is unimpeded. The monthly salary is accumulated. He is ready to go back to his old county to buy a house and get married in a few years. Among them, Lu Sayeo is the most identified. She is a rich girl, and she has opened a large company. However, she has no shelf in herself. She may also maintain the high-cold people for strangers. After being familiar, she can also enter the country and follow the customs, and make a difference with these office elders. At first, everyone also regarded Ruth Yao as a guest, and waited carefully. However, after a few more times, everyone was familiar with it, so they let it go. Give her an extra copy of the milk tea and ask her if she is delicious. Eat or not, as if it were her own colleagues. No, Lu Sayeo listened to the gossip in Beatty's factory, and was addicted to drinking milk tea, and these eldest sisters nibbled melons in the office. To say that in her grand electronics, because she is the boss and wants to remain majestic, no one dares to get close to her like this. But it's different here. Although she may become the boss lady of Baidi in the future, it is after all the future. Besides, Ruth Yao is also very interesting. These eldest sisters and younger sisters are also willing to chat with her, so Ruth Yao has found new fun. In Beatty, it is much more interesting than in her company. In the future, she is afraid to stay here. Zhou is always here. At this time, the American worker Jiang Yuxin ran back to the office to remind him that these leisurely eldest sisters were scattered as birds and beasts, wrapped up the melons and threw them in the trash can, scanned all the snacks into the drawer, and turned on the computer for office. Nothing flaws. This also surprised Ruth Yao. She wiped her mouth, saw a smaller milk tea left, washed a few bites, and then treated the empty cup. Then Zhou Yang pushed the door in, very thrilling, and almost found. Ruth Yao suddenly was a little wondering. She is not an employee here. Why should she be afraid of Zhou Yang coming? It's really some inexplicable. But it's funny to think about it. She just wanted to laugh and endured very hard. What's wrong with you? Zhou Yang asked Lu Sayeo's strange expression and asked. Nothing, I went to the bathroom. Ruth Yao was afraid of showing his stuff and ran away quickly. Zhou Yang blinked and didn't know what happened. He asked Sister Ma to arrange some tasks, and then left. After a while, Lu Sayeo came back, and when she saw Zhou Yang not, she urged, continue to say, the wife of the supervisor took someone to the hotel to catch it. Did she catch it? These eldest sisters opened the conversation box again, and continued to talk about gossip, plotting. Lu Sayeo felt more interesting than listening to Dayun. It was always in the office until the evening, and Lu Sayeo had heard enough for a while. Seeing that it was not too early, she said goodbye to everyone and took the bag away. Soon after, the group of eldest sisters saw Ruth Yao and Zhou Yang go to the parking lot together, and then drove away. The eldest sisters' faces revealed a smile of fun. Lu Sayeo listened to the gossip of others all afternoon, but she also became a gossip among other populations. Hey, you said this path is good with our boss? A elder sister asked. Sister Ma shook her head and said, I don't look like it. It's definitely not the case. This is obviously the rich family. Jiang Yuxin listened, thinking that this is not the plot of the love drama. She was particularly interested in saying, or should we help match it? Don't do it. Sister Ma, as the one who came here, quickly stopped Jiang Yuxin's dangerous idea. The ordinary employees in the factory can match them casually, but they and the boss still have Ruth Yao to be out of class, which can't be allowed. According to the media, in general, only the upper can help the lower person to introduce. If there is no reverse, Sister Ma told Xiaojiang not to talk, otherwise one will complain if it is not good. Lost all the work. Okay, I remember. Jiang Yuxin nodded. Here, their office also survived to get off work, and after cleaning up, they all went home happily. Zhou Yang and Lu Sayeo who drove out to the restaurant. Both can eat a little spicy food, so I ordered a few spicy dishes, and the result is still sweating. However, after the spicy energy, I feel very comfortable. This restaurant is really good and has a decent taste. The two made an appointment after checkout, and they will come here to eat next time. It was less than 7 o'clock after eating, and it was still too early. Lu Sayeo asked Zhou Yang to go around and walk around. No problem. Zhou Yang remembered the last drunken incident, so he brought electric shock gloves this time. If there are hooligans with short eyes, he doesn't mind taking the other party to do a human electric shock experiment. So the two went to a newly opened mall nearby. Neither of them has been here before this mall, and the consumption grade is more pro-civilian. On the first floor is a cabinet with some jewelry, high-end glasses, and brand cosmetics. These things are generally more expensive. Both are walking and watching flowers on the first floor, and they are not interested. Ruth Yao is not short of these. She uses the right brand, and she can't look at these. Zhou Yang's consumption concept is definitely not going to buy such expensive things. The two soon arrived on the second floor. There are some children's playgrounds, especially children. Although some bear children are more annoying, not polite, and particularly naughty, they also have very good babies, beautiful and dolls, which lead them to stop and watch. Do you like children? Lu Xiao suddenly asked. Okay. Zhou Yang answered at will. Ruth Yao seemed to have thought of something, his eyes were a bit thief, and he was secretly laughing. While the two were chatting, they suddenly heard a cry in the distance. Many people were gathering there, and the two walked quickly. Zhou Yang was tall and squeezed over with Ruth Yao, and saw the situation inside. An old lady sat on the ground crying. Can't find it, what can I do? An old lady cried while patting the ground with her hands, and the crying liver was broken. There is also a 5-6-year-old girl beside her, crying with her. Others asked her what happened. Was the child lost? My granddaughter's cotlet was lost. The old lady pulled the long voice crying, which is a bit like a beautiful singing method. Many people don't understand what a cochlea is. Is it so broken? Someone next to it explained that the cochlea mentioned by the old lady, all known as eclairs, is an electronic device. Through various complex techniques, it is very good for some seriously deaf or even deaf patients to hear the sound. This thing is good, only one disadvantage, that is too expensive. Even the cheapest cochlea, plus the cost of implantation, it is less than 150,000. If it is a good product abroad, then implanting one will cost about 400,000 yuan. This is a large sum of money. It is difficult for ordinary people to afford it. It is easy to smash the pot and sell iron to the child. If it is lost, the child cannot hear the sound. If it is unworthy, it is more than a dozen. The cost of 20,000 yuan. If you accidentally lose it,